Get Coke free. Vanilla Frosty Chino? That's cold brew plus Frosty Creamer plus free. So don't sleep on this deal. Get any size drink in a Wendy's cup free when you buy any breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's. A la carte only. Offer valid upon request on lowest price qualifying item. Not valid for third-party delivery.
I love my hardwood floors, but I wasn't sure how to take care of them. Carrying around a bucket was such a hassle. And even worse, my string mop left streaks and haze behind. Then I found Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, the all-in-one tool made specially for wood floors. Its microfiber-like pad is soft, and it sprays a light mist solution that dries fast. With Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, it's easy to keep up with the mess on my wood floors. Even that mess.
Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, proud member of the National Wood Floor Association.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the girl from that alien movie you watch on demand. Our worlds have been brought together thanks to DirecTV Stream.
Why are you whispering?
Because the alien will hear us.
Maybe let the alien know you can get DirecTV Stream with no annual contract.
He seems pretty excited by that, actually.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directv.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Here at Frank's Red Hot, we've put together a completely exhaustive list of essentials that will bring everyone together on game day. Number 1, Frank's Red Hot. Number 2, wings. Okay, it looks like that's it. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Presented by Timeless Coffee.
This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
It was down the middle and good! 49ers win it! San Francisco is moving on with a 13-10 win here at Lambeau, and this crowd and that Packers team is stunned.
Joe Buck on the call, and it's good as gold. Robbie Gold helps send the 49ers to the NFC Championship for the second time in 3 years. But Shasky, before I say good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting off their graveyard shifts, roasters on YouTube, Twitch, and of course the Comcast Business text line. I just want to welcome back nice guy Stephen Lakeford. It's good to have him back in the saddle. We love you, Lakeford. It was good to hear you on the pregame show today. So nice guy Stephen is back in the saddle, and the four horsemen are back together, baby.
Can I just hear his voice? No.
I just did for an hour.
I know, but I want to hear his voice on our show.
What, you want to hear me right here?
Yeah.
What's happening?
I miss the voice of God running the boards these days, baby. Keeping us from killing each other.
I don't think he's keeping us from doing anything. I mean, let's be careful here. A nice guy is a great board op, great host, well spoken, but he ain't stopping us from killing each other on a day-to-day basis. I mean, that's just going to happen, Shasky. That's going to happen. But after what we witnessed Saturday and what we witnessed this past weekend, 4 dynamic games. Look, I know last week I was like, man, divisional round's best weekend in sports. I didn't think it was going to be that damn good. I mean, it was absolutely phenomenal. We'll get to everything. We'll get to people now whining about the overtime rules once again. What I say to that is, how about you play some defense with 13 seconds left and you don't go to overtime? You deserve to lose after giving up a game time field goal with 13 seconds. But we're going to light it up tonight with the roasters here. 888-957-9570. Niners go to Lambeau Field and steal one 13-10. Special teams. I mean, unbelievable theater at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Shasky. And we got round number 3, Niners Rams. And you say it all year. Oh, it's the best rivalry out there. Well, you know what? Now it's a rivalry. Now it may catapult where we were at with the 49ers Seahawks due to the last game of the season. Niners still in overtime. They go to the playoffs. And now these two teams have to battle for a trip to the freaking Super Bowl. I'll inject all this into my veins.
Well, we'll get to the Rams all week. Today, I know we're a day removed, and so, for some people, they're already shifted their focus. I don't want to shift our focus to the Rams just yet. I just don't. I want to bask in the glory of Saturday night. Bonte, You know I know the history of this team. I know you know the history of this team inside and out. It's just as a franchise. I watched back that game, not twice, 3 times. 3 times because I have a sickness, okay? I admit it. Watched it back Saturday night at 11:30 at night after everybody left the house. Watched it back again last night. Jordan Willis, he didn't just make one play in that game, which is the block, which is the greatest.
Right.
I think it's the greatest special teams play in 49er playoff history. I really do. I really do. 1973, obviously the onside kick. Everybody remembers the gaff there. 10 years ago to the day, we all remember the Kyle Williams blunder. They've had some really nice walk-off field goal wins, but to have that block in that moment of that game when your offense is doing nothing and you just got stuffed on a 4th and 1, I just don't know what to say. Jordan Willis made an unbelievable play on the blocked field goal. I don't know if you saw Baldy's breakdowns, and we're going to have him on today.
Of course.
He put a hand on a guy to allow Jimmy Ward to get in there. Okay, he's the only D tackle out there, and then obviously he gets the block punt, which is going to be it's going to be one for the ages. We have the catch 2. We've got the Vernon post. Well, guess what? Now we have the block. Period. It's very simple. The block, and he also makes an unbelievable play to flush Aaron Rodgers out of the pocket and force an errant throw after Nick Bosa gets him to leave his platform.
Right.
Jordan Willis, I mean, we talked about Amenahue the week before. Jordan Willis was an acquisition in the middle of the year last year that we all slept on. He's made plays down the stretch. It's the greatest special teams play in this organization's history. I can't believe I'm saying that.
So Jordan Willis comes over for the New York Jets. Obviously, the Niners lost Bosa, Solomon Torres last season. And he was a Big 12 defensive player of the year at Kansas State. Remember, we were breaking him down like, who is this Jordan Willis guy?
Yeah.
He comes over.
I remember when the trade went down.
Very good. Yeah, remember when the trade went down? And actually went down, I think, during our show.
Yes, it did.
Jordan Willis, I mean, he's going to be a legendary 49er now from here on out due to what he did on Saturday. He could do no wrong now. I thought Hufanga getting that play, getting that ball on the punt, scored a touchdown. But I thought the bigger play for him was he was deep down the field with Devontae Adams.
Thank you.
Double covered, and he did not flinch. Early in the season, he may do something errant. He may commit a pass interference. Well, the young man has grown right before our very own eyes. And how about Dante Johnson? How about Dante Johnson? His mother passes away in the middle of the season. He comes back to the team. And look, this guy has given us headaches. We all remember opening day last year against the Cardinals where he doesn't make a block on the punt team. Cardinals block the punt. They get momentum. Dante Johnson manning up on Devontae Adams and manning up on Lazard and playing lockdown defense after Ambry Thomas couldn't go. I mean, wow. But you know what? The studs had to come out and play too. And that was Deebo Samuel out there in the cold. Said his body hurt throughout the game. And Deebo Samuel, Kyle Shanahan rode him until the wheels fell off Saturday night. Just an all-around great team win. And yeah, we're not going to talk Rams right now. We just had to throw it out there. We'll get to Rams week.
I love it.
We got a lot of time for that. Just the win in that environment.
With the snow?
I never felt, Shasky, I never felt they were going to lose that football game.
See, I did.
I was just trying to figure out, how are they going to win this game? How are they going to win it? How are they going to steal it? Is it going to be Jimmy? I did not think it was going to be special teams. Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
They started the game. And again, I didn't even remember this because the game had so many different twists and turns.
Right.
They started the game with like a 35-yard run from Jermichael Hasty on special teams after giving up a 7-0 lead. Like, all week I heard 31st ranked special team versus 32nd. And we destroyed Hightower, the special teams coach. Bonte, from start to finish, they played a spectacular special teams game. Just go back and watch it. The Deebo Samuel return after the Jimmy Ward block to end the half. They come running in, and Baldy, I can't wait to talk to him. He's talking about the energy going into halftime. And I'm watching these guys, and they're all fired up that they made it. And that ball bounces into Jimmy Ward's hands. He goes back for 6. That's another thing. It went right back into the Green Bay hand. It should have bounced right into Jimmy Ward's hands. We almost got robbed in a sense that we didn't get a block and then 6. But then Deebo Samuel setting the tone. He's such a unique runner. I'm not saying this is who he is. I'm saying there are certain guys that I've watched throughout football, my football watching life, where they sniff a 2 or 3 yard run to get a first down, and they're just going to get it. Marshawn Lynch comes to mind, where it's like Marshawn would know where that stick was. He'd get low, he'd get leverage. You couldn't take him down, and a -1 or a -2 turns into a gain of 3, and he gets the first down. Debo is he's a throwback.
He's a throwback. He's a throwback player. You know, you want to talk about the blocked field goal. That was such a pivotal moment in that football game because, you know, Jimmy throws the interception on 1st and goal. First and goal. He throws
rolls
the interception.
out. I think he's going to make a play.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, gosh. Jimmy O'Neill rears its ugly head. And then Rodgers, conversely, comes around, makes a play by extending a play, finds Aaron Jones deep down the field, wide open. Jimmy Ward blows the coverage, and the hustle to track him down was huge because they said, you know, the Packers, they go up 14-0 and it feels like that game's over. 14-0 feels like, all right, that may be too much to overcome.
Might as well have been 35-0.
But yeah,
right?
no doubt. But you get the block field goal and you're still down one possession. That sequence of plays was just archaic. I mean, it was unbelievable. The fact that they hustled, tracked down Jones, you block the field goals, Debo comes out, you get 3 points, you stabilize the game. And the defense, after they gave up that touchdown on the first drive, that defense was unbelievable. Unbelievable. This just stuffed the run in the second half. I think Green Bay, Shasky, in the second half averaged 2.5 yards per play.
Wow.
2.5 yards per play in the second half.
After basically going right down the field. That first drive was a clinic. They were throwing to Devontae. Aaron Jones was getting yardage. I thought there was a block in the back that they didn't call early in that game that gave him a big-time run. Dylan is dancing in the end zone. And then at the end of the game, he's on the bench, hurt. I thought Fred Warner on the second drive, punching that ball out from Mercedes Lewis, to me, that kind of sparked life. Now, in my estimation, I don't know what happened with the offense, but they gave up sack after sack after sack. And then in the third drive, Jimmy makes 2 unbelievable dimes to get first downs. One is got touchdown written all over it. George Kittle, just a drop. Just an unbelievable drop. Jennings would have a drop later on in the game. A drop later on. And then Ayuk, just a fumble. Just like a catch and a fumble. We were so lucky that wasn't ruled a catch and fumble. I thought it could have gone either way. I mean, I thought it could have gone either way. Jimmy, bang, bang, makes 2 perfect throws, and guys don't make plays. I mean, I know that ball was like a rock out there. It's very difficult to catch. Jimmy starts 0 for 5, and then Kittle, on I believe the 4th or 5th possession, makes one of the great Kittle catches of all time along the sideline to kind of get some life going for the team. And I don't know, man. It was just, that felt like an unreal matchup. The thing I kept watching as I'm watching it back, Aaron Rodgers running the ball and going away from the throw, to me, was like, what are you doing? I thought you guys were in complete control early on, and they got out of rhythm trying to run, and our linebackers adjusted and our D-line adjusted, and they became much more stout. Take away the stats from the first drive, we were lights out after that game.
It was a body bag game, and I thought the defense, even on that first drive, they came out hitting.
Yes.
They came out hitting on Saturday night. And I'm telling you, quarterbacks, I don't care if you're Mahomes, Allen, Brady, and Rodgers. You saw Brady and Rodgers this weekend. You put pressure on these guys, and they start throwing low. They start throwing behind receivers. They can't wait to get the ball out of their heads. Aaron Rodgers, even on their final snap, where they throw an incompletion, Josh Norman's in the game. One of those plays, and they go right at him. We were all praying there. But he had Lazard wide open.
Did you see that?
K1, dude, he was wide open. But you know what?
Would we not be crushing him? Why are we not crushing Aaron Rodgers?
He deserves to be crushed because he locked in on Devontae, locked in on Aaron Jones, and he lost trust in the rest of his teammates. He lost trust. And you know what? That's something to look out for next week against the LA Rams, because it looks like Stafford not only trusts Cooper Kupp, but he's gaining trust in Odell Beckham Jr. and obviously Van Jefferson, which makes the Rams a lot more dynamic. But again, we'll get to that a little bit later. Let's get out to the lines here, Shasky. Armando in Fairfield. Mondo, what's happening? Monster Monday here on the Morning Roast. How you feeling this morning?
Oh, man, I feel like I was like, this game took 20 years out of my life. But you know what? I want to give a shout-out to the defense, man.
Yes.
Eric Armstead, are you kidding me? Even shout out to Josh Norman, that 2 plays you play, the first play, they go at you and you still have the, I know it's radio, the balls to cover Devontae Adams. That's a great shout out. But the reason I'm calling also is, I don't know what you guys think. I read Kami's article this weekend, and it said it perfectly, and I just want to, see what you guys think. This team represents Jimmy G's leadership, resiliency. You look at all the quarterbacks this weekend, the Chiefs play like Mahomes on all that moxie. Bills, with Josh Allen, Dak represent, his leadership, whether up and down, represents the Cowboys. But Jimmy G and then Bosa said it the best this weekend. With all the crap he gets, this is his team. This is a perfect leadership for this year. This is a perfect team for him. So, bring on the Rams. They're soft. I ain't worried about them, but I just want to know what you guys think about that. This is
it's very
team with what he represents.
Hey, Mondo, great call, man. It's very interesting because I saw a lot of that floating, and people are going to look at the numbers. They're going to say, well, he was only 11 to 19, 131 yards, an interception, had about 4 pick sixes. He threw some ones up to the sideline. We're like, oh no, Jimmy,
he floated
just
a couple.
Relax a little bit. Just relax a little bit. But you know what? The guy, we don't know how bad that thumb is injured. We don't know how bad that shoulder is, but he does have a moxie to him. When he needed to make some throws, he made some throws, and he got him in the field goal range and win that football game. It's not the prettiest. You know what I'm saying? You watching Mahomes and Josh Allen, you're saying, my God, I want one of those guys. I want a quarterback who can do all that. But you know what? It is what it is. This guy may be the perfect quarterback for this football team. He may be. And kudos to him because, look, they didn't give him help early on, Shasky.
No, they didn't.
Did he went through a rut?
Yeah.
Did they all kind of bounce back there and you did what you had to do? I ain't mad at Jimmy. The teammates speak of him, Shasky.
Yeah.
They all say he's the leader. I'm going to listen to the teammates. They're in that locker room day in and day out. I'm not. You're not. Nobody is, except for those 53 players and that coaching staff. So there is something to him being the leader of this football team.
It's an interesting question. Regarding Eric Armstead, as a quick aside, I thought it was his signature game in a 49er uniform, given everything that this guy's been through and, the early injury history, everybody doubting him. Oh, you paid him instead of DeForest Buckner. I think these last 6, 7, 8 weeks makes me realize, you know what? They paid the right guy. But here's the thing. They paid the right guy. I think he was playing the wrong position. He's not an end. He's an inside guy. He's dominating. He's just been absolutely dominating, and he made unbelievable plays. On the big-time sack to end the Green Bay Packers' hopes, they had a guy wide open in the flat, and he gets his big old polar bear arms on him and wraps him in. Forget Jimmy for a second, and I'm not trying to diminish Jimmy. I think this team has taken on the characteristic of their 2 best players. If you're asking me right now, who are the 2 best players on the 49ers right now? I think it's the 2 guys they drafted in the first, second round in 2019, who they're going to extend. Ian Rappaport came out with a report saying they're going to give a massive extension to the second round pick, Deebo Samuel, because they don't have that 5th-year option like they do with the first rounder, Nick Bosa. Deebo and Nick Bosa. That's who this team has modeled their game after. You look at the physicality, and it goes right from their GM and their coach. What does the coach want to do? He wants to run the ball down your throat. What's the GM come from? That old school, I'm going to thump you on defense, mentality. And I think Deebo and the physicality that he plays with embodies everybody on offense. I am going to push you into the ground. How about Trent Williams coming in motion, and I'm going to kill Rashawn Gary? How about George Kittle blocking someone into the 2nd level and 3rd level? Then I look at Bosa, relentlessness, the relentless pursuit. So we could say Jimmy, I'd go to the 2 leaders because I think they're the 2 best players on the team, Deebo Samuel right now and Nick Bosa.
There's no doubt the 2 best players, and they do take on those personalities. But Jimmy, look, man, there's something to Jimmy, man. There's something to him, man. When he's in this lineup, they win football games.
There's no doubt.
I'm dead serious. No doubt.
You can't argue.
I'm dead serious. Saturday night, I never thought they were losing that football game. I never once thought they were losing that football game. Not one time. I'm sitting there and I'm watching. I'm stress watching because I'm like, come on, man, get that drive. I never thought they were losing that football game.
Okay, so I'm going to take you through my household. I got a bunch of people over.
4th and 1. I thought it was a great play call on 4th and 1.
Elijah Mitchell, go right.
Yeah, Elijah Mitchell did not hit the right hole.
Agreed.
It was actually a perfect play call.
But Debo's not on the field, okay? Trent Williams is limping, all right? And you're going to run him in motion. Everything would have been up for criticism all offseason. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. You're down 10-3. You go for it on 4th and 1. You're thinking, this is it. This is the final drive because you're seeing how the game is going, how the clock is ticking, and you don't get it. You get stuffed. I'm sorry, my heart was broken. I'm like, oh my God. And the defense steps up and forces a 3-and-out. I believe he targets Josh Norman on the second play, a little soft run, and then boom, they throw to him, and you're like, please, dear God, don't throw the pass interference. They don't, and then the Hufanga play that you're talking about. This defense, their ability to get stops in that game after getting right down, they went right down the field on that first drive. They adjusted. D'Amico Ryans, dare I say it, he's way better than what Robert Saleh was. And I'm not trying to rip Robert Saleh. They're both great. D'Amico in year 1 has shown unbelievable growth.
Dude, I'm worried about him getting a head coaching job
Get the
right
book
now.
out. Get the checkbook out.
John Lynch, keep this guy here in San Francisco. Look, we're going to have a lot of fun today. 888-957-9570. How about those resilient 49ers? They're going back to the NFC Championship game for the second time in 3 years. Second time in 3 years. We're going back to the title game. It's SoFi Stadium against the LA Rams. The Comcast Business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Exergen Corporation. More Niner talk. They beat the Packers Saturday night. How you feeling, Roasters? How you feeling, faithful? Niners in the NFC Championship game. They're one game away from the Super Bowl. Can you believe it? We're going to discuss it all right here on the Morning Roast.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA, confirming that non-contact
accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You probably wouldn't leave thousands of dollars on the table at a diner. Why leave thousands on the table with your tax return? Jackson Hewitt will help make sure you don't. This year, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits. Your Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro will help you track down every last one, so you get your biggest refund guaranteed. Don't leave thousands on the table this year. Discover thousands of dollars in tax credits instead.
Check, please.
Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents.
And Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If I never get to see the northern lights.
Thomas Rhett is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in August, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Head to 957thegame.com to enter for a chance at tickets.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Whew, what a game. What a game on Saturday. What a weekend of football. Niners are going back to the NFC Championship game. Cannot believe it with this roller coaster of the season. They're now one of the hottest teams in football, winning 9 of their last 11, and they had to have them all. They had to have them all just to be in the tournament. Well, they're in the tournament right now, wrecking shop, and they'll be in L.A. next Sunday with a chance to go back to the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years against the LA Rams. But first, before we get back into 49ers football and take your phone calls, it is now time to take them back to school, Shasky. Warriors win last night, 94-92 over the Utah Jazz. That's right, it's time for taking them to school, presented by Evergreen Valley College. Langford, hit the highlight.
Wiggins over to Porter. Porter waiting. Slipping the pick was Poole. Poole stops, goes up with a little flip. It's up and no good. Looney with the rebound. Put back good and a foul! Muscled his way up and in.
Big play by Looney. He continues to play solid basketball for the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors improved to 34-13. In Shasky, that was taking them to school, which happens the morning after every game paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for the 2022 spring semester. Look, the Warriors are in a bit of a rut right now. They needed a game winner from Steph's Friday night against the Rockets. Last night they survived, scoring 11 points in the fourth quarter, Sasky. 11 points in the fourth quarter, but Looney there, you hear him, 10.6 rebounds. Jordan Poole with the team high, 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 threes. He had to pay off a debt by walking into Chase Center. We're in the bang Niner game chain. So, look, it's not looking pretty right now for the Warriors, but bottom line business, 34-13. We'll concern ourselves with the Clay injury tomorrow. We'll concern ourselves with Draymond Green tomorrow, but they still won against the Jazz, and I'll take that all day long.
I'll be as quick as possible. Looney has played really, really, really well over the last month. I know there's a couple of games you can isolate and say he didn't, but just rebounding, consistency, finishing last night around the rim, and then how about him screaming and yelling, like you never see him do that. Secondarily, thank God Jordan Poole is starting to get going. I think he's more important than Klay Thompson right now. We can have that discussion at a later time and date.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Wiggins with 14 points. Steph Curry in the month of January shooting 34%
Something's
from
up.
the 3-point line. It's dipped even lower.
I don't want to hear people dilute it. Like, just watch what we're seeing. Is it a blip? Is it a bad month? I don't know. Something's up though, B. I don't know.
You know, 5 of 20, 1 for 13 for the 3-point line. I just think he's taking too many threes, personally. I would like to see him go inside the arc and take some mid-range jumpers because he's automatic for the mid-range with the floater, the elbow jumper. Mm-hmm. He's averaging at least 13 3 attempts a game this year, which is a career high. I just think it's a little too much, man. It's been trending that way for the last 6 weeks.
So I know that the numbers, like the analytic nerds, are going to tell you if you shoot 33% from 3, it's better than shooting 50% from 2. and I hear everything that they're saying when it comes to the math. There's also a feel, all right? You cannot tell me a jacked up three is a better look than a wide open mid-range, right? You just can't. And I don't care what anyone says. So can we dig a little deeper than just bombing threes? I feel at times this team is in love with the three-pointer. Jordan Poole has he's getting better. Last night was better, but it felt like he was getting out of going to the rim, hitting the mid-range. I'm going to try to step back and bomb the three.
And get to the line.
What?
Get to the line, too, because Jordan Poole shoots 90% from the free throw line. And they're a team that's in the mid-20s when it comes to free throw attempts. They got to get more easy buckets, get to the cup, and get to the free throw line.
And I think I go back to Curry because I actually think right now this team does not need Curry bombing threes. They need Curry to continue to play more general court point guard. That they don't have that guy right now. I want to. He's doing a good job. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying I need more of it. I want more of the Chris Paul for this team. He needs to facilitate more for others to get them going and let his shot come to him. There's a moment they're up 4-5 last night, and he just chucks a three. And normally it's a great shot for him. He's not hitting those kill shots. We go up 8, game goes away. Those are the shots I feel like he's missing. Go to the rim.
Yeah, go to the rim. But the Warriors win. They improved to 3-1 on a 7-game homestand. They'll take on the Mavericks Tuesday night. They're 1-6 against the Mavericks in their last 7. So Warriors got a lot of work to do. They got to get to the All-Star break. 34-13, still second in the Western Conference as they try to figure out their new rotations, get everybody back in rhythm. It's all good, Warrior fans. It's all good, and especially all good with 49er fans right now. Let's go to Dominic and Pinole. Then we'll get to Chambry out in Arizona. Dominic, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, Big Bonte? I love you, man. Keep on doing the good work that you do. Shasky, I just want to hear you stop dogging out Jimmy, man. Stop dogging him out. Right now, you're talking about the two most valuable players on the team, and what about the quarterback? What about the quarterback?
Of course the quarterback's
props. Just give him his props, man.
I said that he played a good game in the first half.
We're going to win it. No, man. Come on, Shasky. You always just dogging him out, man. Get a guy a break. When you go up to Pittsburgh next year, you're going to be like, oh, man, we should have kept him.
No, I will not.
Just give him his props. That's all I want to hear.
Yeah, I've been giving him his props all year. Have you been listening? Again, I have. I've been giving him. They scored 0 points offensively. That's not an indictment of him. He hit Kittle over the middle early in the game, and Kittle had a huge drop. That's 6 points. The coach schemed a perfect throw, and Jimmy ripped it right down the middle on target. And Kittle just dropped it, hit him right in the shoulder pads. It was shades of Vernon Davis. He hits Juwan Jennings for a big-time first down. He drops it. Threaded the needle. Hits Brandon Ayuk for a big-time first down. He drops it. Early in the game, Jimmy was the only one actually making plays. I felt like as the thumb or whatever, the shot wore off, he started to float some balls. But then when they needed him to hit guys on the final drive, on that little angle route to Debo, on a great throw to George Kittle, he was there.
Yeah.
He was there. No. By the way, hell of a scheme by Kyle Shanahan to put Debo in that spot to have a wide open play for them. And Jimmy was good when they needed him to be I'm giving him his love.
Shanahan was in his bag Saturday night. I thought Shanahan has been flawless for the most part in this postseason. There's a couple plays in the Dallas game that I wish he would have back. But I thought Saturday night he was flawless. He felt the game. He felt the rhythm of the game. I thought he called a really, really sharp game. Kyle Shanahan has galvanized his team, man. And Shanahan deserves his flowers. He definitely does. Let's go to Chambry real quick in Arizona. Chambry, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Before I start, welcome back. Nice guy, Steven, man. Love to have the crew back.
Yes.
Glad to hear that voice back on the radio again.
No doubt.
Game, gentlemen. Obviously, Jack, just as every fan is about the W, like you said, Bonte, I never thought we were going to lose. I was just waiting, lack of a better word, for the pin to drop for us to get scoring. But I knew it was a matter of time. Man, I know, Bonte, getting back to you, I know you like to call it snitching music. As you have a young daughter now, you'll learn it's just called music that you listen to now that you have a kid. So can we just play some Justin Bieber? Is it too late now to say I'm sorry to these Niners for questioning? I'll say his name, Eric Armstead. Dude's been balling out 3 weeks in a row. Dante Johnson. Called him out.
Wow.
All season. Been saying the dude can't cover a receiver if they were in a phone booth. Let's give them all props. Let's give the special teams their props. This team has kind of been. It's been a minute since I've been out to Great America. I don't know if it's still there, but this team is kind of like the Grizzlies roller coaster, right? At times it's unsafe, a little bit rocky, but it still gets the job done. That's what these Niners are. So let's go, faithful.
No doubt about that. It has been a roller coaster. We're going to continue to talk about this roller coaster, the resilient San Francisco 49ers. Somehow, some way, when you think back to the Colts game, when you think back to the Cardinals loss to Colt McCoy, heck, when you think back to Seattle when they lost 33-30, heck, when you think about the Tennessee game on Christmas Eve, this team is one game away from the freaking Super Bowl. Let's talk about it. Niners beat the Packers 13-10. They'll take on the LA Rams next Sunday, and it's all coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
System. Zoom. How the world connects.
I want a new laptop for the new year, but I'm working with last year's budget.
It's possible at Staples.
How about a PC that can manage my workload at a price I can manage?
Also possible. Your local Staples has the innovative tech and tools you need to take on the future of work. This week, get the Lenovo IdeaPad 5i with Intel i5 processor for just $549.99. You save $180. Explore what's new at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 1/29/22. Limit 2. In-store only.
When you order your Walgreens prescriptions with same-day delivery, it's possible you'll experience some side effects. Side effects may include joy that you won't run out of your pills and disbelief at just how crazy fast the delivery came right to your door. Get your same-day prescription refill today on the Walgreens app.
To use same-day Rx delivery or 1 to 2 business day delivery, you must be opted into prescription status alerts. It will appear as an option of orders before that store's cutoff time for the day. Certain health plans do not cover or participate in same-day Rx delivery. Check with your health plan for further details. Excludes California.
Here at Frank's Red Hot, we've put together a completely exhaustive list of essentials that will bring everyone together on game day. Number 1, Frank's Red Hot. Number 2, wings. Okay, it looks like that's it. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
And that's 5 sacks for this defense in each of the last 3 games, and it's blocked up into the air and spinning inside the 10, picked up and a touchdown. Hufanga got the return for the touchdown after the block by Jordan Willis and the special teams.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Joe Buck got a call for Fox Sports. Hufanga picks up the loose ball after Jordan Willis blocks the punt, and the Niners go on to the NFC Championship game. They tie the game right there to the piece. Of course, they hold the Packers to a 3-and-out. They get the ball back, set up Robbie Gould, who is now a perfect 20 for 20 on postseason field goal attempts. You want to talk about clutch. Wow. And as Shasky said there, and I agree with him, that is the most iconic special teams play in playoff history for the 49ers. I can't think of one. It's been a lot of blunders. It's been a lot of missed kicks, been a lot of fumbles, missed tackles. Those 2 plays, the field goal block before halftime and the punt block right there. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Special teams, a unit we've ridiculed all season long, Shasky, they come up big in the divisional round against the Packers.
And it feels like individual players playing great and just being in the right position. And then schematically, little subtle moves that they made. I mean, just it's really remarkable. Again, go back and watch. They give up the 7 points. And Hasty returns one all the way out to the 40. And I'm thinking, I just forgot about that because they went 3 and out. You know, I totally forgot about it. Debo brings one all the way out to the 50 to start the second half. Like, they were excellent all game long. And just Jordan Willis. Bonte, how long was that ball in the air? How long was that?
It was in the air forever.
I didn't know if it was going out of bounds. I didn't know if the Green Bay Packer was going to pick it up and run with it. Like, I had no idea what was going to happen. And, like, the entire room was like, screaming as the ball's up in the air. And then when it lands and Hufanga picks it up, you just start dancing and celebrating. It's you'll always remember where you were when that happened. And I'm getting these vibes. They feel like a team of destiny. Could it end? Of course. I sound absurd. I understand. But it does feel like a team of destiny. The last 3 weeks, second half against LA, the whole game against Dallas, this game against Green Bay, there's something magical that's happening. And I don't know where this thing is going to end. It could end this weekend. It could end in the Super Bowl. They could lose. They could win. I don't know. This is one of my favorite seasons of all time, and that moment will live forever. The catch-2, they didn't win the Super Bowl. The Vernon Davis post, they didn't win the Super Bowl. That moment in Lambeau, in the snow, it's an all-time moment.
You know, there's 4 markets right now who feel like they're all team of destinies. Red fans feel it.
Of course.
Chief fans feel it. Bagel fans feel it. They feel it. We feel it. They could be a team of destiny. It's been a roller coaster over a year. Is it my favorite 49er season of all time? I'm not going to sit up here and lie to the masses and say that it is. I still love the 2011 team. That was a lot of fun. But the roller coaster ride that this has been, it's been unlike any other season. Like in 88, I know a lot of people were coming about 88 when they went 10-6 and they advanced to the Super Bowl and beat the Cincinnati Bengals. They had the quarterback controversy, Steve Young or Joe Montana. This probably feels just like that for a lot of people who are old enough to endure that 88 season. I was only 6 years old, so I didn't really get it. I just remember watching the games, and whether or not the Niners won or lost, I didn't know anything about the quarterback controversy. I was reading about it, but I couldn't comprehend it. This season feels unlike any other season that I've experienced with the 49ers, Shasky.
They started 6-5 that year, and they were kind of floundering. They didn't know which direction they were going in. Montana was hurt. Started the year hurt, I believe, and was coming in and out of the lineup, and then replaced Steve Young in the second week against the New York Giants. It was a yo-yo year. I look at this year, B, and it's just the amount of people that they've lost that were guys that like, hey, if they're going to have a good year, D Ford has to be healthy all year. Well, that hasn't happened at all. Now, if they're going to have a great year, Javon Kinlaw really needs to take this monumental step forward. And that really didn't happen this year. Brandon Ayuk from day one is going to have to be an absolute stud. That didn't happen either. Raheem Mostert's going to have to run the rock for this team. Well, he's out for the year. Like, everything that you look at for the checklist, it seems like it went off course, off schedule, and yet here we are. And again, that game, we could talk about Debo and Bosa, Jimmy Garoppolo, and all that. To me, I'm telling you, that was a culture win. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the type of players that they've brought in, Jimmy, Debo, Bosa, Fred Warner, Al-Shaair, Greenlaw, all these, Sufanga. To me, that was a culture win. That was a chemistry win because they went there united. They could have folded 5, 6, 7 times in that game. They got stuffed on 4th and 1. They get the ball back. I can't get over the word that you keep saying for 4 weeks now, resilience. And I think it goes back to the team that these guys have built, this front office and this coaching staff.
Resiliency, man. Debo Samuel, 142 all-purpose yards, 39 rushing, 44 receiving, 59 kick return yards, and the wherewithal. Shanahan, right? Debo Samuel, that final sequence of plays. 3rd and 7.
Such a sick
People
run.
are ready to go crazy. And Debo willed himself to an 8-9 yard gain there. Just tough running in that situation to get the game-clinching first down. They set up Robbie Gould. They don't even try to move the ball up. They just say, you know what, we're going to position it right here to get Robbie Gould a 45-yarder, and boom, the ball goes through the uprights. He's now 20 for 20 in his playoff career. Unbelievable. Let's go back out to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. What's up?
We take kicking for granted, and then I'm watching that Ram-Buck game. Perfect conditions.
Yeah.
And a kicker comes up 10 yards short on a field goal.
Matt Gay.
I know we take kicking for granted, and we expect Robbie Gould to hit.
Nobody takes kicking for granted. No, I disagree with that.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying I do think at times
important.
we take it for granted.
No, kicking's very, very important, man. We stress over kicking. You know what I'm saying? And kicking is... nobody's underestimating it. Robbie Gould, you get all the flowers. Thank the heavens he was able to nail those kicks. Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. Javier, long time no talk.
Let's go.
Javier, how you doing, my man?
How you doing, Mr. Hill, Mr. Shasky? How are you guys doing, man? Feeling?
What up?
Long time no talk, man. I missed you.
I've just been busy. I got, my career, my own football team I'm running and everything. But, hey, I'm always watching the shadows. And, first things first, I sent a few videos of Shasky over the weekend just because, me and my dad watching the game. And, I'm not going to, like you said, Mr. Hill, this is my favorite 49ers season of all time. But I think through these 3 complimentary weeks that we've seen, me being a 4-year college football player, a 4-year high school football player, and being a 5th-year coach, the locker room morale is something that you learn as a player and coach. And they've shown through the Tennessee game, the Arizona game, the Seattle game, the Green Bay game, every game that the Indianapolis Colts game, every game that they have so to speak, blew that, could be that backbreaker to the season. They've shown grit. They've shown unity. There's a brotherhood in there. And that comes from the inside, man. It starts from the top. Shanahan's built, like what you said earlier, that resilience, because a lot of teams I played for have either went for better, for worse, when games like that happen throughout the season. But this happened 5 different occasions.
Mm-hmm.
They were down 17-0 in the game to get in, and they came back and won. The Dallas game, with the numerous mistakes we've made, even with the Green Bay game, everybody and their mama wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers and their blown game, and Devontae Adams and this, that, and the third. No one wants to talk about what the Niners are doing defensively, especially if, Garoppolo have the best game. But in the day, the representation of his leadership and who he is as a player. And before we talk about 2022, because we don't need to, just understand Shanahan needs to get credit, not just for what he's coaching, because he's obviously coaching probably the best he's ever coached in his 5 years in San Francisco, but what he's built in that locker room. Because that is a testament to what they believe in, not just the team, but in him. Because they, no matter what day, they're going to keep fighting. I'm not saying every game, but they're not going to ever fold week, and then the week after that or the week after that. They said, I'm going to fight to the end, and now they're in the NFC Championship game. Like, whether we win the Super Bowl, win the NFC Championship game or not, hey, it's been a hell of a season, fellas. Like,
it really has.
Great call, Javier. Great call, Javier. It's been a successful one. And it's funny, I was thinking about this over the weekend, Shasky, all the arguments we had midway through the year. Like, what is success for you? And I'm yelling, they got to get at least to the title game. They got to get to the title game. I didn't believe they would get to the title game, but they're here in the title game. And therefore, I believe this season has been a big-time success. Resiliency, man. I keep going back to that. Shanahan growing as a head coach. John Lynch growing as a GM. D'Amico Ryans growing right in front of our eyes and coaching up this defensive unit where they're rolling out Dante Johnson in a divisional round game with Devontae Adams, the best wide receiver in all of football, staring him in the face. K'Wan Williams is beat up. He's not the same player he was earlier in the year. He's dealing with things. Emmanuel Mosley's back. This defensive front just stepping up at the right time, coming up with 5 sacks in each of the last 3 games and countless pressures on the quarterback. It's really a fun team to be proud of, man. And Jimmy Garoppolo, look, he didn't have the eye-popping stats, but considering the quarterback controversy and the quarterback position that gets ridiculed day in and day out in this league, Jimmy's still standing, man. He's still standing, and I don't want to ever hear anybody say that he's mentally soft, because he's proven the opposite, Chasky. He's proven the opposite this year.
No. Mentally soft is not, no. No one would say that. No one would say he's not tough. Those are what he hangs his hat on, in fact, I think, and being one of the guys. I think he's absolutely one of the guys, and his teammates clearly love him. It's the late throws into the flat that drive you maddening. It's that interception in the red zone where he's scrambling out right. You just can't turn the ball over in those situations, the decision-making. But today's not the day to criticize Jimmy G. He's helped them and been at the helm of why they're winning. And I think the numbers don't reflect how good he actually played in that game because of all the drops from his teammates. And I think we also forget, before that 4th and 1, he threw a dime to Jennings, and Jennings made a ridiculously tough catch and got stuffed short by like a half a yard on that 3rd down. He was going to convert on that 3rd down. He hits Kittle. He hits Deebo Samuel. He was totally fine. No one is here to criticize Jimmy Garoppolo. He's been unbelievable on Kyle Shanahan. And you could disagree with me on this one, B. That's fine. For my money, I think this year has been more rewarding in many ways than the Super Bowl year run, because I judge a person not by what they do during their best year. I've been in sales for many, many years. I'm a believer in show me what you look like when you face some adversity, okay? Somebody who was born with maybe one parent, or, didn't get the greatest grades in school, or didn't have the social or economical resources to be able to lift themselves up out of poverty, and yet still found a way to make something of their life. I think that those people are more spectacular than someone who was born into a wealthy family, born on third base. Like, that adversity, to me, that overcoming means more than the person who was born with much more. You know what I mean? Like, even though they might have reached the same exact job point, when I look at this year as a whole, I say, think of all the things that went wrong. Nothing went right for them. 2019, it felt like the ball was just bouncing in their direction. I'm not taking anything away from them. They made those plays happen. But in many ways, this year has been more rewarding because everything's gone wrong. And yet they found a way through all the adversity to win on the road the way they had 3 straight weeks. I'm so blown away with the culture, the team, the staff, Kyle Shanahan has. When I saw, did you see LaFleur when things started to go wrong? It looked like he saw a ghost. You haven't seen Shanahan have that look on his face. I got a lot of love for him.
Composed. Shanahan was composed Saturday night. He was composed when the Niners were down 17-0 to the LA Rams. He was composed down in Dallas, Texas, when the game almost got away from him down here in Dallas. So, look, Shanahan deserves his credit. He's done a remarkable job. This team was 3-5. 3-5. And it felt like they were a bad Jimmy game away from going to Trey Lance. They were a bad Jimmy game away from going to Trey Lance. I really feel like that in my heart of hearts. And yet they stabilized the ship. They got this thing rolling. They won a lot of big games here down the stretch. Let's go out to the lines, man. Lines are lit up right now. 888-957-9570. Before I do that, though, just want to let everybody know that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Let's go to AT in Chicago. He was at the game. He was at Lambeau Field. What's up, AT? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Man, that was crazy. I couldn't feel my toes by the fourth, but it was insane. I mean, the snow, it was looking idyllic. The Packer fans talking neck all day long, talking all sorts of mess. I kept my mouth shut. I didn't miss a single snap. I didn't even use the restroom. I didn't get beer, nothing. And when that punt was blocked, it was just confuzzled, man. The whole stadium is confuzzled. The punter, they can't find the ball. I was actually in the other end zone, so I saw Hufanga pick it up, and I'm looking for flags. I'm kind of paranoid, so I start looking for flags. And after what happened in Dallas, too, and then I look at the board, and he's just geeking in the corner of the end zone. I didn't know what to do. I just started yelling. And at that point, I knew that if Jimmy did a little something, we were probably going to win that game.
AT, let me ask you, how do you prepare for a game like that as a fan? Do you get bundled up? Do you wear 2 jackets? Do you wear 3 pair of socks? How do you walk into Lambeau Field? Do you drink hot chocolate? How do you try to stay warm out there?
My homie, credit to him, a Packer fan, though, he did a lot of research, and we made sure we had a seat cover. I was wearing 4 layers underneath my jeans. I was probably wearing 6 or 7 layers underneath my jacket on top. I had a balaclava underneath a beanie and 2 hoods, 2 pairs of socks, and yeah, that was it. We just made sure we were prepared.
You are a trooper, AT. Thanks for the phone call, man.
I want to give you guys some love for showing me that love in Dallas, though. That really is what got me hyped in me by this. Let's go. I was like, dude, I got to do something.
I love it. I love it, AT. Good stuff. Call us back later in the week. Goes to Lambeau Field. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan, after the game, he spoke to the press, and he said, look, man, this team does not overreact to anything.
Yeah, I think our team's been through so many different situations this year that we just never, I feel like we never overreact to anything. We just keep playing football. And we got a bunch of guys on our team who I like to call true football players. They really enjoy it. They enjoy watching it. They enjoy practicing, and they love playing. And guys just, they don't get discouraged. They don't get frustrated at the other side of the ball. Guys just keep working and trying to have each other's backs, and we needed everyone today.
They just keep playing football, Shasky. They just keep playing football.
Again, after the block punt, they kept showing LaFleur. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. After the 4th and 1, when the 49ers get stuffed, I'm looking over at Shanahan, and I mean, it's tough to tell because he looked like he was one of the South Park member because of the way he had the hoodie tied onto his face. I mean, he looked ridiculous. But
the beard too, man. The beard's coming in tough for Shanahan.
My wife goes, he looks like he has had a 10-year presidential run at this point. Like he's been in office longer than Teddy Roosevelt. But he was angry, but he wasn't like shook. You know what I mean? And I look at this team after they give up the 7-0. I'm telling you, I watched Fred Warner flying around, stuffing guys. And Green Bay's moving the ball. They throw the ball into the flats of Mercedes Lewis, and he just punches the ball out. And the life that this defense had, they were never going to give up. I thought the D At times, it's like they're playing damn near a shutout after that first drive, and the offense just can't sustain anything because of the self-inflicted wounds, specifically in the red zone. I mean, the pre-snap penalties, the drops, like they were killing themselves, and yet the defense just kept getting stops and kept getting stops. And I go back to that linebackers, Al-Shaair, Greenlaw, and Fred Warner. They never slowed down once in that game.
Ballers. I mean, Fred Warner, that play on the second possession was huge because Green Bay looked like they were about to go up 14-0. They were moving the ball. They were feeling good.
Yes.
Crowd was into it. And Mercedes Lewis with that fumble, a veteran player, by the way. And when veteran players make miscues like that, it takes a little something out of the whole team. And I thought, we discussed this all last week. The tighter the game is in the fourth quarter, the pressure goes to the home team. The pressure shifts to the number one seed. All of a sudden, the fans are in Lambeau Field thinking about, oh, boy, is this it for Aaron Rodgers? Is this going to be his last game in a Packer uniform? Oh, boy, can LaFleur really get it done? They have to deal with an offseason now, questioning their head coach. I mean, they didn't even have 11 players on the field on a game-winning field goal.
How does that happen?
10 players on the field. 10 players.
Bonte, how does that happen? How does that happen?
I mean, it's coaching. Again, I always say the limit booty looms large.
You're right.
Late in the game.
You're right.
But you know what? As that game kept getting tighter and tighter and tighter, I could see the Packers press. They got away from what they were doing.
Yeah.
They were running the ball well. They didn't have the same conviction running the ball in that second half. All of a sudden, they're just going to Devontae Adams. And what do we say? Rodgers wants to get the ball out quick.
Yes.
They love the quick game in Green Bay. 2 seconds, boom, get the ball out. Well, the 49ers started making him hold the football.
Yes.
And Rodgers doesn't like to do that anymore. Yeah. He's not that same guy. So I thought the defense making Rodgers hold the ball, making Green Bay kind of think about what they were doing. They got tight in that football game. Just like Tennessee.
Yeah.
They got tight in that football game. So big time moxie by Fred Warner and company in that defense.
And B, I think we'd be remiss without mentioning Emmanuel Mosley. I thought Emmanuel Mosley had another really nice game this week. He had a couple of big-time hits this week. It just felt like the team was hitting. The all-white socks look so sick. The play for me, like I keep going back to there are certain plays in this game where it was like they needed a little momentum, and boom, you get it. Right. The inside draw to Kyle Juszczyk, to get like 15 yards out of nowhere. It was like no one saw that coming. And I'm watching all these other games this week, MB, and all I keep seeing is coaching gaffes left and right amongst all. You're going to pressure 4 and you're not going to drop back a bunch of people, and boom, Kelsey's wide open. The Bills are just giving them life and giving them opportunities to march down the field. Tennessee coaching, woulda, coulda, shouldas, if you will. And I look at the 49ers, their situational football, it's pretty damn good. I mean, it's pretty damn good. Yeah, you have a couple of miscues here and there, but guys are hustling. They're getting back in position. I don't know, man. I really love the situational football from Kyle Shanahan because he's played in so many of these high-level games now. He's starting to build up that memory and hey, here's where I adjust here and here's where I adjust there. I don't know. I really like the calmness of this team in big pressure situations.
Let's go out to RJ in Richmond. RJ, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, Vontae? What's up, Shasky? Man,
What's up, baby?
Leader of Kirkland Tequila at Costco, and I done killed that bottle because of that damn game. I loved it. I love every minute of it, man. I've been doing that for every Niner game. I've been drinking tequila like crazy. I'm about to check myself into rehab after the playoffs are over, man. My God. But I just want to say, man, this team, we're not even supposed to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, for us to win that game, Game 17, for our playoff berth, I mean, look, Jimmy just put us in that situation, man. So shout out to Jimmy, man, making the plays when they need to be made, and the 49ers faithful showing up. We about to show up in SoFi, too. I heard they over there blocking tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Don't do that to us. Hey, don't do that to us. So, I mean, shout out to Jimmy, man. I don't care what he does. He's going to ball out, whether it might look ugly, it might look pretty. But man, I got faith in this team, man. For some reason, when teams play this defense, it just looks different. Look at Green Bay, high-powered offense. What did they look like on Saturday?
Pedestrian.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So it just looks different, our weakness is the cornerbacks. Oh, man, our cornerbacks was balling.
Hey,
if that's the only weakness we have, I think we solid, man.
No
I hope
doubt.
I think we're going to make a run. We're going to show up. And so far, the Rams, they want it. Let's give it to them.
Yeah,
they want
Good call, RJ. Good call, man. Good call.
B.
Jason, Callie, Lori, Oscar. We get to you on the other side as we got a break here real quick, Sasky.
When they ruled Aubrey Thomas out, I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that I wasn't really pissed off. I was like, oh, my God, here we go. But you know what? They found a way. I mean, the first drive, Devontae was destroying them. They adjusted. They bracketed him. They took him away.
No doubt. Niners win 13-10. We'll get to the rest of the calls on the other side. Baldy at 8:30 here in the Morning Roast on a Monday. We had to shift some things around here, so Baldy will join us at 8:30 today. You don't want to miss that. He had some spectacular breakdowns from this Green Bay game. Niners, they go into Lambeau Field. It felt like 0 degrees, and they still won against Aaron Rodgers and company. They're coming back to the West Coast. They're already back, and they get ready to play the L.A. Rams for the third time this season. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun here on the roast all week long, and that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Department of Health Care Services.
The Niners pulled off a stunning win at Lambeau Field.
It's blocked! Up into the air and spinning inside the 10. Picked up and a touchdown! It was down the middle and good! 49ers win it!
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7. The Game.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
At the RV.
sports, this weekend lived up to it. That was, in my lifetime, got to be the greatest divisional round playoff I've ever seen. It was unbelievable, from the Bengals going to Nashville, Tennessee, and picking off Ryan Tannehill on the first play of the game. They win 19-16. Their rookie kicker, McPherson, Money Mac, nails it from deep. And then you get Chiefs, Bills, and Rams and Bucks. Before we go back out to the lines, I want to get your thoughts on what everybody's complaining about today. All the overtime rules. Each team needs to have a possession. We just switched the overtime rules a couple years ago to make sure that a field goal doesn't end the game. You need to score a touchdown to end the game. I got no problem with overtime rules. It's probably going to change because people want to see everybody get a chance at it or whatnot. I look back to the end of regulation. Buffalo gave up 44 yards in 13 seconds. You don't deserve to go to the AFC title game after giving up 44 yards in 13 seconds. There's a thing called defense. Defense. I understand everybody loves 38-35 games. They want to see shootouts. But how about you play some defense and then complain about the overtime rules? I'm just tired of the complaining. It was a great football game. Fantastic. But if you don't get a stop and you allow a team to go 44 yards in 13 seconds, well, guess what? You deserve to go night-night. You deserve to go bye-bye and go clean out your locker today.
I understand, though, on the other side of that, I hear everything you're saying, and I probably agree with you. That was not my biggest takeaway, was the overtime rules. But I'll tell you in a second. Like, I agree with you. You can get a stop. Like, I'm with you on that. But both teams gave up, 24 points in the final minute and a half. I mean, it was the most incredible thing that we've seen of all time. But I understand people saying it's anticlimactic that Josh Allen doesn't get an opportunity to respond. I get where people are going, and that kind of is the whole. The league is just trending this way. Guys, that was the highest level of quarterback play we've ever seen. Everybody's trying to tell me, pocket quarterbacks. Those two guys, yes, they're pocket quarterbacks, but their mobility is what makes them next level. Smarts, pre-snap, post-snap, smarts, decision-making, the cannon arms on both of those guys, and the mobility. I think what we saw last night is, people could say, Montana. And what I watched was the highest level of quarterback play in my life. That's what I thought I was watching with Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes. Forget the overtime rules, Bonte. Those guys are playing another sport than the rest of the league.
Josh Allen on those fourth downs.
Come on, dog.
Willing his team. And that's why, you know what?
Come on, man.
That game in the back of my head, I think I said this to you last week.
Oh, my God.
I think I said this to you last week. I wanted Buffalo out of the playoffs because I thought that was the worst possible matchup.
Yes.
Hypothetically, if the Niners were to advance to the Super Bowl, I did not want to see the Buffalo Bills. It's crazy that I'd rather see the Kansas City Chiefs than the Buffalo Bills. It sounds insane, but Josh Allen is that dynamic.
Yes.
Josh Allen has arrived. He's just throwing dimes. You can't tackle him. You can't square him up. He was phenomenal in that football game. And Matthew Stafford, he's coming to town. Got to give him his props. He hit Cooper Kupp on two big-time dimes.
He almost threw it away, though, too, Bonte.
He almost threw it away, but he
come on.
Came back and Jimmy almost threw it away. But you know what? When I need you to make a play, they made a play. Yeah. And Matthew Stafford made a play.
No doubt.
Got to give him his props. He made some plays
No doubt. We're giving everyone their props. I get it. We always give everyone their props. Like when you win, you get your props. We get it.
We're giving props, man.
But you're forgetting one thing. Props. The biggest development of the weekend. And this is a little personal, but I want to give a shout out to my brother and his wife. They welcomed their second baby boy late last night. Teddy Jack Shasky entered the world, 6 pounds, 10 ounces.
Teddy Jack.
Yeah. So congratulations to my brother. He knows I love him.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And
congratulations,
that was really good. He had like a 3-4 day hospital thing. It was not an easy delivery. So shout out to him and his family. I love him dearly and can't wait to meet the new little guy.
Teddy Jack, man. Welcome to the world. Welcome to the world, Teddy Jack. We love it. Let's go back out to the lines here. Oscar in Fresno. Oscar, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Oscar?
Hey, how's it going, Bonte and guys, man? And I was just so happy, man. The Niners, man. What a win. What a victory. What a game. My voice is kind of jacked up. I just came back from last night from Lambeau Field.
Let's go.
Out there. What an atmosphere. Man, the Lambeau, I gotta give props to those Tuzos. The Packer fans, man. They are so welcoming. What a fan base. I love that. And then one more thing I want to say, guys. I'm not a big Jimmy guy until this year. And I want to say I was wrong about Jimmy. I want to apologize to him. And I think we're going to miss him when he's gone because this team does not need a Patrick Mahomes. Jimmy G is, I can probably say, the right quarterback for this team. If he can learn just like those mistakes that he makes, he could be the perfect quarterback for us. And I think we're going to miss him when he's gone. That's all I got to say. Good show, guys. I love you guys.
Thank you, Oscar. We love you too. Hey, look, man, that's a question for the offseason. And as we get deeper and deeper into the season, the love grows more and more for Jimmy Garoppolo. We are ready. A lot of us are ready for Trey Lance. And you see Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and you hope that Trey Lance could one day be one of those two guys. But, boy, that question's going to loom large. I do not want to be John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan making that decision. Jimmy gets into the Super Bowl. Oh, my gosh. What if he wins?
Can we have a rational Jimmy Garoppolo conversation for just a couple of minutes here? Everyone's gonna you're the quarterback when the team continues to advance and they're playing as well as they have. You get a lot of credit for that, and you should get a lot of credit for that. You should. But there was some good and there was some really bad. The team didn't score an offensive possession. I thought it was really difficult for both teams to complete passes because that ball was like a rock. I mean, an absolute rock. The wind was going in the other direction in the third and first quarter for the 49ers, so it's going to be tough to throw down. His teammates did not bail him out. He dropped a lot of guys were dropping balls. Jennings, Ayuk, Kittle, all dropped balls. Right. I believe Kittle dropped a second ball later on in the game. You can't make that throw that he did when they were going to score there. You just can't. And I'm not I'm not indicting him. I'm not crucifying him. The reality is that because of the limitations of the offense when he's under center, you cannot have those huge turnovers in the red zone the way that they did. And if they don't get that block punt, we're having a totally different Jimmy Garoppolo conversation after that 4th and 1 stuff.
Yeah, I think they still score, though. I still think they score. I never thought the Niners were going to lose that game. I was sitting there thinking, how are they going to win this game? How are they going to do it? Is it going to be Jimmy? Is it going to be Debo? Is it going to be Ayuk? Look, man, we can say what we want about Jimmy Garoppolo, but if he goes on to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, boy, that is going to be a tough deal for a lot of people in that organization and this fan base. A lot of people are not going to want to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo, no matter what you say, no matter how strong of an arm he has. A lot of people, including players in that locker room, are going to say, is this the right decision? Is Trey really ready to take us back to where we need to get to? I don't know, man. I don't know, but that's a conversation for a little later. We still got action here. NFC Championship, Rams and Niners. Let's go to Lori in Phoenix. Lori, what's happening? You're on the roast this morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. So for me, this whole thing, for one, beating Dallas and Green Bay in 1 week, as an older fan, there isn't anything better. I just can't. I could never imagine going into this that was the scenario that was going to happen,
right?
Especially going into Green Bay. My favorite moment of the weekend for me was the fact that we were able to send Aaron Rodgers home after all this stuff in this season, and I've always hated Aaron Rodgers. I know my hate for him has grown more, and it's my own thing, but that was a highlight of the weekend, just being able to take him out. So, but anyway, the whole other thing is that people have been saying a lot of, we've over the year, because of how roller coastery it's been, that 2019 was more of an outlier, whereas I have always maintained that when Lynch and Shanahan took this team, they built a foundation from the ground up.
Yeah.
And you don't do that. There is no dumb luck where you just happen to go to a Super Bowl and then not have a good team. So for me, this team is built on 53 guys. It is not built on one superstar.
I'm
now,
with
granted,
you there.
You've got some superstars at each position.
Mhm.
Obviously, we've been able to, Trent Williams, you go Bosa, all these guys that are probably the best in their position. But that's not what this team is built on. This team is built on every single guy getting their shot and every single guy contributing. And in that locker room, you can feel it. These guys love one another. These guys fight for one another. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day that it was special teams that won them that game. None of them need to be the one. Debo's not the guy that's like, I'm the superstar, so I have to have the ball in my hands at all times. That's why this team wins football games. That's why I believe this team, after all the adversity that they went through this season, that's why they're so dangerous. It isn't because they play better ball necessarily. It isn't because they have a quarterback that can do what those quarterbacks did last night. That's all well and good. I prefer to see a game that's won on defense. I want to see a game that's smash mouth football. I get it. People love to see quarterback play. But you know what? Defense still wins championships, and grit and chemistry, and what these guys have. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens this next week, but after beating Green Bay, I think these guys have what it takes to get that ring this year.
Good call, Lori. Great call today, and I'm with you. I love a smash mouth football game. I think I texted you during the game, Shasky, said this is an absolute throwback game, and I'm here for it.
It was awesome.
Smash mouth, hitting, body bags, depletions. Devontae Adams even got rocked by Emmanuel Mosley.
Dude.
I mean, he got rocked. The Niners, one thing about them, man, they're going to bring their big boy pads every single week, and they're going to out-hit you.
59 rocked Debo in the first half, and Debo was on the ground. And
Campbell?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he rocked Debo on he cut back.
Hey, give the Packers credit. They were hitting. They tried to out-hit the 49ers. They didn't last long. They lasted about a half.
Dylan was dancing in the end zone after running over a couple of people. He started doing this whole dirty bird, his version of a dirty bird dance. And the next thing you know, you look up and it's the fourth quarter and he's on the bench and he's hurt because guys were out there flying around. Al-Shaair was sticking dudes. Greenlaw was sticking dudes. I mean, that was a body bag game. To me, the tone of the game for the Niners was changed when they put Trent Williams at fullback, ran him across the line. They had 55 had a sack, Smith had a sack, and then Rashawn Gary had 2 sacks. Okay, on the first
Tom
three.
Compton struggled. Tom Compton struggled at right tackle.
Rashawn Gary had 2 sacks, and so that was the first 3 out of 4 drives. The one drive was stalled because of drop passes. The other 3 were stopped because of sacks. Straight up, their defensive line was eating our offensive line. They put Trent Williams in motion. And he just heat-seeking missile went after Rashawn Gary and plowed him. Rashawn Gary was a non-factor the rest of the game. That set the tone for the offensive line and kind of all right, let's galvanize this bad boy. I thought Laken Tomlinson played a fantastic game. Hey, we don't talk much about left guard play. I thought he was outstanding.
Well, Tom Compton struggled in that one. That's a concern with Von Miller and Aaron Donald coming to SoFi Stadium. Tom Compton, he's had better days, but the Niners were able to get him some help. Let's go to Jason in the city. Jason, what's happening, man? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, not bad, man. Niners are going back to the title game.
Oh, man, I'm so excited for that, man. I just want to bring up this one play, man. Right before the half, Aaron Rodgers threw that little rollout to Aaron Jones. It looked like Aaron Jones was about to score for a touchdown. And then you see Jaquaski Tartt just coming across the field 50 yards, man, making that game, that touchdown-saving tackle. Because you know what? After that, Jimmy Ward blocks the field goal. It could have been 14-0. It ends up being 7-0 at the half. And you know what? I think that was just a big play that nobody really talked about. Defense is all grit and heart. You know what I mean? But Fred Warner said after the game that after that first touchdown that they gave up to the Packers, that he called them all out. You know what I mean? He said they are not better than us. You know what I'm saying? And after that, he forced a fumble. And I just want to say, man, the defense is top rated right now. And in my opinion, it's the best defense left in the playoffs, including the Rams. Man, the Rams, they know what's coming with the Niners, and they still can't stop them. Man, let's go, Niners.
No, hey Jason,
ring back.
Hey Jason, great point there. And that play before halftime, when Laurie's talking about grit, defense, that grit show by Jaquaski Tartt to catch, because Aaron Jones is gone. Think about that sequence.
He ran.
Jimmy Garoppolo throws an interception. Dude, Jimmy Garoppolo throws an interception on 1st and goal and flips the entire momentum of the football game. It's a throw you can't make. You can't make it. You got to clean it up. But you know what? The Jimmy O-No throws, they're going to happen. I've learned to live with them. Whether you like it or not, I just live with them. You know they're coming. You just hope it doesn't lose a football game for you. But Aaron Jones gets wide open because Jimmy Warwick falls asleep. And Jaquaski Tartt and Dante Jones are back there. They did a great job at making sure that Aaron Jones didn't have a straight line to the end zone. He had to weave a little bit, slowed him down. They make the tackle. They forced the Packers to kick a field goal. You block it. You're only down 7-0. You could have been down 2 scores. That was huge. That play. You throw that play there. I guarantee you in the film room today, Shasky, Shanahan and DeMeco Ryans are going to show that play and say, this is what we're all about. Jaquaski Tart all-out hustle to stop Aaron Jones before halftime and save us from being down 2 scores at the half.
I mean, Bonte, that's one of those ones you show your Little League team in baseball. You know, it's like backing up first base, or in basketball, trying to chase somebody down so that they miss a layup or whatever. Football, same thing. Like, you're teaching your Pee Wee team that. Like, your high school team, your college team. Like, those are the kind of plays. And it's going to get lost in the shuffle. You know it will. In years from now, we're going to forget about him running all the way across that field and stopping them and forcing them into a situation where they have to kick a field goal and not get the 7. Look, I felt if they got down 10 points in that game, it was going to be lights out because you just couldn't throw the ball. Like, not because of Jimmy, because of the weather. The weather was going to be really difficult to be able to throw that ball. And not only do you get that block, ball bounces right into Green Bay's hands. I mean, watch it again. If that ball bounces right into Tart's hands, he's gone. I mean, any one of the Niners are gone for a 7-point thing. Okay, you go into half. What's the first thing you do coming out of half? You put Deebo Samuel back as a kick returner, and then he runs it all the way out to the 50, and you get a field goal out of that drive. Special teams changed this game on so many levels.
Yeah, no doubt. Special teams showed up to play, man. Niners win 13-10. Deebo with another spectacular game, 144 all-purpose yards. Robbie Gould, 20 for 20 in the postseason, and the defense holds Aaron Rodgers and company to 10 points Saturday night at Lambeau Field. And just the scenery, the snow coming down in the second half. It wasn't even grass anymore. It was covered in sleet. It was covered in snow. Everybody's cold. Everybody's hitting. And you're just wondering, how are the Niners going to do this? How are the Niners going to do this? What a win. What a signature win for this franchise. They now are 4-0 against Aaron Rodgers in the postseason. 4-0 against Aaron Rodgers in the postseason in what could be his last game with the Green Bay Packers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's go back out to the lines and go to our boy Verducci up in El Dorado. He's in the El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? First off, Bonte, Mama Ducci, and Papa Ducci said you have a seat at the table. They absolutely loved you when they met you at Ceremony Ford. But Shasky, I said it's a package deal. If he's coming, Shasky, you're coming to the dinner table, too, at the Verducci residence. Now, to the game, up here in the 916, it was nuts. It was a lot of emotions going into the game, and then all of a sudden it was all the adversity that we were facing. Jimmy couldn't move the ball down. Rodgers down 7-0 just like that. But the defense stepped up. And then we got to the end of that half there, and I was talking to one of my friend's grandfathers. I said, man, if the special teams can just step up one time, I think that could ignite us into the second half. And then, of course, baby, Jimmy Ward, blocking that field goal. We get into the second half. Still, we get to the third quarter. True story here, fellas. The end of the third quarter, energy was low. I said, something's got to give. We had this 2-year-old kid at our party getting lifted by his father. He threw up on his father on his white Montana jersey, but he brought it back up, and he put on Jimmy G's jersey, and it's telling you, it ignited from there. And I said, you know what, Jimmy G's going to lead us, baby. It might not be through his throwing. It might just be through that leadership. And you saw the difference between Rodgers and Jimmy G and the faith that those teammates had. And then at the end of the game, I said, I know there's going to be a miracle here. And guess what? What you talking about, Willis? Willis comes in and blocks that punt, and we come in and tie the game. And then, of course, gold being gold. Baby, we are here. We are going to the Super Bowl. I can feel it, fellas. Niner Nation, be with me here. And I'm telling you, Bonte, Shasky, I'm sprinkling you from the El Dorado Hills, and I'm out, baby.
I love it. Ducci, undefeated.
You know what? In the second half, that was a stand-up game. Now, I watched that game at the crib, solo dolo, and it's right here.
Yeah, wait.
Amy Chance was at the grandparents' house.
Anna confiscated your phone and posted something and then put Anna hacked. Which, by the way, I need more of that.
Yeah, she hacked me on Twitter.
I need more of that.
I was just losing my mind. I was like, first down, I'm fist pumping into the TV. I'm walking around pacing like I'm Kyle Shanahan. No, she was at the grandparents' house.
Because I saw the playpen in the front room.
Yeah, the playpen was live in effect. I had to make sure I didn't trip over that. I've done that a couple times.
Yeah.
I've almost broken the playpen. But there was one where I was just body back game. And I'm like talking to myself. It was just a wild scene.
You and me.
Yeah, I am a sick individual. By the way, props to you. You made your television debut on KTVU. When did that happen? Yeah, I didn't get the bat signal, man.
Oh, yeah,
I just see on Twitter there's a screenshot.
Yeah, Saturday answer. I've got a good friend. Her name's Claudine Wong, who does the mornings on KTVU. It's an all-female broadcast. I'm not sure if you're accustomed to it, but I got the bat signal from Sal Castaneda. I said, hey, I'm going to link you up with some producers, and I did a hit Saturday morning. My auntie called me. She was damn near crying. She got me to cry a little. It was very touching.
Before the game.
Yeah, I did Saturday before the game, and then I guess I was so bad or good. It depends on user's choice. They asked me to come back again, and I was thinking, do I dress up and wear a collared shirt? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be like 40 Water. I'm gonna lean into who I am. I rocked the Niner jersey with the hat. I said I don't even care. My backdrop was looking pretty dope, and I'm thinking NBC's in my future at some point. I don't know. Hook your boy up. Hook your boy up.
They had me on NBC. Even Joe Staley was like, we can't get into celebrity. Or we're going. I was like, trust me, dog. I didn't make the call to come on this show. You guys called me. You couldn't get Alex Boone. You couldn't get Jim Harbaugh. You had to call me. But I see you, Shasky, looking all dapper, man. KTVU, that's big time. That's big time, man.
Yeah, it's the big time.
Hey, shout out to Sal Castaneda.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling me, Sal. I appreciate that.
Well,
man.
Let's be real. Come on. They're looking for somebody who can break it down and give them the real. All right.
He is the most disingenuous fraud.
Oh man, I missed that drop. Who was that about? I don't even remember who I was talking about there.
I don't know.
I think it might have been Aaron Rodgers. Genuinely, I think it might have been Aaron Rodgers.
So let's 1 minute on Aaron Rodgers. I'm not here to talk about is he overrated, underrated, where is he stack up. Forget that. Just as a Niner fan, I've been hearing about Aaron Rodgers for 16 straight years. All right, and I know he's got the local ties. Chico grew up a Niner fan. Blah 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 blah. Bonte, I have grown to hate this guy. I truly have grown to hate this guy, and I get so much satisfaction out of beating him. There is something about leadership. We've talked so much about Jimmy Garoppolo being one of the guys and how he fits the team, and I agree totally with that. And I contrast that watching Aaron Rodgers put both hands into the warmer as he jogs off or walks off on 3rd down, 4th down, and they're going to punt. His body language in that game was just awful. I mean, just from a guy who's going to be one of the and he is one of the all-time greats. Like, there's no question, he is one of the all-time greats. There is something to be said when push comes to shove. I don't know what it is. It's body language. Is it demeanor?
Right.
I could feel his disdain for life coming through the television. There's no joy in that guy's life sometimes. And I feel like that team plays kind of like the way he conducts himself. It felt like it affected their team down the stretch. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I got so much satisfaction from beating him.
Well, I just got satisfaction for beating the Green Bay Packers. I personally just wanted to beat the Packers.
I'm just sick of him.
I wanted to get the Niners to the NFC Championship game. I didn't care who was in front of him, to be honest with you, Shasky. But I did read some things leading up to that game where he's sitting down and he's talking about the president in office, and he continues to talk about the vaccine and how he feels. And I'm like, it's the week of a divisional round game against the 49ers.
Exactly.
Like, could you wait on those interviews? Could you wait to discuss that stuff after the season? Or maybe during the bye week if you get to the Super Bowl?
If Jimmy did that, wouldn't we be crushing him?
We were already crushing him for revealing his injuries. Yeah, but no, Aaron Rodgers does all that. I'm just like, all right, this is a little strange. It's a little strange. And then after the game, when you lose and you start talking about the cap situation of the Green Bay Packers, about what they could do, this and that, it's just like, if I'm Green Bay, I'd say, you know what, enough's enough. It's just time to turn the page. He's an all-time great. He helped bring you a Super Bowl.
There's no
He's
question.
giving you spectacular seasons after spectacular seasons. But at some point, it's just like, you know what? Let's just turn the page. How can LaFleur really take control of that football team when Aaron Rodgers is right there doing whatever the hell he wants to do? Talking to Pat McAfee during the week, giving him interviews and getting all his intel from Joe Rogan, who thinks he's the smartest person in the world.
We're not going down that
Aaron
rabbit
Rodgers,
hole. I'm with you.
It's just, I'm not either. But I'm just saying, Aaron Rodgers just like, it's just a really weird vibe. If I'm the Packers, I may have to think about moving on and taking some chance. I get it.
Yeah.
You're going to be rebuilding without Aaron Rodgers. But you're not winning big football games.
No.
Why? Because you get out physicaled, you get punked, and in the second half where you're at home, you're supposed to be used to the elements. The Niners look like they were more accustomed to being out there in the elements as opposed to Aaron Rodgers. So just a weird dude, a weird vibe. And you know what? good riddance to the Green Bay Packers. It feels great to beat the Packers. And you beat the Cowboys on Sunday, you beat the Packers on Saturday, and now you get the L.A. Rams next Sunday. 3 of possibly your biggest rivals, because I think now the Rams have catapulted the Seahawks.
I'm so glad.
They've now got a couple big games now. So this is huge.
And we've got all the questions on there. Can you beat a team 3 times in 1 year? We'll get to all of that. 3rd and 7. It's 3rd and 7. Season essentially on the line. You're kind of in no man's land in terms of like kicking a field goal because of the weather. You're not sure. You got the wind at your back, but you don't know how far he can go. Robbie Gould with the kick. When they hand it off to Deebo Samuel on 3rd and 7, and it looks like he's going to come up short, and he just fights for those extra yards and gets a little low and puts his shoulder down. I mean, Bonte, we're going to forget about that run, I think, when
no, we won't.
Time elapsed. You don't think?
No.
It was such a great run.
No, we will never, ever forget that run. We're never going to forget Jacoski Tart tracking down Aaron. We're not going to forget this football game, Shasky. We're going to remember every single play of this football game. Because think about this. Before Deebo got 3rd and 7.
Dante Whitner letting Jimmy Graham score at the end in the famous New Orleans versus Niner game where they're going back and forth. I feel like that's the one, like certain plays kind of get lost. So I don't know. That's why I'm asking out loud.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. Maybe it's 6
but that was
years
such a great run.
No, dude, think about this. Deebo got the ball 4 straight times. All right? He does the Texas route outside of the backfield, gets a first down. Gets another running play. Then he gets another running play. And then he gets a 3rd and 7, which I'm thinking to myself, man, 3rd and 7, what are you going to do? Are you going to run another slant? Or are you going to run a slant to try to get the first down? Shanahan says, no, I'm going to toss it to my best offensive player of the 2021-22 season, and I'm going to give the ball to Deebo Samuel. That 4-play sequence was all Deebo. Nobody else touched the ball, and Deebo gave his body for that organization, gave his body for that football team. He said he was hurting all game, but he's going to be all right for the L.A. Rams. He's going to be all right. That 3rd and 7 play is iconic.
And final, 2-3 it looks like he broke his arm. Who knows how hurt he was? Like he's in the background and he's like grabbing his elbow, his arm. Right. Trent Williams can barely walk. He's limping like crazy. Deebo Samuel on the field. If that team doesn't show you the kind of life and personality and guts that they do in that, like I don't know what you're watching. No doubt. You heard the report before the game, Ian Rappaport. The Niners are going to set to give Deebo Samuel an extension, and there's a domino effect of money, and we don't have to get
out there. Yeah.
We'll get to all that later. Like I kind of broke down the finances, but today's not the day. But my point is, you have to reward Deebo Samuel for the effort in those games. I know in the NFL, I'm not a big believer in you got to pay everyone. This guy, Bonte, this guy deserves to get paid off what he has done in this run. You have to reward that guy. He's giving you his body. I don't care what it looks like 3 years from now. I'm already telling you. I know on the back end, Deebo's going to be walking around, probably looking like Zeke, like a washed version at some point. But this guy deserves to get broken off. He is giving you his heart.
And a lot of teams are going to look for the next Deebo Samuel. A lot of NFL teams are going to look for the next Deebo Samuel, no doubt. Let's go to Tyler in Pittsburgh. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you today? I'm assuming you're good, seeing as how the game went well.
No doubt.
My team lost. I'm a Titans fan. We crapped the bed again, being the number one.
Oh man, Ryan Tannehill. Oh my gosh.
I just feel like this Niners team, man. Like I feel like it just a whole different vibe from 19. Like everybody's counting them out. Like I saw an article this morning on Bleacher Report that has them rated 4th out of the 4 teams left, and they're giving them no chance against the Rams. And it's just like, man, they own the Rams. Like they own SoFi. And it just feels like Shasky said, they kind of feel like a team of destiny. I mean, it'll be hard it's going to be hard to get rid of Jimmy anyway just because of what he's done. But the better he does, the higher the asking price, and the more you guys can build up the team. And I just got to say, man, I could watch Dre Greenlaw hit people all day long. I hope you guys
no doubt.
Week. I'll be listening, and stay safe.
No, I'm glad you brought up Dre Greenlaw, Tyler. I mean, he was hitting out there, and having him back, alongside Al-Shaair and Fred Warner Jr., they have stepped their game up, which now the 49ers present the most ferocious front seven in all of football. They can get after the quarterback with just 4. They can blitz if they want to. They're playing just very good complementary defense. They're tackling well. The one thing about 2019 that gets lost in the shuffle is how well the 49ers tackled all season long. They didn't miss those tackles, in which, you see it a lot in football, especially in the Chiefs-Bills game. Guy misses a tackle, it goes from a 5-yard gain to a 20-yard gain. You can't have that this type of season. You can't have that in the playoffs. You got to wrap up, you got to drive your legs, and you got to tackle. And I thought the Niners tackled really well Saturday in the elements, and they tackled well against Dallas, they tackled well against Green Bay, and we saw them do it against the Rams in week number 18 when they came back from 17-0. This defense is hitting. They're flying around, and as long as that defense is humming, they're going to be in a lot of football games.
I mean, they've been outstanding. DJ Jones, I thought, had an underrated, great game. He ended up getting hurt, knocked by his own. He's been so good for this team over the long haul. And I look at this secondary, and I was so worried heading into the game. I can't believe I'm saying Dante Johnson and Mosley. It felt like, and again, I don't know how much the weather played into it. They played great, though, B. Like, you got to give them their love. Like, Devontae destroyed them. They adjusted. I don't know if they bracketed him or what. I know the all-22 guys are going to come out and explain to us how they stopped. Right. We got Baldinger on at 8:30. I can't get over the adjustments this defense made in real time after seeing that first drive.
I remember Troy Aikman saying something during the game in the second half. He said, the field is such in bad shape that the Packers guys are just not running routes. They're just kind of running around. They're not really running crisp routes. Where the 49ers ran crisp routes down the stretch. They ran nice power slants, nice Texas angle routes with Deebo Samuel. They ran their routes and put their foot in the turf where Green Bay, the elements got to them. And it's kind of start lollygagging around a bit. They were running hard, but they weren't running routes with conviction that you got to have there. So the Packers just folded, man. I thought Troy Aikman, that was a very astute point by Troy Aikman. And I was like, that's interesting there. So, they doubled Devontae, and Rodgers didn't want to go nowhere else.
Aikman was salty at some of the 49er quarterback throws throughout the game. It was very interesting. His disdain for Jimmy Garoppolo, I felt like, was coming through. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. But I thought Joe Buck's call on the block punt and his ability. Now, again, it's not a radio call, so it's different. But I thought it was a great call. I really did. And I know a lot of people don't like Joe Buck. Yeah. I thought he allowed the moment to be special. A block punt and the ball's in the air. I don't know if we have it. I'd love to play it at some point.
Play it.
Yeah, let's play it one more time because I thought Joe Buck captured the moment. It's a great call.
And that's 5 sacks for this defense in each of the last 3 games, and it's blocked up into the air and spinning inside the 10, picked up and a touchdown. Hufanga got the return for the touchdown after the block by Jordan Willis, and the special teams.
Unbelievable call. Joe Buck, I told you guys, a lot of people, they don't like Joe Buck. And that's what I said. I wanted Buck and Aikman on the call for the Cowboys-Niners. I'm so thankful they're on the call for Packers-Niners. Buck and Aikman is a damn good tandem, man. They'll be at SoFi Stadium next Sunday. Aikman keeps it real. Buck knows how to capture the moment. He's really grown into a nice football play-by-play announcer.
And B, we would go remiss without saying right before that, Eric Armstead, I thought it was the signature game of Eric Armstead's career. He deserves so much credit today. We have yet to talk enough about Eric Armstead. That particular play to get off the field right there and sack Aaron Rodgers when he had a guy wide open, awesome.
You know what, though?
But I keep going back to, we got the catch. What's that?
I was going to say, we haven't talked enough about Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa.
Bosa's unbelievable. How about him catching it from behind? When does Aaron Rodgers get caught from behind? Ever? When does he ever get caught from behind?
How criminal is it that Bosa's not on the All-Pro team? Are you kidding me?
You know what? That's okay. He's in the NFC Championship game.
Oh, man. Let's go to Trey.
And B, one last thing before we go to the callers. We've had the catch. We had the catch 2. We've had the Vernon post. Now we got the block. That's what it is. That's the block. There's no other way around it. Not the LeBron block on Iggy. That is the block. Jordan Willis will forever eat for free. And he's wearing one of my favorite numbers of all time, number 94, which Justin Smith wore so well. Charles Haley wore so well. 94. I don't know, man. Good for Willis. What an unbelievable game, man. That was just awesome for him.
And it's blocked.
Let's go to Trey in Oakland. Trey in Oakland. You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, top of the morning to you guys, man.
Top of the morning.
What can you say? Yeah, what can you say, man? You really got to give your hats off to special teams. Special teams, there's no denying it. Special teams truly won that game because and defense, defense played solid to keep them in there. But special teams really won that game when you needed a play, and it came through. And I think special teams is going to have to be big again, even in the Rams game. Yeah. And really, I think really now. Going in this, Bonte, and I want to ask you and Shiesty this. Going in this, because we know, like they say, beating a team in one year is like tough to do. But I think the Niners don't even look at it like it. I think the Niners don't even look at it like that. I think they confidence like, man, you know what? We didn't smack the Rams around so many times. We can do it another 4 more times. And I just want to get your thoughts off the air. You guys have a good day.
No, you're right about special teams. You're right about special teams, Trey. They got to be big. If they beat the Rams and possibly play the Kansas City Chiefs, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm seeing Tyreek Hill on special teams. They got to be buttoned up every single week. You cannot have a letdown there. Cannot have a letdown on the special teams at all. So you're right about that one.
Quick thought, because I know we're going to talk all week about it. I am worried about this matchup because I do believe the Rams are a little different team than they were 3 weeks ago. I do. I think they're clicking and gelling. I think they're figuring things out. Akers looks very healthy. Odell is becoming more of an impact player on their offensive side of the ball. I'm very worried about this matchup. I feel like Von Miller's healthier. I'm very worried. We got all week.
We're not going there. We're not going there. Look, it's a Trey's point. The Niners look at this game is just its own single entity, right? Every single week is a different game, a different game plan. They'll be fine. I'm not too concerned. I'm not going to worry about the Rams right now. Richard Hightower.
Can you believe Hightower got this special team going? I mean, everybody wanted to run him out of town for the fake punt last week, and I told him, I was like, Josh Norman. And not that he's been great, because believe me, the unit has been bad, but they were playing a bunch of practice squad guys because all the backups were starting because everybody was hurt, and it was just a maligned group. For them to have that win right then and there, I mean, come on.
Yep, let's go to Manny real quick before we hit the break. Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Happy good morning Monday to you guys, man. I'm going into work with a grin from ear to ear because I had to hear from a lot of my coworkers about this Green Bay weather. Okay, but anyway, man, back in the 90s, I was telling the guy that answered, when Harbaugh was playing with the Colts, they used to call them the cardiac kids because of all their comebacks. We're going to take that and we're going to call the Niners the cardiac kids too. Because, fellas, I had to check my blood pressure after the game after 3 hours of yelling at the TV. It was fine, by the way. But here's what I want to just touch on, man. I got to give all the credit, or a lot of the credit, to special teams. Everybody keeps throwing them flowers, and rightfully so. But you know why they were so jacked up? I mean, Robbie Gould was kicking pregame warm-ups while the Packers were coming onto the field.
Yeah. That was incredible.
He did that in Dallas, too.
I'm down for it. Right?
Yep. Manny, we got to run here. Manny, we got to run. We got to hit the break. We got to pay some bills. But he did that in Dallas when the cheerleaders were performing. Robbie Gould was kicking, and they booed him on the Jumbotron down there in Jerry's World. I'm like, look at Robbie Gould. He does not care one iota. Can't wait to see what he does next week at SoFi Stadium. More Niner talk coming up on the other side. It is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. That's the hotline. That's the Comcast Business text line. Niner fans, how you feeling? After ending the Packers season, they win 13-10 up at Lambeau Field Saturday night, and they advance to the NFC Championship game for the second time in 3 years. Recalls coming up, plus Baldy at 8:30 here at the Roast.
It's another Monster Monday.
A tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news: if you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Presented by Timeless Coffee.
This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Was down the middle and good! 49ers win it! San Francisco is moving on with a 13-10 win here at Lambeau. And this crowd and that Packers team is stunned.
It will never get old. And oh, baby, what a win for the 49ers. Robbie Gould with the game-winning field goal. He's now 20 for 20 in postseason kicks. When it comes to postseason kicks, he's 20 for 20. Let me get that right. Defense holds Aaron Rodgers and company to 10 points, 2.5 yards per play in the second half. They shut him down. Deebo Samuel does enough there in the final drive, and the Niners go back to the NFC Championship game, and they're taking on the LA Rams next Sunday at SoFi Stadium in what the 49er fans are calling Little Levi's. Little Levi's. There's going to be a lot of red and gold down there at SoFi Stadium. We'll get back to the calls. 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business text line always open. YouTube and Twitch right now are humming Langford and Curly. It is humming. A lot of people on YouTube and Twitch right now fired up over the Niners game last Saturday night. Who's your MVP from Saturday? Was it the defense? Was it Jordan Willis? Was it Dante Johnson? Was it Deebo Samuel? There were so many heroes in this football game. There is something to the teams with the bye week, right? Both teams with the bye week in the playoffs, Tennessee and Green Bay, they both lost. Was the rest good for them? Niners have had to win these games since November. So they came in knowing, hey, it's a winner-take-all game. This has been nothing different since November when they fell to 3-5 after losing to the Cardinals. They've basically been in win-or-go-home games for the last 2 months of the season. They still went up there in Lambeau Field. What a win. What a victory. Niner fans, how you feeling about this one? They go back to the NFC Championship game for the second time in 3 years. Let's go to Tsunami out in San Jose. Tsunami, how you feeling about that win Saturday night in Lambeau Field? Tsunami, you there? All right, let's go to Mike and Concord. Mike and Concord, you're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Mike? Michael, what about Polo? Polo in the Bay. Where you at?
What's happening? I'm in Rebel City over here. How y'all doing?
Not bad, Polo.
Hey, man, I'm going to tip my hat off to Shanahan. I told you before he was in my doghouse since he put Brandon Ayuk in the doghouse. But, man, he stick to the game plan, man. Hey, was working. And we ain't even talking about Trey no more. Let's go, Jimmy. No. Let's keep getting these dubs.
No doubt.
One more thing. We missing Draymond Green. Defense wins the game. Let's go.
No doubt. Defense wins championships. Does anybody care that the quarterback did throw for 300 yards? Does anybody care that the defense is carrying the team? Does anybody care that the running game? Like, I don't care that Jimmy Garoppolo only threw 419 yards. He made the throws when he needed to make the throws.
No.
All right? I don't care how they get it done.
The raw data is irrelevant. Yeah, no, the raw data is irrelevant. It's not about, how many touchdown passes. And timing. Like, that's the thing for me. He made the crucial throws that he needed to on the final drive, which was great. And it was like, dude, we just can't have you turning the ball over in the red zone like you just did. That's it. Like, those are it. And then can some of his playmakers make plays for him down the field? Like, George Kittle dropping that touchdown pass, the numbers would look totally different because I thought Kyle Shanahan schemed him wide open. That looked like 6. Maybe he gets caught from behind. I don't know, but maybe it's 6. I think at minimum of 3 points because you're going to get that field goal opportunity. But, like, the numbers would look a lot better, but I don't care about the numbers. Like, Bonte, when have you and I come in here and been like, he threw for 288 yards and, wow, he threw for 2 touchdowns. It's always like, give me the situational spots where he made plays or didn't make plays. That's what we're going to break down.
Doubt.
Forget the raw data. Like, I can't tell you how many yards Patrick Mahomes threw for last night, but I know he threw a game-winning touchdown when the chips were on the line, and I know he hit Kelsey with 13 seconds left because they rushed 4 guys. Like, who cares how many yards he threw for?
Joe Burrow got sacked 9 times Saturday against the Titans. Got sacked 9 times. Still find a way. You still find a way. You fight through adversity. 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Jimmy Ward is the MVP. Started the momentum switch for the defense and the special teams. No doubt Jimmy Ward made up for that blunder to Aaron Jones. Blocks the field goal. They go out fired up into the locker room at halftime, and they come out and shut down the Green Bay Packers in the second half. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Willa Moran. Is Willa Moran still there?
Hey, what's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just wanted to say, before people start criticizing Jimmy and saying how bad he did, let's give D'Amico Ryans a lot of props for how prepared he had that defense. That defense was flying around and hitting Green Bay in the mouth. I was absolutely impressed. Like, yes, the special teams won the game, but Jimmy Ward's on that starting defensive unit. And they were flying around. Eric Armstead was playing like an absolute hog. It was refreshing to see. It was amazing. I was like, DeForest Buckner, who? We don't need him. And you know what? Ebicom, even though he didn't get a sack, that guy was meeting running back.
No, he did get a sack.
Line of scrimmage all day. It was sick. I was so pumped up. That was awesome. That was more exciting to me personally than watching touchdown after touchdown in the Bills and the Chiefs game. I wanted to see that. San Francisco went into the frozen tundra at Lambeau and smacked Aaron Rodgers in his non-vaxxed mouth, and it was awesome to watch. Let's go Niners, baby.
Hey, Ibukam did actually record a sack early in the game because he did this like Hulkamania like scream like and he went crazy.
I wasn't mad at it.
He actually had a monster sack.
Yeah, I'm not even mad at it either. I'm not mad at it at all that he was doing the Incredible Hulk. This defensive line's been playing out of control. They've been out of their minds, led by Nick Bosa, who had 2 sacks. Eric Armstead stepping up. He's had 2 sacks, and all of a sudden, we're not talking about his contract. We're not talking about DeForest Buckner. Eric Armstead has grown on his football team and become a leader on his football team. He deserves his credit, man. He's been lights out over the last month and a half of the season, and you cannot run the ball on the Niners. Good luck trying to run the football on the 49ers. You'll get stuffed in your mouth like the Green Bay Packers did in that second half.
And I thought after that first drive, because Aaron Jones did have a couple of nice runs in that first drive, I thought there was a block in the back on the swing pass that they didn't call. It really bugged me. It's like it was clear and obvious. Nick Bosa's sack, where he had helmet on ball and the ball pops up in the air, that was a sick play. We've forgotten about that play. That was a sick play, and that was one of those gotta have it kind of a moments. He crunched him.
No, I'm no doubt about that. Nick Bosa, man, you just can't say enough about the guy. You can't say enough about the guy. He was everywhere. Complimentary football is help. There it is, baby. Now let's go back to Tsunami and San
Him in the
Jose.
all-white socks. All-white socks with the no sleeve. He looked, some of the guys wearing the all-white socks, the look was ridiculous. And then Kittle wearing the all-red socks. I don't know, man. There's just, the uniform look on Saturday night was
classic
just glorious.
Uniform. We've gotten classic uniform looks in the first 2 weeks of the playoffs.
Yes.
Niners against the Cowboys, Niners against the Packers, classic uniforms. Now we got to watch the Rams wear these microwave uniforms or whatever the hell they got to rock down there. They should go back to the Eric Dickerson, Kevin Green. The Rams are fraudulent. We're going to get to them later in the week. We'll get to the LA Rams later in the week. But these whack-ass uniforms they rock, they really ruined the great thing that they had going there. Let's go to Tsunami in San Jose. Tsunami, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What is up, big fellas? How you guys doing, man?
I can't complain.
Amazing.
I know. Amazing, right? On Friday night after Curry hits that game winner, I'm like, man, it can't get better than this. And that to learn that was just an appetizer, holy mackerel. Mm-hmm. Hey, you guys were talking about Bosa. Guess where I took the family yesterday? 49ers team store at Levi's. Got myself a Nick Bosa jersey, boys. The black one with the red piping. Oh, my God. That's tight. And, hey, you know what I was calling, man? The MVP. You know, I've always been told by my parents and then by other mentors that I've worked with that the mark of a great person is someone who learns from their mistakes, right? And I was watching last week on NFL Network. They were replaying that Green Bay Niner game from Week 3 all week. And, man, it was completely mismanaged at the end, the clock by Shanahan. If you fast forward to this week, did you hear him in the press conference? You guys were talking about that run from Debo at the end on 3rd and 7 with about 40 seconds to go. Mm-hmm. How Shanahan in his press conference said, I'd rather have a tie game and let the clock run out than do a pass and give the ball back to Aaron Rodgers. He learned from Week 3, and that's what won him the game, man. Amazing.
No doubt.
You gotta give him his props, bros.
That's a great point. Great point. Clock management there at the end to make sure Green Bay would not touch the football again. Oh, it feels so good. In Week 3, it was just night and day. This game was just completely different. By the way, I got to give a quick shout-out to Timeless Coffee. Hey, Timeless Coffee getting us going through another week to start the week off. I needed Timeless yesterday because of the high I was on from Saturday night. I could not calm down. I wanted to do a show that night. Want to do the roast on a Sunday. That's how fired up I was. I mean, come on. So Timeless Coffee, RJ and Paula, shout out to you guys. Go to one of their 3 stores in the East Bay. Timeless Coffee, the best coffee in the Bay Area. Believe that.
And, you know, I've been all over the 2-for-1s, right? The Niners know that they're going to get the ball back to start the second half. They were in position to get that last score before the end of half. It was first down, and they're in the red zone, and Jimmy scrambles right. And I think he's going to make a nice play, and that's where that interception happened. I think it was, was there 50 seconds, 45 seconds?
50-something seconds like that, yeah.
Okay. But, like, you're thinking at the bare minimum, they're going to get a score. Let's hopefully get a stop, and then we'll get the ball back, and we'll get that 2-for-1 where he calls it lapping someone. You score last at the half, you score first
double
to start
up.
up.
It's double up.
And you think they're going to get it. The interception happens, which is unfortunate. It's a throw. He just can't make that throw in that weather, in that environment. And then they come down, and you're like, oh, no, this is like the worst-case scenario. You turned it over. Now you're getting a big-time play because Aaron Rodgers scrambles out right and hits Aaron Rodgers and slightly underthrow. It's still a great throw because you want to complete the pass. Maybe if he hits him in stride and he throws it, where he can run underneath it, he's gone. Great hustle by the 49ers. They get the block field goal, and then they come out and score right there and get the 3 points after halftime. I don't know. I love the overall game plan. Forget just clock management. Just understanding the environment and the situation. And you're going to have the wind with you in the second and fourth quarter. And it felt like they were going to move the ball and try to put themselves in position to kick field goals there. I loved everything about it when it comes to Shanahan. We glorify Belichick for those things. Shanahan's gotten a lot better at it.
He's gotten a lot better. And the Niners, they lead the league in points right before halftime, which is still an unbelievable stat when you see the way they operate during the 2-minute drill. Jimmy doesn't throw that pick off first and goal. You may have another story. You may have something cooking. You may go in a game tied, and then you get the ball out there halftime and put it away. But, hey, it played out the way it played out, and it was beautiful. A 13-10 win never felt better, baby. That was a throwback classic NFC playoff game, man. That was great stuff. Let's go to Chef Aaron in Oakland. Chef Aaron, what's happening, man? Long time no talk. You're on the roast. Chef Aaron going once, going twice.
Hello, good morning, fellas.
What's up, Chef Aaron? What's happening?
What's going on? Where's Shasky at, man? You ready for this bet, man?
Lay it out.
All right. I'm going with the Rams. You can take it however you want. But I'm knowing if the Rams win, because that's how confident I am. I have no confidence in you 49ers. None at all. I'm so confident the Rams win. I'm catering the whole lunch for you guys in the studio. I'm talking about the brisket, the mac, the ribs, the potato salad, man, all the tequila barbecue sauce, man, all of that good stuff, just to see the Niners go down.
And if the Niners lose, what does Shasky have to give you?
That's on Shasky, man. I just want a player hook up with some, courtside tickets. I don't know, something good, man. Something good.
How about this, Chef Aaron? I'll make you a deal one way or the other. I will pay for us to all have your food catered here at the studio, regardless. Okay, that's number one. It's on me. You're not giving us nothing for free. I will pay for it for the crew because we got the band back together now that Langford's back. And if the Niners lose to the Rams,
Big Baller Shasky,
I will get you lower bowl seats to the Golden State Warriors. It will not be courtside because your boy can't afford that. Maybe Bonte can. But I will get you two lower bowl seats to a Warrior game. Does that sound like a deal?
That's a deal, man.
Let's do it.
All right,
Let's do it. And tell everybody about your catering spot, man, because you do have the best ribs and the best mac and cheese on the planet.
Yeah, no doubt. Big Baller Shasky out here paying for picking up the tab link for the Curly. Big Baller Shasky.
Last time we were out with him at Oakland Smokes, and we were out in the middle of East Oakland, Bonte, you tagged along with me, and you were basically licking barbecue sauce off your wrists for, I don't know, 25 straight minutes? I turned around. We started to shoot the video. Bonte got a huge plate. 2 seconds later, it was completely empty. He's got brisket all over his face, and he goes, "This is so good. This is delicious."
Let me tell you, Chef Aaron's mac and cheese, I'll put it up against anybody's except my mama's mac and cheese. Nobody beats that. But Chef Aaron, his mac and cheese, oh, buddy. Oh,
had a little kick.
I will say kill it. Oh, it had a little kick. It was really, really good. Can't wait to see Chef Aaron because he said he's so confident in the Rams. It's just, let's just put the rat on the table, as Guru would say. He's a Raider fan. Chef Aaron loves his Raiders. He's starting to feel pain about the Niners advancing deep into the playoffs. Big Dog City's on Twitch, ripping out Niner fans out of nowhere. Just pump the brakes. Let us live a little bit. No need to be hating on the Monday morning. Niners are going to the NFC title game. They're in the Final Four. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Enjoy it. Let's go to James in Fairfield. James, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing? I just I want to really, delve into the evil genius that is Kyle Shanahan because he and Hightower, who is much maligned, with the special teams, their special teams prowess. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen, a team who was so lacking in one area come up against another team who's also lacking, but have such precision. The way that Willis blocked that punt, and the way that Hufanga, had the wherewithal to listen to the thump because you couldn't see it. Snow flurries were coming around, and then the scoop and score. I mean, that stuff right there is textbook. It's a technical, logistical kind of mindset that the Niners have. I also want to talk about how, they didn't panic. You didn't see, Jimmy G's shoulder slump when he threw that INT, and he threw that INT in the red zone. Also, did you hear how Kittle took responsibility? Kittle took responsibility because Kittle had a touchdown, and it bounced right off his chest. Everybody was taking responsibility for what they were doing. It was a total team play. You're not going to find a team in the playoffs. I don't mean the Rams. I don't mean Kansas City. I don't mean maybe a little bit of the Bengals because the Bengals have had to. Their offensive line is much maligned, and they're going to get their quarterback killed. They can't block anybody.
They are.
But when you look at the Niners in all phases of the game, they are coming together and have been together, just like you guys so aptly talked about, since November. This ain't new to them. They don't have to hype themselves up. They don't have to get motivated. They are the embodiment and personification of motivation. They've had to be, or they wouldn't be in the playoffs right now. No disrespect to Chef, and I know y'all are going to get into the Niners and Rams later on, but I don't know how anybody with any confidence can talk about the Rams when the Rams give up leads and then win by their pinky toes. There's no way that you're putting the hurt on a much beat up, much loss of players, much we ain't got our talent on the field Tampa Bay team with the century man Tom Brady, and you almost lose that game. And that's all I got to say. Go Niners.
Hey, he sounded like Ronnie Lott there. Didn't he? It sounded like a quicker Ronnie Lott. I was feeling that call. On Shanahan, there's just this guy, what he's done with Deebo Samuel. We talk so much about Tyreek Hill and him being paired with Andy Reid. And we know Patrick Mahomes turns him into the next level, unguardable human video game. But Bonte, I'm watching what he did when he put him in the backfield, not just as a runner, but on those little angle routes, wide open. And then to get Kittle wide open over the middle. Like, it's just, it's a credit to his scheme. And then I look at the players, the other point that he makes that I want you to react to that you brought up first. How many big-time games has this regime and this team been in? I looked across the field at Aaron Rodgers. All they do is lose those big games. And this team, this 49er game, I know they didn't win the big one, but all they do is win these big-time games. And there's got to be something for that to draw from those experiences.
Yeah, since 2017, this core has been in a lot of big games. And it started in 2017 when they lost 5 straight by 3 points or less. And they lost to some damn good teams during that stretch, some damn good football teams. And they figured out a way to turn that around. 2019, I hear what you're saying about this being a more impressive job for Kyle Shanahan, but 2019 was their first go-round in being the hunted. All right, they get off to a hot start, and they become the hunted. And a lot of people thought they were frauds. A lot of people, oh, man, they're frauds. They're going to fade. They got Arizona twice. They got the Rams on a Saturday night. They got to go to Baltimore. They got to go to New Orleans. They got to finish the year in Seattle. Oh, it's fraudulent. They're going to fade. And they continue to buck up despite injuries during that 2019 stretch. So that's an argument we could have maybe in the offseason, or saying that Shanahan is, doing a better job this year. But overall, this regime has won a lot of big games. They've punched adversity in the mouth. And look, they're a game away from going to their second Super Bowl in 3 years. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it after this team started 3-5? They're a game away from the freaking Super Bowl. It's unbelievable.
And they, did it in the toughest division in football, which has proven itself out to be the best division in football. Yep. I think that we can say that right now, like given the results of what we've seen throughout the playoffs. The 49ers extinguished the best team coming out of the NFC East. They extinguished the number 1 seed in the entire playoffs for the NFC Conference, the Green Bay Packers. And look what the Rams have done. I mean, they took out Arizona, the 3rd team from this division to make the playoffs. And then they obviously took out Tom Brady, the reigning Super Bowl champs. They should have won that game going away. That's another conversation we'll have throughout the week. But I just love where the 49ers are at this year and what they've done. And, Hightower, I mean, Bonte, of all the things to play out, I didn't think special teams was going to be how they were going to win this game.
Well, you know what?
Really didn't.
I did a lot of radio up in Wisconsin last week, and each one of them, even Leroy Butler when he joined us on the roast last week, they kept talking about their special teams, how they had the worst special teams in all the league, and I'm like, you guys have seen nothing yet. The Niners special teams is atrocious. And what do you know? The Packers lived up to the hype. They lived up to their name as a special teams unit. They were the worst special teams in the league. And the fact that they had 10 players on the field on the final field goal says a lot about the Green Bay Packers. How? 10 players on the field. 10 players. Unbelievable. Real quick, let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Let's try to tat a couple calls before we get to Baldy at 8:30. I can't believe it. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, man, check it out. Speaking of frauds, don't any Niner fan ever talk about having Aaron Rodgers in the Bay, because this ain't Green Bay, this is the Bay Area. And Aaron Rodgers disappeared at halftime. I don't know where he ran, but he's an imposter. He's a Brett Favre wannabe, man. And that's the reason why he's sat behind Brett Favre, because he is who we think he is. He's a choke artist, man. He would be getting shredded to mincemeat right now if he was in the Bay. And let me tell you something, man. Give the game ball to the special teams coach, because that was the first time, I think, in NFL history in the playoffs that they had a blocked field goal and a blocked punt. And let me tell you this, man. It doesn't matter next gen stats and all the variables and all the rest of the stats, man, is out the window. Because whatever variable, whatever happens in the games, our team is stepping up to it, and we're battle tested. I said it weeks before. We are straight up battle tested. We're seasoned veterans out there in the field, and we're putting it down right now. And the Rams are in big trouble. I'm just going to tell you that right now. They may not score more than 10 points. Straight up.
Oh boy. Nick in Berkeley, we got to run here. 888-957-9570. Antonio Jonathan Gene. Manny, stay on hold. We'll get to you right after Brian Baldinger. He's going to join us here on the Monday at 8:30 a.m. to break down what went down Saturday night at Lambeau Field. What a win for the 49ers. The block, as Shasky has coined it, the block will live on forever. Jordan Willis and Hufanga scooping it up for the touchdown. Niners win 13-10. Robbie Gold now 20 for 20 all time in the postseason when it comes to making field goals. Robbie Gold. If you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. What's coming up on The Game brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Brian Baldinger, baby. It's time for a little Baldy breakdown here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up right after the break. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes.
That's why we call it all-day breakfast.
And all night?
Yep.
Early evenings?
You're so close to getting it. All-day breakfast with freshly cracked eggs. Only at Jack in the Box.
This is your Wendy's wake-up call.
Start your day with a better breakfast and get a free drink with any of our morning-making breakfast sandwiches. That's your favorite drink in a Wendy's cup, free. Fresh brewed coffee, free. Diet Coke, free. Vanilla Frosty-ccino? That's cold brew plus Frosty Creamer plus free. So don't sleep on this deal. Get any size drink in a Wendy's cup free when you buy any breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's. A la carte only. Offer valid upon request on lowest price qualifying item. Not valid for third-party delivery.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. Whether you want to learn Spanish for future travel plans, French to connect with extended family, or maybe German to land a new job, Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you'll actually use. All you need is 15 minutes a day, and you'll be on your way to confidently speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel is designed by real language experts using a modern, conversation-based technique that makes learning fun, engaging, and best of all, memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then sentences gradually get more complex. Soon you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. And with 14 languages to choose from and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll be sure to learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Here at Frank's Red Hot, we've put together a completely exhaustive list of essentials that will bring everyone together on game day. Number 1, Frank's Red Hot. Number 2, wings. Okay, it looks like that's it. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky. He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Oh, we got Baldy here on the Monday. Can't wait to get to him. Don't forget, coming up in 20 minutes, we will bring you the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a flex moment of the show. Brian Baldinger, he usually joins us Tuesdays at 7:30s. We had to make some changes, so we get him on a Monday morning, a Monster Monday, here at 95.7 The Game. And Baldy, before we get started into Niners and Packers, what a divisional round of football. I'm 39 years old. I can't recall a better weekend of playoff football. Just iconic, memorable, high level. You had defensive battles. You had shootouts. You had it all. Hey, have you seen anything like it in the divisional round in your lifetime, Baldy?
I haven't seen anything like it in any sport. You know, I don't care if you're looking at hockey or the World Series or, you know, the NBA championships. I've never seen a weekend full of high-level, sudden death sports like that in my lifetime. So I'm a lot older than that, Bonte. But, you know, in any sport, I can't recall 4 games going down to literally to the wire like that, in the final one in overtime. I mean, it was the best, you know, it was the best drama that anybody's ever watched, especially when it comes to football.
You know, Baldy.
Wow, unbelievable. Go ahead, Shaq.
You know, Baldy, I watched all your videos yesterday from the Niner-Packer game, and in real time, I felt like the defensive line for Green Bay was kind of eating us. You know, Kenny Clark was getting at Alex Mack early in that game, and it felt like Smith was getting after Jimmy Garoppolo and Rashawn Gary. And then they finally found a way to get Trent Williams as a fullback. They slide him over as he goes man in motion, and he just goes head into Rashawn Gary and plows 3 guys like he's a bowling ball through the pins. And I marvel at how I felt like that particular play not only changed the tenor of the game, but set the tone for the rest of the game in terms of the body bag hitting for both sides of the 49ers offense and defense.
Well, it was an important play. It was 3rd and 1. You know, they wanted to possess the ball, hang on to it. And so, you know, they lined them up in I formation and then motioned them and then motioned them across. And so I kind of feel like it was an important play. I don't know if it changed the entire tenor, Joe, but it was an important play. And they dialed it up at the right time. And, you know, Trent did his thing, which really only he can do. I'm sure other teams will try to duplicate that play, but now he has Trent Williams, you know, that can do that still. and just move bodies the way that he does.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Baldy Breakdown at Baldy NFL on Twitter does a tremendous job breaking down the film and breaking down the games with this commentary. Baldy, this defense, it all starts there. Whenever you go to Lambeau Field, you hold Aaron Rodgers in that offense with Devontae Adams and Lazard and Aaron Jones at 10 points. You got to be doing something right. After that opening drive, they made the adjustment. How impressive was that display of defense by DeMeco Ryans calling the shots and then this front seven as well as the secondary shutting down Aaron Rodgers? I believe they held him to 2.5 yards per play in the second half, which is just absurd.
It is. I mean, it was a phenomenal performance. Just phenomenal. The linebackers, I mean, Fred Warner getting the ball out of Mercedes Lewis' hands. Dre Greenlaw, it's a loose ball. Devontae Adams is there. A bunch of guys are going for it. Dre Greenlaw comes up with it. They were driving on that second series of the game, to maybe, add more points to 7-0 lead they had. To see the red zone defense they had, to see, the special. I mean, we'll get to the special teams, but I thought that just taking really Devontae Adams. I mean, he's such a special player. They could not get a deep ball to him. They tried. They had a double. They had a double on him almost every time he went down the field, and so they couldn't get anything over the top. It was spectacular because guys weren't blocked and. You just kept seeing, guys like Arden Key just continues to just play at an unbelievable level. The 2 of the 5 sacks, I mean, if you don't get Rodgers down, he either runs for 30 on one of them that Bosa got him down on, or Rodgers converts a 3rd and 8 with 5 minutes to go in the game to DeGuara, the tight end.
Yes.
If Armstead doesn't get him down, and then you don't get the block punt. So, I mean, they were so critical. You could say, okay, well, 3 games in a row, they've gotten 5 sacks, but not all sacks are the same. Some are just more important than others. And they had 2 of them in that game, actually 3 of them, because there was one there on 3rd and 7, going in to score that they end up, blocking the field goal, the whole thing before the half. And,
yes.
And, that sets that up.
Baldy, Eric Armstead, I mean, Nick Bosa's outstanding. I mean, we know that. I mean, helmet on ball, pops it up in the air, catching Aaron Rodgers from behind. Eric Armstead, though, they paid him to be a D-end. They've kind of moved him inside. Now, I know he rotates all over that defensive line. What has it been about the last 6 or 7 weeks or so where he's playing the highest level that he's played in a 49er uniform? I felt like that was, given the stakes, his signature moment in a 49er uniform. But what have you seen on film that he's doing differently or that maybe they're doing differently with him to create all this chaos?
Well, they run a lot of stunts, and that helps, because somebody's getting freed, at least a chance to be free. So that's part of it. They played him exclusively inside right now. That's part of it. He was outside. That's really Arden Key's job now, is to play outside and inside and to be that flexible guy because you see him in both places. So I think that's part of it. And then, the stakes have gotten higher, and so these quarterbacks are holding the ball just a little bit longer than they really want to at times. And we've seen it 3 weeks in a row with Stafford, Prescott, and then Sunday with Aaron Rodgers. They're holding it just a little longer, giving him just another tick to get home right now.
Baldy, we got to get to the special teams. Your breakdown of the special teams with Willis on the field goal block at the end of the half, which I thought was just spectacular because, Jimmy throws a pick on 1st and goal. They get the big play with Aaron Jones. I thought the hustle by Tart to catch up with Aaron Jones was a big swing in the game. But just explain the 2 blocks here, Baldy. The biggest blocks in 49ers postseason history is their first ever punt return touchdown on the block. And Jordan Willis was the man of the hour on both sequences, Baldy.
Yep. Well, let's start with, with 3 seconds to go in the half and the Packers trying to go up, 10-0. And they have an overload to the left side of the Green Bay Packers. Jimmy Ward is down there, but in order to get Jimmy Ward free, Jordan Willis has got to grab the end of the play, which is Dean Lowry, number 94. So it's like 94 on 94 crime. And, you can walk through that. You can't really do it full speed in practice. It's just not really practical. But, you can walk through it. You go, okay, if we can hold Lowry from putting that arm out and really blocking that gap, then maybe the speed of Jimmy Ward can get through. And so they execute that perfectly. And if you look at that play, the results of the play, obviously the block. But the 49ers go into the locker room at halftime. They're more excited than the Green Bay Packers are. They're jumping around. They're flying around. They're running into the locker room. The Packers leave the first half kind of stunned that they didn't get kind of a chip shot field goal from Mason Crosby. Then you come out to start the third quarter and you put Debo back at kickoff return. And, he's had returned 3 kickoffs all year long. But they need a play, and they got to get Debo more touches. And so he takes a 45-yard return back to midfield. That gave the 49ers a short field, and they get a field goal out of it, and they cut the lead to 7-3. And then with 5 minutes to go, it's really interesting. It's 4th and 19. The 49ers are not going for the block. They're going for a return. They've got 2 guys off the ball. They're going to double the Gunners and give themselves a chance to return it, from the end zone. And Jordan Willis just makes this drive. He's the only defensive lineman on the kickoff block team or the kickoff return team, and he takes a shot at the long snapper Wordle and drives him straight back into the punter. Now the interesting thing is the punter's left-footed, and so with his left hand he takes the ball right off the toe of Bjorkquist right there, and the ball goes straight up in the air. Nobody can really find it at first until Talanoa finds it, and he finds it for the only touchdown of the game.
That's just incredible.
Unbelievable.
I mean, Baldy, you've been watching this league for a long time, because I want to pause on this punt block. The catch too. I'm talking about 49er history. The famous onside play by Dallas in the 70s. The Kyle Williams fumble. We've seen certain plays happen at critical moments in a game during the 49er tenure. I'm calling this the block. That's at help them win the game. There's no other way to put it. Watch the league. You've watched.
I think Shasky's breaking up, but he's calling it the block, and he's basically saying that's got to be the biggest special teams play in 49ers history. It's hard to disagree with him. In those elements, in that environment, to come up with that block when the special teams has been ridiculed all season long, it's got to be the signature play in special teams history for the 49ers.
I agree, Bonte and Joe. I don't know how you rank these things.
Right.
You guys can have fun doing it. But it's up there with the iconic plays in 49er history. There's no doubt. You're at Lambeau Field. You're on Saturday night, primetime TV. They're the number 1 seed. They might have the MVP of the league. And your only touchdown that you can score all day is off a block punt. It's as big a play as they've had all season. They don't win the game without that block punt for a touchdown.
And how about Jimmy's performance? A lot of people are going to look at the numbers and say, well, we just watched Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes light it up. Jimmy didn't do anything. But I thought Jimmy early, ball day, he made some nice throws. He dropped some passes. Then he went through his rut. But on the final drive, I thought he did just enough. The Texas route to Deebo Samuel, the nice slant route to George Kittle. I thought in those conditions, with the shoulder injury and the thumb injury, I'm not mad at Jimmy Garoppolo's performance Saturday night, Baldy.
He's the winning quarterback. He's won 4 playoff games, in the last 3 years for the 49ers. How many other players? Look, it's not the best moment he's ever had. He's ripping the tape off his thumb. He's sick of it. It's not helping him grip the ball any better. I don't know what the temperature is at Lambeau Field. I don't know what it feels like to have a shoulder where I'm sure, he said all the right things. I'm fine. He said all the right things. He's as tough as they come. He's their leader. They're not going to Trey Lance. They're winning, living and dying with Jimmy G at quarterback. And they basically have said that all year long. And here they are, right on the doorstep of another Super Bowl run. So I don't care what his numbers are. He threw 19 passes. Right. He got sacked a bunch of times. It wasn't pretty. Those guys are Zadarius Smith took 3 months off. He's been waiting to go sack a quarterback. He's been dreaming about it at night. He's as good as there is in this whole industry. Rashawn Gary is a beast. He's 285 pounds. They had their way. He's getting hit. But they're dropping passes. He just hangs in there. And the team rallied. For whatever reason. You can say they rallied around Jimmy. They did their jobs. They did all those things. He's going to an NFC Championship game, and Aaron Rodgers isn't. So you can put all the stats up there you want. He's going to an NFC Championship game.
Yeah, it's freaking crazy. And I look at the guy, you reference him on the kick return, Deebo Samuel. He's just, I don't know what else to say anymore about this guy, Baldy. He's so unique. When he sniffs a touchdown, it feels like he always gets in. When he knows that he needs to get 6 yards for a first down, he gets 7, he gets 8. The way they're using them is next level, Christian McCaffrey-like, if you will, in the reverse way. Like, have you ever seen anything like what you're seeing from Deebo Samuel in terms of how he's being used and how small he is, yet how physical this guy plays?
Well, I mean, Not really. I mean, Cordero Patterson, played that role with the Falcons, but nobody's paid attention to the Falcons. I mean, Deebo, let's face it. He got his chance to really play tailback this year because of all the injuries to the tailbacks. The whole group got wiped out. They needed somebody to carry the football. The first time he touches it in the first Arizona game, he scores a touchdown. It had to open Kyle's eyes and everybody's eyes and saying, can we give this guy 15 touches? Well, that's what they did. Against the Rams this week, is 20 touches too much? I don't think any amount is too much at this point right now. I mean, 3rd and 7. Who's thinking, when they got to get, basically 10 more yards for Robbie Gould to get into range, who's thinking they're going to give him an underneath handoff? And breaks the tackle of Jair Alexander to line of scrimmage, fouls his left guard into the hole. I mean, who's thinking on 3rd and 7 that Deebo's going to get the ball, on an inside dive, and he's going to pick up 9 yards, 9 important yards to get into field goal range? I wasn't thinking that. I'm thinking you got to throw it on 3rd and 7. But that's the type of faith they have in his ability.
Well, and what are they doing schematically with him in terms of getting them the ball on different spots on the field? What are you noticing from Shanahan? Because you referenced it in your videos, the screen, and then using him on that little Texas angle route. Explain to the audience how they're using him in a variety of ways.
Well, I'd like to know, where he's spending his time during the week. I mean, is he in the running back room? Is he in the wide receiver room? Does he go, does he split it up during the week? Because he's got to learn all these formations. He's got to know the F formation. He's got to know his X formation. He's got to know all these, the spot screen to him. Is that just okay, we're going to put this play in on 3rd and long here, Deebo. Get what you can get here and see if we can get closer. See if you can break his tackle and bust it and get into field goal range. I mean, they're putting him in all these different positions. It's not like he's got to learn all this stuff. He's got to learn this whole, he's got to learn every single position in the playbook. That's taxing all by itself. And yet, at the same time, it doesn't look like he ever blows an assignment.
Baldy, let's get you out of here. We got a couple quick ones here. One, I want to get your thoughts on the overtime rules that everybody's whining about. My thing is, hey, Buffalo, you're 13 seconds away. You gave up 44 yards. I mean, let's stop crying about overtime here. What do you think about the overtime rules? Should they go through another tweak like they did a few years ago?
Yeah, I think they're going to. I mean, I think they have to. I mean, we don't know that we'll ever see Mahomes and Josh Allen going at it like they did in the fourth quarter. But it seems a little bit unfair. I know you can say, okay, well, just stop them. Well, nobody could stop anybody. So to say stop them, okay, with what? 12 men, 13 men? Nobody was stopping anybody. So it almost seems like, in the overtime is different in the playoffs than it is in the regular season. In the regular season, it's 10-minute overtime. No, if it ends in a tie, it ends in a tie. We saw ties this year. It's player safety type thing, but it's 15 minutes in the postseason. So give Josh Allen and Buffalo a chance, I believe, to go down and match the score. And if it goes into second overtime, it goes into second overtime. Play till there's a winner. But I don't believe that you could just give Patrick Mahomes the ball and have Josh Allen sit there in a parka and say, "Well, wait your turn," and you don't get a turn. I think that rule will get tweaked here this offseason.
Interesting. And finally, your quick thoughts on Rams-Niners round number 3 at SoFi Stadium. Rams survive in Tampa, Baldy. They survive, and now we get another NFC West bloodbath out west in L.A., man. How do you see this game playing out?
Well, I mean, everybody's going to say, well, they've won 6 in a row. It's going to be 7 in a row. Well, all that stuff, none of that stuff matters. They were down 17-0, 2 weeks ago, and they found a way to come back and win the game. So, they have that. They have history. They know that they can run the ball on the Rams. Then it's a question of, really, who's going to take care of the ball? Because the Rams can't seem to take care of it. Whether it's Stafford throwing interceptions, which he didn't yesterday, did an excellent job of taking care of it, although he had the ball knocked out of his hands on the final drive. He just, was able to get on it. But Cam Akers, they're turning the ball over now way too many times to feel comfortable about this game. And so it's anybody's game. It's winner take all. Von Miller can't play any better than he's playing right now. So it's winner take all. I can't really call it right now.
Right.
But the 49ers are in this thing. Fred Warner couldn't walk at this time last week, and he's punched the ball out of Mercedes Lewis' hands in the second drive of the game. So I don't want to hear Trent Williams is in the boot, and he's on crutches. Okay, fine. Well, let's just see if he's at fullback on Sunday afternoon.
Baldy, I can't believe it. What a roller coaster of a season. The Niners have won 9 of 11. They go on the road to Green Bay. They go on the road to Dallas. They're one game away from the freaking Super Bowl. Unbelievable theater. Rams, Niners, round number 3. Bengals, Chiefs on the other side. This is why we love football, man. Baldy, you're the best. We'll talk to you next week, and we'll see if we're talking about a team from the Bay Area going to the Super Bowl. It's going to be a lot of fun, Baldy.
I can't wait, Bonte, Joe. Always great to be with you guys. I hope we're having the same or similar conversation next Monday.
I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be a bloodbath. And I know that game really warmed Baldy's heart. That's a throwback football game. That a lineman, a D lineman, and an O lineman, linebackers, they got to appreciate games like that. Out there in the cold, 0 degrees, no sleeves. What? Oh, my gosh. What a win for the Niners. Hey, Chasky, real quick, it's time for the flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity. Langford, what do you have?
They put Trent Williams in motion, and he just heat-seeking missile went after Rashawn Gary and plowed him. Rashawn Gary was a non-factor the rest of the game. That set the tone for the offensive line and kind of all right, let's galvanize this bad boy. I thought Laken Tomlinson played a fantastic game. Hey, we don't talk much about left guard play. I thought he was outstanding.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
And the offensive line will have to be a lot better next Sunday against Von Miller and Aaron Donald. No doubt about that. They're going to have to run the ball like they did. Remember in that Rams game, they ran the ball 10 straight times to tie the game before the Debo throw pass to Juwan Jennings in the back of the end zone. Oh, my gosh. I can't wait.
Do you remember Bill Walsh's Angus formation? Do you know when I say that, do you know what that means?
Guy McIntyre?
Look
in
at
the backfield at fullback, and the Chicago Bears were really ticked off by it. So then they threw Refrigerator Perry at fullback the next season to stick it to the Niners.
That's what that reminded me of, right? That's what it reminded me of. I know Harbaugh did that with Isaac Sopoaga one year. I believe it wasn't Darnell Dockett. Maybe I forget who it was. Maybe it was Glenn Dorsey. They put a couple different D tackles in that particular position where they would be that lead blocking fullback. None of them has the footwork of Trent Williams at that size. Now, Guy McIntyre was a great athlete and could move. When I saw Trent running across the line, this is when he had the healthy ankle. It was a freight train. And I love this guy. And he's hobbled at the end of that game. George Kittle's hobbled at the end of that game. Debo Samuel's hobbled. And this team just finds a way to win a game. What was that movie, The Revenant? Was that what that movie was with what's his face winning that award, where he's all messed up at the end because he got attacked by a bear? That's what it looked like the 49ers looked like at the end of that Packer game.
By the way, just sorry, I got a little distracted because across my timeline was a Alex Rodriguez photo. I forgot A-Rod was at Lambeau Field in Packers gear.
They cut
in Packers gear. When did you become a Packer fan? A-Rod, man.
Who was the girlfriend? Who was the girlfriend?
She plays in CSI. I don't know if she's a girlfriend or not. Let's not label her a girlfriend yet.
The friend who happened to be a girl.
Right, yeah, the friend who happened to be a girl. It is she's CSI Twitter. I gotta look into this. I gotta look it up. But A-Rod out there in the freezing cold. I didn't know he was a Packer fan. Come on, A-Rod. Come on. The mystery chick apparently is Catherine Paget. Where's Catherine Paget from? Who knows where? She's from Dallas. And she's a fitness model and trainer. There's no word on a relationship between her and A-Rod, but we know Alex Rodriguez loves the blondes. So she was at Lambeau Field with A-Rod. Catherine Paget. Have no idea who she is, but good for A-Rod. Good for A-Rod. Not quite J-Lo, but good for A-Rod. I'm not going to disrespect her. She's a nice-looking lady. Can't be mad at that.
Yeah, no, wasn't mad at all. It just is what it is. I want to get back into this. B, do you think the block is an appropriate name for that particular play? Do you think that's what we're going to end up calling it when time is done?
It's simple and easy.
The
block.
catch to Vernon Post, the block.
The thing with nicknames and when we label plays, give it a certain name,
it's
you
not
don't
a
want to
nickname,
overthink
it is what it is.
Yeah, but you want to simplify it as much. You know what I'm saying? Like the catch is great. You don't need to do anything else. It's not Montana to Dwight Clark the catch. You know what I'm saying? The catch 2, the catch 3, the block. And you got Drake Greenlaw, the tackle, right? In week 17 in Seattle inside the 1 yard line to win home field advantage. That to me is the tackle. You just need a couple words. So the block is very appropriate. And people are going to say, the block, the one in Green Bay, Saturday night prime time, where Jordan Willis gets his head. And I didn't realize Green Bay had a left-footed punter. Another thing Baldy broke down in his breakdown of that play, where if it's a right-footed punter, maybe it's not a block, and the Niners get the ball around midfield or whatnot.
And he used his left hand to block. I mean, it's incredible all the way around. I mean, when you have the snow is coming down, the snow's coming down, there's like 4-something minutes left to go in that game, and you block it right then and there. The ball is in the air forever. Right.
No doubt. Hey, let's rat-a-tat-tat these calls here. 30 seconds or less. I want to get everybody on the lines here on a Monster Monday. Do we have Antonio? 30 seconds or less. Antonio, what you got after that win on Saturday night?
49ers, man, we beat the freaking LeBron James of the NFL, Mr. Diva, Aaron, immunized Rodgers. Oh, my God, it feels so damn great, man. We going to L.A. We got to go for number 7, lucky 7. And, man, Jimmy G made enough throws to win the game. I don't care how pretty it was. He made enough throws. He could have threw a touchdown pass to Kittle, but he dropped it. Remember that? Oh, man.
Yeah,
hey,
no doubt. Real quick, let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan in the city, 30 seconds or less. 30 seconds or less. What you got, Jonathan?
Hey, man, the tape, the All-22 film, the live broadcast, it's going to go in a special rack, and you're going to title it The Special Teams Game. That's it, bro. I can't believe it. I've never seen anything like that ever. I mean, the special teams had to make not 1, not 2, but 3 plays, man. They got block a punt, block a field goal. I mean, they can recover the punt and then score that winning field goal by Robbie Goldschmidt. I mean, come on, let's go!
Let's go. Gene in Oakland, 30 seconds or less. Gene in Oakland, what you got on Saturday's win against the Green Bay Packers?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, 60 years of watching football. I don't remember a weekend like this either. You said it was. You mentioned a movie. Reminded you of a movie, Joe. Yeah, this looked more like a Hollywood movie than a football game. You had Williams and you had Debo and Kittle all limping off the field, only to come back. Doing their best James Brown impersonations and. Anyways, and I have to say something about Jimmy quickly. The guy, he's a little better than average statistically, but he's top 4 when it comes to winning. When you need that critical, last second or last end of the 4th period, tying or winning score. I mean, he's up there. 71% of his games he's won. Anyways, that's all.
Thanks, Gene. Well, and let's end it with Rich and Fremont. Rich and Fremont, you got 30 seconds here before we get the crosstalk. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. All I can say is, oh, my God. Oh, my God. I was watching that. I watched Jordan Willis. I'm like, I thought it was something out of the Matrix. I thought, what did he say? He said, how? How could he do that? And what did he say? He said, he is the one. Okay, that's what I think. I was like, man, Jordan Willis with that block, the way he did it, in the time that he did it, it was like they captured it, went for the
right.
It was just, I felt like, hey, I took the red pill. Thanks, guys.
Rich, thanks for the call.
I kept telling you last week toward the end of the week, it's like the setting, Lambeau Field as a backdrop for that game. Those uniforms with the snow coming down. you're just never going to forget this game. You're just not.
No.
It's an all-time moment, and that block is going to be forever etched in our memory. We're going to talk about, like, the same way we talk about the LeBron block, the same way we talk about the catch and catch two and the Vernon post, the block. It's going to have, it's going to carry moments for Jordan Willis throughout the rest of his life.
Yeah, no doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1, San Francisco at Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. The 9 a.m. hour brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee, one of 3 locations. Go to one of their 3 locations in the East Bay. Timeless Coffee, the best coffee in the Bay. With that said, let's go to Crosstalk. Willard Dibs. What is happening? What a weekend of sports. Go sports. Sports is the best. Division around playoff football. Unbelievable.
Yeah, for Alizé Cornet to make her first quarterfinal at the Aussie Open 13 years after her debut. That, to me, emotional. If you haven't done your homework, then shame on all 3 of you. But, wow, powerful stuff down under, Mark.
I thought you were going to go Tom Hoagie on me.
No, I should have had Hoagie, though, in my fantasy. I had a little, it was either him or Seamus Power, and we went elsewhere. It was a rough weekend for me on the tour.
I'm trying to figure out what stood out, man. This is one of those, every day right now you wake up and you're already panting. I'm just like, wait a minute. Was yesterday real? This whole thing started, and thank you for those of you, even just within our staff. I know, Joe, you were one of them. My phone went crazy on Friday night because Friday night was the night I was able to finally get my kids down to Chase Center, and they saw Steph Curry's first ever buzzer beater in his career, and then where that weekend went from there to watch that football, what everyone is calling the greatest weekend of football ever. I don't even know how you quantify that or what to compare it to, but I'm still sitting here on a Monday morning going, wait a minute, did all of that stuff just happen? The score of the Chiefs-Bills game at the 2-minute warning was 26-21. That was at the 2-minute warning, and there were 5 more scores in the game. This whole thing is just crazy, and the fact that the 49ers are a part of the ride is special. It's special.
It is special. It is special. I mean, who would have thought we would have been here at this point? Considering the Arizona game, Colt McCoy, the back and forth about Jimmy and Trey, Shanahan, and some people thought actually Shanahan was on the hot seat. That is even more laughable by the day. I mean, it's almost like, give this guy another extension because of the way he's galvanized this team. I just can't believe this team is 1 win away from going to the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years. Try to grasp that and think about that. I can't do it right now.
Well, it's because there's no I in, not team, but Shanahan. And also in team. Shanahan's got a bunch of A's in there. I don't even know where it begins and where it ends. Shanahill or Tannehan is what we used to call Ryan Tannehill. And off you go to Mexico. But it feels like the 3 other offenses, and Cincinnati's different, but this Niner team is doing it despite having the most important player in all of sports be elite. And it's because the rest of the, quote, team, and turns out, whether it's Willis or Hufanga, who now lives in Niner lore, you just found a way to get it done. And so you look at a team that you've beaten 6 straight times coming up on Sunday, and I would run to the 3.5 mark before that thing dips down to 3 or 2.5.
You know what? I paused because I saw it too, and I'm like, we got to get that now. Got to get that now. And I was about to click it. And then I went, you know what, better wait and see what the injury situation is for Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. Those guys limping around is maybe the only thing that makes me nervous right now.
All right, Hufanga tells Joe Fonzie he's never played in anything below like 45-degree weather at any point in his entire life. That was incredible. That's his first ever snow game. He makes that play. Guys, the ball's in the air forever, but I want to go back to 4th and 1. They throw a 3rd down pass to Jennings. It gets tackled short. It's a dime by Jimmy. He gets plowed. They're a yard short. Debo's off the field. I don't know. He's out of gas. He's hurt. I'm not really sure. Trent Williams is limping. He goes in motion on this play. It looks like if Elijah Mitchell kicks it out to the right, he's got a first down. Compton gets blown up. If that's the final possession of the year, we are stewing all offseason, and this defense gets the stop, gets the sack on 3rd down. You don't think?
We're past stew mode. I mean, you make it to the divisional round with a win at the Rams to get in and a win over the Star. There's no stew. You might have a nice soup.
4th and 1?
Butch, I mean, where are they? Forget the win. They went to Green Bay inexplicably, David, in a spot where they're still one of 8 remaining teams with a quarterback we've all wanted gone for months now. So to me, there's no stew. Now you look at that play and you think, okay, Trent Williams in motion, we're kind of over it. Debo, couldn't you play? I mean, but still, you fought tooth and nail in 0-degree temperatures in a game you didn't even deserve to be in.
Well, no, I hear you on that. It's just 0 points from the offense to that point. Pretty much the whole game. I'm thinking to myself, like, oh my God, like that's the last possession of the year. Like we're going to hear people are going to be ripping Shanahan. I don't even think that's fair because of the conditions. I'm just saying
that 4th and 1, Elijah Mitchell
completely forgotten.
Well, Elijah Mitchell bounces his outside. He may have like 15 yards right there. The rookie
at least
had a little blunder there, read the wrong hole.
He had the face
it was wide open on the outside.
Yeah.
Well, and let's also think about now how we would be talking about this if we were, let's say, the other team. I mean, has anybody seen the clip of Aaron Rodgers on 3rd down on the ensuing possession, the one that set up the punt that was now heard around the world?
Yep.
I mean, Alan Lazard is by himself 15 yards down the field, and Rodgers threw it 20 yards over his head to a double-covered Devontae Adams. I mean, these are the things that even the elite quarterbacks, the ones that we drool over in San Francisco, they do those too. And that guy, he lost that lost the game. They win the game if he throws it to Lazard.
We all agree he's an all-time talent, but there is just something about his body language. I'm watching him, and like the hands inside the warmer. So I don't know.
Like too relaxed.
Is it just
He's
me?
like too relaxed.
Is it just me?
He's too relaxed.
Yeah, like he almost doesn't even want to play. It's weird.
I was kind of triggered. I was triggered by it because I was just like, he's so relaxed. I'm like, oh gosh,
right?
He's too comfortable in this situation, and it was bothering me as the road fan. I'm like, you need to be more tense. He's just so relaxed. But when you don't win, that looks bad.
It's also everything before the game. We sit down with ESPN talking about his personal issues and all the off-the-field stuff a day or two before the game. It's just like, I get it. He's a pro. He can compartmentalize the game plan and get ready for a game. But it's just like, if I'm a Packer fan, I'm just like, Aaron, we've been through this all year. Can you just talk about the playoff game? Instead, you want to take shots at the president a couple days before the playoff game. Why? You're bringing unnecessary heat to yourself and the organization. It's too much diva-ness from him, man. He's a great player. But you're sitting down talking about the president 2 days before a divisional round game? I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
We talk about the numbers so much with QBR and QB rating and YPA and all the rest of that crap. When it comes down to it, in this sport where it's 11, it's my 11 against your 11, the quiet countenance and the leadership of a Jimmy Garoppolo, that doesn't show up on the stat sheet. And, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have that same sort of like, we'll do anything for you. The offense knew how bad they were and Jimmy was. I mean, take the Kittle drop aside. They did nothing. Yet, when you needed that one little drive, and Mark, we talked about it all week. I said it's going to come down to either their guy against your D or our guy against their D. We both agreed we'd rather have, I think I said I'd rather have our D against their guy.
We weren't talking about it in terms of a tie, though. Like, I was like, I want the lead. I don't care what was the ball. I want the lead. It was a little more comfortable in that it was tied, at least. You're like, I mean, they set it up perfectly. You set it up to where it's just like a basketball team in the last possession. You either win or you're going to overtime.
It's a make or miss
league. That's what you want. And Debo made the big play there to set that up.
Yeah. No doubt.
Was that Eric Armstead's signature game in a 49er uniform? For a guy that early on his career couldn't stay healthy, he gets the contract, Buckner goes. No doubt, but I'm saying for Armstead to have some of...
He's been great 3 weeks in a row. He's been fantastic.
More.
He's been fantastic. So this like the DeForest Buckner decision has felt a little bit better the last 3 weeks.
No doubt. Let me guess what you guys are going to talk about. A little Aussie Open. Is that what we got going on?
Yeah, I mean the quarterfinals. You're coming up on really nut crunching time, Bonte. Yes, exactly. We will have Aussie Open locks today as we can try to bounce back.
Such a great song.
Yeah, you boys. I gotta Shasky, Bonte, you guys make sure you grab yourself a donut on your way out of the studio today because your boy Dibber Claus came through for the. Oh, wait, this just in. I see a crib in one guy and a sports shrine in the other, and Marky Mark, who at 12-3 will get no donut.
You guys have a good one. We'll be listening. We'll be back on the roast tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Have a great day, everybody.
See you, boys.
See ya.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, Dibs, it might sound and feel a little cliched, but it really was. I woke up Sunday morning, and maybe it was because the game was on a Saturday night, which was weird in and of itself. By the way, it made the weekend feel really long. This felt like it felt like a 3-day weekend.
Wow.
Because as I told you, we got it in on Friday night. We were right there. Steph Curry's buzzer beater in the building. That was amazing. And then to come back and have a big Saturday and have it end with that emotional ride, to wake up the next day and be like, oh, okay, we got another day here. But also to wake up and one of the first thoughts, did that really happen? Did that actually happen last night? It did. It's still to this moment. It doesn't really feel real, especially because of the way it played out.
It's like the old famous Bill King call of John Madden. He's asking if it's real, and they tell him to get his big butt off the field. You know, the classic moment with Bill King, he wants to know if it's real, and it's kind of what that weekend was. And it was a perfect parallel, Mark, to my personal weekend because that first game, I worked through the entirety of it, reffing 7 games, and that game was compelling, but that game was a grind. That was like a work day. And then I got home in time for that Saturday night classic. Niners somehow inexplicably through special teams pulls one off, and then even yesterday, Mark, that first game I think might get lost in the glow of last night's classic, but the way the Rams just gacked it, they wanted to give it away. That was crazy. The fact that game became a game.
Yeah, Kelly.
Was crazy.
Let's put Kelly on standby because I got a prediction. Here's my prediction. Everyone wants predictions come playoff time. My prediction is Kelly's going to have a hell of a week on this show. Kelly is.
Can we book her, Mark? I mean, I know you know Kevin from The Office, and you know Raj from Big Bang. It's time to play another edition of Does Mark Have Juice?
Oh, well, I did already put the request in. I put the request into our own producer. I'm like, seriously, let's see if we can get Kelly on the show.
Kelly
Stafford.
I don't
know. Maybe we could get Kelly and a rep from Ticketmaster on at the same time as they all conspire to keep 49er fans out of the building. And here's my big spoiler alert. It's not going to work.
Right.
It's not going to work. I mean, look at Dibs. Do you have somebody in L.A. that you could be like, hey, let me Venmo you. Can you buy the tickets so that I can get the ticket? Do you have one or, 400 people you could call to get that done? This is so silly what the Rams
literally
are doing.
Half of your family lives in L.A.
Right.
I mean, and you've got a big family. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's one of those classic Irish Catholic kind of vibes. You got, there's
gosh.
family on family. And whatever. We all know people who have been there, and there's Niner fans everywhere. You can't talk about the Los Angeles basin and 12, 15, 18 million people. Stop, Rams.
I mean, football just came back to LA 4 years ago, 5 years ago? This is ridiculous. You're not going to keep 49er fans out of the building, and I expect 49er faithful to show out and have a big old effect. But there is so much to talk about with regard to what happened in Green Bay. So many different angles to this, and we want to be there for you, and we are. There are no voices coming on the show today other than yours, Dibs, mine, Kyle and Spadone. They're both allowed to talk, and then callers. That's it. So that's a list of 5. It's me, you, Spadona,
love it,
Kyle, and then whoever the hell is on the line. That's
Number
it.
5.
That's perfect.
That's it. Okay, 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business text line has a voice as well, also at 888-957-9570. And I think just encapsulating everything we've just experienced, this is a very, very appropriate song of the day.
It's a one-hit wonder.
What does EMF stand for, by the way? Do we know?
I had a possible candidate, but the F word was one I couldn't go.
You gotta Google it. Yeah.
Everything's magical, comma. Wankers.
When you have MF together and you're like, what's it stand for?
It stands for the end of my career is what it stands for. And it's been a good run. I'm not ready to go out on EMF.
Yeah. Easy, mofo. Okay?
Thank you.
Easy, mofo. Like, just take it easy. It was unbelievable.
Totally.
To the point where Dibs, I still don't know if I believe it. I really don't. If you're a parent, then you know one of the most fun things, one of the great moments of your life experience can be when you, when you get your kids' attention, not when you impress them, but just when you can tell you for a moment had an effect on them. I mean, they're living their whole lives not listening to you, right? Jim Gaffigan's got a new Netflix special. He does a great bit about like the way we all feel about our parents. It's like, oh, thanks so much for spending all of your money and making me food and doing everything and making me live for 20 years. Now bleep you, I'm out. And then every time you call for the rest of your life, like, oh God, it's my mom. I don't want to answer this. It's a great bit, right? But I had one of these moments in the punt block because your kids, like my kids are at that age where they, oh gosh, dad's annoying and blah, blah, blah. The game had gone sideways. 4th and 1, they don't get it. Kyle Madsen, producer extraordinaire, texts me, that's the end of that season. See you later. Night, night. It's all over.
The classic night, night.
Night, night. And Aaron Rodgers goes incomplete on 3rd down. And I looked at Abe, and I go, Abe, we need to block the punt. We got to block the punt.
Wow.
We got to block the punt and maybe recover it in the end zone for a touchdown. I can't. They're not going to score.
Like saying to your spouse, you need to break open the piggy bank. Babe, we need to break open the piggy bank.
I'm like, it's over. We got to block the punt, Abe.
That's it.
And he's looking at me like, what the hell is this? Shut up, Dad. Get out of here. And then the look that he gave me when that thing went straight up in the air, I'll never forget the look on his face for the rest of my life. He's like, his eyes have never been bigger. He goes,
bugging out.
Oh my God, what just happened? And then, well, how long was the ball sitting there on the field? An hour?
Not
hour
5,
and a half?
not 6,
an hour
not
and
7.
An hour and 8 minutes. I counted on rewatch. Yeah.
And you see Hufanga, to his credit, he knows it's in the air. He looks up. And he gets snow in his eyes. He's got to look away. He's got time to look up again in the other direction. He still doesn't see it. And God love the spin rate on that ball. It would make any starting pitcher jealous because that thing hits the turf and it does about 17 little, spinning top dreidels. I made you out of clay. And Hufanga, excuse me, if you don't mind, I'd like to pick you up and saunter 6 yards into said end zone.
Well, it's the worst. It's one of those moments in life where it really, really goes in slow motion. And that ball, you knew it went straight up. And the players are, like you're saying, they're trying to locate it. There's sleet in their face. Sleet gets in your eyes. And then the ball comes flying down on the top of the TV screen, and you're like, and then it just sits there, and you're like, oh my gosh, how long is it going to take? And everyone's running in snow, so it's like super slow-mo. They're like, are they going to get there? And then it was classically one of those moments, Dibs, where you're like, he's going to get there, and the ball's going to slip out of his hands, isn't it? Like there's no way he's going to pick this up cleanly. It's too much drama. There's too much sleet. It's just there's no way. And for him to get it without falling down and track his way into the end zone. Joe Buck's voice couldn't even stay with it. I mean, the whole thing was just slow and dramatic and unreal. It's unbelievable.
It's just hilarious that of the 22 guys on the field, the only one who really knew where it was the one guy who had no capability of getting over there and being in the mix, because the punter knows it's blocked before anyone else knows, other than the blocker himself.
Willis, sure.
And the punter's always tracking the ball off his foot looking up anyway, so he sees it's blocked. He sees that it's blocked and close to him, and he also knows in that moment he's got... Well, maybe the referee himself has a better chance of getting over and getting on the ball because he's a punter.
If the 49ers special teams have struggled, but they're not letting the punter get over there. They're not letting the punter get over there.
And they had like 5 Niners over there, so if Hufanga doesn't get it, hopefully somebody bumbles into it and then one of the other cats can dive on it.
Yeah, just do a snow angel and roll into the end zone. I mean, I don't know. Was there a Packer that even made it onto the TV screen that whole time? Like they never ever made it. It was just hilarious. Yeah, it was everything that we're saying. It's still doesn't really
crazy.
It was, and then you've got to also give the 49ers credit. I understand momentum, don't we all? The second that happens, the building goes quiet. They've got momentum, but it's a tie game.
Yeah,
it's a tie game with 4 minutes to go, and the Packers are going to have the ball, and the MVP's got the ball in his hands, and this can still go absolutely either way. At that moment, as a 49er fan, you're hoping for overtime. For the defense to go out there and force a 3-and-out right away on Aaron Rodgers, and then for the 49er offense, which was so maligned the entire day, with the weather at its worst and the temperature at its lowest, for them to plod their way down the field. Jimmy only made 2 throws on that drive, but they were on point. The catch, the pass catchers caught the ball. Debo with the 3rd and 7 conversion to set it up to be a buzzer beater. Everything was perfect. And so they were still just flat-footed in that moment, and they outplayed the Packers for the final 4 minutes as well. And so credit goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Credit goes everywhere in the end of a game,
including to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know we'll pick through the eventual carcass of number 10 at some point, but this is another
not dead yet.
This is
not
yet another
yet.
feather in his cap and it's what I said to the guys in the crossover, Mark, and this is where analytics can only go so far. There's something about this guy. Yes, cradle that bobblehead. It's so
yes.
I love when you rub
Switching
his bobblehead.
YouTube. Yes, I'm petting my Jimmy right now.
Pet away while I tell you exactly why. And it's because of, and you got your Kittle bobblehead there too.
I do, what? Kittle's here.
George Kittle made a horrific gaffe in a moment where you had nothing going. You finally got something going. It's like going down to the Fillmore in the marina and you're looking for parking for 15 minutes. You finally find a spot and your boy backs into the car behind him. Now you got to leave a note. You got to lose the spot. You've got to call AAA. And that's what that moment was. Yet he was able to bounce back, get you a couple of free drinks. You took a cab home. You won the day. You had a late night date. Everything worked out. And I think part of that is the Jimmy Garoppolo leadership factor. And, Kyle Shanahan, too, the way he communicates with his team. There was never any panic in that team because the defense, Mark, showed out. Devontae got him early. They made the adjustment, and they said, all right, we're going to get home with 4. And Bosa wrecked the game. Armstead, those big boys and what they bring Sunday in Los Angeles, I think that ultimately is the edge.
But in the end, for me, special teams, which we have ripped, justifiably so, all year long, they twice completely saved everyone's bacon. Because this defense that we're pumping up is the same defense that let Aaron Jones get over their head right before halftime. And the special teams saved the bacon. And then you get to the end of the game and the offense doesn't have a touchdown. And the special teams saved the bacon.
Yeah.
Two blocks 2 blocks
outside
in this game. 2 blocks outside.
It's a 4.
Absolutely.
Big balls outside.
They won. That's what we remember in the end. But there's so much that goes into this, and so we want to hear from you. People are starting to line up. We're going to come to you next at 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I am both. I am thrilled for today. I am excited for the week. I am also terrified of the week. I mean, and whenever this is the 3rd time now this year that there will be a highly emotional, I guess you could call it 4th time if you talk about the regular season finale, but this is the 4th time this year that LA and San Francisco are going to get together in an emotional battle. I know it's now 2022, but you know what I'm talking about. One full sports season, the Warriors and the Lakers in a little play-in tournament, the much more memorable but difficult Giants experience against the Los Angeles Dodgers, and now here we go. I know the Rams aren't everybody's big rival. Maybe it's the Seahawks, maybe it's the Cowboys, but when this comes down to fans, the same reason we all have people down there that we could call in order to use a credit card to get tickets, that means we've also got people down there. We got people down there who are rooting for the other team, and it brings in a secondary aspect to a game like this. It's the NFC title game and the LA San Francisco thing. They are 2 very separate things. They are equally as emotional. Therefore, this is double jeopardy.
Yeah, it's double jeopardy, it's quadruple jeopardy, and the exponential effect. Maybe Niners-Rams isn't quite as highly charged as Giants-Dodgers, but I think it becomes more highly charged because it's just one game. You get the one piece. You don't get the whole series. You don't get a best of 5. You get 60 minutes on their field. Their favorite again, Mark. Now, are the Rams a real favorite, or is this another one of those fake favorites? That'll be coming up. One of my only victories in Pick Your Battles was I took the Niners and the points. Cash me out one time, Kevin Dana, which was big, but we'll get your thoughts on real favorite or fake favorite.
Fake favorite, because the game plan is going to be to spot the Rams 20 points and then let's play, because I think the 49ers will still win the game. Here we go. Are you having more fun now versus 2 years ago? We can get into that and your calls big time. We're coming to you next. It's Willard and Dibs on a monstrous Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Save on your supplements at Whole Foods Market. Take 20% off Orgain and Navitas plant-based protein powders and superfood powders through January 25th. Plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
It was down the middle and good! 49ers win it!
You're reacting to the Niners' big win against the Packers.
Our team's been through so many different situations this year that I feel like we never overreact to anything. We just keep playing football.
Call us at 888-957-9570 on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing a return because you haven't filed in a few years? Or have you received an audit notice in the mail and don't know what to do? Then contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein today, because this is what we do. We work to stop IRS and state seizures for taxes you owe. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm always offers a free consultation so we may openly discuss your legal options without any added pressure. We are a local firm with offices throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call us toll-free 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
When you watch Team USA go for the gold, you don't just want Wi-Fi that's fast. You want Michaela Schifrin fast. You want Eat My Powder, blink and you'll miss it, iSki faster than you drive fast. You want Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, power all your devices and watch every single wow-worthy moment fast. You want gig speed internet from Xfinity.
Watch Team USA with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Or get started with Xfinity 50 megabit per second internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. This offer ends March 31st, so go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New Xfinity Connect customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 1 year, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible gateway. Gig speed.
Sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
At Lowe's, find aisles of styles that transform. Create a serene space with an Allen & Roth Wilmer shower door for $549 and bathroom vanities starting at $99.98. And find an Allen & Roth Harlow brushed nickel faucet for $99. Design your room your way, from start to finishing touches. Shop the Lowe's Bath Style and Save event now, in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Valid through 3/18. Selection varies by location while supplies last. U.S. only.
Here at Frank's Red Hot, we've put together a completely exhaustive list of essentials that will bring everyone together on game day. Number 1, Frank's Red Hot. Number 2, wings. Okay, it looks like that's it. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Was down the middle and good! 49ers win it! San Francisco is moving on with a 13-10 win here at Lambeau, and this crowd and that Packers team is stunned.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Joe Buck's voice sounded like it was cold. It was very, very cold. And you brought up Kevin from The Office, and I will say this. I got trash talking texts the night before the game. I got trash talking texts during the game. I did not receive anything after the game, Dibs.
Oh,
and
no?
I did not receive anything after the game. Yeah,
that leaky faucet of you name dropping has ratcheted to a screeching halt.
Yeah, apparently. Well, I did, real quick on this. What is your philosophy on this? You have, because we'll have a bunch of these this weekend. Okay, my sister,
right,
diehard Niner fan, is married to a diehard Rams fan. And the son has decided to go two different ways. Like, I'll follow mom into the desert and I'll follow dad into the forest. He's a big Rams fan and a San Francisco Giants fan. I don't know what happened. All I know is she's dealing with a bunch of crap this week in that house. When the 49ers beat the Rams, what's your philosophy with someone you like or someone you love who is devastated by the outcome?
Right.
Do you rub it in right away? Do you wait and rub it in the next day? Or do you just go silent and say nothing?
I'm a grudge holder, so I'm going to wait. Yeah. I mean, and you should know this, but I tried to warn you early in our show runs.
I did. I know this.
If you cross me, I may hang on to it for years to come. Okay. It's the way I'm wired as from Minnesota blood, where it kind of runs cold, and you can hang on to things if you need to. So I think. In this case, my good friend Marty Fisher, shout out Pescado, who grew up and went to Damien High School, now lives in Arizona. He's one of these classic Dodger Ram guys. So, the Dodger Giants, we went back and forth, and then after Game 5, he got over, and I didn't say a word until the Atlanta Braves came to town. And so after they got ousted by an inferior team, I made some brief mention to that fact, and it's been radio silent ever since. So I'm more of a holder than I am somebody who's going to flash on you.
Got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. I didn't say anything to Brian. I thought about it. I was just going to maybe send, and real passive aggressive too, like a football emoji. Just like, whoop, there you go,
Perfect.
buddy. There you go. Tell Aaron we said hi. But I did nothing, and I feel weak because
you
of
can
that.
hit him with just a feels great, baby. And I think that's become iconic enough with in connection with Jimmy G to where
I hope. Oh gosh, it's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market. It's Willard and Dibs. It's 95.7 The Game. We want to talk to you all day. What a bananas outcome that's taking place. Is there any sort of comparison for you? This versus 2019, that felt dominant. I always feel like it's more fun, I think, when you go on a run that's unexpected. And 2 years ago, we got to the point where, look, they were the 1 seed. It was expected. This, like the Giants' 107 wins, like the Warriors' first title, somebody pulled this out of their wahoo. And that is a little bit more cherished. Right?
Well, to me, it has Giants 2010 vibes if it ultimately culminates in what that culminated in. The fact that they weren't necessarily the best team. The Niners aren't probably the best team of the remaining 4. You could argue that they're second, maybe they're third. That'll get settled on Sunday, but it's not like they're a juggernaut, and the Giants weren't either yet. They were a tough out, and this Niner team is a tough out. Your offense graded out at probably a C- or a D+ yesterday for the most part. Your defense, you're right. They gave up some big plays. The opening drive, you give the defense a B+, B+, but the special blanking teams, Mark.
Yeah, man.
That's been the team in detention. They've had study hall, extra homework. That unit has been in trouble for the entirety of the season. Yet somehow you pull 100 on the final. Good Lord.
I mean, you factor in the weather, the scenario, the fact that you're playing the Packers, they're the 1 seed. I actually was only highly bothered by 2 plays. I think we're underrating what the defense did. I think we're underrating what the offense did. We're making it sound like the offense was terrible all game. They didn't score, but that wasn't a scoring game. Like Green Bay didn't score either.
Right.
That was sideways sleet in Lambeau Field. And it was like, that's the deal. Like it's not a light up the scoreboard game. There were 2 plays that as a fan, you're like, people, what are we doing here? And it was Aaron Jones over the top, and it was the pick right before that, obviously, by Jimmy. This one, and the funny thing is, we joke about it. It's not okay, but it is. I give him this. I'm willing to live with one bonehead throw per game. And he did it. He kept it to one. That's all I ever asked. Yes, it comes in the most frustrating damn situation ever because they were about to score. Yeah. But he once again, he does that one awful throw. And then after the game, I feel like people remember only that. And the rest of the game was certainly not highlight worthy, but it was effective. It was a field position game. There was no other moment. You know, a lot of the sacks he took, I was like, good. Take the sack rather than throwing a pick. You know, and I know he floated some out to the sideline that made you real nervous. But outside of the one pick, you know, he didn't lose the game, which is his job. So I thought everything was fine. They just weren't getting on the scoreboard. The special teams is the one, as you said, that gets the total A+. They get the donut.
Yeah, it's recency bias to me, the way you're portraying the offense, because if you look at the way they came out, it was punt, 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 pick. That was your first half. And of the first 14 plays, 9 of them went for either 0 or negative yards. So
remember the drops, though, Dibs. Remember the first four
big
throws.
Drop, the George Kittle drop.
The first four throws were all drops, Dibs. I mean,
they also he took sacks. The offensive line. It wasn't all on Jimmy Garoppolo. The offensive line was
they were getting outplayed.
Pillaged. It looked like an offense that came out a little bit cold, and you know you could forgive them for that, quote unquote. But then again, both teams are playing in that cold. The offense came out and they looked flat, and luckily the defense in the first half figured out how to minimize Devontae Adams and cover everyone else. And you know, also when they lost A.J. Dillon, because he was bruising them early on when he went out of the ball game.
That's a big man.
That's a big piece for Green Bay to miss.
No doubt. Well, speaking of how cold it was, we got some people who are not only wanting to talk about this, but they were there. Ruben in Stockton. You were at this game, Ruben. What are you doing right now?
Oh, man, I'm just trying to stay warm right now, actually.
Yeah.
As cold as it was out there. So, man, when you go into the atrium is nice, it's warm. But as soon as you walk out, you feel that cold. Oh, my God, you feel the cold, and that's just in the walkway. And you're in the bleachers. I was at the bleachers. The first half of the game was great. Second half, you feel the snow coming down. I felt the miracle coming at that point. It was just a miracle for me. I'm at Lambeau Field. My Niners are playing these Packers. I'm not really too concerned because Aaron Rodgers. And, oh, my God, it snows, and it's cold. It's cold when I'm yelling. I got brain freeze from yelling, like drinking a Slurpee really fast. It hurt, but I stuck it out through the game. That Hufanga block, it wasn't really that quiet. The fans, they got loud at that point. I couldn't see the ball. Snow's coming down in your face, so I could picture the players from the floor level looking up, and the snow falling in their face masks. They can't see the ball. Finally, when it hits the snow, you see this little brown thing wobbling around. The Thunder comes in and he picks it up. And our team crowd it went a little nuts. You can hear them. You can hear them in Green Bay. We were there. It was exciting. It's history. We made history. I got to experience history at a historical place. It was amazing. Oh, my God, it was amazing.
What jersey were you wearing, Ruben?
What?
Were you wearing a jersey?
I missed the question. Oh, yeah. I was wearing my gold jacket. I was wearing my only 75th anniversary jersey I had was the Deion Sanders. So I wore a throwback, and I had a little fuzzy hat. I was on the 20-yard line on the Niners side, on the right-hand side of the bench, 18 rows back. It was amazing. Like, it was awesome. I had to swear my colors. I had all my snow gear underneath. And that still wasn't enough. I had feet warmers in my shoes, and I was standing on cardboard because they gave me that tip. And, oh, my God, it was still cold. 3 minutes left in the third quarter, I really started feeling it. I really started feeling it at
Standing
that
on
point.
cardboard, Mark. That's
Ruben, I get
underrated.
it. I get it. I mean, there's nothing you can do, especially as a Californian. There's nothing you can do after a certain temperature. Like, it's just, I don't care. You could look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and by the third quarter, it's just not going to work anymore. That was a beautiful description, though. The way he just talked about that, you know what that was for the 49er players? Like, that was their Marco Scutaro moment. Like, you just look up into the sky and the sleet is flying down into your eyes, and just put your arms out, take it all in, go pick up a football, run into the end zone, and make history. Hufunga. That is now, that's a name. That's a word. That is in 49er lore, Hufunga. And you know, I know a lot of diehards are listening, but a lot of people that was the first time they heard Hufunga when Joe Buck said it. That was the first time in their lives when they heard that.
Right. And by the way, another drafted player out of USC. Another
they're good at those drafts, aren't they?
Find. And Willis, who gets the block, gets the game ball, and that maybe is the snow globe image you want of Jordan Willis, because he goes cross body. By the way, it's a left-footed kicker, and he goes to the kicker's right side, so he's not even on the block side per se, and he just casually extends the right arm as if to say, "Not today, young punter. I'll be deflecting this in short order."
What do you get for the Jordan Willis Hufunga parlay? I mean, that had to pay $1 billion to 1, didn't it? That these are the two players we're talking about after this game.
Serious bag alert. What's going to be the key to the Niners winning? Is it going to be Garoppolo Debo? Is it going to be Garoppolo Kittle? No, it's going to be Willis Hufunga.
I'll go Willis Hufunga.
For the win. You could even see like a Bosa Warner, where Bosa deflects it and Warner picks it.
Yeah.
You'd pay the Bosa Warner combo long before the classic Willis Hufunga.
Enzo in San Jose also was at the game. Enzo, how freaking cold were you?
Great question.
Man, I was freezing. I had all my snow gear on. It was insane. Third quarter, I told my little brother, I'm like, man, why did we come? We're freezing our ass off. We could have been watching the game over here warm in California. And then the fog punk came in, and I went insane. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
You know what I'm amazed by, Enzo? You and Ruben are calling, having been at the game, and I get that you had an extra day to recover. Your voices sound great. Most of the people, you go to a playoff game like that, I expect people to come back totally hoarse and not able to make noise with their vocal cords. But you guys are doing great.
Yeah, no, it was crazy because I saw a good amount of Niner fans, and then I was like, man, it's going to be a little loud when Aaron Rodgers goes on offense. But, man, it was quiet when Aaron Rodgers was on offense. I was like, I'm not even going to make a difference if I start yelling.
Nice.
Yeah. Californians can't make a whole lot of noise when it's 0 degrees. Like, you have to focus. You have to concentrate on not dying.
And plus, that was maybe, I don't know if he's still there, but I'd say maybe a 90%, 10% crowd at most. You're not going, and we talked about it last week, Mark. If you're a Niner fan who's looking to travel, unless you're one of the couple of callers we've already gotten, you're likely, if they win, I'll show out in L.A., or Tampa.
A trip to Dallas or a trip to SoFi, a little easier to get to than flying to Milwaukee, renting a car, driving 3 hours through all of the cities that have too many consonants in 0 degree temperatures. Like that took, Ruben, Enzo, whoever else was there, y'all are elite. You guys are next level fans to go make that trip. Like, if you live out there too, you're a Niner fan living in Chicago, okay, great. These last 2 calls have come from Stockton and San Jose. Like, you made your way out there. That's incredible. Yeah. And you're right, like what Ruben said, as we said last week, a trip to Lambeau it's a game changer. You called it life-changing. It's something that sticks with you. It sticks with you forever, and especially because of what happened while you were out there. Whatever you spent, I'm sure it was a lot, but you probably feel like it was money well spent.
Absolutely, and it's lifetime memories, and that's why when I say it's life-changing, having gone to the Masters in 2010, that changed the way I approach wanting to spend time in my life. You take a stretch and you go and you do something big and it pays off. I went to the Kentucky Derby with my dad about 4 years before he died. I went with my two brothers as well. And those are it's a sporting event, but it becomes greater than that. If you go to Lambeau and you see that, you see the Willis Hufanga experience, which I don't know if that show is going to ever repeat itself, Mark, in that way. You blocked 2 kicks and you vanquished Aaron Rodgers. That might be his final game as a Green Bay Packer in 0-degree temperatures. That to me, if you're there, that becomes a life-changing moment.
He made it, and I know a lot of guys do, he made it sound like that might have been his last game, period. I mean, what do you get for this parlay? Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady on back-to-back days get upset, and then in front of a microphone, both of them question whether we're ever going to see him again. That is a hell of an NFC weekend.
Monster weekend, and that's why I think it's a fair question. 888-957-9570. Was the Niner-Packer game, it might have been the third best game of the weekend. I mean, was it the second best game? Because Mark, you mentioned earlier about having a moment with your son. I had a moment with my son yesterday, and it was via the phone because he went to the Cal basketball game. My brother Mikey 2.0 happened to be there, so I got them in touch with each other. They hung out, and then Quest, my boy, called me after the game. So I stepped outside of the establishment where I was watching said game as Tampa was initiating this I cannot believe it comeback.
Unbelievable.
So I'm peering through the window of, I'll say it, the Oakland Athletic Club, the good people at the Oakland AC. I'm peering through the window talking to my son, and he's like, Dad, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm watching this unbelievable Tampa situation.
Dad, what are you doing right now, Dad?
Totally.
What are you doing?
I'm watching the Rams basically ruin their diaper right now, son. What are you doing?
Oh, my gosh. Well, that's the one thing. Yeah, I'll put the Niner-Packer game ahead of the Ram-Tampa game because the Ram-Tampa game for 3 hours was awful.
True. It
was awful. I mean, and then it was 7 minutes of, oh, my God.
Right.
And then you just, all of it unfolds. You know what?
I've got to give Game in reverse. That thing starts with a bang.
I got to give you the visual because this is what, this is what parenting on weekends with big football is often like. I watched the first half of the Ram-Buck game. It was awful. So I'm like, okay, who cares? This ends up being perfect because my daughter, your beloved CYO basketball, my daughter's got a 3 o'clock tip-off at Redwood High. So we're heading down there. No big deal. Rams are up by 24. Let's dial into my daughter. So off she goes to play her game, and it's just kind of a ho-hum game. But they start a little second-half rally, and as they're rallying, here come the Bucks, and they kind of coincide. So to that point, now I've got the game on my phone, but it's just sitting on the bleachers in front of me. I'm trying not to make a big deal out of it because I don't want to be that dad who's not paying attention to his daughter because Matt Stafford and Tom Brady are battling out there. And then you watch all of it. You watch Fournette go in. You watch the Rams. Somehow Cooper Kupp gets over the top again. All the while, daughter's game is locked 23-23 with 10 ticks to go. She gets a rebound, runs down to the other end of the court. She thinks there's 2 seconds left. There's 8. She fires from 25. All net.
Oh, my God.
Jim goes crazy. She nails a buzzer beater. Then the Rams throw to Cooper Kupp. This is all happening at the same time. I almost guru'd the thing. I almost ran out on the floor. It was bedlam. I didn't know what to do. This was happening all weekend long.
God.
It was just buzzer beater after buzzer beater. Steph Curry, all 4 football games.
Yeah.
Ella for the win. It was just all weekend long. It was amazing.
It was crazy. It was crazy. And the fact that we almost lost out on everything that comes with a Matthew Stafford game, it would have been heartbreaking because that was, it would have been better, I think, for it to go that way for 49er fans facing the Rams. If they would have won that game 42-9, for example, you might have been a little bit more, not fearful of the Rams, but a little bit more cautious about this matchup. But the fact that the Rams did Ramsey-and things, Ramsey's the second, shout out the great Pharaoh. They
Shout out
do
Jalen Ramsey.
Ram things. Thank you.
Right.
Exactly. Gordon Ramsay. Yeah,
Well,
Hell's Kitchen.
yeah. There'll be no weather in this game. There is a mental edge for sure. We'll see if Sean McVay celebrates in the end zone. I've got the over/under at 1.5. Let's go to Manny in San Mateo. Hey, Manny, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing right now?
Hey, good morning, Mr. Willard, Mr. Dibley. Just at work right now. I'm feeling great about it because Victory Monday. Still on cloud nine about that win, man. I think these Niners are built for the drama, and it seems like since that Rams game, it's been drama week in and week out. So I like our chances this weekend. I think all our opponents have something in common. All the pressure is on them. And I think this team feels like, man, we're not even supposed to be here. As a 6 seed, the lowest remaining seed. Man, I'm going to tell you guys a quick little 10-second story. I called in when we were 3-5. I said, man, I'm done giving these guys my money. I want Shanahan fired, dude. This is part of being a fanatic because now I'm ready to take a high-interest loan out and go to NFC Championship game, man. I don't care. I'm ready. I think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be. I think it's going to be another drama scenario. But what a game on Saturday! Just unbelievable. Like the fourth person I know that called that punt. So let's stay.
Oh.
I love it.
And that was good enough. That was a great call. And Manny, you're right. That is being a fan. And good job by you to even just put yourself on the chopping block there. Special shout out to all of the people back in week 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. To any of us that brought up the idea of this 49er team, whimsical as it may have sounded, the idea of them making a run and people saying, what exactly are the 49ers doing sticking with Jimmy? Why are they doing things this way? Why are you holding out hope? It's not like this season is going anywhere. Special shout out to everyone who said it.
Yeah.
It's being a fan. Go ahead, spend 5 seconds in front of the mirror today. Peer in with those lovely blue or brown eyes of yours and learn the lesson that we keep going. You keep going, damn it, because who knows what's going to happen. Look at these guys.
Would you do me a favor and
what's that?
Take your right arm and raise it as high as you can in the air and then reach back and try to touch your shoulder blade because I want you to stretch out when you're patting yourself on the back at this level because you know what? You deserve it, Mark. You and all of the rest of the – you got to let it play out, you know?
No, but you know what?
You had it right, Mark.
While you were further away from it than I would say you were next when we put our station lineup together. You were in second place. I mean, the rest of our guys were like, "What are we doing? Like this is forget about it. What's the point of this season?" More of your phone calls.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. I was always of the mind of course, grind for it. I just didn't believe that they could quote go on a run, and here they are, 2 down, 2 to go.
I don't know that I believed they were going to do this either, but man, I love this team because they do have a message. Keep going. We're all going through hell right now. Keep going because it's going to turn. It's going to turn at some point. 888-957-9570 is the number, and your calls are happening all morning and all day long with Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance to see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time.
plans with Walgreens as a preferred pharmacy. Restrictions apply. See Walgreens.com/Medicare for complete details.
Tap Plastics. The fantastic plastic place.
Need to replace a boat window, refrigerator shelf, or patio tabletop? Tap Plastics has the plastic for your every need. Cut to the size you need it. Select the color, thickness, and size. Our knowledgeable trained staff will do the rest. Often while you wait, we turn your ideas into reality. For a store near you, go to tapplastics.com.
Tap Plastics. The fantastic plastic place.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Order online at StreetStrider.com. We ship to your front door. Go online now. That's StreetStrider.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Relax.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Losing? Nah, I can't go for that. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Check it out, Dibs. 707. To all of those who said they'd rather lose with Lance than win with Jimmy. You remember who those people were? I don't need to name any names.
No.
All those people who said we'd rather lose with Lance than win with Jimmy, you are not evicted. But you need to take a knee.
Yeah.
Just take it.
Sleep on the couch, probably. You know.
Right. That's right.
You know, shout out couch surfing as I did in Northridge. Left about 4 months before the quake, the Northridge quake, by the way. But yeah, your boy's room was the hall closet, and I slept in the living room.
Hey, if you haven't experienced something like that, you haven't lived. Jeremy Lin turned that into a business once upon a time. Remember that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Linsanity, I'm a New York Knick, and I'm sleeping on a friend's couch, and I'm making $50 million. You know, whatever.
Yeah.
You do what you got to damn do, Dibs, and that's exactly who these 49ers are as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you do what you got to do. And so we spend a lot of time each week handing out credit, handing out blame, what have you.
Right.
I was struck by what Robbie Gould did right after the game. Robbie Gould, and I get, it's an emotional moment. You're only going to say good things to each other. But I wonder if all of you saw the video. Robbie Gould is in the middle of the celebration and runs out of it like I think he went down to the end zone to get the ball because that was something he wanted to keep. And so he goes and he gets the ball, and then he's coming back from the end zone, and who does he run into? It's James Garoppolo. And he looks right at Jimmy, and he just goes, "You're a bleeping legend, dude. You are a bleeping legend." And then there was something inaudible that I sort of took because there was another F-bomb in there.
Yeah.
But it was sort of but the attitude in it sort of made me think, I wonder, and maybe this is a conversation for later in the week or maybe in 4 weeks, this team not only loves each other, and Trey is part of that. They love Trey. This team bleeping loves Jimmy. And I wonder if they're carrying with them throughout this year the idea that this is it for him. This is it for him, and so we got to go, pedal to the metal. But I also wonder if they're, a little bugged by it.
Or just motivated by it. Or maybe it just reminds them that that's all of them. Really, for the most part, there are very few on the roster who you would look at and say, all right, they're untouchable. Guys with long-term deals, big investments. There's only a small handful of those guys. So the whole mentality of this guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, basically knows he's gone. And yes, he's well compensated, yet how does he approach each and every day? He approaches it the exact same way as he did when he initially got to town. And I think that sort of realism, the leadership, it permeates. The guy's playing through a relatched thumb. Relatch don't do it. We don't even talk about that. And the shoulder that maybe got a little bit banged up as well. And he goes out there in 0 degrees, and he's just good enough to help them get it done. So in that locker room, he is a blanket legend because he needed to make a couple of throws. He made those throws. Robbie Gould is perfect in the post, and he's right. He's like, you know what, dude? You're a bleeping legend. You didn't beat him 50-13. You did just enough, but he made the plays when it needed to be made.
He's such a reality show. I'm telling you, every week that thought that I sort of brought it up a couple weeks ago, and it just grows. It's like he made it to another week. I don't know how. America didn't vote him off, and here we go. He gets to go do it again. You get to go to SoFi again, and then he may. I mean, I got a really good friend who was raised in Kansas City and is a big Chiefs fan, and he already texted me last night. He's like, are we doing this again? Is this going to be a rematch? I know we got a long way to go this week, but man, if he somehow not only gets back to the bowl, but gets to redo, he gets a mulligan. If he gets to try again,
honestly, that's too charmed.
Are you kidding me? It's
too charmed of a life. Already so handsome and so many gifts, and now you get to. It's like you get to write your own script. It's like, Rocky 2 all over again, maybe, for the 49ers man. with a puncher's chance. And you're a bum. And, I guess Shanahan playing the role of Mickey somehow in 40 years from now. Exactly.
Oh, gosh. We're going to go back to the phones in a second.
Mouth,
Debo, an hour ago, started tweeting about this fan restriction that the Rams are trying to pull off with Ticketmaster. He wrote, I get that we turned SoFi Stadium into Levi's, but restricting fans from buying tickets is cracksy to me. The players are even tossing this out there. I thought from two angles, this was a bad move by the Rams because, A, it won't work, okay? So that's the backdrop. It won't work. If it was going to work, then maybe. But it's not going to work. Therefore, bad move for two reasons. One, they put it out there before their game yesterday. And I'm sitting there going, hey, what if you guys don't even make it? Like, hello, you got to go beat Tom Brady. And then they did.
Yeah.
But the second piece of this that I think is really bad for the Rams is this very much felt to me like McVay running around in the end zone. You just put a big sign on the internet that said, we're scared of you. We have a mental issue with you, 49ers. You are in our head. You are living rent-free. Before we even make the game, we're already taking steps to keep you out of the building. It's only going to activate 49er fans even more to get their butt into the building. They just signaled to the world the 49ers are in our heads.
Well, they're in their territory too, Mark. And again, half your family, and LA is such a huge place, and it's been a city that didn't really have an NFL soul other than the Los Angeles Raiders cup of coffee. And if you're an old schooler and you remember Georgia Frontiere and you're a Ram fan from back in the day, like my buddy Marty, he's about our age, and so he was raised a Ram fan out in that LA Orange County area. But more and more people who've come to Los Angeles either came, people who are younger than us, who there was no football there, or you're Raider fans, or quietly you're a Northern Californian transplant and you're a Niner fan. So I think the Niner fan base in LA is probably bigger than the Charger fan base in LA.
Oh, there's no question. But
I wouldn't say it's as big as the Ram fan base. But
but
I would rank it Raiders 1, Rams 2, Niners 3, Chargers 4.
Chargers are probably about 26, actually. If you think I'm kidding. You think I'm kidding.
No. Just it hurts because the Chargers belong in San Diego.
LA has sports bars that are themed for teams, right? It's right there on Pico, the San Francisco Saloon. There's Eagles bars. There's a Giants bar. There's definitely a Cowboys bar. There's no Chargers bar. There is no Chargers bar in Los Angeles. There are no Chargers in Los Angeles.
I like when you lapse into your LA Valley Girl kind of thing. On Pico, there's
it's on Pico, right there at the 405.
There's that Eagles bar.
San Francisco Saloon, by the way. Good burgers and a good scene.
Shout
if
it
you
out.
want to watch a 49er game down there, it's a great
Tell
place.
them Mark sent you on Pico.
You tell them Mark sent you, and I'll get free fries next time I go. But anyway, Andrew Whitworth's wife already went on social media and stated, if you're a Rams fan and you're looking to get rid of your tickets, we'll buy them. We'll buy them.
Oh.
So, yeah, they've got tons of money, which another odd play, Mrs. Whitworth, because you understand what that means. If you just buy a bunch of tickets from Rams fans so that they don't go to 49er fans, your building will now be empty. But you won't have any fans in the building if you just keep all the tickets. So another very poor idea. The Rams and their people right now are full of them. 888-957-9570. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Just focused on the wrong thing. Pre-focused on the wrong thing. But I think it speaks to the broken nature of the market where even in an NFC championship game scenario against the Niners, you still have to drum up local support to even care to block Niner fans. It's like, how can this not already be in a market that size? How can it not already be a fait accompli that it's going to be 90% season ticket holders and diehards? And it just speaks to the sadness of the market.
Well, the reason being, by the way, there was a quote I saw from an actual ticket broker who said you have to understand that even though the Rams were in LA before, it's sort of a rebirth of the fan base, and it takes time to build. It's only been, how many years has it been since the Rams went there? What has it been, 5?
Not 5, not 6.
5, 6 years. And the ticket broker was like, it's still building. Like, they're still trying to drum that up, and it's only a certain point in the process. So when you're talking about a really expensive ticket, like this one will be at least $600 to get in, the Rams fan base is not prepared to pay that, and the 49er fan base is. And so this ticket broker's read, based on what was happening last night on the market, is it's going to look exactly the same as it did 3 weeks ago. Exactly the same.
And you know what that means, of course, Mark. He's going to have to do a silent count, which I don't know if you knew. Normally it's the road quarterback who has to do that. That is crazy.
It is. It's going to be crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it really. No, not it was.
It will
Kelly. It will be crazy.
No matter what they try to do to ticket block, Niner fans are getting in, and they will be louder.
Robert in San Jose apparently also thawing out this morning after being at Lambeau Field in Wisconsin. Robert, what are you doing?
Good morning, fellas, and happy Victory Monday. How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Put up the V.
Man, I went down to Lambeau. Amazing, man. When they say the frozen tundra, it's a frozen tundra. It was so cold. The fans showed up. Man, it's just something. It was something else, man. I'm so shocked that we pulled off that victory. A shout out to the Niners. I mean, Road Warriors, man. It feels different than 2019. Couple more. We have one more game on Sunday, and hopefully they can get the job done, man, because this team is something else.
Robert, thanks, man. Yeah, that's the difference. I think a couple people have brought this up. There's less pressure on this. I do believe the 49ers now truly are, in a matter of speaking, it's not loser talk. I think that they can and will go to the Super Bowl, but they are playing with house money now.
There it is.
They are. Like
are they getting their room comped and they're getting a free buffet? I mean, what level of service are we getting from the concierge?
They're not getting comped. I'll tell you what they're doing. That hotel room they're about to get, the travel secretary should make it a 3-week reservation because they're going to stay in L.A. for a long, long time. But it's house money in terms of what we all talk about, whether you want to call it legacy, whether you just want to talk about the offseason. I don't know that there's a scenario now that puts the 49ers, whenever they reach the offseason, there's no scenario now where people use that offseason to talk about how Kyle Shanahan's an idiot and he doesn't know how to be. He needs to give up play calling.
Right.
And Garoppolo's just a massive disappointment. That stuff's gone. It was there. It was there 3 weeks ago. They had 88 seconds left to go and they were going to miss the playoffs. And it was going to be, that's what the offseason was going to be. That is now gone.
Well, now it's going to be, unfortunately, we have to brace ourselves for it eventually. It's going to be hey, I think Jimmy's going to stay on for another year because that's the only way to really create the necessary interest to pry him from their cold, dead hand. So that I think is the storyline that eventually comes out down the road.
Oh, there's no doubt. And what do you do? And I know your answer, and I know most answer this way, and so do I. I do believe that. However, there continues to be, each time we have this conversation, we have not read all the chapters in the book. And this does change if he wins 2 more games. No matter what the stats are. It is like it was almost something we said jokingly when they drafted Trey Lance. Well, what if Jimmy wins the Super Bowl? Yeah, right. That's not going to. Okay, here we are.
Well, but what happens
what if
when
he wins a Super Bowl?
Okay, and you get to the end of that book and you read that last chapter. What do you do with that book? Do you, put it out in one of those homemade share a book deals that you see in these neighborhoods? Do you, B, put it on the shelf? Or do you C, read it again, start to finish? You're not reading this book again. It may go down as one of the greatest books you've ever read.
Might make a movie out of it. You know, sometimes you make a movie out of the book.
Yeah, you might put them on next door and hope somebody gets you a second-round pick for them, too. Because, it's a nice hardcover and it's a good story. And if it ends the way you're saying, well, I mean, it might be on Mount Bookmore for what that would be, pulling this one out of nowhere.
I tell you what it does bring into play, though, and this is the classic good problem to have that we talk about with coaching staffs, is now what you bring into play is you do go ahead and get rid of Jimmy in the offseason, and you turn it over to Trey, and now the pressure for Trey to be really good is higher. Because now you're not comparing him to Jimmy. You're comparing him to 49er teams that go to the Super Bowl every time Jimmy's healthy. Like, that's now what you're comparing Trey to. And fans will look at that and go, buddy, stats or not, you got a tough act to follow. Like, this team goes to the Super Bowl when Jimmy's healthy. And that's now what you've got to go do, or else it's a failure.
Yeah, you give him time. You give him the
he gets a little
necessary time, absolutely. And ultimately, he is inextricably linked to Kyle Shanahan and by proxy John Lynch, etc. So their success is all intertwined. So you give Trey Lance the necessary amount of time, but I think what we're learning yet again is this formula is not reliant on him being, the best quarterback in the league. Just maintain it, possess it. Like you said, hey, you can even give him one a game. That's the Jimmy G standard.
You get one.
Right.
You get one. I get mad at 2. I mean, I get mad at 1, too. I mean, gosh.
Number 1.
It's just like, can he throw a regular pick? Why does every pick have to be the one that just melts your body to the floor?
They finally were going to get 3 points.
Oh, my gosh.
The long first half nightmare was ending. 9 of the first 14 plays, Mark, were for either 0 or negative yards. Tough to get a lot of momentum going, and one of those was the huge kill drop. But you finally got into a spot where just don't muck this up, and we're taking 3, and we're gonna get the ball Shanahan style, and at least it feels like you weathered the storm. And then he underthrows that. That was like a frozen arm throw. It was like, God.
He rolled out. Like, this is where Trey will be different than Jimmy. When they get into an ad-lib phase, I'm like, I don't like it. When Jimmy starts, he avoided the rush, and then he rolls out. I'm like, this isn't going to go well. Just throw it away. Throw it away, because he doesn't, that's not his thing. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes. We know this. So maybe that'll be better for Trey, because that is his calling card. Let's go to Carlito in Alameda. Alameda. Carlito, you're on with Willard and Dibs, and what exactly are you doing right now?
I am drinking a hot cup of coffee.
All right,
Strong.
there you go.
Gentlemen.
You're a hair on your chest kind of guy, Carlito.
Yes, I am. I just want to say, I know like these games that have been ranked, and I want to say aesthetically, our game, the 49er game and the Packer game, was the most beautiful to watch with the snow coming down. I mean, aesthetically, and then the backdrop of playing against Aaron Rodgers. He's so controversial. And I think Green Bay might be the best football town there is. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, I mean,
thank you, Carlito. That's a good argument for that as the top game for sure.
It's a unique market, a unique backdrop for sure. I guess it comes down to, it's like we talk about in baseball. Do you like 10-9 games or do you want a pitcher's duel? Like the 49er game was the very, very different style. The Bengals and Titans was kind of a drag it out, like everybody just getting sacked constantly kind of a game. I don't know. You look at last night with the Chiefs and Bills. Does that fit your eye? I mean, it's stunning, but like, is that the football that you want?
No, but in certain circumstances, it's the football that you expect, and so that one was kind of a slow build toward it. You were just waiting for these two heavyweights to just go full haymakers. Now, to expect what you got, you never in your wildest dreams would have thought that. Buffalo was, Coach McDermott, 13 seconds to go.
Ouch.
We drive the kick 8 yards into the end zone. There's a freebie. And then, like I talked about in the thread, in the green room, as Guru likes to call it, you go to the all-hold defense where you blatantly hold every skill position player with a bear hug, and you get a flag. Okay, 10 yards. Now there's 7 seconds left. You do it again for 10 yards. There's no more time. It's not a question of downs. It's a question of time. They play soft. They gave up the underneath with the yak, and you lose.
Yeah, I mean,
totally.
To not squib kick it is inexcusable. I do wonder about your all-hold defense for two reasons. A, something tells me as a human being that just grabbing and holding on to Tyreek Hill is harder than it sounds. But B, if Mahomes drops back and he sees you holding, and he sees the flag go out, then you know what he gets to do. Now he gets free Hail Marys. All you got to do, right, because you've got the penalty already.
Right.
You can't throw a pick. So now you've got the speediest receiving core in football, and you can just huck the ball downfield and see what happens. Maybe you get a PI. So I get what you're saying. There was definitely a different way to play it.
Well, I don't think you understand the level of holding I'm talking about. I'm talking like middle schooler at his first slow dance holding. I'm talking about a good, firm, this could be it for me hold,
I don't know. The middle schoolers, they keep a little 2 feet of space between them. Like you just you get your hands on the waist. Don't go below the waist.
Right.
You keep it above the waist and you leave a little space in there. I don't know. Tyreek or Travis Kelce might be able to wiggle free from that.
That's true. You got to do something other than play like your 8 deep zone and let a track team get a free run on an underneath route. I mean, come on.
There was a lot of football this weekend where I'm like, how did that guy get that open in that situation?
Right.
Like, what is Cooper Kupp doing? How come the Chiefs? How is Gabriel Davis just in the middle of the field, like by himself in the end zone on 4th down and forever? There were so many plays like that, but those quarterbacks, they just buy time. They're so good. It's so hard. But yeah, 13 seconds. Like, we can get into the overtime rule real quick coming up next. Would love to get your thoughts on that for sure, because that had a lot of people buzzing last night, and I get it, but we'll get into that. Your calls, please, those of you on hold, we're coming straight to you at 888-957-9570. Your text messages have been awesome today on the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services, and there's more coming up on 95.7 The Game.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
And that's 5 sacks for this defense in each of the last 3 games, and it's blocked! Up into the air and spinning inside the 10, picked up and a touchdown! Hufanga got the return for the touchdown after the block by Jordan Willis, and the special teams.
Packers has given up. They had the block field goal before the end of the half, and now the block punt that results in a touchdown.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Spadona, take your time on this, but can you spotlight Joe Buck just saying the word Hufanga? It kind of sounded in the cold like he was either sneezing or coughing. He's like the 49ers, Hufanga. It's just like, yeah, he didn't know what to do with it. It was 0 degrees.
Yeah. It was a little Peter Brady, when it's time to change, you've got to rearrange.
Rearrange. range. Yeah, exactly.
You got a little bit locked. And you know what? It's a great call when you listen to it. He just, describing the ball spinning, and then he has the realization that it is Hufanga, and he goes for the Hufanga. And he was strong on the who, and I think the fa is where it got away from him a little bit. But he closed it with a solid ga. I give him a solid 4 crides and just a little bit of a waffle in the middle of the Hufanga.
You can't believe you gave us all 3 syllables and a good breakdown of each one. Let me hear Joe again. I stepped on it.
Hufanga.
Yeah, I agree.
The fong, I think, got away from him a little bit.
Yeah, you can't sneeze like that in public, Joe. This is COVID. You can't just look at Troy Aikman and Hufanga. You can't do that in someone's face without a mask.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
That is a disgusting act. That's.
Oh gosh, it's too much. Hey, where are you on overtime? Because that was, there are certain games, this rule's been there for a while, it doesn't bother anybody.
Right.
Until something like that happens where you feel that you got robbed. Like this is the classic mano-a-mano, whose quarterback is bigger than the other one's quarterback, and it's back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and then all of a sudden it's back, and you don't get any fourth. We're going home.
Shout out Cameo and the great 80s hit back and forth.
Yeah, everyone felt robbed, but I don't know if that's a reason to change a rule or review it, or I don't know. Where are you on this one?
Well, don't pretend that they want it to be fair, okay? And we've talked a lot about this in pro sports. They want everyone to think that everything is quote-unquote fair, but it's not. Video review comes and goes. It seems like they defy it at some points. There's so many different elements of the game that aren't, quote, fair, and overtime is just one of them. If you really wanted to do it, you would do it like soccer does, not with penalty kicks, but just play a full period. Put 10 minutes on the board, and you're going to play all 10. And, maybe the Chiefs score, Buffalo throws a pick, and the Chiefs score again, and they win by 14 in overtime. Just play 10 minutes. And at the end of that 10 minutes, then you can go maybe to the college rule or whatever you want to do, but don't pretend like you're trying to make it quote-unquote fair because, it comes down to the coin toss in a game like that.
I just think that 2 things can be equally true. It's an odd rule. It was always an odd rule, but it's an odd thing. Like if you were an alien and you landed on the planet yesterday and you watched that, and then you go to extra time and one team gets the ball and the other doesn't, you're like, well, wait, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. So it's a very odd rule. We thought we fixed it because people didn't like the field goal. You only had to go 25 yards and you could win the game. Okay, this is obviously different, but it is. It's an odd rule, and at the same time, the Bills have no complaints. Nothing to complain about.
Right.
You had the lead with 13 seconds to go and you were kicking the ball off. You can say stop him, but Mahomes and Allen are obviously next to impossible to stop. So I don't buy into the whole just stop him. But when you had 13 seconds and all you needed to do was keep him at one end of the field, you could even give him half the field. It's like you messed it up. Messed it up. So if you messed it up, you don't get to complain. But I also think it is a game that could lead to a new discussion about the rule. And in fact, the Chiefs about 4 or 5 years ago tried to change this rule. They actually went to the competition committee and said everybody needs to have the ball in overtime. The league didn't want to hear it. They said no, and then the Chiefs ended up benefiting from it in a big game a few years later.
Yeah, and let's not pretend that player safety is the reason why they don't want to do it, because player safety is never at the forefront of the way the NFL approaches it, from Thursday night games to short weeks and, let's just add another game, etc. So let's step behind that faux cloak of, we're doing it for the fellas. Just put 10 minutes on the board, and, if Kansas City wins the toss and they drive down 8.5 minutes and they score a touchdown, well, tough break, you lost the toss, Buffalo. You got a minute and a half, but at least you get a chance. You get the ball. In soccer, when they do extra time, they play 30 minutes instead of 45, which is a full half. So just put 10 on the board like you do now, but just play the 10 minutes.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs, this is flying by today. These are the kinds of days. I mean, so much fun, and we want to keep hearing from you. 888-957-9570. How about, let's go, Bobby, Los Altos. Bobby, you're on the show. What are you doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. You know, of course, I'm drinking my Mickey D's coffee, just polished off a couple McGriddles, but
oh, it's so good.
I think that it was a sports radio gold moment for you guys because the Niners won, and Jimmy does nothing to instill confidence that he's a good quarterback, but all he does is win. So from a defensive perspective, right, if you think about luck, the coin flip, you think about luck. When that block punt occurred, from a defensive perspective, every Packer was on the right side of the field. And on that block punt, when the ball landed, it bounced left. And the only person around was Hufanga. If it bounced right, there were 4 Packers there ready to pounce. Now, I realize the Niners would have the ball like on the 4-yard line. But, of course, in the ensuing possession, Jimmy would either fumble or throw an interception.
Throw a pick.
So it's all about luck. But can I say 2 things, please? One is about Deebo, and then I really need to talk about Josh Allen. So I don't understand why Deebo Samuel really hasn't come up in conversations at all, because the only reason we won that game was because of Deebo. And when he went back to return the punt, did we all not know he was going to return it for 50 yards? It's like illegal. Him and Kareem Hunt shouldn't even be able to play in this league because they're just too good. So, yes, Jimmy won the game, but Deebo won the game. Now, in terms of Josh Allen, sorry, I just wanted to get this in. I think he has some of the most expressive eyes in the game. And when he scored with about 2 minutes left, you looked at his eyes and they were like, yes, we finally did it. We got this monkey off our back. And then when he scored with 13 seconds left or whatever it was, to me, when I looked at his eyes, he was like, I can't believe it. We finally did it. So when he lost that game, I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he missed the team flight back home because he's still in a fetal position in his hotel bed. I don't know how that guy even plays football anymore. I think the Chiefs have just ruined him.
Can you imagine the helpless nature of the feeling when you play that well in the final quarter of the game? Remember, for a moment, and it literally was only for a moment, they fell down by 9 points in the second half. A one-play drive later, they were within 2, and Josh Allen played an unbelievable second half to lead your team on a game-winning drive with 13 seconds left to go, and then never touch the ball again and watch your team lose has got to be a sickening feeling for Josh Allen. But to circle back to your 49er points, I think we all agree that Deebo Samuel is this year's 49ers MVP. I don't think there's really a conversation centered around anyone else. But it's interesting, Dibs, to me that he brings up the idea of luck. A lot of people have said that was a lucky victory for the 49ers. And as much as there are aspects of things that might be quirky or whatnot, luck is a hard thing for me when you get to this point. Certain players, whether surprising in nature or not, made plays. And then I'm going to project it also onto what he said about Jimmy. Sure, he makes that maddening throw at least once a game. But do you believe in luck that much? That much? Do y'all believe in luck that much that you believe that healthy Garoppolo goes to the NFC title game both years of his 49ers career and that is somehow not connected? That somehow is accidental or lucky or parenthetical or contextual or whatever word you want to put around that. That's fascinating to me, that people believe that is in some way accidental and has nothing to do with him.
I think that you play it too far to that side. I don't think anyone would say that it's accidental or inconsequential, but I would also say that there's a majority of fans who say he's not hypercritical to what this team has done. And if you look at the biggest plays that were made on behalf of the 49ers winning that game, Jimmy Garoppolo might have 2 of the top 10 plays, you got your block field goal, you got your block punt, You've got, a couple big throws by him late. The Deebo Samuel opening kickoff return when he runs through a guy. You come out of the locker room after a flaccid half of offensive football, and you just pop Deebo back there, and he goes for 49 yards. That's a monster tide-turning play. My point is, it's not that Jimmy Garoppolo is inconsequential, because certainly he made the big plays yet again. He rescued a D performance out of the ashes and turned it into a solid B- by making just enough plays to get you the win.
Debo's the guy, and then Kyle Shanahan is the one who put those guys in those positions as well. Kyle's had a great playoff run. He's had a really, really nice 3-week run, I think, in the position he's put them in. And so, therefore, it's why I would favor the 49ers this week. Kyle Shanahan versus Sean McVay. Oh, take a bite out of that like a breakfast sandwich. Are you kidding me? Oh. That is a big advantage for the 49ers this week.
And you mentioned it earlier about Trent Williams and George Kittle and how and Deebo Samuel, how they're able to come out of that game. The benefit of an additional day, I think, is underrated as far as, them playing from Saturday to Sunday. That'll help at least a little bit, a modicum. But just the way they went about beating Green Bay, Mark, because the offense was obviously really struggling, but they went to a ton of 22 personnel with the 2 running backs and the 2 tight ends. Charlie Werner playing great up there in the second tight end. I'm reading a book on World War II right now, so the German actually comes out naturally. But the way they went with the big boy packages, just to try to grind out 3 and 4 yards was impressive.
Let's go to Bob in the city, on with Willard and Dibs. Bob, thank you for calling. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just listening to you guys and loving the show like I normally do.
Right on.
Anyway,
right on.
I wanted to say, first I want to respond to that last caller. Luck had nothing to do with it. He retired 3 years ago. Anyway. All right, so
I got dad jokes.
You got that?
I got dad jokes.
Where's my drum roll? No. Okay.
But I'm boom,
right,
bomb.
So, okay, it's a team sport. Okay, so the special teams stepped this week, right? And the defense stepped up. Okay, offense dragged, but they made the plays when they had to. People have to understand it's not about one guy, i.e. Josh Allen, right? The defense let them down. They couldn't stop Kelsey. I blame that on the defensive coordinator more than anybody else. And, of course, not kicking the squib kick that Tony Romo called it right at game time. So, a lot of things went wrong for them. But you still don't think 13 seconds should be long enough for this guy to go down and tie the game. But
well, Bob, you know what?
It's guy, right?
Bob, it's an easy statement to make, and I actually think it is the one big question for the whole NFL that we're going to watch unfold for the next 3 weeks, okay? You just said football's a team game. Nobody, when they're listening to that, is like, no, it's not. Of course, football's a team game, but hold on. Let's run that statement through the translator. The 49ers very much do play like a team. They need a lot of stuff, right? They need play calling. They need Deebo Samuel. They need defense. They need all of that. When I watched the Chiefs play the Bills yesterday, that didn't feel like a team game. It felt like 2 banana-level quarterbacks hucking the ball and creating more time, and I could replace all of the receivers in that game with someone else's receivers, and the exact same thing would have happened. I can put Kittle in place of Kelsey. I give you, hell, I'm not going to say Travis Benjamin could replace Tyreek Hill, but I could put Brandon Ayuk out there instead of Mecole Hardman, and we're doing the exact same thing. What the definition of what's going to happen the rest of the way is, can you do this with team ball, or do you need elite quarterback play? We saw this 2 years ago. For 3.5 quarters, the team ball beat the elite quarterback, and then the dam broke, and the Chiefs beat the 49ers. And I think it made the 49ers. Remember, then they played Josh Allen also the following year on a primetime game, and they couldn't even get him to throw an incomplete pass. It's those 2 games that I believe made them draft Trey Lance, because they go, you know what, we got to get better quarterback play. But now you get to try it again. Does team ball beat elite quarterback play? That's the assignment for the next 3 weeks.
Well, the assignment for the next week is a lot simpler than that because you're not going up against an elite quarterback. You're going up against a guy who you've been able to coax into mistakes, and he's done nothing in this league that Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't from a postseason standpoint. So basically, if you look at the tape, as we're going to break down a lot of tape this week, Mark. No one breaks down more tape than this show, 9 to noon. Willard, Tape, and Dibs, I believe, is the working title. But it's going to come down to whether or not they can continue to big boy the Rams in the trenches. And if Trent Williams is healthy and Kittle's frisky and ready and Debo's getting north to south, you can win at the point of attack, and that's how you can beat this Ram team. And on the other side, we know what happens when Matt Stafford has to go to a silent count and he's feeling the pressure at home. He tends to make mistakes. And even yesterday, they should have won that game by 50. Tampa Bay was getting blown away. Brady was getting flags for complaining to the refs. The Rams owned them in the first half, and then what, did McVay go in there and do some curls? Yeah, doing 70-pound curls, and we have a pull-up contest? Or what the hell is going on in that locker room?
Well, McVay is having a rough time the last few weeks with a lead. However, I will point to yesterday, the number one thing that we know about were fumbles. Cam Akers fumbled not only once but twice. Don't forget, right before the half, he fumbled at the goal line in what would have been a complete kill shot. The game would have been over if he or the Rams go in for a score right there. So fumbles are quirky. They happened. They kept Tampa in the game. But let's not take that away from Matt Stafford. He's had a really good 2-week playoff run. He's throwing the ball at an elite level. Cooper Kupp is a problem. He did it to the 49ers for 2 quarters as well a couple of weeks ago. I think the 49ers have the elixir for Matt Stafford, but he's throwing the ball at a very, very high level right now. And so the 49ers, they're going to have to deal with that. I think the Rams, like the Chiefs and Bills and Bengals, they're not built on, yes, they've got a nice pass rush, but their defense is not going to scare or stop the 49ers. We've watched this over and over. 49ers can move the ball on the Rams. What the Rams are going to try to do is have elite people all over the offensive field and overwhelm you. That's what the Chiefs are going to try to do. It's what the Bills try to do. It's what the Bengals try to do. The 49ers try to beat the heck out of your face.
Right.
So let's see which style can do it.
Yeah, and I think that the 49ers have shown, especially in the last 2 meetings this year, that they have that ability to be the bloodier of the nose as opposed to the one with the bloody nose. My old buddy Jeff Ferreira in Petaluma, we used to get in some scraps, and you could always get to his nose, and that would get you an early TKO if we got into a fight over a Nerf game or something. You always wanted to go to the nose because he was a bleeder. But tough jaw, though, if you took a shot at him there. You had to go high. Night.
For the nose. Wow, I have not heard that approach before, but don't put it past Dibs. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, gentlemen? Me, I'm just pulling up to work right now. I'm going to go to work. You know how that is.
Oh, that's too bad.
So let me get down to the brass tacks of this whole deal. All right. As much as I wanted the Niners to lose their first playoff game, Jimmy G is Trent Dilfer 2.0. All you got to do is show him video of what to do. Throw the little dinks and dunks. Go 11 for 27, whatever. No picks. Can't have picks. And just throw a touchdown maybe, or because the worse you play, your defense steps up even more. So, but you don't want to go in that angle. Just
Joe,
play simple.
I'm going to give you a free one because I do agree with you to an extent. Dilferopolo. You go with that for a while. See how that one treats you.
Okay.
All right, that went over well. Anyway, Joe, Joe, thank you. I will step forward and say what I know some of you others are thinking. Dibs, you may agree with him a little bit. You sent the Dilferopolo yesterday, right at the right time. I get it. But the career view when we think of those quarterbacks, and I know what Dilfer represents. He represents Brad Johnson, and he represents, I guess, to a lesser degree, Rex Grossman, even though Rex didn't win the big game. He represents those players who have gone on that one run. And for me, that's actually what this year is. It is proof that he's not. It's not a good comparison. He's not Trent Dilfer. He's not Brad Johnson. He is much more talented than that. His record is much better than that. He has shown it repeatedly. It's not an accident that he keeps winning. And because he throws one throw per game that makes you want to rip hair out of the sides of your heads, you forget the 82nd drive against the Rams. You forget how efficient and good he was on the final drive against the Packers. You do. There is, this to me is the crux of the whole thing. Yes, you have to hang it around his head. There are throws that drive you nuts, but they also work like that little flashy thing in Men in Black. Every time you see one of those Garoppolo throws, the flashy thingy happens, and you go blank, and you forget all the other stuff he does in a football game. And it's just wild to me. I get it. It's an emotional thing. Jimmy does a lot of stuff on a field, and he is not Trent Dilfer. His record shows it.
Well, I think the comparison is to the extent that he's a guy who you don't need to really do a lot in the traditional way, and you can still win the game. He goes 11 of 19 for $131. He throws the ghastly pick, no touchdowns, and yet that's good enough. That was good enough to get the win. It's because of the way that he can really structure a game. What we don't talk about is, again, they didn't have a lot of those parking tickets, I like to call them, the procedural stuff. Not a ton of mistakes. Yep. The interception was a 3-point ghastly mistake because they probably were going to have to settle for 3 there based on the trajectory of the offense. They were in the range. So that was a 3-point hurter, but he ended up getting you that 3 back in the last drive that sets up the game-winning field goal. So at the very least, he was a net 0 on points added or points taken away.
We want all of your calls and your texts. What stands out from this game? What is the feeling in your belly when you compare this whole experience to 2 years ago? There's nothing more stressful than this. This is torture. NFL version. So your calls on all of that continue into the 11 o'clock hour. Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. More coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
It's another Monster Monday on
thing the pandemic can't affect. It's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
In the place to be. Oh, yeah.
Back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What up to the Twitch and YouTube audience? Right now, my dog Penny is doing what's called the Aaron Rodgers. She is completely, I don't know how people sleep like this. Dog is on her back with her paws straight up in the air, legs straight up in the air, sleep. And her season, like Aaron Rodgers, is over. Hey, Dibs, nacho year.
No, I thought you were going to go belly up because that's basically what Penny's doing right now. Belly straight up. I'd be concerned about a possible DPR, the dog version of CPR. I don't know if your dog is even still with us in that pose, but there's downward-facing dog and then there's upward-facing dog.
When I'm a dog and you ask me to listen to Willard and Dibs all morning, I'm out. Anyway, she out. How about this fun fact? I just saw this roll across the old tweeter. Patrick Mahomes' Chiefs drive, to end regulation, took less time than Dak Prescott's quarterback draw at the end of the 49er game.
Oh, my God.
The Chiefs moved from the 25 into field goal range and executed the field goal in less game time than it took for Dak Prescott to scramble forward for 15 yards.
Well, the Cowboys would tell you, they would tell you that they were going up against 12 men, the 11 defenders of the Niners, and the umpire who prevented us from being able to snap the ball wherever we wanted to.
Yep. They do say that, and that's why they are watching. I don't know if you know about Cowboys world, but right now they are embroiled in a controversy between Dez Bryant and Dak Prescott's brother.
Oh, man.
The two of them have been texting, and Dez finally said, look what this dummy texted me, and sent out a screenshot of the text that Dak Prescott's brother had sent, and it included the phone number in it.
Oh. That's always fun.
I'm like, oh, great. That's the end of that guy's cell phone plan. But anyway, let's get back to all of you at 888-957-9570. And that's our Comcast business text line as well. Always available to you, 888-957-9570. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. How about we talk to Rob in Palo Alto? Hey, Rob, what on earth are you doing?
I am sitting in my car waiting for this call, man. And, boy, aren't the Cowboys a sitcom? And, no, I don't believe in luck, Mark. And I just want to just throw this out there. I've low-key switched my mornings over to 95.7 just for you, Marky Mark. Now,
that is very, very kind of you. I see it now. Even though you don't believe in luck, that made me feel lucky. We're lucky to have you, Rob.
Oh, thank you, man. Well, so I was as cool as a cucumber on game day. You should have seen me to take on my roommate's feather, man. Who's a Viking fan, by the way, so ask him about QB issues. I wore an ascot, no joke. Crimson red, I did. Picks, if you want. And as I sipped my bourbon-infused coffee casually, I knew we'd win. Why, Mark? Because I called it months ago, a week ago, even a day ago on my podcast at Genuine Draft _SF. And when I placed a bet, I now understand how gambling addiction is created. If I just put more money, Mark, I would have won so much more because I freaking called it, Mark. I called it.
Yeah, gambling is, Rob, thank you so much. Gambling, Dibs, it's kind of like golf. Like a golfer can go out there and shoot the best round of his or her life.
Right.
and then you walk off the course and you go, like, let's say it was a 79. You broke 80 for the first time. You shoot a 79. You walk off the course and you're like, God, you remember that 1 3-foot putt I missed? That could have been a 78. Could have been a 78. You can nail a 3-team parlay, and you're like,
smartest gambler in the country.
Yeah, like, why the hell didn't I put $50 on that instead of $20? Like, why didn't I put $100 on it? I mean,
that works the other way too, which is now you think that you're this greatest golfer. Now you think that you're some sharp gambler, and so now you want to chase that again. You go out and you shoot a 94, which is a little closer to your norm, and it's like, early on in that next round, you're like, turns out I'm not heading for the tour.
Whenever I'm throwing a coin or two around in the gambling world, always Bull Durham is resonating in the back of my head. You respect the streak. Dibs. I went 12-3 over the last 2 weeks, as you know.
How's that donut, by the way?
I was running hot. The donut was good. I got my own. It wasn't from you, but it was delicious.
Nice.
And I am going to make the guys. You better put one in the freezer at Odyssey San Francisco for me next week. But okay, I know. Anyway, respect the streak. So whenever it's going well, you have to have in the back of your mind, let's capitalize on this. But know that streak can go in the other direction as well. I put a little change, like I didn't have a great NFL weekend as far as the numbers were concerned.
Yeah.
You know where I tried to win it back? I went, you know what? I feel great about the Warriors against the Jazz tonight. I feel great. So I'm like, okay, whatever I lost today on the Buffalo Bills or the Tampa Bay, sprinkle it in on the Warriors. We're going to win it all back. And they had it the whole damn way and then lost by a half point in the end. And you go, this is coming. I knew this was coming. You got to respect the streak.
Yeah, and you were hot. I'm not saying that you're no longer hot, but you did.
I am.
Well, you had a bunch of those half-point, look what I found, Captain Horseshoe moments. Meanwhile, I've been down in the muck. I've been Andy Dufresne crawling through 500 yards of that foulest stench you could ever.
Foul-smelling stench you could ever imagine. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, you got some. I didn't know you had some Morgan Freeman in there.
Well, it's more like me imitating. Why am I blanking on Caliendo? It's like I'm imitating Caliendo, imitating Morgan Freeman, or something like that. Yeah. 888-957-9570. Oh, do we got someone else who was at the game? Brian in San Jose. Apparently, San Jose sent at least 1,000 people to Lambeau Field.
Strong.
Hey, Brian. Yeah. What are you doing, Brian?
Hey, nothing right now. Honestly, I'm at school, but I'm in PE, so I'm just trying to get on the call right now. Talk about the game.
Yeah.
Love it.
Honestly, it was fucking crazy, bro. Like my brother.
And that,
and that went as quick
that'll get
as
you detention in high school PE class.
Yep. That was like a Chiefs drive. It started and ended quickly. All right.
That's not bad. Faster than a Dak Prescott scramble in recovery, as we've discovered. So that now is the new, and I hope that ESPN at some point does like when they do a highlight of a team getting a 10-second violation in NCAA basketball, maybe they could superimpose that 11-second sequence of Dak alongside the clip of a team actually getting a 10-second violation.
All right, that's perfect. Get the official, get in the way a little bit, and then everything goes awry. How about Dave in Sunnyvale? Dave, you're on the show with Willard and Dibs, and what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Just working?
Okay. All right. How come everybody, can I say real quick, Dave, everybody's working. Yeah, we hear you, Dave. Everybody who's calling in today is working, except for you're talking to us, so you're not working.
Right?
Yeah.
I work for myself, so I get that option.
Look at you.
Strong.
So anyway, something I noticed was a little Kaepernick sort of brought this fan base of people that are looking for this exciting, flashy quarterback, and I can't see why we really need it. I don't know if you guys remember this team called the Baltimore Ravens. They had a great running team. They had a great defense, and they had this guy called Joe Flacco that could run the team and be a leader. And that's what Jimmy is. He's a leader, and he runs the team. He doesn't need to be a flash-in-the-pants quarterback. What do you guys think of that?
Dibs, here's one thing. I don't think the 49er fan base is looking for flash. I think they're looking for elite. I think that the background of this team and the backbone of this team historically is built on Joe Montana and Steve Young. Young was flashy. I never would characterize Joe Montana as a flashy player. He was just a great player. He was a reliable player.
Yeah.
He was the best. And so that's the backdrop of this organization. And so we love and expect and look for elite quarterback play. I don't think anybody needs flashy.
No.
They want trust. But
they also do want some of that flash to where in a spot where you can maybe cut it loose and have a guy throw the ball 50 yards down the field and have that be a part of the offense. Or to your point yesterday when Garoppolo rolls out, a little reluctantly it felt like, and then floats that ball not toward the back pylon, but right toward where the receiver was a few moments earlier. Right. That's where you'd like to see, you imagine yes. Trey in that spot where maybe he pumps that and he runs for 23 yards and out of bounds. That sort of quote-unquote flash is what people are clamoring for.
Well, go ahead, Kyle, yeah.
The 49ers would kill to have 2012 Joe Flacco under center right now. He threw 11 touchdowns and no picks in 4 playoff games.
He did.
He was excellent.
Yes,
he was excellent.
I know, but you know what Joe Flacco has, and he's another name that we talk about when it comes up to Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer. Joe was really, really good, but he fits right in with EMF and Chumbawamba. He was a one-hit wonder. And for me, even though Jimmy hasn't won a Super Bowl yet,
he gets up again.
Yeah, but so does Jimmy G. Like, when you look at this guy, I don't know how this is going to end over the next 3 weeks, but because he's already been to 1 Super Bowl, this run sort of, to me, moves him past the Dilfer Johnson Flacco conversation because he's not a one-hit wonder. In fact, every healthy year he's had, this is where they end up.
Well, he's got to get one more win, and then he gets, because if you go 0-2 in the Super Bowl, there's worse things to have on your resume. You talk about Fran Tarkenton and how many he lost, and
Jim Kelly.
There's Super Bowl losing quarterbacks as far as the eye can see. There's worse things to be known for, especially if you could make it in this inexplicable fashion where you upset Dallas whether you like it or not, Mark. Then you go to the frozen tundra and you give Aaron a 4th 2-piece, the 4th time you've punched him in the nose in the postseason and maybe drove him from the franchise itself entirely. Wow, that victory. But to go and beat your in-state rival a 3rd time, which, by the way, it's not that hard to beat a team 3 times in the same year. If you look at the historical stats of teams meeting for the 3rd time where one team has won the previous 2.
I'm really glad you brought that up because that is one of those weird sort of things that we just go with in sports. I've already heard it 20 times after the game yesterday. Oh, gosh, you know how hard it is to beat somebody a 3rd time. I'm thinking, you know how hard it is to beat someone that's beaten you twice already? I mean, like, seriously? Are we going to go into this with some sort of mental thing like, gosh, I mean, we beat the Rams 6 times in a row, but I don't think we could do it again. That's really weird to me. Like, I think the 49ers go into this supremely confident, and the Rams, who were scrambling to keep 49er fans out of the building before this game even existed, that's the team that's got the mental hurdle to cross, not the 49ers.
Yeah, and the history of it would tell you that it's not only the mental hurdle to cross, not having beaten a team, but the physical hurdle, because 21 times it's happened since the merger, and the team going for the sweep wins 14 of the 21 times. So
wow.
The team with ownage, and shout out Mike Krukow on a 70th birthday recently, celebrated right here on Willard and Dibs in Stevie Wonder-like fashion. But the historical data. Now, I wonder how many of those are home versus road, but I think in this case, this is going to feel more like a neutral anyway.
At minimum, because it's going to be crazy. We know that. We'll keep going with your calls. Let's also check in on Mad Props coming up here in a little bit. We did a Mad Props over the weekend. Some of it got messed up because Klay Thompson didn't play, which ... put me in the corner of I'm concerned. I don't like what I read and heard about the Klay Thompson situation at all. I'm not ringing any bells. I'm not saying I have any inside info by any stretch. The good doc, who we'll talk to on Wednesday, Nirav Pandya, has done plenty of tweeting about it and has sort of pointed out that, yes, there are scenarios where this is not of concern, and there are some scenarios where this is concerning. But that did not give me a good feeling in the belly yesterday when I saw that Klay Thompson is out with knee soreness.
Yeah, color me as someone who's just mildly concerned. It's going to happen. It's going to be there when you're post-op, post-surgery, and it's going to be, unfortunately, there for the entirety of his life. Now it's a question of scar tissue, and Dr. Pandya Wednesday will give us the full breakdown of other things that could be occurring to be causing that sort of soreness, because he's getting the best treatment you can get.
Sure.
And the physical therapy and the icing and all that, they're going to maintain it the best they can, but ultimately maybe he's playing too much too soon right now, considering the amount of layoff he's had and the two different injuries.
Nima in San Francisco is next up on Willard and Dibs. Nima, what are you doing today?
Hey, I'm chilling in my backyard. I got the day off. I enjoyed a great football weekend. I grew up in L.A., but I'm a Niner fan. Go Niners. Great victory. But I actually want to talk about the Bills-Chiefs game. I was rooting for the Bills, the underdog, and the end of regulation really ate at me. And this morning I concocted a strategy that I think would have guaranteed the Bills a victory in that final 13 seconds. Ready for it?
I love it. He's in the lab concocting strategies.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. So I agreed initially with everyone about the squib kick or shorter kick, but this is even better. So kick it in the end zone, fine. 13 seconds left. Chiefs got it on their own 25. The whole point of rushing a quarterback is to limit his time to throw. In this rare situation, that is not a factor. The clock is your defensive line. They are limiting the time to throw. He has to get rid of it in 2 to 3 seconds for each of those two plays. So don't put any one defensive line. Have 11 guys in the backfield, 11 guys playing defensive back / linebacker. Let's give them the first play. They gain 15, 20 yards if they're lucky, and Mahomes is a magician, so they probably do it. Fine. The next play is where you really get them. In this play, you got your 11 defensive back / linebackers, no one at the line. You line up man-to-man with 4 or 5 of them, and you actually knock the hell out of the receivers / tight ends. Push, grab, hold if you need to. Whatever you need to do, you do not let them move. Let them call defensive holding. What happens? You get another 4 or 5 seconds off the clock, 5-yard penalty, game over. There's no field goal opportunity. They can maybe try a Hail Mary, but that's it. I think that would have guaranteed victory, and obviously the strategy they employed was terrible.
Nima, thanks. I mean, it's pretty similar to what you're saying, Dibs. It's pretty similar. Yeah. I get what you guys are saying. It definitely could work. I do think that there are potential pitfalls. We are giving the Bills defenders a whole lot of trust in that the fastest receiving core on the planet, like, we can just grab them and stop them. No one's going to break a tackle. Yeah. No one's going to run free. No one's going to wiggle out, because if they do, your strategy combusts in a massive and disastrous way in 1 second.
First and foremost, you got to kick that ball in the field of play. And,
yes,
I'm sure they practice the kick where it's kind of a low line drive. You try to get it to land at about the 10, somewhere in there. That way they've got to come up and field it ideally, and you don't want to hook it out of bounds. We saw a kick out of bounds yesterday. Ball goes out to the 40-yard line. It's like, these are the things in these conditions where you got to be able to execute.
No doubt about it. I just think these are the types of games when something happens that is iconic or memorable or epic or whatever. When you're on the losing side, you go into the lab because you're like, well, there's got to be a way to stop that from happening. And I think I could say that about just about every single game this weekend. That's what's crazy. If I'm the Titans, remember, the Titans had the ball. The Titans were the team that had the ball with a tie game. Tannehill did what we've been yelling at Jimmy about. Hey, Ryan, there's one thing you can't do right now. You can't throw the ball into coverage. What did he do? He threw the ball into coverage. Titans lose that game. You got to go to the lab. What do you think Green Bay's saying right now? Aren't they in the lab? I mean, my God, Aaron Rodgers just ignores a wide open receiver 15 yards down the field. All you have to do is punt the ball. All you got to do is get a punt off. You're telling me that there isn't some sort of strategy for that. And then we go to Tampa and the Rams. How about don't let Cooper Kupp go over your head when the only thing that can beat you is Cooper Kupp going over your head? It was wild. It was a weekend of looking at teams that were ahead going, there's only one thing that you shouldn't do right now. And all four of them did it.
Yes, and Tampa had a chance to just really snatch that and steal the weekend, quite frankly. And they would have stolen the spotlight from a night game classic where, Buffalo just kicked that ball in the field of play, make them take 4 or 5 seconds, whatever you can do. And then you cannot, just the way they played 30 yards off on that first snap, and it was just an easy pitch and catch on the screen with blockers in front. That was just botched in so many different ways.
Well, and Andy Reid through the years has been someone who's taken it on the chin, as I think all coaches do at a time or another for their time management. Can we give a nod? And actually both the Bills and the Chiefs both were running around at the end of that game with all their timeouts. And that was, the Chiefs don't win that game without their timeouts. Right. Normally when you're trying to stop a team running down the field, you want to leave time on the clock. The Chiefs didn't use their timeouts, which if they had done that, they absolutely lose that game.
Leaves the whole field open, and you saw it. They were able to do those 2 quick little middle dump downs with some yak yardage, and you've got the fastest team in football. And by the way, at home, and Kansas City becomes the first ever team to host 4 consecutive conference championship games. So good on Kansas City. And what a special run this is and possibly could be. But all eyes on that Battle of California, Mark. And in a third matchup, Matthew Stafford playing so well. And like you said, Cooper Kupp, my God, he's got a real case to make for MVP in the whole league. He won't get it. He's not a quarterback, of course. We saw the MVP bow out on Saturday. But this Ram team, OBJ looking comfortable. This is a whole different – I know you've got ownage, but – they can be scary with that offense.
No, they're a problem. Just take your mind back to the first half of Week 18 and realize that there is a formula that the Rams at that time were running, which was working. The 49ers were not running the ball. They were getting pressure on Jimmy. Jimmy was making mistakes, and the Rams offense was going up and down the field with ease, and Cooper Kupp was a huge problem. So we'll see. I feel really good about that game, provided health. I am sitting here right now waiting and wondering when we're going to get the first reports about how the 49ers are doing. Trent Williams had an X-ray. It came back negative. That's great. But I'll also inform you, for those who don't know, you know how he got to the X-ray machine? With crutches. Okay, so something in there hurts really bad. Nothing's broken. It may be an MRI next. It doesn't mean that he can play. This is a huge 300-plus pound man, and this is one of his wheels. And if Trent Williams doesn't play, I know he didn't play the last time they played the Rams, but it's a problem.
It is a problem. JD voice, we'll see if we can get you there. That's a problem, which it's a little bit higher in the octave range than what you're used to.
That's a problem.
It just changes the way you go about it, because we've started to see TIM, not Tim, but Trent in motion. They put him in that little wing spot, and I know, Mark, we don't talk a ton of personnel, but they went big boy package a bunch with the 22, with the 2 tight ends. Charlie Warner played about 50% of the game. Kittle played 98% of the snaps. They went 2x2 a bunch, and that ultimately is predicated on having Trent Williams, to your point. When he gets moving, I feel bad sometimes for those defenders. When he's in motion on a pull or a toss, and he picks out that one guy, and it's usually a safety or it's a linebacker, and it's like, there's got to be that moment where they both know how that's going to go.
Yep, just have a packet of syrup in your pocket, because you about to get pancaked, okay? And young buck Eli Mitchell, when they do that, you follow your man, okay? Yeah. Just follow your man. Don't get cute. Follow your man. Mad Props Redo coming up next. More of your phone calls, absolutely welcome. Pick your battles, still ahead as we reboot and start a new battle all on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Let's focus on the Thunder.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directv.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
The Just for Pros event at Lowe's is back. Check out special savings on the toughest tools, handpicked for pros. Buy one Metabo HPT 36-volt battery starter kit. Get a select bare tool free. And save on the DeWalt Tough Grip 110-piece drill driver bit set. Was $49.98, now just $29.98. Shop in-store, online, or on the Lowe's app and pick up in store. While supplies last, valid 1/17/22 through 1/28/22. U.S. only.
2 balls outside.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Mad props around the corner. Terrified Rams fans. It's actually not Rams fans that are terrified. It's the Rams who are terrified of their fans, is what it is. They're terrified of the 49er fans. So check this out. This is courtesy of our good friend Arash Markazi's Twitter feed. He writes, cheapest current ticket for Sunday's NFC title game between the Rams and 49ers at SoFi is over $600. One ticket broker just told me, quote, it's going to be a sea of red. Again, Rams fans are growing, but they aren't paying $600 for nosebleed tickets. Not happening. And then he updates it earlier today. The cheapest ticket now for Sunday's title game is approaching $800. That includes the service fees and taxes. And the cheapest parking pass is going for over $250 to park your car, Dibs.
Yeah, I'd go RTD. Always reliable rapid transit district down there in Southern California. Go ahead and jump on the bus and you'll be there in no time. By the way, that ticket that he posted, did you see how much the service fee alone was?
Yeah, the service fee
$170, Mark.
Oh, my.
So in order for you to provide me service, which I believe I'm doing all the work here with the clicking and the credit card and the laving, but you're going to hit me for $170, and then you're going to get me to traverse this nightmare of a city on what will most undoubtedly be a beautiful day where everyone's going everywhere in the Southern California basin, and then charge me too large just to put my car into P and maybe it doesn't get broken into? I mean, what are we doing in sports, Mark?
Well, how about if I get a service fee as the fan for the fact that I've got to search out a Southern California zip code friend or family member in order to even make this purchase? What am I getting for the extra work that I'm doing to try to find my way into this game? Yeah, the whole thing's ridiculous. I mean, you're bringing up a completely different point. The Rams trying to keep 49er fans out is silly, but in general, I mean, I took my kids to the game, the Warrior game the other night, and my daughter's head kind of works this way. This is a 12-year-old girl, and she's just like, so how much does it cost to sit where we're sitting, Dad? And I'm like, do you want some popcorn? Like, I don't want to have this conversation. No, Dad, like, how much does that seat down there on the floor cost? What's this? And you start to bring it up on the phone, and I go, well, look, here's what tomorrow night's game will be. And their eyes bug out of their heads. And it's like, they have the same question I do. Who can afford this?
Yeah.
Who affords this?
It becomes a destination sensation. I think first buck of the week right there. Pay the over on.
We've held it off.
A lot of business today. We've been down to the nitty and the gritty. But now it becomes more about, like you said, family of four or whatever. It's gonna be quite a little piece there. So you can't just go like you used to when we were younger. But you make it special, and luckily our local teams are they're over delivering right now, Mark. These teams.
Holy hell, no joke. Yeah, they are. The 49ers still alive as we head into championship weekend. We'll be all over it all week long right here on 95.7 The Game. Pick Your Battles is around the corner, but hey, producer Kyle, you want to give us a little mad prop look back? How'd we do Klay Thompson out action?
Boy, do I.
Okay. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, no.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I sure will. So our first one was Steph Curry 3-point attempts and Deebo Samuel touches. Remember, we went 49ers game Saturday, Warriors game Sunday. You guys are picking the greater between these two numbers. Steph Curry 3-point attempts, Deebo Samuel touches. Steph Curry 13 3-point attempts, Deebo Samuel, bang, 13 touches. It's right on the number. It's right on the number.
Yeah. Everybody's a winner at Harvey's. Yeah.
So both of you guys won. You guys split that one. Willard, you had the Warriors. Dibs, you had the 49ers. But Mark, I want to get to you on this because Steph, 13 3-point attempts, only made one. This is officially concerning.
There's no doubt the Warriors are in some sort of multi-pronged doldrums, which is A, Klay's knee, followed by B, Draymond's hip and entire lower body,
Spinal.
Steph's slump. Yeah, Steph's slump, followed by seemingly everybody's slump. Like the Warriors they don't hit threes right now. Like even you grind one out last night and nobody even gets to 100 points. That's not the way they were playing. It's hard to figure out. You can only hope that it's not a season-long thing.
Nobody more thankful for the 49ers run right now than the Golden State Warriors. Moving on, we had Jordan Poole threes against Jimmy Garoppolo turnovers. This one got a little out of whack because Jordan Poole played some more minutes with Klay Thompson out. More on that later. But you guys both took the Warriors, and that was the right pick. Jordan Poole, 4 3-pointers. Jimmy Garoppolo, just the 1 turnover, although it could have been 3 or 4 with some of those throws to the boundary. But just 1, so you guys both win that one. The next one was Steph Curry points against Eli Mitchell rushing attempts. Just 13 points for Steph. You guys both had Curry to outscore Elijah Mitchell's rushing attempts. Eli, 17 rushing attempts, guys. And even that felt low. Like, when I saw Mitchell go for 17 rushing attempts, Dibs, I was like, oh, Steph's going to blow that out of the water.
Yeah, and I thought, you could put Steph down for 20-25, and if he shoots 13 threes, I don't think any of us is thinking, 13 points. That sounds about right for old Steph.
Yeah, that was a tough night for Steph Curry. Okay, that's coming up at noon. Matt Steinmetz, everybody. Warriors turnovers, Jimmy G completions. You guys both went Jimmy G completions, and it was a close one. The Warriors with 9 turnovers, just 11 completions for Jimmy G. But Mark, it probably could have been like 13 or 14. There were a couple bad drops in there.
Well, I remember feeling like when he was 0 for 4 and the broadcast was making a thing about it, they're like, Jimmy G is 0 for 4. I'm like, and all 4 should have been or could have been caught. Yeah. Like at least 2 or 3 of those should have been caught. I know the one to Juwan Jennings, he had just turned his head, but Jimmy came out firing on point. They were dropping everything.
Yeah, Troy Aikman did credit him for throwing a couple dimes early on in the game. Moving on, this one got wiped off the board. Klay Thompson 3-point attempts against George Kittle. 6 targets for George Kittle. Klay Thompson, of course, out with the knee tweak, Dibs, and we got to get to Dr. Pandya about that. Actually, I believe it's going to be Dr. Brian Feely this week.
You're right.
But there's just no way that's any kind of good news that there's a tweak in that knee.
But I don't think it's necessarily bad news, and that's what I would caution everyone. It's just more of a cautionary news where guy comes off of 2.5 years with off a knee surgery, and he has some pain and inflammation. That's normal, people.
So hopefully no further bad news about Klay Thompson. A couple days off. Hopefully get him back in the lineup. But of course, we'll get more information throughout the week. The next one, Andrew Wiggins, points, rebounds, assists against the 49ers total. Willard, you had the 49ers. Dibs, you took the draw on this one. And boy, we were awfully close. Andrew Wiggins, 20 points, rebounds, and assists. The 49ers, just the 13 points. Dibs, you're a touchdown away from nailing the draw.
Yeah, but really that's about where I thought it would rest.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think any of us thought 13-10 Niners over the Packers. I think I was feeling more of like a 2017 kind of a vibe. So that Wiggins got 20. A little bit of a blowout.
I don't know what you guys thought. Did the weather sort of caught me off guard? We sort of all week we're like, it's going to be cold, but there's going to be no snow, no rain, no nothing. And that whole second half, that was sideways sleet. I mean, it definitely affected the offenses in the end.
Yeah, I think it did for sure. And if you told me, Mark, that the 49ers walked out of that game with 13 points, it's like, oh boy, they lost by a couple touchdowns.
They got blown out.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
The final one this week in Mad Props, guys, Andre Iguodala made field goals against Trey Lance snaps, and we were bang on the number with 0. Neither player played. 0. Andre Iguodala sat out. Trey Lance, of course, suited up but did not play. You guys both had the Warriors, so I gave you guys both a dub there. You guys tied this week. You both had 3. So congratulations, guys.
I want Iguodala.
I do. I want Iguodala, and I want Otto Porter, and I want Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. I want them to play basketball. I really do. Andre Iguodala.
At the same time?
Yeah, that would be
on the
great.
Same night?
That is like play.
You're asking too much. Yeah.
Play basketball.
They're going to play, Mark. They're going to play. This is the dog days of the NBA. When it gets time to really get down to business, you're going to see all your faves. They're all going to be out there in March and beyond.
Iguodala. This guy is just like, I mean, he's the guy that when you call him and say, hey, I'm having a party tonight, he gives you that age-old, I'm going to try to stop by. And you're like, you're not coming. You're not, right? Like, you're not actually going to play. Like, you're just like, oh, he showed up on a Wednesday. Look at that. Andre's there. And then, well, we're going to take another week off. But, yeah, man, I get it.
He'll come to the big parties. He's always been, and, you know, he's always brought that great bottle of wine, and he's been the life of the party. But, you know, he's not at every party.
No, when the spring quarter starts at the Cal State system, all Warriors will be playing. They are waiting for April, and I get it. We are waiting for Pick Your Battles. Are we starting a new run right now, and how long does it go? 2 weeks? I say 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, because that'll be the next payday, so maybe even 9 days, because we'll have the 5 this week, and then by the Thursday, that'll have to be settled. So it's a 9-pack.
Yeah, we're back on a normal schedule.
February 4th. Paid off on February 4th. A 9-game schedule about to unfold next on 95.7 The Game.
At Whole Foods Market, save on your morning staples. Get 10 Chobani yogurt cups and yogurt drinks for $10 through February 1st, plus an extra 10% off.
I love my hardwood floors, but I wasn't sure how to take care of them. Carrying around a bucket was such a hassle. And even worse, my string mop left streaks and haze behind. Then I found Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, the all-in-one tool made specially for wood floors. Its microfiber-like pad is soft, and it sprays a light mist solution that dries fast. With Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, it's easy to keep up with the mess on my wood floors. Even that mess.
Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, proud member of the National Wood Floor Association.
If you were designing the next generation of luxury crossovers, you'd want it to have everything that's important to you. Not just an available 14-inch touchscreen, an interface designed to give you what you need where you need it. Not just an advanced safety system, one that's designed to help you protect others on the road. Not just a driver-centric cockpit, one with intuitive tech that actually gets you, so you can block out all the noise and focus on what matters. That's what you can get with the all-new 2022 Lexus NX. To discover more about this next-level crossover, visit lexus.com/NX.
That dinner was delicious. What's next?
I'm thinking just the check.
Do you frequently have gas, bloating, diarrhea, stomach pain, or loose oily stools after eating? One or more of these symptoms could be a sign of exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, and it may be time to talk to your doctor.
If you have EPI, Creon may be right for you. Creon, pancrelipase, is an oral prescription medication that treats EPI. Creon replaces enzymes you may be missing to help you break down food properly.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Do not chew capsules or contents as this may cause mouth irritation. Tell your doctor if you have unusual or severe stomach pain, bloating, trouble passing stool, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, worsening of painful swollen joints, or allergic reactions. Other side effects may include changes in blood sugars, gas, dizziness, or sore throat and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Talk to your doctor about Creon, the #1 prescribed EPI treatment, and visit gocreon.com. That's GOCREON.com. Or call 1-800-633-9110.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You have a historical feel that pops more than the other for Chiefs or Bengals. I don't want to look past the Rams. This is hard this weekend. But if the 49ers go to the Super Bowl this year, obviously there's history with both of the other teams in terms of Super Bowl lore. Is there one that gives you the feels more than the other?
I think it's going to be the Kansas City, if possible. You know, that would get you the most feels. I think when you look at a Ram game, I think the juice is only so much as the recent rivalry. If it were Seattle, that would be, I mean, wow, we wouldn't be able to contain ourselves. The fact that it is, though, the third Northern California, Southern California, you know, the play-in game was not a play-off, but it was at least a something. And then Giants-Dodgers, coming off of those 2 years, that was unbelievably incredible. This game would have to be an OT or a double OT kind of classic to match that Giant-Dodger 5 game.
I tell you what, when you talk about this game and the LA-San Francisco thing, I don't know what it is. Within the first 5 minutes of the realization that was the game this weekend, one of my first thoughts.
You know what that was, right? It was a realization sensation.
It was a realization sensation. Well, you know what happened to Klay Thompson over the weekend was an inflammation sensation. I just wanted to, let's catch up. We've been a little slow today on our contributions. Anyway, one of my first thoughts was, oh crap, we got to listen to that yelling in stadium announcer again. You know, whose house? It's so funny, too, because of what's going on. I mean, hey, screaming in-stadium announcer guy, whose house? 49ers house. You don't have any fans there, and you've lost 6 in a row. Please stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me.
Well, and also the response is twofold because you share it with the Chargers. So... Whose house? It's a collection of franchises. Whose house? It's a consortium of owners. Whose house? It's a shared stadium, you idiot.
It's more of a duplex situation.
Exactly. Well, let's get everybody together, no matter who you root for. When he yells, whose house? Just be like, we don't know. We don't. No. Yeah,
We're
we'll
renting.
No, seriously, whose house is it? How much?
There's 2 names on the lease.
Have you seen real estate prices in Southern California? There's no way we're going to be able to afford this with minimum wage at its current rate.
Especially after buying tickets to this game and parking. Exactly. I don't know whose house it is. Stop yelling. Stop yelling at me. He's awful. And it's not his fault. It's whoever in the marketing department decided that this was cool. And this is how we got to gather LA. We've got to get their attention because.
Well, you're going to get him for your next 2 games if things go well. Because he's going to get. He's going to get the bowl, too.
Super Bowl.
Doesn't he get the bowl? His stadium, his microphone.
His house.
He ain't yelling.
That's why he's asking whose house. Because he wants him to respond. It's yours, bro.
I was going to say, what if he's genuinely asking? He's like, I don't know.
They don't pay me enough. I sleep here. No, they're not letting that guy yell whose house in the Chiefs 49ers Super Bowl, are they?
I'm not sure. Maybe he'll have to stick to the script, but he's got to get the gig. And I know they have multiple announcers for multiple jobs, but that's fascinating. I do. Speaking of announcers, I do want you to reach out to Harry Kalish and thank him for his "Run the Damn Ball" poem because they ran that damn thing.
Damn ball.
29 carries. They gave it to Debo 10 times. They did just enough with the big package on the field. Not Trey's package, but the 22, the jumbo package. So, yeah, thank Harry for us.
Oh, man, that package is going to be overwhelming.
I'll send along your regards. Willard Dibs, all sponsored by Whole Foods Markets. That's got to feel good for everybody. That was a slog of 3 weeks on Pick Your Battles. Let's clear the damn decks. Dibs, let's clear the deck. Everybody is 0-0, and now it's clean. It's clean as a whistle. You can go anywhere you want to go. You want to go to tennis. Is there a soccer match that's starting in 7 minutes that I don't know about?
Love it.
Please tell me.
Aussie Open, baby.
Yeah, Kyle, if you want to find a hockey game in the Northeast, please do so. It is time for Pick Your Battles. Let's get it going. And with everybody being tied 0-0, we hand it over to the hazmat suits and let them be first to pick. So Spadona, Kyle, please take it away.
Okay, I'll go first, and I'm going to head down to Arizona for some basketball action tonight. The Phoenix Sun hosting the Utah Jazz. The Jazz not playing well. Also on the second half of a back-to-back. Also, Bojan Bogdanovic, his health is in question. I like Phoenix minus 10 points against the Jazz tonight.
Love that pick. I really do. Almost made that pick myself. So I'm with you, Kyle. I think you have made a wonderful selection. Let's go over to Spadona for this next pick.
All right, Mark. Well, I'm also going down under, but it's not towards Kyle's going. I'm going to another continent, if you catch my drift, Dibs.
Yes, of course. Let's go.
Yes, Aussie Open. We got Denis Shapovalov of Canada going up against Rafa Nadal of Spain. And I'm going over the 36.5. It opens at 38.5, but I'm going down to 36.5 at minus 148 there. I feel confident that Shapovalov will at least win one set here. He's got a good arm, nice serve. Let's go over 36.5.
I mean, the music makes it worth it for me, but what's this man's name?
Denis Shapovalov. He's actually born in Israel, but raised and is under the Canadian flag.
Wow, so down under the Canadian flag. Okay, perfect. Spadona just made a pick. I have no idea what it was.
He needs it to go 4 sets. Shapovalov and Nadal. It's Brad Gilbert approved. But
he could be making these names up.
He could, but his name is unfortunately
Shapstick from Gilbert, as you know, Dibs.
And I won't miss a swing of that match because I'm all about the Aussie Open. But me, I'm going back to my comfort zone, Spadona, if you would, because it's March somewhere, baby. Oh, I cannot wait. The flight is booked. Dibber Claus will be heading to the desert in about 7 weeks' time. But in the meantime, we love Winthrop like we love each of our children. Old what's-his-name and the other guy I can't remember. We're taking Winthrop at High Point tonight. You want to get a High Point? We're taking Winthrop.
Winthrop is so high.
They're at High Point, actually, -3.5. We're taking Winthrop in a 3 o'clock tip.
All right. While we're on a roll of favorites, let's keep it right there. I'm going to get as random and weird as possible in the National Basketball Association tonight. 2 bad teams are getting together to play a basketball game. But one of them is at home, and they play sneaky good at home, and the other one happens to be the Indiana Pacers, who, as we know, they do not have, any of their good players. I thought the Buffalo Bills were just totally boneheaded with the way they finished that game, so we're going to give them a Domantas Sabonehead for the way they finished their game, and he will not play for the Pacers tonight. Give me the New Orleans Pelicans -3.5 at home against the Pacers.
I love it. We're underway, and we closed the last session with Dibber Claus in the cellar, and it was a Venmo-ification sensation to Kyle, who went and did the legwork, so the donuts have been provided.
Oh, this was Venmo. I thought maybe you did some sort of a DoorDash deal with the donut.
No, he was going by there, and he's always such a good teammate when it comes to a scoop and score of a dozen in a box, either pink or white. Bring him in fresh and hot for the boys. No tomfoolery, no extra fees, no fuss, no muss.
Perfect. I love the way that it's all played out, and we will just work hard. We will work hard to get back on track for actual live donuts for the whole crew on Friday, February 4th. We look forward to that day the same way we look forward to talking to Steiny and Goo every day.
That's my guy right there.
Steiny, do you need a moment? Are you watching? Are you enthralled in something on your television set? Okay, well, Goo.
No, I'm just deciding what I'm going to have in the background for the show.
Okay,
I can't watch it, but I can look. I can see it in my Zoom feed. So maybe I'll go with an NBA game from last night. Who knows?
That's exciting.
How about those Niners?
Oh, I mean,
Man,
how about it?
Game on now.
What a football game, huh? They won a football game. Scored more points than the other team and everything.
Yeah, pretty incredible, really, if you think about it. They're one game away. But here's what I was thinking, guys, and I don't know if you guys touched on this. So Shanahan has won 6 in a row against McVay, right?
Yeah.
This game is 6 times more important than those 6 games or any one of those 6 games. Of course. If McVay wins this one, all those games mean nothing at that point. But if Shanahan wins this one, then it's going to be who's your daddy territory.
I think it's over-dramatized to say that those mean nothing, because you wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the last one you got over them, so that is significant. But to your point, if McVay wins this one, especially in McVayian fashion with, flexing in the end zone, and maybe he actually, goes out there and plays a snap of special teams, he's, if his smug act is rubbing your nose in it at home, and then he gets a home Super Bowl, that will hurt, to your point, Steiny, exponentially.
Well, let me throw this out there, too. The Rams are thrilled to be here. They're the 4 seed. They didn't think there was much chance they'd be hosting the NFC title game. So they're thrilled to be here. However, I've got to think that this is the 3rd consecutive playoff game where the Niners' opponent goes, oh, crap, that's who we have to play? You know that Dallas felt that way. And for Green Bay as a 1 seed, for them to get the 49ers in their first game is a little pricier than what you'd think for a 1 seed. And now the Rams, while thrilled to be hosting this game, they absolutely have a mental barrier to cross here. And to the point where they put out to the public, we're not allowing people in the Bay Area to buy tickets to the game prior to them even being in the game. That was a huge mistake by them. It's a signal to the world that they are mentally challenged in this matchup.
Oh, goodness gracious. Go ahead.
Speaking of the world, go ahead.
That's a peripheral issue that means nothing.
Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? After having to have the home team goes to a silent count in their own building?
I'm talking about the idea The idea of the Rams saying don't sell tickets to the 49ers.
Steiny, players' wives are all over social media again last night begging Los Angelinos to not sell their tickets. If you think that this hasn't actually penetrated the brains of the players, I think you're crazy.
Yeah, I think it's a peripheral issue.
Man,
it's peripheral until it becomes tangible when they have to go silent count in real time because there are more 49er fans, and whether or not it's gonna play on their minds between Monday and Sunday, that I don't really believe. But when push comes to shove and Stafford comes out, in the 11 personnel with the 3 wides, and he hears a and he can't call his little cadence, that will be crazy.
Let me switch it up. There's a great comedian. I love it. I'm giving you
crazy.
2 out of Jacksonville. His name is Little Duval. And every day on his IG page, Steiny and Willard, I'm telling you, Steiny, you got your hands up. I'm about to tell you. He says, what are we fake mad about today? And I'm using that to the sports world. Are we really that disgruntled with overtime? Hey, I got an ideal. Stop the other team. And then you can win the game. Hey, another ideal, Goo. Don't go overtime. Are we really this upset with overtime in the NFL? Golly!
I mean, this is what we said about this today, Goo. First of all, you're 100% right that the Bills do not get to complain because they messed it up 6 ways to Sunday. However, equally true, the rule is weird. Like, it is an odd scenario that we've decided, I know how we can fix it. We'll fix the field goal thing by making it a touchdown. It's just a weird thing. We don't see this in sports at any other level where we just only let one side have the ball and then that's it. And the reason it comes up in this game is because we feel like we were robbed. The television audience was given a true high level, like ridiculous quarterback play, mano-a-mano matchup, and then it got to the end and we only got one mono. Like, the other guy didn't get to answer, and we all wanted to see that. That's why people are complaining.
Well, it's because the thing is broken. They need to do like the other sports. The NBA, Steiny, they do 5/12 of a quarter, and you play the full 5/12. You don't play until one team gets 5 points, and then it's over. In soccer, you play 30 minutes of a 45, which is about, a little bit more than half, like less than the NBA. In baseball, you each get 3 outs, so it's not a hard fix, football. Put 10 minutes on the clock and just play the full 10.
No, I completely agree. But my thing is, 3 to 4 years ago, whenever it was, they had the rule where you could drive the field and kick a field goal and the game's over. So they addressed that, and now they say, well, the only way it's going to end on that first possession is with a touchdown. Okay, it's like, but we're watching the game. We know the rules. And so when Mahomes gets the ball and drives the field, oh, man, wait, this rule needs to be changed. It's like, yeah, okay, they'll change it in the offseason if they want to. But, like, to be mad about a rule you knew that's been in place for years, like, that's where you lose me.
Guys, I don't want to live in a world where you can get a field goal in 13 seconds. I love football. In the 80s, it's a wrap. You're losing that game. And that's why I would take Packers and Niners over what Buffalo and the Big 12 Chiefs did. That was like arena football, man.
Well,
that wasn't cool to me.
The old adage about a prevent defense only prevents you from winning. Go. What kind of you kick it in the end zone and then you play those coverages? What in the absolute wide world of sports is going on there?
You're real quick, Steiny. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Go ahead, Steiny.
So real quick, we're on Zoom, and you might have just seen me make a face of like, what the heck's going on? I just want to let you know, Spadoni was in my ear saying,
oh, my bad, Spadoni.
Yeah, no, he was in my ear saying, you got to turn down your gain, whatever that is. I just wanted to make sure that people didn't think I was going Joe Fonzie, thinking that you guys were going out to Walnut Creek rather than coming to him in Green Bay. Wow. It was Spadoni in my ear.
That's a great way to bring that in. I'm giving you 4 crides for your injection of Scowlgate. I don't blame him. We've all done TV Goo, you got an interview running right now, which is awesome. I watched the YouTube. You and the guy
could have been better, Dibs,
yeah.
but I appreciate it. Go ahead.
You could have gotten some mock Rivers in there, which would have been nice. I can't wait till we get full on in the NBA, get some more mock Rivers. But it's just the way that has to go sometimes.
All right, what's coming up today? Even though that's the most obvious. Anything special outside of screaming about the awesomeness of the 49ers? Anything else?
We'll get Low Neal in at 12:30. No. From 12:30 to 1. It's got to be all Niners, and just talk about how they got here. And Jimmy Garoppolo.
How many times will you say the phrase 1 for 13 today?
Not a lot. I'm going to say that.
Can you go 3 hours without saying it even once?
I'll tell you. No. Curry's in the middle of just an awful season shooting the ball.
Look at this smile.
No smile. I think he's hurt.
MVP.
How about that? I think he's hurt.
MVP.
His hand.
Because if you heard him afterwards, and he was asked about it, he goes, "No excuses." That's his way of saying, I think something's wrong, but I'm not saying, I'm not going to use it as an excuse. I think something's wrong.
I thought it was the
physically.
record, Steiny. I thought it was the record.
I think he might. Dibs, you were shaking it. I think
Might
there
be
might
hand,
be something with his hand. I do. I mean,
look good on that first career buzzer beater on Friday night. He looked real good on that buzzer. He held it right there. It's pretty. It's so pretty. White man can't jump style. He held it there for the win. Looked fine that time.
Yeah. He was 5 for 20 that night also, though. So something is going on. Something's up. I don't know what it is, but he's not right. I don't know what's last night.
He doesn't look right.
Goodness gracious. I've never.
Anyway,
I think he's
going
to
be
fine.
Cold spell,
You're Susan Waldman right there.
I'll say this, nice Dibs. The last thing about the Niner game and why we love sports, man. Maybe I need to get some merch that says that. Who in a million years thought a block punt was an option? And then the thing didn't come down. I'm like, where is it?
Right, where'd it go?
There.
Yeah, we may have
to score, Dibs.
I don't know if we can get a last-second hufanga from Joe Buck to just set us all off, but we love Joe Buck, and it was a near-perfect call. But listen how he gets a little caught up on hufanga.
Hufanga? Oh, that's
Yeah, he does.
You have the long version.
That's pretty good.
Who fungaed right into his mask, right in the middle of the game.
Yeah, it was tough. It's a great call.
All right, guys, have a good time. Good to see you. Enjoy the day. There we go. Steiny and Guru next.
Gents, have a good one.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
There's only one way to start the show. Jimmy.
I look at you.
49ers going to the NFC Championship game, Goo, with Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm. Who would have thought it?
Right. And Steiny, I don't want to steal your joy like an almond
No, you
joy.
can't. No, you can't.
Because I'm fired up, but as fired up as you are about Jimmy, there's more facets to this Niner team. And it's the special teams, the moxie of not quitting. Steiny, I thought they lost that game 12 times.
Goo,
and
their
they
special
block
teams
a
have
field goal
stunk this year.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So who expected them to, in the biggest game, to show up? But you are right about Jimmy Steiny, and for him to say F the Packers, and you know what that means, and outdo Aaron, my question to you, and I mean this, can we qualify this as a run now?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because I thought of you.
Absolutely. There's two runs going on. One is the last 3 games, and I think one is 9 of the last 11 now? They were 3-5. Yeah. They finished 10-7. Now they're 12-7. So that's 9 of their last 11 they've won. So it's absolutely a run. And they went into Green Bay and won. And here's where I'm going to start with Garoppolo, because we've had a lot of, well, some of it's been fun. Some of it's been a pain in the ass, to tell you the truth. Of the segment of loud Jimmy Garoppolo dislikers or haters, and I get it. He wasn't very good on Saturday, but neither was Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. So clearly,
conditions.
Exactly. So in a game like that, I get it. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo didn't score an offensive touchdown for his team. Okay. Well, Rodgers scored one on the first possession and didn't do anything after that. In other words, the conditions and the defenses were ensuring that neither quarterback was going to throw for 300 yards on this day.
Wow. And what did he do, though, Steiny, on the most important drive? Jimmy hit Kittle, took him down to get the Robbie Good. I'm calling him Robbie Good. You guys don't like that. I like it, Steiny. I mean, this dude has just become a weapon, automatic. And, I was talking to Shasky, Steiny. I called him specifically because I wanted to be sprinkled with joy. Hit Bonte. He called me back later. But the point is, Shasky compared this to We Believe. And that's what this is, the 2010 Giants. But then I thought to what you ridiculed me about. And you didn't really ridicule me, but you was like, "Goo, Vegas and all the experts said the Niners were going to the Super Bowl." So, partner, how big of a surprise is this then that they've landed in the game, one game away from going to the bowl?
I think it's surprising, but I think –
because we covered the team and know how bad it was and what was going on in the doubt. Is that why it's surprising for us here locally?
Well, they were 3-5. They were 3-5, and I think that's before the season they had aspirations of going to the Super Bowl. The first half of the season goes by and they're 3-5, and I think people were like, you know what, we overestimated this team. And they were right to say that. But since then, they've been as good as anybody else in all phases of the game. So maybe you realize that they do have a championship caliber football team here.
That's incredible, Steiny. And again, I'm trying to stay off this for today. And it's not giving Jimmy credit. Steiny, we could do 5 days of shows worth of shows about – If this dude punches his ticket or he even gets you this close, why would you change? That's there, but I'm asking you, and I mean it because I told you about 7 times I thought they lost, especially when late in the third quarter, Adams got a pass. They got to like the 15. They were already up 7-3. I'm thinking, okay, a touchdown here puts it over. I text Spadoni like this is a wrap. Did you think, Saturday wasn't a day like the season was nearing the end?
I don't know. I mean, I was just watching the game, and they were down 7, and they should have been down 10-0, but they missed that field goal the field goal that was blocked at the end of the first half. So it should be 10-0. It's not. In fact, they could have gotten a touchdown on that drive, which was that long pass to Aaron Jones. So
great hustle.
Yeah. So it was one of those games where, as it was going, like you said. Did I ever feel like they were ever going to win the game? Well, it was more like they're still in this game, and they really might not deserve to be in this game because the Packers, had that field goal blocked, and then the next thing you know, they get the block punt. And that's where, once it got to 10-10, that's where I was like, the Packers have no chance. At that point, I really, and you know what? Let's put the rat on the table. Aaron Rodgers had a shot at it. He didn't get him anywhere after that game was tied 10-10. Garoppolo gets the ball. He drives in the field goal range. Period. End of story.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers had his chance to win a game like a lot of quarterbacks did this weekend. He couldn't do it. So I give the 49ers defense a ton of credit there.
I'm going to give you this, Steiny. I'm going to go Dr. Phil on Troy Aikman. I thought him and Joe were exceptional like they always are. But I felt like Troy saw that game slipping away from the Niners, and Jimmy threw some passes, wobbly, that looked like they were going to get intercepted. Guess what? They didn't get intercepted. And Troy kept harping a little bit for me, for my liking. My ears were like, okay, now he's coming from the top rope like, Jimmy's having a bad day. That's going to be the theme. But yet when Jimmy makes that interception, Steiny, he always just has the knack like a Freddy Krueger or Jason, Friday the 13th to come back and lead them on that drive to get the game-winning field goal. And I'm going to say this, and I mean it. D'Amico Ryans, the special teams, the coach, all those guys. But when you say Jimmy, you know who the real Jimmy is to me, Steiny? It's Kyle. And I wonder right now if we had a beer with him, and I say, Kyle, how you feeling, man? He'd be like, Goose, Steiny, this might be my best work yet because I know they counted this out.
Say that.
What you mean?
Oh, man. That would be like you coming off the show last week saying, hey, Steiny, let me tell you something. I had it all working for me on Wednesday. That was the best show I've ever done. Because at that point, I'd say, I don't think it was your best. You're pretty good, but you've had better.
Well, I mean in totality, that that they got to this juncture. Like, everybody gets credit, but the head coach, to me, Steiny, he's in charge of everything. So if the defense looks good, the D coordinator and Ryans get credit, but the ultimate credit stops at the doorstep also of the head coach. Like, that just comes with the territory.
Yeah. And, I'm just glad that I never gave up on him, to be quite honest. And
victory lap, huh?
But Nord, well, I'm going to take a couple losses that I'll throw in there. And the one loss was, people are like, Steiny, you didn't think that – you're right. I didn't think the 49ers could win at L.A. I didn't think the 49ers could then go to Dallas and go to Green Bay and win. Wow. Yeah, okay, I did not think that. That is very unusual in the NFL, particularly once you get to the playoffs. So they've done it. Yeah, they've done something that I did not expect they could do. But I think really what's incredible is kind of the way they've done it.
Yes.
Like, you look at all these other teams, and Kansas City's got Mahomes, and Cincinnati's an interesting team with Burrow, and the Rams are scoring left and right. The 49ers are like, I don't know, they're just this team that hangs around. They're not aesthetically pleasing, but the next thing you know, you don't want to be in a game with them if it's a one-score game in the last 10 minutes. And the one thing I will say is I don't think it means anything, that the Rams are worried that it's going to be a lot of 49er fans. I think that's a lesser issue than the fact that the Rams are going to have to get over. Like, the Rams are going to have to finish the 49ers off. Like, whether they're up 28-17 heading into the fourth quarter, or whether they're up 2 touchdowns like they were against the Bucs and almost more than that. But what I'm saying is that, to me, is the psychological advantage the 49ers have over the Rams, and it's more than if 40% of the stadium is 49er fans. It's at some point, if one of two things is going to happen. 49ers are either going to be leading this game and win it, or the Rams are going to be ahead. And if the Rams are ahead, that's where they're going to have to start thinking about, well, look what they did to us last game. Look what they've been doing to teams. And especially the way the Rams won yesterday may even put a seed of doubt in their minds when they're up a score or two, if they are in the fourth quarter.
It's interesting you say that, because I thought Matt Stafford, and it wasn't all his fault by any stretch, Steiny, but that was going to fall on him. His reputation, along with McVay, was going to take the biggest hit. But it's funny, you talk about this game, and you said it to Willard about, and I'm with you, this one win will be worth 6 wins if McVay can get it to punch the ticket to the Super Bowl and say, I got you in the championship game. But what scares me, and I know we'll get to it later on in the week, Steiny, is I laughed at McVay's stat, the whole Rams. But they had a half. It's not a 4 quarters. They got to figure out how to stop the Niners. They were the big bully for a half. Now they got to just bring it home, 2 more quarters, Steiny. So they worked on something in the lab that got them up 17-0. But the fact that, again, I don't know. I told you I deer hunt, and I've been freezing what I thought was freezing. Steiny, that was miserable conditions Saturday. And for them to go up there, the Niners again, stay the course. I call it moxie, pedigree, and come out there with a win. I'm honestly, man, I'm looking at you on Zoom, and I'm still shocked. I'm still drunk of how did that happen?
I'll tell you what else I didn't realize. I didn't realize, and I knew people were down on Aaron Rodgers, but man, I was overwhelmed by the glee of a nation after he lost that game.
Ooh, man,
I couldn't
speak
believe
on this,
it. I couldn't believe it. He must have. I mean, yeah,
you would
I
have
know.
thought he's Oliver North, Steiny. I mean, I know the facts. Hey, and your boy is, I'll leave him, John Stockton. Like, they can have dinner. You know what I mean? I don't know if his whole, what was the word he used, Steiny, earlier on the season about the vaccine? He said, I'm immunized. I mean, that's where this starts. Yeah, that's where
inoculated?
This starts.
No, I think he did say immunized. I can't remember. By the way,
immunized, yeah.
For everybody out there that's saying we were wrong, remember I did this on Friday? So I have 25 predictions from Friday's show, and ain't nobody even close. Think about that. I got Chris in Walnut Creek saying 2017 Packers. I got Dave in San Francisco 23-20. There was nobody that had this game that had both teams under 20 points in all of our predictions. Nobody had both teams under 20 points. Nobody was even close to having the 49ers win in essentially a defensive struggle. I just think that's so, believe it or not, I think that's just fascinating. Not one person, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20-plus predictions, and nobody was even close. It's wild,
Just
man.
imagine Vegas sitting in a dark room, Steiny, if you took Green Bay minus 2.5. Yeah, it was a struggle, but they were up 4 most of the game. You know, at 7-3, you're kind of like, I thought to myself, and I said it out loud. I said, I said, Daryl. I said, I don't think the Niners offense is going to get it in the end zone. It got that dire to me, Steiny. It wasn't just Jimmy. It was just the conditions plus Green Bay's defense. How many times did they sack Garoppolo? It felt like 20. It don't matter. Niners got up off the mat. Steiny, this team is Rocky Balboa. That's what they need to start playing.
Well, what Rocky Balboa?
Rocky won.
Well,
when
then
he
they're
was
going to lose.
and
Then
he
they're
had
going to lose.
nothing.
Then they're going to lose in the Super Bowl because he lost that
Rocky
first fight.
3.
You know, you've got a big mouth. You know?
Which is the one? Wait, was 2?
No, that's.
I think 2. He ended up winning, right? So
yes.
you want it to be Rocky 2. Because Rocky 1, then that means the Chiefs are probably going to beat him again.
Or it could be Rocky 4, where he gets his revenge against his opponent. That would be Kansas City.
Okay. Fair enough.
Or it could be Rocky 3, where he loses to the same opponent and then ends up beating that same opponent later on.
And that would be Clubber Lang.
Correct.
Yeah, Clubber Lang.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's going to be the Clubber Lang. It's we lost to the Chiefs 2 years ago, but now we're going to beat you this year. Anyway, whatever, Rocky. I know it's not the one with Drago in Russia saying, I will crush you.
And
That's
then
where it
there's a
was.
Rocky Balboa, which I caught the other night. I woke up about 2:30, started, couldn't sleep. And Rocky Balboa, it's about 2 or 3 years old. Pretty good, too.
Yeah, I think I was done after 3 or 4, to tell you the truth. And you know what? When it comes to Rocky, 1 was so much better than any of the other 14. It's not even close.
He had the biggest heart. He didn't want to go collect the money, Steiny. I forgot he collected the bread.
Plus,
pay up.
Don't sleep on the soundtrack in Rocky 1. Unbelievable. Stan Conti.
Eye of the Tiger.
That's not Rocky 1. That's not Rocky 1. Rocky 1 is Gonna Fly Now. Dun 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 dun
there we go.
Exactly. Well, Yes, and then of course, and through the back streets of Philadelphia. So there you go. All right, here's what we're doing today. We're going to talk a lot of Niners, Packers. We're going to get into the Rams a little bit. We got Lorenzo Neal from 12:30 to 1, and then at 1 we're going to open up the phone lines and have everybody weigh in on that game and what you thought of it, because the San Francisco 49ers are now in the Final Four, and they got as good a shot as anybody. Can they pull this off? And here's the other stuff I think about. If they win a Super Bowl, it means they'll have won 3 of 5 games at SoFi Stadium. You know what I mean? Because they're going to have to win against the Rams again, and then they're going to have to stay down there if they win for the Super Low. So interesting stuff. Low Neal on the other side. And by the way, you should know this, but in case you don't, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. And remember, the Comcast Business text line always open at 888-957-9570. Da-na-na-na-na.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Street Strider, it's the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical. It'll change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Ready to have some fun and actually look forward to your workouts? Order online now at streetstrider.com. We ship right to your front door. Go online, streetstrider.com. And with that, I'd like to welcome in Lorenzo Neal. You can hear him tonight from 6 to 7 on the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. Lo Neal, what's up, my man?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Gang, what does it say? Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's get it rolling, Goo.
Hey, Lo, let me ask you this. Where do you want to start out? You want to start out with the Niners, Packers, or do you want to start out with just and I have this written down on my notes. If anyone thought for a second that the NFL isn't the king of all sports, this weekend's games made it
Legendary.
official. Unbelievable games, Lo.
It's Steiny, you're absolutely right. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off and pay homage to, the greatest, the GOAT. What you saw, and here's the deal, by far now, Tom Brady is in a sphere by himself. Let me tell you something. What if I think out of all the quarterback play, Tom Brady would be 1, Joe Burrows would be 2. Now, Mahomes and what you saw, Josh Allen, Fresno, Josh Allen, Fireball, little Central Valley kid, those two, yes, was lights out. That was a great game. We get that. But we saw 2 quarterbacks have time. But let's talk about the 2 quarterbacks. Yes, look at Cincinnati. Joe Burrow showing what he is. Got sacked 9 times, still were able to win against Tennessee. But Tom Brady, he had no time. I don't know if you guys got to watch that game, but Tom Brady, what he was able to orchestrate and what he showed you at 43 years old, when you look at 1,000, 1,002, and they were hitting him, it was unbelievable and surreal what he was able to do. So I think that if you just talked about quarterback performances, give me Tom Brady, Joe Burrows, and of course Mahomes, and what Josh Allen did was just unbelievable.
Lo, I had a few friends, I won't name them, that I grew up with, and they weren't too easy on the eyes, but they always got the pretty girl, and you knew they had a good personality, right? That's what Jimmy is. And Jimmy didn't have a bad game, but the Niners just have an identity. They know what they're trying to do. I'm looking at the playoff rankings for this weekend that just passed. Jimmy 7th out of the 8 quarterbacks, Tannehill 8. How do they just keep doing it? And how does he show up, like I told Steiny, on the drive to get him down and get the game-winning field goal? It's uncanny.
Well, it's unreal when you look at this, and it came down to one thing. And you look at it, always said Guru, always said Steiny. I says, offense counts as third, defense counts as third, and special teams counts as a third. Let me tell you right now, without a doubt, special teams won that game for the 49ers last week. Let's just be real. Let's put, like you say, put the rat on the table. Everyone wants to talk about the offense and defense. I get it. Those play big factors. But 2 plays. You think about what Jimmy G throws an ill-advised interception that they would have went into halftime losing 3-7. They've been down by 4 at halftime. But instead, Jimmy throws interception. Aaron Rodgers, they drive down, get in field goal range to kick a field goal to go up, be up 10-0 at halftime, and the special teams blocks the field goal. And then think about it. They're losing that game, but then what happens? Special teams blocks a punt and then scores a touchdown. Guys, this game, we can talk about Jimmy, and we can talk about the inconsistency and throwing interception, and we can talk about everything surrounding this game. It came down to special teams. It talked about who has an edge on special teams in field position, and that's what this game's about, too. You got to win in those 3 phases of the game, and this was a great game. The Niners are just built tough. They played great defense, holding Aaron Rodgers, what they were able to do. The weather played some factors, but just bending but not breaking. Defense and offense, you see it. They go out there methodically. Kittle showed up. Kittle was big in the game. Of course, Debo was big. And Jimmy G, the team understands what they have in Jimmy G, and they revolve, and they swarm, and they protect. And that's what the Niners are doing good, Steiny. They understand who they are, and they know the defense, the whole team knows that they cannot go down. They know that they can't let teams score over 21 or 24 points. That is the mantra, and that is the calling card for this team. I told you guys this. I said, it's just the Niners. Quit trying to say they got to score 30. Quit trying to say they got to score 40. They're not built that way, and they understand that, and that's the kind of football they're playing.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him tonight at 6 o'clock with Sean Salisbury, the football hour. Lo, listen, we know Jimmy Garoppolo's got limitations, and we know that he's not one of the top 5, 6, 7, 8 quarterbacks in the NFL. But I'm looking at that game on Saturday, and it comes down to two quarterbacks who have to orchestrate a drive. And Aaron Rodgers had 2 shots after the 49ers made it 10-10. And I was telling Goo, I was like, once that punt got blocked and it was 10-10, I felt like the Packers had no shot, even though they're still sitting with Aaron Rodgers. And then Garoppolo is able to just put together a 50-yard drive and give his field goal kicker a shot to win it at the end. I mean, I just think I do believe in the clutch gene. Let's put it that way. What do you think?
I think that here's the deal. I think that we look at it. We always want to throw Jimmy in there and say, "Oh, Jimmy was able. Can Jimmy do this?" Stop and just say this team is playing better. Like last night.
Yeah.
Let's be real. It was about quarterbacks. It was about either one of those quarterbacks. They did not lose the game. Josh Allen did not lose the game for the Buffalo Bills. And if Buffalo would have won, Mahomes did not lose the game for Kansas City. You see, those guys were able, they understood who their team was, and those guys are dependent on their quarterback. The Niners not dependent on their quarterback, so we got to stop with this because it was 3rd down and 6. Guru, you remember 3rd and 6? If the Niners were 3rd and 6 3rd and 7, and what'd they do? And what'd they do? Who they give the ball to?
They ran
a handoff. Okay, so stop it, Steiny. Steiny, stop it.
What am I doing?
Well, no,
what the hell am I even doing?
Stop saying that, Jimmy. Look what he had to. No, they 3rd and 7. Thank you, Guru. And they gave the ball to Debo. So this team right now, this is Debo. If you're gonna talk, look, Jimmy does what he needs to do. This team revolves around Jimmy, and they understand, hey, Jimmy's this guy. All we got to do is protect him. Jimmy don't turn the ball over, play consistent, and we're good enough to win a Super Bowl. This is still signing a couple weeks ago. You said, "No, I don't think they can do it this way." I said, yes, they can because this is how they build. And now I
said,
no.
I was having trouble seeing them win 4 straight road games to get to the Super Bowl. That's not even an outlandish statement.
But you said low and Goo jump in, Goo. You remember he said, "No, I don't see him able to do it like this."
Right?
Did he not say that? I don't see it happening though, Lo. But can they do it that way? I said yes. That's the way they're built. Steiny, I love you, but we got
no.
Low is run.
Low, it's not about low.
Yeah.
It wasn't about they can't
it was
do
about
it
running the ball.
No. You misunderstood.
Yes.
Well, first of all, they're not going to be able to do it by throwing for 350 yards. What do you think? I'm an idiot? What I'm saying is I didn't think you were like, they can win by running the ball. And I said, you know what? I think they can win each game by running the ball. But to win 4 as a wild card team, to win 3 games on the road, regardless of how they play, no, I did not see that coming.
Right. I just wanted you to understand this is the way that. So you got to understand the way this team is built. We all looked at this team, and we're all looking for Jimmy to just have to step up and he's going to have to be great. Jimmy does not have to be great. He has to be good. And Jimmy has been good. But we look around the NFL, and all the narrative is because this is a quarterback-driven league. You saw what freaking Cincinnati Burrows did. You saw Allen. You see Mahomes. You see Stafford. These quarterbacks are doing all the things that are the outliers. But the Niners aren't doing that. So we are so caught up in what the narrative is. God, they can't win because they're not doing what all these other flashy teams are doing. But the Niners understand that. And so collectively, Steiny and Guru, they're playing together. They're the band of brothers that are banding together collectively, understanding it's going to come through running the game with Debo, quick screens, quick balls, getting the ball out of Jimmy's hand, and not having Jimmy have to sit back and throw the ball 40, 50 times a game. Because if he has to turn into Mahomes, and if he has to turn into Stafford, he has to turn into Joe Burrows, this team won't win. They're not built that way.
No, Lo, you're on fire, and what it sounds like you're saying to me, and is how I feel, and I mean this. We talked about Jimmy and Trey like it was Alex and Cap, like it was Joe and Steve, and I get it. But those quarterbacks you mentioned or anybody left in the offs, I don't think they win with a bad game or a subpar game by the quarterback. What I'm seeing and why I'm just falling in love with Kyle again is the Niners don't necessarily need that what Steiny just said, the 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. They can win a different way, and that's what's has me shocked. And my question to you, and I don't want Niner fans to come down my road for this. I know you got the Rams, but Lo, if somehow they pull this off, I put this up there with the 18 Eagles with Nick Foles, a backup quarterback, in that run, because nobody could tell me they saw this coming, right?
Wait a minute. I thought this was the team nobody wanted to face. I didn't see it coming, but apparently a lot of other people saw it coming.
Well, I'm talking about the 4-in-row. You lost to Arizona. We lived through that, Lo. It looked bad around here, man.
Here's the deal. When the other day, and think you guys remember, you guys can check the tape. When I get off, check the tape. I said, Green Bay was hoping that the Rams beat them. They did not want to see the Niners in the playoff. They were hopeful. I said everyone was pulling for the Dallas Cowboys. No one wants to see the Niners. They are the toughest out. And by the way, I rather had seen Tampa Bay than the Rams, because I look at Tampa. I look at Tampa's offensive line. The Niners would have went to Tampa, and I would be putting a lot of money on the Niners, because Tampa does not have – you saw that yesterday. Tampa's offensive line was a sieve, and I was pulling for them because I knew that the Niners would match up way better. It's going to be a tough out. Can they beat the Rams? Yes. Have they done it before? Yes. And it's a physical game, and the Niners have to bloody their nose and muck it up and get ugly and make sure Stafford does not limit the amount of times he touched the ball. But I knew this Niner team would be a tough out the way that they're built. And you're right, Guru. You keep falling in love with him over and over and over and over again. That's Kyle Shanahan. I keep falling in love with him over and over and over and over again.
No. That's not the way this season went. That's not the way this season went, Lo.
Over and over again. He gets sweeter and sweeter as the day go by. Oh, what a love between
How sweet was he in week 8?
Wow. Well, that was Guru
in week 8.
Steiny, that's what Guru said. He's falling in love with him.
No, he fell out of love with him. He fell out of love with him. Now he's back. Now he's trying to take him back. And Shanahan's telling him to hit the pipe. Hey, Lo.
Steiny, what you tell Guru to hit the pipe? Get out.
No. Goo's going to be like, I'm back on Shanahan's bandwagon, and Kyle's going to say hit the pike. You know what, though, Lo? Seriously, I think when we look back at this season, there is one move that Shanahan made that, to me, has been brilliant, and that is putting Debo Samuel in the backfield.
Agreed.
And even, God, he put him at kickoff return. Like, that's a move. Like that to me, Lo, was a move that I don't think a lot of other coaches would have tried, and maybe he had to do it because of necessity with Mostert out and Mitchell hurt. But man, that has just paid. That's just been an incredible move.
Steiny, with that well said. What Kyle Shanahan did, his ability to go with Debo and run Debo on every single play, run him inside, outside sweeps, jet sweeps, but I'm going to run him in between tackles. That 3rd down and 6 on that draw play, and he just hands him the ball, and he runs through arm tackles. Watch that play against Steiny. Watch it on the All-22. He actually grabs a guy's hand as he's running, moves it off his legs. A DB comes in and hits him on the knee. He runs through arm tackles. This is an unbelievable move by Shanahan to do that. I'm telling you right now, guys, what he did by saying, Debo, we're going to run you. I don't care how beat up you are. And this guy loves it. He is a starting running back in the National Football League, and he's a starting receiver in the National Football League, and he's a nightmare, Steiny, because when you take out the fullback and you have a tailback and your receiver in the backfield, now defense are forced to go nickel. Now you run that jets, you fake it to handoff, and now you can hit Debo on the flat or on the flares, and it puts so much pressure. And behind that, oh, by the way, if you go with the flare, now I'm running Kittle on the middle, so he's going to go down the middle and bend that. So I got the flare to the fake handoff to Kittle in the middle of the field, and it puts so much stress on the defense. I'll tell you right now, here's what I'm at. I'm at the point, no matter what happens right now, but if they win this game and get to the Super Bowl, here's my thing. I do not let Jimmy go for a second round, guys. Remember we argued about this, and you guys we said, "Oh, Jimmy's they can't get a second or third," and I said, "Yes, you can." Now, guess what, guys? If Jimmy goes to the Super Bowl, you get a first round. And here's the thing. And if I don't get a first round, I don't let Jimmy go. I keep Jimmy. Who cares? You keep him on the team because you need to have a good backup quarterback, and you need to have a guy. So what if you keep Trey on the bench again? And I don't care. When you're looking at what they're able to do as a team, I'm telling you right now, you don't run Jimmy out of town because you're in a situation now, Steiny, that you have a guy that you know can win regardless of the situation that it may be in. You cannot let this guy go for the second or third round. Without a doubt, I put a first round because oh, by the way, I got Tennessee on the phone. Oh, by the way, and everyone's talking about Aaron Rodgers. I got a place right now. You put him in there, and he's to me, they're the AFC favorite. You put him in Tennessee. Tannehill is a bomb, guys, and I love. Put Aaron Rodgers in Tennessee. With that team, that defense, and what they have, put Aaron Rodgers there. Tannehill out the door. So there is a lot of different things that's going to happen. I really believe right now, no matter what happens, you have a quarterback, and if they go and take care of business and make it to the Super Bowl, you cannot let Jimmy G get out of the house for a second or third round. Absolutely crazy.
First round pick.
Yeah, we went 15 rounds. The callers, everybody about this scenario, and it is actually the rat on the table, Lo. But Steiny asked that question about Debo, man. Would any other coach use him like that? And I'm thinking now, and I would never put a cap on Debo is strictly a wide receiver. But I wonder, does he drive to the practice facility thinking, man, this guy's made me a star because he allowed me to do this other facet of my job, when if he had went to the Raiders or Dallas, whoever, Lo, he might have just been a receiver. And I'm not saying he wouldn't have been good, but Lo, I'm telling you, on my couch, I look at the defenders, I read their mind in their helmet, and they look like they're so mentally fatigued, not trying to tackle this dude, but knowing they got to do it again. And he's just Earl Campbell almost like. But he was limping off, Lo. That's scary. He was limping.
He might have limped off, but Debo Samuels, like you said, what they've allowed him to do is be legendary. Cal Shannon put him in a situation where teams are seeing what he's able to do, and it's absolutely amazing, giving him the opportunity not just to run the ball, but catch the ball, be everything to this team, put him back on kickoff return. Debo has made a lot of money, guys. Back up the boat, back up the bus, because the Brink truck, this guy is going to make some money because what he's been able to do, because Cal Shanahan saw the ability that this kid had, and he said, we're going to let you do whatever you want to do. I'm telling you right now, that took some courage by Cal Shanahan, like you talked about, Steiny, and it changed the trajectory of this team and where they're at today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's just been unbelievable. Let me ask you this, Lo. I want you to put your uniform back on and tell me the kind of the psychological psychological game going into this week. You have the Rams who've lost 6 straight and the 49ers who've won 6 straight. Just if you put yourself on the Rams, thinking about it, and then if you're a 49er, how do you view it?
Well, I've been there. Steiny, I've actually been there. Think about when it's in Tennessee back in the day, Guru, and you say, go low, big 4-1. Think about what we did. We played the Jacksonville Jaguars. We had to play them 3 times in 1 year, played them twice in conference, and then we had to play them in the AFC Championship. No one thought we could be done. We had to go on the road and do what you said, Steiny, that you don't think can be done. We had to go on the road and take on the Jacksonville Jaguars, Keenan McCardell, Freddie Taylor. We had to go and find a way to win that game, and oh boy, we put on a motorboat that 3rd time, because they're going to be saying all the things. We need this. This is a big one. And I'm going to tell you right now, but we're creatures of habit. You've been hit, you've been punched, and you've been kicked. You lined up 3 weeks ago, and you said, hey, we're going to put the Niners. We had a playoff game. We're going to put the Niners out of the playoffs. And we lined up and said, we're going to be more physical than them. And guess what they did? You look at the Rams. They lined up, and they ran the ball down the Niners' throat, scored a touchdown, a 17-play drive, and they said, we can do the same thing you could do, but we can do it better. And then the Niners said, okay, we took that punch, we absorbed it, but we're going to still stick around. Then they went down. The Niners were down, 17? And all of a sudden, the Niners said, we let you swing. Now it's time for seeking. Can you take what we got to offer? When you look at the way these two teams match up, let me tell you something. You see what the LA's doing, Steiny in LA? Do you know they're not letting Niner people buy tickets? You got to be a resident. They're going to cancel your tickets. If you're not a resident, they're canceling the Niners tickets. Come on. What does that tell you? They're afraid. They're scared. They're cowards. I'm telling you right now, if I'm a Niner, did you know?
Keep going, Lo.
I would never call a professional football player a coward.
No. Let me I'm calling that what they're doing as a media as that community that is being a coward. Gotcha. Wait a minute. If a person is from out of that place, not in the city, if they're from another
get them
city,
out.
And you're telling me they can't order a ticket and their ticket is going to be canceled? Did you see that? That's horrible. And wait a minute. And wait a minute, Steiny. And for you to say, oh, that's not. Let me tell you something. I would be. You told me to put my 41 jersey back on, right? Didn't you just ask me that, Steiny? So I'm putting the jersey on, and then you telling me come on low? Wait a minute, you come on. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'd be pissed off if I knew I couldn't get my family tickets because I'm playing for another team, and they're telling me I can't buy tickets.
Stay in the Bay.
You're scared. Wait a minute. And do you know what they said? The coach and your quarterback, it was too many Niner fans. I couldn't hear the call. I couldn't get the calls in. We couldn't understand what's going on. Do you know how that sounds as a professional athlete? That's being soft, bro.
Well,
I would be upset. I'm sorry.
That sounds like
embarrassing.
Sunday's going to be a big win for the Niners, it sounds like.
Yeah.
See, I don't like this game. We'll get to it later below.
I don't either, Guru. But here's the thing, though. When you can't get along, you might as well get it on. You got to look for the media, and you got to look for.
That's great.
Tell your ticket office. My quarterback can't hear.
Okay, but Lo, that's not worse. All that is not worse than the quarterback saying he had to go to a silent count at home. That's affecting the game.
But what does that?
So now the cat's out the bag.
Because you can't beat them, though. Steiny, what does that tell you, though, Guru?
Well, they had him 17-0, Lo.
I need you to
They had him
quiet.
17-0 at half. So now it's about finish.
But now if I'm the Niners, and if I get to see that, that's blood in the water, because I got a team that in the back of their head, so you can tell
that
me, okay,
I agree
get
with.
quiet. It's in the back of your head that they didn't beat you once, they haven't beat you twice, they beat you 3 times. I already whooped your butt 3 times this year, Guru. I just punched you in the mouth. We fought, and I already whooped you twice. And you said, come on, you told me to bring it, and you had a chance to get paid double and send me home, and I kicked your butt again. Now I'm going to fight you 3rd time. Why you think you can whoop me? Tell me why you think you can whoop me. Why?
We're due.
Called the law of averages.
We're just due.
Yeah, that's it, Sonny.
You think I wrestled, Guru, and I wrestled in the league, and I had to wrestle the guy twice, and then if I had to meet him again in the 3rd time, and I pinned him, you think I'm going to let the guy beat me, and I didn't beat the guy twice?
Let me give this to you. Spadoni gave this to us. The Lakers ended the Warriors season in the play-in game. The Dodgers ended the Giants season. You saw that. I don't like stuff like that, Lo, because if the Rams win, you know what that means. Tell me
this is winner. But Guru, it's win or go home anyway. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Matthew Stafford is afraid of these boys. He gets happy feet.
That
the
I
Niners,
believe.
hey, and here's the deal. You can say what you want. All these guys are talking about, oh, they didn't know who Debo is. Hell yeah, they know who Debo is. And let me tell you, the Niners are physical. What are they going to do for Kittle? I'm going to tell you right now, you have no answer for what the Niners is going to do. And just like the Niners probably have no answer to, they can't stop Cup or Coop. Hey, look, I'm not going to sit here and say the Niners blowing them out. It's not no blowout, but this is two teams that is evenly matched that are going to be physical, and it's going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and it's going to come down who is the most physical. So if you ask me, what team is the most physical in your opinion? Not finesse. I'm asking you, Guru. Who's the most physical team out of these two?
Niners hands down. Niners hands down.
Okay, if it's hands down, then you gotta lean toward a team that's more physical. Now, if it gets behind and they're playing a catch and yes, then it goes to the finesse because now the Rams can pin their ears back and you got great pass rushers on that team, Vaughn and what those guys can do. Now you're in trouble. But if the Niners can establish who they are in the physicality, mental aspect of this game, you don't think it'll be sweet revenge because they know they're going to see Kansas City? Because I can tell you right now, you want to make money this week, Guru? You want to make money? Go even money. This is a double-digit win. The AFC, Kansas City is absolutely going to motorboat the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati, I tell you.
Well, that's easy. Yeah.
It's easy. Wow. Because you got, it's no way the Cincinnati is going to be able to win this game. Whether they were playing Buffalo, they can't block. Exactly. And everyone's going to ride on this Cincinnati train, and it ain't going to be close.
I love.
We love you.
You're the best, man. We'll talk.
Fired up, baby. Let's go, Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
All right. Hey, at Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. Let's go. 888-957-9570. Time to get your thoughts on Saturday's 13-10 win over the Green Bay Packers. 888-957-9570. sports weekend it was in the Bay. Steph Curry makes a buzzer beater against the Rockets on Friday.
Oh, my God.
Then the 49ers beat the Packers on Saturday.
Oh, my God.
And then the Golden State Warriors survive a potential game-winning three-point shot by Bojan Bogdanovic last night.
Oh, my God.
They end up winning that game. One piece of news I do want to pass along, Warriors-related. Klay Thompson, who didn't play last night, is listed as questionable for tomorrow's game against Dallas. He's not practicing today, so that's something
that concern you, Steiny. It concerns the hell out of me. You know me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how common it is for this to happen after you haven't played for 2.5 years. The one thing I've heard forever and ever is this is one of those injuries where, we may not see Klay be Klay for another 6-8 months. Probably not until next year. So obviously they're going to be cautious with him, and rightfully so. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. We'll see if he plays tomorrow against Dallas. All right, let's take some calls. Let's go to Eric in L.A. to start us off. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, guys. I just want to go ahead and say, after listening to your commentary on the Odyssey app, I got to say that it is going to be a physical game between the Rams and the 49ers on Sunday. And I can tell you by listening to both of those games, as I did, both quarterbacks have got to be flawless. Whoever gives up the less interceptions does the fewest mistakes wins the ball game and goes to the Super Bowl. I mean, I looked at Matthew Stafford. I also looked at Jimmy Garoppolo. Garoppolo is a great, great quarterback. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has got this team all up in great cylinders right now. I mean, both teams are, riding high right now. And looking at the Rams, I mean, Matthew Stafford completely on fire at this point in time, trying to show the Detroit Lions that they should have, had themselves a better quarterback.
Appreciate the call. The one thing I'll say is Jimmy Garoppolo is not a great quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
And I got the game on right now, Steiny. They had 0, and I get conditions, 0 points at half, but they stayed the course. And again, I know a lot of people, and I hope I'm not one of them, I know that game in L.A. this last go-round, it was tough, man. It went down to the wire. And nobody's saying it's going to be easy, my friend. That's all. Especially of all the games they played, this has the biggest stakes to go to the Super Bowl.
The reason that criticism of Jimmy Garoppolo on Saturday doesn't hold any water for me is because the quarterback on the other side, who's supposed to be one of the greatest of all time, he didn't do anything either. So between the conditions, between the intensity of the game, the defense of the 49ers and the defense of the Packers, like if the 49ers would have won that game 28-27 and they rushed for 248 yards and had 3 touchdowns on the ground and Rodgers was fantastic, then I'd buy some of your criticism of Jimmy Garoppolo in that particular game. But in a game, Aaron Rodgers led the Green Bay Packers on their first drive, on their first series, and they got nothing after that.
And his body language stunk, Steiny. It wasn't like he didn't want to, they were getting him off his spot. He has something on his mind, man. That's a hell of a way to go out if he doesn't come back. But, man, the Niners went in there and slapped him again. What about this, Steiny? Josh Norman got on the field, and to A-Rod's credit, he tried them, went deep. I was like, oh, my God. And fortunately for the Niner fans, nothing happened. Incompletion. I was like, is there a flag? But you had to live through that. This has been a roller coaster, man.
What do you think about the other A-Rod that was there?
That was a bad game, and again,
I'm talking about Alex Rodriguez. Did you see
I
him?
didn't see him.
You
no.
didn't see Alex Rodriguez? Yeah, he was at the game wearing Green Bay attire.
I got the game on right now. Oh, man. What's he do? I missed it.
He was just hopping up and down. Guess he's a
Was
Packer
he solo
fan.
or J-Lo was? Oh, they're broken up. Yeah,
He wasn't
On to the
solo.
next. Yeah, okay.
Either he wasn't solo or he just happened to be sitting next to a woman.
Okay,
I
got you.
888-957-9570. Where are you right now on this 49ers team? Are they making you start to believe they could actually win the Super Bowl this year? And if so, be honest, have you been thinking that all year? Or is it something that you're just starting to believe? Let's go to, by the way, don't get mad. It's a little bit of a cheap shot, but it was funny, and Lowe loves to laugh at himself, and he's good at it. He doesn't take himself too seriously.
Love it.
The 49ers, they really do have to figure out how to defend Cup or Coop.
Right.
I mean,
can't stop
Moses, Moody Moses.
Hold on.
I don't make mistakes.
Give it again, Spadone.
They can't stop Cup or Coop.
All right, let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, I've been listening to the show for the last half hour. I got a few things to say. First of all, Rocky 1, Summer Madness, part of the soundtrack.
Wow.
Awesome. Cool in the Gang. Can't forget them.
All right.
Number 2, Lorenzo was on. Let's shout out to Lorenzo. He was all over the place today, but there's no LaDainian Tomlinson without Lorenzo Neal. Okay? Trent Williams yesterday reminded me of Lowe with what he did on that play. Number 3, I love the Niners. I'm a Niners fan. I'm a Bay Area sports fan. But you got to admit, we had 12 men on the field yesterday.
How so?
Aaron Rodgers does not score 10 points under normal conditions. That was a home court disadvantage, okay? We do what we do. We are in the trenches. We're down there. We're blocking. The line's playing great. It made less of a difference to the style of play that we have than it did to the style of play that Aaron Rodgers has. You know, the most important thing when you go on a vacation is the weather. If you go to a tropical place, it's got to be nice and sunny. You want to be outside. If you go skiing, you want to have good snow. It should be 25 degrees, not 60 degrees.
Right.
The weather was our 12th man yesterday. Nobody's really talking about that, but those are the things I have to say. I'm happy that the Niners won, and good luck this coming week. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. By the way, I just saw weather in L.A. next week. Might be 70.
It's inside, though.
Doesn't that have a retractable?
No.
That's all inside?
Let me take the note back. Spadonia helped me out, but I want to say no. And about his point, Green Bay has a great home field.
SoFi is inside, but technically it has like an opening in the stadium. Remember there was that delay with the Chargers-Raiders game earlier this year because of lightning. Because there's technically an open space in there, but it doesn't have a retractable roof or anything like that. It is indoor.
Thank you, Spadone, as always. So you'll be able to feel
to the caller's point.
Yeah.
Green Bay got home field advantage because they know how to play in those conditions. So I would fight him on that. But I felt where he was going. But
I think what he was saying
A-Rod was off because they were getting home with 4. They were getting in that area that bothered A-Rod. And he ain't as mobile as he used to be, Steiny.
Yeah, I think what the caller was saying was cold weather doesn't really suit a team quarterback to Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he can play in it, and he's used to it, but when you got a guy who can throw it that well and one of the greatest, he's just saying, I think what he was saying is that game's played in 70-degree weather.
Okay.
Maybe the Packers have the advantage.
What
I'm
if
not
I
saying
did
he's
this,
right
though?
or wrong.
What if I did this? Hey, to the caller and you, Steiny, what about the game here at Levi's? And obviously Green Bay won, but it went down to the wire. A lot of more points scored, but it went down to the wire.
Yeah. I mean, no, I think that's what he was saying. I might have been wrong. I don't know. Let's go to our buddy Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin?
Austin.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
You know what I like about Jimmy is how he come clutch, no matter if it's big or small. I treat him like boxing, like Mayweather.
All
He only takes out if the knockout is there and it presents itself, he's going to take it. But I'm going to jab you out the whole boxing match. And so what Jimmy does is jab everybody out. Toss the ball to the running back, hand it off to the running back. Whatever you give him, he's going to take it, whether you like it or not. That's all I got.
Appreciate the call.
Dude, he's so
Appreciate the call.
He's right, but he's so ugly at times, and then he'll come through and hit Kittle over the middle for a big game. Like, he don't care. And then when they celebrate the euphoria, Steiny, that's what I like watching. When, dude, they love the dude, man.
Speaking of people who love the dude, where are all the fans that can't stand Jimmy Garoppolo right now?
You going Robin San Bruno on me? He'll call.
No, there's a lot of people who've been criticizing the Jimmy Garoppolo, and look, it's easy to say that he's not Aaron Rodgers.
Okay,
guess what?
You don't need him to be. You don't need him to be, Steiny.
I know you don't.
For this offense.
I know you don't. But apparently, people want him to be, and he'll never be that. So in the meantime, have yourself a Super Bowl run, and we'll talk to you next year, maybe.
We heard Lowe, and we're going to hear him again tonight on the Football Hour with Sean, who we had on Friday. Can you remember what Sean, where did he designate Garoppolo being? Like it's a wrap, or it's a possibility?
I think he said the worst of the 8 quarterbacks. I think he said he'd take Tannehill instead of, over Garoppolo.
Right. Well, no, I got that. I was asking about the prospect of Garoppolo coming back that Lowe alluded to. Because Lowe was like, oh, that's real. That's on the table. And I'm trying to think if Sean had mentioned, like, I think he might have said kind of what Lowe was saying, like, it ain't just a sure shot, it's Trey's job. That's so, Steiny, this is great, because that's really the rat on the table. And I know we can talk about it all week to where nauseam, but this, how you just can say bye-bye to a dude that got you to the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, I think he's done after this year.
Yeah.
And I think I don't think he's back no matter what happens in the next 3 weeks. Even if they win the Super Bowl, I think that it's Trey Lance's team next year. And maybe that's the other thing. Jimmy Garoppolo wins a Super Bowl, depending on how it all plays out.
Yeah.
Maybe they can get a first rounder for him. I mean, there's teams out there that need a quarterback, no doubt about it. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony's in Napa. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? I've been waiting all weekend to talk to y'all because that was a great weekend of football. Just really, really good games. But to piggyback on where you was just talking about, Matt, I think I got to disagree. Jimmy coming back, and you can mark the tape, throw the rat on the table. I don't care what you do. Jimmy coming back. He's playing good enough to really have that be a part of the conversation. I think even if he didn't get to the Super Bowl, they're going to get a first anyway because the market, man, like supply and demand. Crab is $56 a pound right now, whatever it is. So quality quarterbacks that can limit mistakes. I know he threw that interception, but like Lo said, man, the team is built to withstand that type of stuff. And, I mean, special teams and the defense really showed up for Jimmy. And so you put a quality team around him, he'll do the rest. That's all I really got. I know Trey is the future, but nobody said the future was next season. So I got Jimmy, man, and I knew they would have a really strong chance to get against Green Bay because defense travels and they've been flying around and taking care of business. I don't put that loss on Aaron Rodgers. That was just great defense and awesome special teams.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Kick was down the middle and good! 49ers win it!
You're reacting to the Niners' big win against the Packers.
Our team's been through so many different situations this year that I feel like we never overreact to anything. We just keep playing football.
Call us at 888-957-9570.
when I think about the Rams, they win this game Sunday. It's their biggest win in history. Got to be their biggest win in history, I would think. I know they got to the Super Bowl that year. They lost, right?
Yeah. So I would say, and then they got to the Super Bowl with Vince Ferragamo when they lost to the Steelers. Remember that?
But the 49ers have been a team that's always gotten over on the Rams. Always.
That's funny. You going Jim Everett on me?
if they were to, well, and also this version, everybody, Shanahan's got it over McVay. So I'm telling you, this would be, for the Rams, it would be an unbelievable victory.
And I don't like that. You are so right. And Steiny, I never put on a pro football uniform, but you talk about manhood, you talk about pride, and the Niners are going to bring that. But I'm talking about the Ram players, how sick and tired they're of hearing about the Niners, and then to go out there and basically dominate 2 quarters. This is about now, how do we go look what we did that worked for a half, up 17-3. Now how do we finish? And I'm going, Karate Kid, finish them. So I'm like, I don't like that the Niners got this advantage, or the advantage that they hold on them going into this game for all the marbles. Steiny, I don't like that. That's eating at me. I kind of wish it was reversed.
Goo, toughen up.
All right. I'll see you.
So you're scared because the 49ers – listen, Goo, you do not wish it was reversed. You absolutely do not wish it was reversed. No chance. And no 49er fan.
Okay.
Is there anybody out there that actually believes that the Rams – have the psychological advantage going into this game?
Oh,
no chance.
Hey, and I'm not one of them, and I'm not scared yet, Steiny. Your boy. There's gods. Love you, football gods, and I know they're looking at this like, Niners escaped to get in the playoffs, and the Rams had them. Okay,
I guess.
We'll see.
Well, how come the gods pissed on Josh Allen yesterday? What did he do?
He just has a dumb defensive coordinator, and I love Frazier. I don't know what the hell that was. Why are you lining up 30 yards off maybe if you play them straight up and bump and run, Steiny, it'll take 5 seconds of the 13 they got to get to where you want to go. I have no answer. I could do a whole 2 hours on stupidity. What did Dibs say? And my dad used to tell me, son, the prevent defense don't do nothing but prevent you from winning. And that's what we saw yesterday.
OB's in Brentwood. What's going on, OB? How you doing, man?
How are you?
We're doing great.
All right. Hey, I called last week. I was kind of down on. I was kind of harsh on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm calling again to take that back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, that's all he does. He wins games. I feel really bad for calling him mediocre, but he's not. He wins games, man. They just there's the winners, there's the losers. He's a winner. Doesn't matter how he gets it done.
Thanks for the call. Really appreciate it. That's Guru. That's
keep preaching, man.
That's a man right there. I wish more San Francisco 49ers would acknowledge that Jimmy Garoppolo's a winner. It's okay to do that. It's okay to say, you know what? Hey, Goo, I got to tell you the truth. No, did I think the 49ers could run the table in the postseason as a wild card team playing road games? No, I didn't. But look, wow. So it's okay for 49er fans who have been lambasting Jimmy Garoppolo, again, to say you were wrong. It's okay.
And let me lay this on you like some mustard on a dog. Steiny, if they had lost that game, and let's just say they stuck at 3 points, the phones would be off the chisel right now of Jimmy Hate, and he would be the reason that they lost that game. And that's why I know how to draw the line and give credit where credit is due, but it's kind of funny, Steiny. Had they lost that game as is before the block punt, your boy would be the piñata. They would be blaming him for the reason they lost that game.
And I will address that on the other side because I actually think it wouldn't be the conversation. And I'll tell you why on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
The faithful are fired up.
Let's give D'Amico.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru. Let's take this one to hypothetical land. Jimmy Garoppolo has the exact kind of game that he had yesterday.
Hypotheticals.
And Aaron Rodgers leads him on a drive like you would expect that he could possibly do, but didn't. And the Packers win that game 10-7, something like that, 10-3, 10-6, 7-6. and you said people would have been coming in here today and ripping Jimmy Garoppolo. And you know what? I actually don't think that, because I'm not saying it wouldn't happen at all, but the bottom line is Jimmy Garoppolo, I have him as like the 12th best quarterback, all right? Right on the edge of the top third of the league. Nobody ever said Jimmy Garoppolo was Brady or Rodgers, okay? Nobody's ever said that Jimmy Garoppolo can still be our long-term quarterback. The bottom line is if the 49ers lose that game 7-6, guess what? We're just on to Trey Lance. It just is Garoppolo's, he's gone. He got maligned all through the season. He finally cost us a game. And now we're going to Trey Lance. He's gone. The 49er fans will never see Jimmy again if that's the case. So, yeah, I guess they'd take Monday to rip him one last time.
Right. That's all I was saying.
He ain't the story. He wouldn't be he's not going to be the story if they can't score enough points, because nobody is saying that he's their long-term quarterback, and nobody's ever said that. Right now, Jimmy Garoppolo is a placeholder, and we all knew it. And we were thinking maybe he'll be a placeholder for half the season. Maybe he'll be a placeholder for a year. And now people are saying, maybe he'll be a placeholder for 2 years. I don't think he will. But the point is these fans that don't like Jimmy Garoppolo and think he stinks, they're arguing with people who aren't saying he's a great quarterback. Right. I'm just saying he's the best one on the roster right now, so let him finish out this season, and we'll get to Trey Lance next year.
Yeah, and when he threw that interception Saturday, Steiny, they were in the red zone or close there for at least a field goal if they wanted to attempt it. So, again, that was one error. Quarterbacks make them. We've seen it all weekend long. But I'll just use this tweet. Steiny, went to you too, from J.M. Whitty. What you guys are not talking about is they got that touchdown on special teams, not offense. He was sacked a lot being a statue. There are times the defense won't get those turnovers and do what they did. What do you do with Jimmy then? Well, my answer to that critic, Steiny, is welcome to the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. And the bottom line is I'm unlike you, Steiny, and you know where I've come from. I was on the other side like this is done. The Jalen Ramsey interception, which I thought cost him the game, and the Rams went down there and scored when Stafford threw that beautiful touchdown to Kupp. I'm like, oh, this is over. He's not coming back. But my friend, the more he wins, and if somehow they pull this off Sunday, Steiny, I just don't think it's a given that they're going to flush that down the toilet and he doesn't get another season. And I know that could be another show, another day. I'm just watching this dude, as ugly as it is, duct tape, Elmer's glue. And Steiny, I think sometimes if I were Jimmy and I've thrown 3 bad passes, the fourth would go in the turf. It's almost like when he shows up. So I got to tip my cap for, it's mediocre, but I got to give the dude some props for just having a bottle of Moxie. Like, when it looks all bad, something goes on in Ten's head, Steiny, to where you're going to get a good throw. You're going to get a first down on 3rd and 7. It's just crazy, man.
Well, and like, I mean, I don't think Garoppolo, like, I do think and it's all a matter of the way you choose your words. I don't believe the 49ers are winning in spite of Garoppolo.
A lot.
I think he's their quarterback, and they're making the best of the situation with him and around him. But I absolutely agree that there could be an upgrade at the quarterback position. And the minute Trey Lance is that upgrade, then he's got to become the starting quarterback. I have a feeling that he's going to be the starting quarterback next season for the 49ers. I'm talking about Trey Lance. So it's not like I think Jimmy Garoppolo is great. I don't think he's great, but he's better than Trey Lance right now. And that's basically being proven.
Now, I'll tell you this, Steiny, and I hear you, but I got a question for you. I mean it. I just can't get over the way that Deebo Samuel has been introduced to the NFL world And remember, I was like, oh, you're going to get him hurt. Don't do that. I'm talking about week 3, week 4. And then for this now to be a thing. And I wonder, and I'm asking you, do you think Josh Allen would allow Diggs to be used the way, like, is it a byproduct that maybe Shanahan doesn't trust Jimmy, and that's how we got to evolve to what Debo is and the way he's used? So, okay, let's say Jimmy leaves, Steiny, and it's Trey Lance, and he brings a whole different skill set. Do you still expect Debo to be used the way that he is with Jimmy, or do you think if Kyle thinks highly of his quarterback that we see Debo just a receiver?
I think he'd probably like to go back to using Debo as a receiver.
That's wow, man.
But it's always nice to know. Well, because you'd like to think Mostert will be on the roster next year and healthy, and Elijah Mitchell gets better in his second year. But that doesn't mean you can't put him back there a couple times a game. But I do expect, Kyle Shanahan's whatever it is game plan will be more tailored toward Trey Lance, whatever that looks like. So let's go to Tim. Tim's in San Francisco. What's up, Tim?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
Steiny. What's up, Doo-Doo? Guru.
Hey.
I'm going to give you a 3. I can take it. Come on. Go ahead, man.
Tim.
Yeah.
Nah. I go kick rocks.
Oh, Spadoni with the ejection.
I'm from the Union City, California. Come on. That even sounded whack, doo-doo. Okay, that was pretty good, but don't cut them off. Yeah, when they come at me, don't cut them off. Let them go.
I didn't like it either, Goo, to tell you the truth.
I probably know the person, too. Every time I get bad hate mail, I always think, there's somebody I know. Anyway, go ahead.
It was Tim in San Francisco, if he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Jay's in San Jose. What's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
doing
how
good.
you doing?
All right, so let me set the record straight with Jimmy, man.
Okay.
Jimmy, there are 2 things can be true. You can call Jimmy a winner, but we're looking at this all wrong. We're looking at this from the NFC standpoint. What I saw last night out of Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, we're forgetting about Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert. Is Jimmy good enough to go against these guys in the Super Bowl? I think we can go to the Super Bowl. I hope we do. But what I watched last night, Jimmy's not that guy to win us those games unless we are blocking kicks, which we never do. How many times are you going to block a field goal and a punt in the same game? So let's look at this from a bigger picture, not just how we're going to do in the NFC West. When we get to the playoffs and we go to the Super Bowl, can we win against these other top quarterbacks that we're going to be playing every single year, which what you saw last night, Jimmy ain't doing that unless we are playing the.
Don't go anywhere. I want to have a conversation with my gentleman here because I
talk to him.
I don't disagree with you, and I think if the 49ers can't hold the Chiefs or the Bengals to, I don't know what, 28 points or less, you're right. Jimmy can't win them that game. I completely agree, and I think the 49ers know and believe that in their organization, and that's why they drafted Trey Lance. And I'm just saying, in the meantime, can their defense be good enough to keep them in a game? I do find it interesting you're talking about the Super Bowl and specifically the Chiefs. I don't disagree with you there.
Well, what about even the Bills? I mean, let's just say they made it. We know our secondary is kind of weak.
Okay,
right?
Well, let me ask you this. Would it be possible for the 49ers defense to do to either – and let's use the Bengals and the Chiefs because they're the possibility of who's going. Can the 49ers defend both of those teams like they did Green Bay, or was the only reason they defended Green Bay so well because of the elements?
I say no because it's Patrick Mahomes. And we had a better defense 2 years ago in the Super Bowl. And Patrick Mahomes did his thing when he needed to. So, and I know our defense isn't as good as it was 2 years ago. So that's what scares me is, are we going to be doing that? Can we get pressure every down? Are we going to be able to hold Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill? And they got all these other guys now. that's when it comes to quarterback. Jimmy's got to win that game. That's when your quarterback has got to put some onus on himself and win that game. And I don't think he's that guy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Goo, I think we're all in agreement, aren't we?
Right, but and he made stellar points. The bottom line is, if you don't think this defense had a metamorphosis, you're not watching it or reading it right. And I'll go back to 19. The Niners defense did stay and had the Chiefs down 10 in the fourth quarter, Steiny. So I think we're looking at, with DeMeco Ryans, we've seen a shift. And I don't think it's just a given that the Chiefs would score 50 points on this version of the hot Niner defense.
No, but what about if they get 28? Can the 49ers get 29 or more against the Chiefs?
I think they can.
See, that's the issue with Jimmy that
I'm not telling that caller, Steiny. I'm not telling that caller has a preference, and I get it. But this is not 7-on-7. We all know Josh Allen and Mahomes are better than Jimmy. The Niners aren't asking Jimmy to be that. And about Lamar Jackson, he's at home. Josh Allen, he's at home. Styles make fights.
Fair.
I would just I get it, but
you can't
Styles
say Josh
make fights, Steiny. Styles make fights, and I can make the argument that the Niners in 19 were going up against the biggest, baddest offense in the world, and they suffocated Mahomes, and they had a 10-point lead. And I'm Mr. Jimmy makes that throw, they win the game. But I'm not caping for Jimmy, but don't hate on Jimmy's system that has been put in by Bill Gates, who is Kyle Shanahan. So it's functional. It works, even with the mistakes. That's built in. So I put that up against anything we've been watching, because it beat Dallas on the road. It just beat Aaron Rodgers. And Kansas City, again, I know they're a machine, Steiny. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan's team will ever be beat 35-10.
Well, what about 28-17?
It could happen. It could happen. But, I mean, nothing's changed for you about this. Forget Jimmy. This team and its chances and its identity led by the coaches. To me, it has. And that's why I'm looking like Cincinnati can't even block, Steiny. Great story. They can't even block. So if the Niners went up against them, which I don't think they have a chance in hell beating Kansas City, I'm like, they beat the Rams and they got to take on this version of the Chiefs. Things change because the Niners defensively, from the coach down, Steiny, the coordinator, things have changed, and I can't even put my finger on it, but they stopped Aaron Rodgers in Lambeau. I know you could say it was cold, but damn, you really think it would be 28-17? And it could be. Jimmy throws 2 interceptions, or Jimmy, they just run the ball down the Chiefs' throat. Play action pass. Here goes Kittle. There goes Debo. There's Ayuk. I would love to watch it, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's not really how they play, throwing the ball to those guys. See, all I'm saying is, I get the fans who believe that a different quarterback, maybe not now, but soon, will make the 49ers a better offense.
I agree with that.
Okay, and so the odds are, if I'm just looking at the 49ers, they scored 13 points on Saturday, so they won because of their defense. Well, if they only score 13 points against the Rams, they're not going to beat them, I don't think. I don't think they beat the Rams, because even if the 49ers shut the Rams down, the Rams are probably going to score 14 points in the game, I would think. So, the 49ers will likely not win a game that's more high scoring, because they're not going to be able to score as much as the other team for the most part.
Right. And Steiny, you got to believe Kyle's not going in against any game. Hey, Jimmy, you're going to throw for 400. We need you to throw for 400 and get 3 touchdowns. Well, if that's the game plan, highly unlikely.
Why would it
ball.
Ever be the game plan?
Well, just like the 2019 Super Bowl played out. We don't know how. I still don't know how they scored as many points as they did, the Niners. But ball control, and Jimmy was having some luck early throwing the ball. And it happened to point to where they had the ball with a chance to win.
Right, but clearly they're going into every game right now wanting to run the football.
And
they're not, There's no chance
doubt.
Kyle Shanahan's coming out and saying, you know what? I'll tell you
Never.
what we're going to do. We're throwing 40 times this game.
Never. Yeah.
All right, Tim's back. Tim's in the city. Tim got off to a bad start with you, Goo. What's up, Tim? We're giving you another chance here.
Go ahead, T.
Okay, I'll play nice this time.
All right.
So anyway, I just wanted to say you guys said that Jimmy, if Jimmy would have lost this game, basically everybody would have chewed him out this week. But we forgot during the first series that he did throw a touchdown to Kittles that he dropped. He was on. It was in the snow. He had an interception. Tannehill had 3 interceptions last week. I'm just saying, get a guy a chance. And then Guru was talking about last week, well, why did you trade? Why did you go get a quarterback in the 3rd pick? This is San Francisco. We got money, baby. We got money to burn. And we just playing hard ball right now. Your thoughts?
There's Tim.
Oh, I'll say this to Tim's points, Donnie. He wasn't that bad. Ayuk dropped one, Kittle dropped one, and so did Debo. But again, it was cold, but it wasn't like Jimmy did have no footing underneath him. And you wonder if they catch those balls, does Jimmy get hot? It didn't happen that way, but that was a footnote to the game early on. Niner receivers dropped him.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you're going to miss some throws in this. I mean, again,
those were hit him in the hands. Those guys, yeah.
Right, but I mean, the bottom line is the weather must have been a factor. Do you think the 49ers could hold the Packers to 10 points with 65-degree weather?
I want to say no, but the way they've been playing, I don't know. And now I'm trying to think what was the total when they beat them in Levi's. I know it was a regular season game. What did they have?
28-27?
Okay. All right.
Something like that. I might be wrong. It was they came down and kicked a field goal to win. Was it 30-28 maybe? Something like that.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the weather I agreed with the caller earlier. I thought the weather helped the Niners for sure. Paul's in Cupertino. Hey Paul, how you doing, man?
Great, guys. How are you guys?
We're doing great.
Quick couple of points, guys. Garoppolo is not Mahomes or Josh Allen, but he's been only around for 2 full seasons. That's one point. And the second point is he doesn't have a Cooper Kupp or an LBJ. Neither does he have a Tyreek Hill. So we are pretty forgiving with Stafford, but I think we should give Garoppolo a little bit more chance. Yes, he does make mistakes, but I think he deserves a little better.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, the thing is, even though he's only around 2 years, it might be his last 2 years.
Yeah, they're signs. And just the last play of the Week 18 game, Steiny, when the Niners tied it up and Stafford went deep to OBJ, there's Niner fans I know, 49er Frankie. OBJ was open. Like, that bothered him. I'm like, the pass was intercepted. Who cares? But in his mind, he's like, no, like the secondary is that scares him against the Rams receivers now with Kupp, OBJ, and Van Jefferson. But I'm like, dude, they picked it off. But he's like, no, a better pass, game's over. I'm like, okay, if that's how you look at it, that's how you look at it. But bottom line is the Niners went down there, Levi's South, won already, and now they got a game to go back to the Super Bowl when I thought this season was circling the drain, and I'm talking about the toilet.
Let's go to Ken. Ken's in Arlington Heights. What's that? That's Chicago? Is that Chicago?
It is. Yeah.
All right.
Jimmy was our high school quarterback, and then he went to Eastern with my son, and I've got to see him play for 8 years. I'm telling you, I called in when you first got Jimmy.
Yes, I remember.
Was it 4 or 5 years ago, something like that? I said he's a winner, and he won. And with all the greatness that Aaron Rodgers brings to the table, and he lives up there in Green Bay, and they play in that lousy weather constantly, what kind of game did Aaron Rodgers have? So with everything all being equal, they all had to play in the elements. We come out with a win. We should be happy. And I'm telling you right now, if you think this is Jimmy's last year in San Francisco, I can't wait till Trey Lance gets there. Your callers are going to be calling in left and right because it's a reboot. and it's going to take him 2 years to get his feet on the ground. And you guys are going to be just like we are here in Chicago with Justin Fields, a great quarterback who's all screwed up. So I'm telling you, Jimmy is a winner. And if I had my choice of having Jimmy play for my team or one of these other quarterbacks, outside the top 5 quarterbacks that are in the league, the Rodgers, the Bradys, and all those, the great guys, it drops off. Who else would you want to have take the top 5 quarterbacks out? You can't have them.
Okay. Well, let me throw a couple at you. Would you rather have Burrow?
No.
No? What about Justin Herbert?
What kind of game did he? That guy saw more ground than. As a matter of fact, all these games were basically won by a field goal. They were tight games, and the quarterbacks all saw a lot of dirt.
All right. You said Garoppolo. What about Justin Herbert?
Come on.
All right.
Yeah,
if you had to hit the gong.
If you had to think about that, stop.
Thanks for the call.
My God, that dude looks like Hercules back there.
People think I love Jimmy Garoppolo. 831 says, so the weather is why Green Bay only scored 10, but the Niners 13 is because of No, that's not. No. That's not what I'm saying. Of course, the weather probably kept the 49ers score lower than it would have been. But what I'm saying is, if you're playing in 50-degree weather, let's say, and the Packers are scoring more, I think that puts the 49ers at a bigger disadvantage the higher the scoring game. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying their 13 points had nothing to do with the weather. I thought I was making a pretty logical statement that the higher the scoring game, I think the worse chances for the San Francisco 49ers. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can keep talking 49ers and Packers. We can even look ahead a little bit to the Rams, although I'd prefer to stay on this Packer game, which was just such a great game. If you're looking for all the best 49er content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
The faithful. back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
In a sec. Hey, Goo, I almost started a fire at my house today.
What?
Yeah.
Fire Marshal Bell.
So get this. Get this. So I'm in the shower, and it's a real small shower area in the bathroom.
Right. All I think of water. Go ahead. I'm like, how did he get the fire? Go ahead.
And so I got a window open to get some of the steam out. And, I shower, I get dressed, and I come up about 20 minutes later to the bathroom, and I'm like, I smell smoke. What the hell's going on?
Right.
So I look out the window, and I don't see any smoke, but then I start seeing smoke, like near my window, like that I'm a foot away from. So get this. You ever see those facial mirrors where one side has your face in a regular mirror, but if you flip it, then you have like a mirror that's a magnifying glass that makes your face
one of those.
Look huge?
Yeah. I got it. Was huge anyway, yeah.
I had it on the windowsill with the magnifying part facing out, and there was a reflection hitting the corner of the wooden window. And
That's amazing.
It's incredible. And so now there's like there's a little circle of where this reflection.
Did you see flame? You didn't see flame, though.
No flames,
Okay.
but it was starting to get
Pre-flame.
warm. And yeah, it was starting to get warm, and I was seeing smoke and smelling smoke, and I was like, what the heck? Anyway, you never know what happens out there.
That's that's not a great story, but thank God you got it early. Real quick, I owe the show an apology.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday, I was sipping a little bit, and I fired off about 50 tweets, Steiny. I didn't get no retweets, but we have a Vine. That's four. Me, you, producer E, and Spadoni. So what I found myself doing as I was sipping I'm like, why does it sound familiar? I would tweet, and then on the Vine with you guys, I would put what I tweeted. But I was thinking, Gooey, this too much. And to your credit, you called me out on it like, hey, you can't do both, because I think you have me muted. But it felt good to know I wasn't on mute, but I appreciate you calling me out. You can't do both, Goo. So I apologize to all three of you.
Yeah, so Guru would be, I was actually watching the games, and I had Twitter up, and Guru would tweet out something like, boy, Jimmy Garoppolo, when he's rolling left, really can't put anything on his passes. And then I'll be a son of a... If a minute later, here comes a text on the group Vine. You got Jimmy Garoppolo rolling left. Doesn't really be... I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Man.
I get a double dose of goo, baby.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I knew I was doing it too, but I couldn't, I was feeling good. But you called me on it. I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're
You're
just
welcome,
the
buddy.
control group. I mean, he's just got to run it through us first before he gets it out there to the masses.
Yeah. Quality control. I like it. Jesus is in Modesto. What's up, Jesus? How you doing, man? What do you got for us today?
Yes, I just want to say I'm a Niners hater for sure, and I was hoping you guys would be losing, but they keep winning, so respect to them, and hope you guys keep enjoying the playoffs.
There you go, Goo.
Yeah, I'm going to say this, and I'm bad with analogies, but this is what I feel like. Floyd Mayweather, the champion, Steiny, got ridiculed because people didn't like the style of his fights. It was one-sided. It would be defensive. I'd be packed at fight parties, and Floyd would put up his hands, collect his money. He won, but people were dissatisfied because he didn't go on the offense. And Jimmy is not Floyd, but he's Floyd in the sense that he keeps on winning. There's a winning quarterback and a losing quarterback. How we got there, a million different reasons and ways, but until that dispels, I got to tip my cap to Garoppolo, and that's why, Steiny, I really feel like, I know you say, hey, Goo, he's out of here, and the people calling, I'm just like, not so fast, and especially if they go to L.A. and somehow get to another Super Bowl.
Okay, two things, because I forget.
Okay.
Did you tweet out something similar, referencing Floyd Mayweather?
No, nothing about Floyd.
Did you text us on our Vine about Floyd Mayweather?
Nothing about Floyd. It just came to my noggin right now.
Yeah, see, I feel like somebody used that recently.
Oh, wow. But yeah, I didn't steal. That's authentic.
Did Lowe just say something like that about Floyd Mayweather?
No.
Yeah, well,
they can't
but
stop
my point is, yeah, that was great. Steiny, nobody's happy. And I get it. I wouldn't want Jimmy. He's 12 or 15 or 16. But if you're telling me, hey, what do you bring to the table? Oh, I just win for whatever reason. I'm going cereal. You're a lucky charm. That means something.
I'll give you 4 there. I'll give you 4 there for lucky
Get
charm.
hungry. Yeah.
Hey, we got full lines, so let's jump right in. Let's go to Travis. Travis is in North Carolina. What's up, Travis? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? How y'all doing today?
Hey.
Doing great.
Good. Steiny, you on Friday, you were giving everybody a hard time saying, why aren't you happy with what you got? What, you not? Is that what you said?
No, I'm happy with what's going on.
No, Friday, be happy with what you got. What do we do? Jimmy G took us in.
I love this.
And we come out with a win. And Guru, don't be scared of them damn Rams. 3 in 1 year, no problem. We got this.
Thanks
It's
for
not
calling.
the Rams.
Hold on,
guys.
hold
it's
on,
the
dude.
math. Yeah, it's the math.
What was he saying?
He sounded like the dude in Weird Science drinking. But anyway,
but I couldn't make out what he was saying. He said, what did he say?
That Friday you were saying be happy with what you have. That to me that's what I took from that call. And I guess Friday you were like Jimmy's up out of here, but he's like not so quick. That's what I took from him.
First of all, I always always have to make the best out of things. You
okay?
Got it. No, listen. I've been saying all year. I think you know what? When I say fans, I think you got to be more specific. I think there's been a segment of 49er fans that have been unfair to Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, that doesn't mean if I think fans have been unfair to Jimmy Garoppolo that I think he's Tom Brady. Because I don't think he's Tom Brady.
All right.
I think he's okay. He's pretty good. Not bad. So, I've said it a million times. They drafted Trey Lance. Jimmy's going to finish up this season. I guess if he wins the Super Bowl now, we do have a decision to make whether he's coming back. I just happen to believe right now that he's probably not coming back regardless, but I might be wrong on that. But I'm not wrong about that because I'm not saying book it. Garoppolo's out of here no matter what. That's just my opinion. If he's back, it won't be the most shocking thing I've ever seen. Like, it would be more shocking if Klay Thompson starts coming off the bench to me, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
So,
I get you.
Frank's in Fort Worth, Goo. He's in your neck of the woods. What's up, Frank?
Well.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. What a game this weekend, huh?
Yeah, which one?
Right.
Oh, the 49er one. But you know what? I did catch the Chiefs and the Bills, man, and I feel bad for that kid Josh Allen, man. He put his heart and soul on it, and man, I thought he got it done. And Magic Mahomes, man, just pulls it out.
There you go. So, Goo, you have the text line up?
Yeah, I got it right here. Some people saying, one person said a caller mentioned Mayweather earlier, but
there's about 17 texts now that said apparently a caller earlier.
Stop. I would have remembered. You know I don't steal. I ain't Ricky Henderson, Tiny. That was off the top, man.
Nah, you did it. It might have happened unconsciously, right? Subconsciously, whatever.
All right, there we go.
Boy, they're coming after you right now.
About them Floyd?
Yeah. A caller compared Jimmy to Mayweather if he jabs everyone in front of the
I'm talking about style.
Guru stole the Mayweather line from another caller earlier. From the 415.
This is when I get mad.
It was a caller who referenced Mayweather. From the 408, a guy mentioned Floyd earlier. From the 510, someone mentioned Mayweather early in the show. 415, a curly. I'm just saying.
I can't win, dude. I cannot win.
I broke my back. That's pretty funny. But here's one out of the blue. Here's one out of the blue that I'm just going to throw to you.
Give it to me.
Guru's boy Rudy Gobert got owned again by the Dubs without Draymond.
Oh, wow. What a phenomenal astute assessment. Not only did he get owned by the Warriors, he got owned 4 times by Jordan Poole, Michigan's finest. Steiny, and I ain't mad at Gobert, but the step backs, the Fred Astaire, back, he added he made Gobert look like incompetent. Your thoughts? Man.
My thought is that no center in the history of basketball can guard someone like Jordan Poole going one-on-one from 26 feet out on the court. Just can't be done consistently.
It just can't be done, right.
I was thinking about that game for a second. People are going to – I guarantee
they
you.
They almost lost now.
People will be like, Steinmetz, you're crazy. But against the Warriors, I would almost take Gobert out on the defensive end and put him in at the offensive end where he can just score some points because he's by far the biggest guy on the court. But I just do not understand how you put Gobert out in situations like that when, as great as a defender as he is, he can't. It's just asking too much of a center. It's a joke.
And you know what? It is a joke, and it's almost out of his control. And I'm not mad at Rudy. I'm just mad at what he stands for, Steiny. He's kind of the walking billboard for Defensive Player of the Year. And if you put Draymond in those same situations, there's going to be guys he can't stop, but he would fare better. And Gobert, it's almost like getting embarrassing. And it's nothing he's doing that he keeps getting this award because you can't expose Draymond like you did Gobert last night. And again, it's not the Warriors,
not
but
on
Steiny,
the perimeter.
I was like, not on the perimeter. That's what I mean on the perimeter.
Well, the other part of being a center on defense is rim protection.
And he's great at that,
Draymond can't get him there. Tom's in Palo Alto. Tom's a Steeler fan. What do you got, Tom? How you doing, buddy?
Uh-oh.
Hey, guys. Great conversation. I just called to say all these Niner fans that I've lived with for 20 years in the Bay are stupid to think Jimmy G should just leave and Trey Lance is going to come in. They're going to have the same success. We'll take him in Pittsburgh. We'll take Jimmy G in Pittsburgh any day.
Yeah, I think the Steelers make sense for Garoppolo.
There's
two things because you know what's funny? I was talking to JD about this, and we got mixed up because we were both kind of saying, or I got mixed up. We're saying, yeah, Garoppolo and Garoppolo and Aaron Rodgers, they might not even be the quarterbacks of their own teams next year.
Yeah.
And so we started talking about the Steelers, and JD goes, I don't know if he'd be a good fit in Pittsburgh. And I'm like, I think he'd be a great fit in Pittsburgh. Wow. Well, he was talking about Rodgers, a fit in Pittsburgh. And so I was like, no, I'm talking about Garoppolo. And he was like, yeah, I think Garoppolo would be a good fit in Pittsburgh. With Najee Harris. So
what about the cold weather, though, Steiny?
What about
if yesterday is any indication, like we know Jimmy doesn't throw the Dan Marino-type spirals. Well, okay, but what's it been in the pros? And every week, every home game you look forward to, there's conditions and wind. I'm not saying he can't do it, but that wouldn't be an ideal spot for me. I want Jimmy like in sunny California or in a dome.
I don't. Why? When passing is his work, when passing is his worst attribute, why would you want to play him in 80-degree weather?
Okay. I got it. But Steiny, that's a great comeback. My thing about Pittsburgh, and I get the dynamic with Harris, it would work. I just don't think he'll ever get with the OC that not hide him, that could actually get gains by not having him put the pigskin in the air. When Jimmy Lee's here, Stein, he's going to cash that check and go, oh, I got to put this thing up. And maybe he wants that, but I just don't think he'll get with somebody as good as Kyle, and he's going to have to throw more. Now, that could go two ways. Oh, I'm in the Pro Bowl because I'm throwing more. Look, I could do it. Or it could go the other way to just kind of reconfirm what I think a lot of people think is one of his not strong points.
The other thing where he fits perfectly is the city of Pittsburgh with how tough he is. They would love Jimmy Garoppolo in Pittsburgh.
Now that I get. Yeah, no doubt. What about Detroit? Indoors? Nah, he didn't want to go to Detroit. So Saturday, him throwing the ball, not that he was awful, that was just, and it was cold. What did they say? Freezing, basically. That's an anomaly. I get it. But I'm looking here. I'll tell you this. Jimmy Garoppolo's, his stock, if this were NASDAQ, I keep using that. So text line, let me know. His stock is up. And right now, if I'm another team, I mean, I got to honestly be thinking, go to the lab, talk to the GM, the owners. This dude does nothing but win. I just want to know how much credit he actually gets for that or the system. And I don't think that's unfair. I think we've seen the warts. We've seen Jimmy on a bad day. But, guys, I'm telling you, if we were to go to a scouting combine, hey, Jimmy, throw the ball. You might be, hey, Jimmy, run. You might be, But if Jimmy has a piece of paper and on that paper it has his win-loss record, I just wonder, does that supersede his physical limitations? And I'm not hating on him. I'm not caping on him, Steiny. I'm just telling you, I really believe this dude has the pedigree of being a winner. And if somehow this Sunday the Niners go up, and I got to tell you, if they had to pick an opponent, even though I said I'm nervous about the math, you couldn't pick a better opponent from a mental standpoint because they got the psychological advantage. Now, if that goes poof and somehow the Niners get beat, there you go. But I'm telling you, if this guy punches another ticket, and I'm talking about Garoppolo, and the Niners go back to the Super Bowl after overcoming the loss to the JV Cardinals, I'll never forget that game. The debacle that was the Sunday night game against the Colts in the monsoon. I mean, at what point I don't care what fan of a team you are, at what point do we just tip the cap and say, dude, you are a winner, you're gutsy, your finger almost got detached. Do we even know the extent of that injury, bone? I don't even want to hear it. It was so gross. But he's out there with a shoulder sprain, smiling Jack after it's over. So I tip my cap to him. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. Tell us, I mean, how surprised were you? Is it just me? Am I the only person that watches these games and tries to come to a conclusion based on the evidence before the game's over? And that's all you can do. And there were 12 times that I thought the Niners were going to lose that game. And not once have we talked about the 4th and 1 call where Trent Williams was in motion. Just think about what I said. Let's go to Lobo in Fairfield. Lobo, what did you think about the 4th and 1 play that they didn't convert where Trent Williams was in motion? Talk to us.
What's up, Guru? First of all, I got to say, I'm watching y'all on YouTube for the first time, man. I see you, Guru, with the chain and the watch. You dipping right now, man. And I see Steiny over there. He got the Nigel Powers, yeah, baby, going on. So on that 4th and 1 play,
talk to us.
Like you were saying on that 4th and 1 play, I feel like he hit the wrong hole. He should have bounced it outside if possible. But I mean, the Packers, they were some dogs on that play. They all knew what it was. It was going to be either a quarterback sneak or a run up the middle. But my original point on why I called, I just got to give Steiny props. You know, he finally made me apologize to Jimmy G. I accept it for what it is. We're with him for the rest of this season, you know what I mean? But I want Steiny, and it sucks because it looks like his microphone or something went down. But I want Steiny to apologize to Kyle Shanahan because he's been Kyle's biggest critic. I remember before that Tennessee game, he was ripping on Kyle. And, you know, Kyle, I feel like that 3rd and 7, that was genius. Putting Debo in to return the kick.
Oh, man.
Yes. So, anyways, y'all have a good one. I'm going to keep watching y'all on YouTube. And, yeah.
There you go.
Niners.
I'll tell you what, appreciate the phone call. I mean, at what juncture right now can we not give Kyle his flowers? And we talked about it, Steiny. You were coming down my road. Oh, you know, Goo, you loved him. You can't come back. But, I can't come back. I can admit I made a mistake, and I'm just looking around all the national talking pundits. There's no experts in this game, people, if you don't know that. But anyway, everybody is giving Kyle his props right now. His star is shining. I get why it's shining, and I'll say this. He took Matt Ryan to the Super Bowl as OC. That offense, to me, was prolific. Him, Julio Jones, and Matt Ryan got a MVP trophy. He takes Jimmy, who is not Matt Ryan, who has obvious limitations, to a Super Bowl 6 minutes away from getting the dub. Okay, they didn't. And now you're telling me, people, he's 4 quarters away from taking Jimmy back to the Super Bowl after this season got off the track? I mean, if you can't do a 180 back to truck up, I mean, what are we doing as human beings? Let's go out to my hometown, the Yoon, and welcome Coach. Coach, to the program. What you got?
Hey, Steiny Guru, the you. Hey, what's up,
baby?
Well, I gotta admit, I gotta give the Niners credit. Congratulations, they won. They came, they saw, and they conquered. When it really mattered, deep down in the pits, the linemen were good. They had the best plays, and so I gotta tip them my hats off. I'm a Raider fan, but hey, Niners are on to the Rams. It's gonna be an interesting game next week.
Appreciate the phone call. It's going to be a great game. I believe, 3 o'clock, 3:40, 3:30, Spadoni, somewhere around there. But I cannot wait. And, like, from the 5-1-0 right now, I'm getting called flipper. It's not flipping, people. I already was buying or sipping the Kyle Shanahan Kool-Aid as much as anybody. And then it wasn't enough sugar in it. And I spit it out, and then I waited for the new batch. The new batch is here. And nobody wants to hear this, but I mean this with every fiber in my being. The Niners are going into this game with house money. Tell me I'm wrong. Nobody called this show. Nobody thought they had the guts and the wherewithal to keep this thing together. We were taking phone calls. I was saying it. Steiny was saying it. Hey, is Trey Lance coming in against Philly? Is Trey Lance coming in against such and such? We understood because this was a mess. It's no longer a mess. And right now, you got to just give props. Salute. Because that's what I'm doing. It ain't no flipping. I mean, to go to Green Bay and not score a touchdown and then get a blocked field goal before halftime, a block punt, which took forever. I felt like it went to the sun and then came back. I'm sorry. Let's go to Mike in San Pablo before we go to break and come back. But, Mike, what do you got?
Hey, guy. First of all, I don't appreciate anybody calling you Flip, man. You're more of a bandwagoner. Let me get past that. Regarding Jimmy G's valuation after this year, if we look at this, Jimmy G, we bring the first. We have Trey and his trade value, whatever that is. We've got Aaron Rodgers as a free agent and Tom Brady as a free agent. So there's kind of a scenario where Jimmy not on the team, Trey not on the team, and they have their choice of Brady or Rodgers. So I'd like to say, gentlemen, Mr. Steinmetz and Mr. Bandwagon, which way do we go?
All right, before I answer that, what's the bandwagon part? Break that down real quick before we go to break. Break that bandwagon down part. Let's see if you can handle the pressure. What do you mean? Oh, he's gone. Okay.
I'm tired of this name calling for you, Go. I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
But Spadoni, you know where I'm from. I'm from the Yoon. I actually like the negativity.
You're actually from Missouri, the show me state, but go on.
Look at my boy. We're family on this show. Listen. People are coming down my road. I'm tired of it. I feel like I'm the analogy king. And since you say I went Ricky Henderson, Lou Brock, and stole that one from the caller, when we come back from break, I got the best analogy about this 49er team that you ever heard right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Bad news for some, Goo. I'm back.
Oh, no, we love it, baby.
Well, what I'm most disappointed about was I didn't really get to hear you carry on without me. I would have loved to listen to that. A lot of positive praise on the text line for you holding it down in a big way. Way to go, Goo. Thanks for saying
Hey, I'll tell you this. I got hashtag random. I got a father hashtag random question. I got to get it. Maybe I'll just do it now since I'm saying, Steiny, so my son's getting ready to go to Santa Clara next year, and it's all done, right?
Oh, awesome. Congrats, buddy. That is sweet.
Yeah, so he's finishing his basketball season, and everything we do, I'm coming down. I'm getting sad. Like, this is going to be the last time we watch Netflix. And I know your daughter's in London. Do you talk to her every day? And I know I can drive to Santa Clara or whatever, but I'm telling you, I might be that dad. Hey, where you at, Pop? I'm at the dorm room. Knock, knock. What are you doing? Like, how do you handle that? When, like, you know, it's starting to bother me. I need to slap me because I'm like, my boy going to be gone.
I hear you. No, I don't talk to her every day. I mean, she's 20 now, so. But I a couple times a week for sure.
Okay.
For sure. But no, you should. No, you don't. I would not sweat it. And I'll tell you why.
Okay. All right. Wow.
Because you're a hop, skip, and a jump away.
One. Okay.
See, my oldest daughter, she went to Cal. So she was 6 minutes from where I lived in Oakland. But it may as well have been a million miles away. So I could see her whenever I wanted. If she needed to come home and do laundry, she could do laundry.
Love
so
that.
you're gonna have that. What is it? Santa Clara to the Union is what? 25, 30 minutes across the bridge?
About that with no traffic.
Dude, that's perfect, man. That's perfect. So you can see him whenever you want to, but he'll still get all that independence that you should get out of a college. But
all right, I feel better now. Yeah.
But for the part about starting to realize you're not going to see him play in high school, that's a sad one. But hopefully he starts to embark on a new career.
I feel better, Steiny. All right.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, that's sweet, D. Great to hear, man. Jose's in San Jose. How you doing, Jose?
Hey, what's up, Steiny Guru? How you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey.
Right now, I was just hearing Guru right now, what he said about his son going to college, and I just want to say something real quick about that before I get into what I want to say. My brother went to San Francisco State, and Guru, let me tell you something. The first week he was gone, man, did I miss that dude. I was always calling him, texting him, and then this dude got annoyed with me. So then he told me to stop calling him only if it's an emergency, and only to call him like once or twice a week.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But
Thanks for the tip.
It gets better, Guru. It gets better.
All right.
All right, go ahead. Let's talk Niners. Oh, Spadone! Oh, killing me.
I think the caller hung up. I was ready for him.
No, the caller said he wanted to talk about what you just said, Goo, and before he talked about...
I got you.
Yeah, Spadone,
right. He's thinking about the Raiders draft.
By the way, Spadone, what number pick are we looking at for the Raiders?
They're like 21 or 22 or something.
Mike D and Martinez. What's up, Mike D? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well. Yeah, turn that radio down, Mike. Let's go to Les. Let's go to Les in Sacramento. Wants to talk 49ers victory. What's going on, Les? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
That's good. That's good. Hey, congratulations, Guru, on Little D.
Right on, man.
Going to Santa Clara, man. You understand? I'm proud of him. But this is what I got to call about on my 49ers, because, I'm a diehard Niner since 6 years old.
Yep.
Why is everybody so brand new on the fact that they got this far? And the Niners are removed 2 years from the Super Bowl. They only have a change in the roster of maybe 4 players. Emmanuel Sanders, Brandon Ayuk, switch that up. Trent Williams, Joe Staley, switch that up. Another thing, beginning of the season, I'm not the big gambler, but, I took a couple hundred and said, okay, that's all I can, because I got to feed the kids. But I took a couple hundred, put 50 on the Bills winning the AFC Championship, 50 on the Niners winning the NFC Championship, and then 100 on the Niners winning the Super Bowl. Those odds weren't even high. And what kills me is, like, when you listen to media, even when watching the game, why are the Niners the only team that didn't have Super Bowl inspiration? This is the same team, but with more experience. None of this is shocking because the Niners' identity has been the same for the last 3 years. Only thing has been the issue is injuries. And, of course, we know we had a little bit of quarterback controversy, but once Kyle said, number 10 is my man, I'll put my 5 away. And I'm going to lock 10 into the end of the season. Other than that, y'all killing it today, man. It was so hard to get
hold on, Les, before you hang up, let me ask you this question because you may be the one and only person that I've been asking Steiny about this. So you're telling me you had your chest out and you were confident and that a lot of the pundits, the so-called experts, they were predicting the Niners to go far. So, again, me personally, I thought it was a wrap after the Arizona debacle, the Seattle game on the road, and then the collapse against the Colts. But you're telling us right now you put your own money down, your own chicken, and now you're calling to say, why is everybody surprised? Is that how I'm to hear your call?
Hey, G, no one should be surprised, and you're definitely right. And just what I'm going to find this article and send it to you. There's an analyst, though, a writer who said the Niners would lose 5 out of their 6 first games of the season. I'm like, oh, hell no, there's no way they can do that and get to the Super Bowl. It said that the Seattle Seahawks was going to lose 7 out of their last 9. That Rams would win the NFC Championship. No, the Rams would win the NFC Conference, but the Niners would lose. And I ain't going to tell you when, but let's go ahead and get this W on Sunday. Y'all have a good evening.
Appreciate the call.
All right, man. Appreciate that.
Wow, Steiny. Because there can't be many.
Yeah, this from the 510. Why are you giving the fan base grief for wanting more or better than Jimmy Garoppolo? We're happy for what Jimmy has done for us, but what the hell is wrong with wanting more? Nothing is wrong with wanting more except if all the while you're wanting more, you're denigrating a quarterback that has a winning percentage that is incredibly impressive, whether it's because of him or in spite of him. That's the problem I have with a certain segment of 49ers fans. There's nothing wrong with wanting better than Jimmy. Hell, Kyle Shanahan clearly wants better than Jimmy because he went out and got Trey Lance. But right now, Trey Lance is not better than Jimmy. The hope is he'll be better next year than Jimmy, and when that happens, Trey Lance becomes the quarterback. The issue I have is treating Jimmy Garoppolo like he's some kind of scrub, and he's not some kind of scrub. And get this, Goo, people. I put out one little tweet this weekend, and people.
I saw it.
Jimmy Garoppolo improves to 4-1 in the postseason. That's what his record is in the postseason, 4-1. And I get it if you don't like Jimmy Garoppolo, but guess what? Too bad. It's a win-or-lose league, and he's 4-1 in the postseason, and I don't care how he's played. That's a better winning percentage than most quarterbacks who've ever played in the postseason.
Steiny, I saw that tweet, and forget Nancy Drew or the Hardy Boys. This is the biggest mystery to me is his win-loss record, his under 6 minutes with a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. Almost got you there. I won't mention the throw or Sanders. But I'm just wondering, man, if it were you and you were another team, is he a product of his environment? Is Kyle putting him in position to win? Because you know me, I like the big arm. I like the extravaganza. I like the running ability. Okay, Jimmy doesn't fit that mold, but I'm real enough with myself and 49er faithful to say this dude's getting it done. It may not be the way you want it, but how can you not enjoy the extravaganza? The extravaganza, Steiny, that is now the NFC Championship and could be the Super Bowl. How could you let that rain on your parade of, I want my quarterback to be Y.A. Tittle? You got to be able to separate it, man.
Well, I don't think it is the system. Because I'll tell you, so if Jimmy Garoppolo goes to Pittsburgh, I think they'll make the playoffs next year. What about you?
I wouldn't say they couldn't. They got a winner.
Okay, so he could. I think he could go to Pittsburgh and win for sure. I think there's a bunch of places he could go and win. And it's up to then the coach. Ideally, it's a good coach to put stuff around him as best you can, knowing his strengths and his limitations. That's what, like 32 teams have quarterbacks with various strengths and weaknesses, and the 49ers have one that's middle of the pack, maybe a little better, and they've put together a team around him where they try to minimize what he doesn't do. It's like that's what sports and coaching's all about.
I can't stop thinking about the barrel of the gun when it comes to the Niners season and it being over. Okay, and I'm being redundant, but Steiny, I got to share with you. Dallas had the ball 2:40 with 3 timeouts. They got to the Niners 40. Okay, they could have got it if they gave up a touchdown, came back. The point is they were nervous. They had to answer the bell. They're down 17-0, 17-3 at halftime against the Rams. They know the Saints are winning and going to handle Atlanta. They mentally go through that. So they've been on the plank, and then you go to the fourth quarter at the frozen tundra against A-Rod. You have 3 points, and still whatever they talk about, they over Martin Luther King. Shout out MLK. They overcome. So to me, that makes this season and where it's going right now special. And I talked to the Bay Area and I told them, Steiny, I said, I got an analogy. You guys can grade my analogy. 888-957-9570 before we wrap up. You know who the 49ers are the last 4 weeks? They're Steph Curry against the Bulls Friday night, who could not hit the side of a barn from 3. And guess what? Your boy number 30, the best shooter to ever do it, hits the game winner. Bye-bye, birdie. No, that's the Giants. Bye-bye, is it bye-bye, baby? Sends the Bulls home. And that's what the Niners have a chance to do after sending the pack home. They got to pack up their lockers, get it? And now they go on the road to L.A., which people are calling Levi's South. I just find that embarrassing. And that's a whole nother issue the Rams got to deal with. So people saying or calling us, Steiny, fanboys, we're not doing that because I know in reality what type of quarterback Jimmy is, but you can't tell me, unlike Montana's run, unlike Kaepernick's run, unlike Steve Young's run, you were the big dog. And to Les, the caller, where was he from, Sacramento? You know, outside of him, how many people are lined up saying they knew during this season that the Niners were going to go on this run? I'm sorry. I just can't – I can't give you credit because we didn't take calls. We didn't take calls saying, hey, you guys need to slow down. We're Billy Badass. We're going to get it rectified and fixed. Please. Everybody was saying start Trey, and that's what sports is about. I get it. But my goodness, this is what adds to what's about to go down Sunday. They are in the NFC Championship game. That means one game away from the bowl. And I'll tell you this, you got Spadoni, Steiny, you guys can come down my road. I hate this. And I think it's the first time this has happened in NFL history. So the NFC Championship game is going to be played where the Super Bowl's being played. So regardless of who wins Sunday, we're going to turn around. That's not what I call eye candy. I need 2 separate carpets. I cannot stand that the Niners could go and win, Rams 2, and then they got a game. That's like a doubleheader in baseball. I hate it. I know I got my little quirks, but that bothers me.
It'd be back-to-back years, Goo, that the team that hosted the Super Bowl was in the Super Bowl as well. The Bucks last year, and then it could be the Rams this year. It never happened before last year, and now we can have it twice in a row. Pretty crazy.
Right, but let me just tell you this, Spadoni. To that point, you are correct, so it takes away from it on that vantage point, but Tampa had to go to Green Bay and win that game. We didn't see the game at Green Bay like we're going to see the Ram. I'm calling it a doubleheader, Ernie Banks. Does that make me am I ludicrous for that to bother me?
A little bit, but that's
This is going
all
to be in the same facilities, but don't
Yeah, but whatever. It's a nice new stadium. They have to show it off. It's LA. It's a new market. They got to show it off, Goo. Come on.
And as we've seen, it's not like opposing fans haven't been able to invade the home stadium of SoFi Stadium. So it's not like even if the Rams host, it might end up being a Chiefs crowd. It might end up being a Cincinnati crowd. Who knows?
I love you two like brothers, and I'm asking you this question because I mean it. If you're a Ram fan, does that embarrass you, or the fact that your team is 4 quarters away from a trip to the Super Bowl? I picked them to go to the Super Woll before the season started. We'll talk about that tomorrow on the show, Crosstalk with Willard and Dibs. But would that make you guys embarrassed as Ram fans? Because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, who gives a rat's behind? I'm worried about winning the game and going to the bowl.
I'd be curious as to what percentage of people that live in Los Angeles actually know that there's a football team in the Super Bowl. I'm sure it's a large percentage, but in comparison to other places, I'm just saying, there's a lot of transplants there. There's a lot of people that come from other areas that are fans of other teams, and the Rams haven't been there for that long. So I'd just be curious to know.
Man, I'm just telling you, as a football diehard, if my team was 4 quarters away, you could have Lucille Ball, rest in peace. Fred, why am I bringing up dead people? All the GOATs for the Red Fox in the crowd. I don't care who you're rooting for. I just want my team to win, and Niner fans have that chance. Did you see our assistant program director? This is shout-outs now. Danny Fry.
Oh, no,
Did
not
you
the
guys
celebration
see the
video. Oh, my God.
Why did I want to be there though? That's who I am as a fan. Dude, but I looked and it was authentic, like my Mexican food. And then the kick, he could have missed the kick. Robbie Good, nobody likes that. But the kick goes through, and you see Danny, our APD. You see him jump around with his boys' family. I'm sorry, Spadoni E. That's what it's about, right? Play that video on loop for me.
Wasn't he had friends there that were Packers fans, though, too?
Yes,
yeah, they were not.
That made it better.
See, I'm the kind of fan, I'm not going to rub it in your face if my team wins and you're at my house, stuff like that. I would never do that. That's too much.
I know we only got a couple minutes. Let's go out to Brian in the haystack. Brian, what do you got?
Hey, fellas, how's it going? I just wanted to make a quick comparison. When we drafted Steph, a lot of people were loyal to Monte, and anybody who knew anything about basketball knew that it was going to be really hard for those guys to be on the court at the same time and be successful. But I'm not going to lie, myself, I wanted to keep Monte, but after we traded him and we got Bogut,
look what happened,
and we put in Clay. Look what happens. Exactly. So I think in that situation, we went off of what the potential could be, and now we see it. And we have a lot of potential with Lance. But right now, right here, Jimmy's the guy. Jimmy's the guy until he's not the guy anymore. And when he's not
and there you go. I appreciate the phone call. And Spadoni, I'm going to bring this up before we go to Brian and Bob in San Francisco. What about Rich Gannon? When he came to the Raiders and he was a journeyman quarterback, Rich Gannon was never Dan Marino or Joe Montana, but he got with the Raiders, and for whatever reason, under John Gruden, the offense was prolific. Tim Brown, we won't talk about what happened in the Super Bowl, Spadoni, but the Raiders, that's what you want, a chance to win it all, and now Garoppolo is 4 quarters. A Garoppolo-led Niner team is 4 quarters. And real quick, Gannon didn't do this. Spadoni from being back to his 2nd Super Bowl.
It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. I wouldn't use the Gannon comp per se. Gannon had obviously a really good arm. He was a little more mobile. He was the MVP of the league. I don't see that happening with Jimmy Garoppolo, let's say, if he moves on. But no, he's definitely serviceable, and he could definitely get you to the championship and win. We've seen that. Against the Chiefs, obviously, they only had 5 minutes left, and they couldn't hold that lead. But he's definitely good enough to win. But he just can't make more than those oh-no throws. You saw that game against the Packers, man. There were about 3 balls he threw, Goo, in the flat that I thought were going to be pick sixes, just easily.
Would you mind if I went Brett Favre and said 4? And Troy Aikman starts sniffing it out, too. And I love Troy. He's fair. But he started thinking
voice,
you could tell that he thought Green Bay was going to win that game, and Garoppolo, they were going to move off of him. But to the Niners' credit as a team, and Kyle Shanahan is ice-chapped. What do you call that? when the ice burn that his face was, for him to get that dub, man, I'm back with my flowers and candy.
He's looking like his dad out there, Mike Shanahan.
Weather.
He was getting really red. You see that, Goo?
Yeah, I did see it. Do we still have Bob? Is SF?
We do.
Hey, let's go out to Bob before we wrap this baby up. What's up, Bob?
Hey, what's happening? Yeah, I was going to say, hey, you brought up an old point. Schottenheimer didn't do Gannon right, and they put in Gerback. That cost him that game right there. Anyway, I want to talk about the handshake. Okay, I didn't see no handshake at the end of the game, but do you remember in the season game when LaFleur dissed him, right? So how did that happen? I mean, how did that correspond? Did they even shake hands? I didn't see any footage of that.
See that, and we appreciate the phone call. East Spadoni helped me because I brought that up to Steiny. I said, "Is there bad blood?" But they hugged, and Shanahan went to midfield. I think they're better than friends if they were close. It seems like they still are cool, but they I don't know if you've seen it, Spadoni, but they did kind of the bro hug. It was respect.
Yeah, and I think it was more so LaFleur more mad at Shanahan than the other way around because
trying to poach his QB.
Exactly, and then just Shanahan just having ownage on LaFleur. You think about his ownage over McVay. He's had ownage on LaFleur. Obviously, they had that one win this past year, but I mean that's got to be a psychological thing where you look at Shanahan. He's winning with Jimmy Garoppolo, and LaFleur has Aaron Rodgers, and he couldn't even get to a Super Bowl. It's got to be pretty deflating.
And I'll never forget this. That's a great point. He's got ownage on two quote unquote. I won't call them goats at all, but two guys with great winning records. And one with the GOAT quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. And he's got ownage on him. And then you talk about McVay. And I'll never forget, was it Monday Night Football? McVay could recite all the calls from the games or the cadence. And you're like, oh, this dude is Rain Man. Shout out Dustin Hoffman. He's the real Rain Man. But now where is that? You got Kyle like bow down to me. So if Kyle and the Niners, and that's what I'm going to start saying, it's Kyle and the Niners. Because DeMeco Ryans, I wanted you out of town. I was like, I don't know, you ain't no Saleh. You've answered the bell, but your superior is the head coach. And the special team units, I don't even know the coach's name. Your superior, you got to answer to Kyle. Jimmy, you got to answer to Kyle. And right now, man, I mean, this guy's right 4 quarters away, 60 minutes. Shout out Dan Rather from going back to his second Super Bowl. Incredible. Who do the guys got, Spadoni, and how much time we got?
They got Michael Irvin, the playmaker, your boy, Goo, at 4:30 at Damon Ratto, and that's all the time we got.
Yeah. Michael Irvin coming up, Damon Ratto next. It'll be Steiny and I tomorrow. Had a fun time. Niners, go Niners. That's what it is. We'll be talking about it all week right here on 95.7 The Game.
The faithful are fired up.
Guess what? What you talking about, Willis? Willis comes in and blocks that punt, and we come in and tie the game. And then, of course, gold being gold. Baby, we are here. We are going to the
Out of 10 times. The only thing I got to do to reach a Super Bowl is beat the only team in my division that I beat often. Deal. Wow. That's the deal in front of the 49ers. What a weekend. What a game. Ray Ratto, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm outstanding. We have achieved maximum football. It happened over the weekend. It was glorious. It was glorious. In 4 different games, in 4 different ways. What a weekend.
Yeah, the 49er game, which was about as weird as it gets, was only the 3rd most interesting game of the weekend in terms of entertainment and just out-and-out bizarreness. It was a great... I mean, as bad as the first weekend was for drama and interest and in general, this was as good as the NFL can hope for. There's no chance that any game you will see in the next 10 years will be as bizarre as Chiefs-Bills.
Well, look,
and even the 49er game, which had the fewest number of points, was fascinating. It was a great entertainment weekend.
It was remarkable watching what happened at Arrowhead. We've never seen a game quite like that. We'll probably never see a game quite like that. Patrick Mahomes threw for 177 yards after the 2-minute warning. It was remarkable. He wasn't even the best quarterback on the field. The best quarterback on the field goes home. The Chiefs go on. You want bizarre, though? I mean, I don't know if anyone's going to take the cake away from the 49ers when it comes to bizarre. Because you figured... All right, so the 49ers are going to go to Lambeau Field and beat Aaron Rodgers with 106 rushing yards. They're going to lose time of possession. They don't get to that magic 30-carry threshold, although they obviously came close at 29. But, you know, if none of that happens, you're telling me so they then dramatically won the turnover battle? Nope, it was dead even. So you're telling me that they cashed in on all their red zone trips, right? Well, nope. As a matter of fact, they were 0 for 3. So they must have, Jimmy finally really went off, right? Nope. He had 131 yards and an interception. So you jumped out to an early lead and sat on it, just like Kyle Shanahan likes to do. Nope. You had to win the fourth quarter 10-3 to win a game by 3 points. Surviving your own bad game is one of this team's, one of this coach's, and one of this quarterback's greatest attributes. They won a game, Ray, on the road at Lambeau Field thanks to stellar special teams execution. If that right there doesn't make that the weirdest group of the entire group, the game, I really don't know what does. I mean, we had excellence carrying the conversation in the game at Arrowhead. The game at Lambeau was a sequence of who's going to make the last mistake, who's going to screw it up the most, and who's going to botch it on special teams. And the only team maybe worse at special teams than the 49ers happened to be hosting that game.
Well, I count the 2 blocked kicks as turnovers. So essentially they won the turnover battle 3-1. And beyond that, their defense was superb. It was simply superb. Aaron Rodgers doesn't get held to 10 points ever. And he got held. The running game that was supposed to gash him did far worse than the 49ers running game. This was proof that the 49ers win games doing 2 things. Running the ball better than the other team and defending like hell. That was a great defensive performance. And so the thing that made it bizarre was the way it ended. The blocked punt that goes in for a 6. Just that is phenomenal. Everything else about it was the 49ers simply strangled the game to death. That's all they did. They just said, we're going to make the second best quarterback of his generation do nothing. And it worked.
It did. It absolutely worked. The 49ers defensive line wrecked whatever plans the Green Bay Packers had for an afternoon. And again, Jimmy Garoppolo now 3-0 in the playoffs and 9-2 overall in his career when he throws for 0 touchdowns. There's nothing quite like that guy's stat line and the way that he's going to be remembered. It's incredible, though. I mean, nothing changes everything quite like success. And the way that the 49ers season played out in real time was hardly a song about success. You look at it now, you would have assumed that we've been dancing in the streets all year long in San Francisco, rooting for a team that dominantly showed up. No, nothing like that happened. It was amazing watching the evolution of this team, of this season, how it all played out. And the Niners are on to a conference record 17th NFC title game appearance. It's remarkable. One of the most unbelievable weekends all the way around, and this is why we do what we do for a living, Ray. This is why we can pretend we work when we're just talking about sports. This is why people want to hear guys like you and me talk about sports, because of weekends of sports like that. Oh, by the way, Golden State Warriors, we're not going to talk much about you today or until Ray and I have Warriors Live tomorrow. There's so much NFL to go through, look back on, look ahead to. But the Warriors, I mean, come on. You got Curry winning a buzzer beater. I don't care who it's over. Buzzer beaters are fun against the Rockets. Then they survive by a nose against the Utah Jazz. Nothing's really going right for them with their offense, but they won. And that was what happened to the 49ers too, Ray. Nothing went well for them offensively, yet they won.
It's because, and again, this is the great secret to their success. When they win, their quarterback is like the sixth most important reason. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo does not win games. What he does is get you through so that your running game can win the game and your defensive line and linebackers can win the game. Jimmy Garoppolo's goal, frankly, is to not screw up. And remember, all this is going on while he's got a broken hand and a lousy shoulder. You know, in 5 years, this is going to seem like an incredible act of heroism. But for right now, all he's doing is reinforcing what we have come to learn, which is if you're looking for the reasons for 49ers success, the quarterback is line 6. You know, there are other things that are better than him on this team, and that's what's carried them. I mean, when was their last bad defensive game?
It was
you got to go a ways.
Week 14. I mean, maybe that's it, Ray. I mean, and even then, I don't know if you would call it a bad defensive game, but since Week 15, which was a win over the Falcons, they've given up only 88 total points. That's 14.6 points per game over their last 6 weeks of football. They've been on fire defensively.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the last time that their defense got worked was probably that Seahawks game in Week 13, because I thought their defense was okay against Cincinnati because Cincinnati's a dynamic offense.
Yeah, and they're on
too.
So
what you're talking about, basically, it's 7 straight games where their defense has either won or kept them in the game.
By the way, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. We got the Bengals in the AFC title game for the first time since 1988. Ray, it's like it's like a pitcher of Crystal Light. It's like the 80s again. I mean, we have ourselves a possible, let me just throw this out there, 49ers-Bengals Super Bowl. I mean, we got a couple games to get through before that happens, but that's out there. That's a real possibility. The odds of that happening when the year began, well, we need to go through them because Vegas documents these things. It was not supposed to happen. And who knows, it might not happen, but it might. It could. What an unbelievable show we got set up for you today. We got ourselves a conversation coming up later on with Michael Irvin, Ray. They're parodying Michael Irvin and Stephen A. Smith on Saturday Night Live, so we got some of that too. I've never been parodied on Saturday Night Live. Maybe you have. I don't know.
I don't watch it, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, well, it's you've heard of it, correct? You've heard of Saturday Night Live.
I heard of it when it was good. And really, other than Kate McKinnon, I don't know what's good now.
Well, you don't know what's good now on a lot of fronts, but Saturday Night Live's okay still. It really is. Funny skit.
I'm not going to argue. You watched it, I didn't.
Yeah, well, we'll have a little bit of it for you. What is a greater moment in one's career? Getting into the NFL's Hall of Fame or being parodied on Saturday Night Live by Kenan Thompson? We will ask Michael Irvin. Since it's happened to him, it's never happened to us. What is happening to the 49ers is incredible. An unbelievable finish to a season that was as forgettable and in the middle of good and great as you could possibly ever find. But here they are, peaking at the right moment, and they're one of 4 remaining teams that could win the Super Bowl, and that makes for a very interesting week of radio around here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Michael Irvin joins us at 4:30, I believe, this afternoon, and we are brought to you by Exergen.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exergen.com.
It's another Monster Monday on Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto with you. Boy, oh boy, what a game. Not a lot of indications the 49ers were going to win it, certainly early on. Just look at the way the Packers got that ball, came right down the field. I mean, going through the 49ers defense like butter. You got Aaron Rodgers picking up like 12 yards an attempt. He's just killing you. Devontae Adams is killing you. He is 6 for 6, 70 yards, the easiest opening touchdown drive, and you just think, uh-oh, what could be worse than that? Then you see the 49ers offense, not just on the first series, Ray, but the second, the third, the fourth. The first 4 times Jimmy got sacked, it all came on third down. His receivers officially doing him no favors early on. Even when he delivered a good ball, they're dropping it on the guy. And because of that, he has started the game. Jimmy has 1 for 6 with 3 sacks. He's got very little time. He clearly isn't comfortable, bordering on statuesque. It doesn't feel like Shanahan's going to be like, oh, we're going to roll him out a little bit, get this pocket moving around, buy him a little bit more time that way. Like the decision-making, the execution, Troy Aikman was palpably disgusted by what he was seeing from the 49ers quarterback. But what I saw was with all of that, it was only 7-0 at the half, and that's the first time all day, Ray, it kind of dawned on me, like, this is actually being played at the 49ers' pace. And if you're the Packers, you're kind of crapping your own pants that after all that, you're only up 7-0.
Oh, that was just the start. Because while it looked early on, like you said, like this was going to be a boat race, you could count on your fingers and toes the number of plays that the Packers spent in San Francisco territory. Almost the entire game when the Packers had the ball was in their own end. And as the game went on, you suddenly realized, you know what? This is, they may not win this, but this is the pace the 49ers wanted. It's the one they forced. And that's why, Jimmy Garoppolo, this or that, and however outraged Troy Aikman wanted to be, when you watch the 49ers, they're a better watch when they don't have the ball.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. I'm looking at the Comcast business text line, and, somebody from the 510 says, look, Damon, Ray, you both gave the 49ers damn near no chance in hell at winning in Green Bay, and the Niners pulled off a stunner. Put some respect on the 49ers' name. Well, that's what we've done since this show started. We're both putting respect on their name, but you yourself admit it's a stunner. Nobody thought the 49ers were going to really win that game, probably including some 49ers, before it actually happened. It was not a day where you can say, well, thump your chest, excellence carried the afternoon. It was freakish that afternoon went the 49ers' way. It's amazing that it was, and it went their way. Everything that they need to have happen to win a game, almost none of that happened.
Except the one thing that nobody thought was possible, that they could hold Aaron Rodgers to 10. Because every guess that everybody made, whether it was the Packers winning or the 49ers winning, had the game in the high 20s.
Right.
Nobody saw 13-10.
Well,
in fact, if you combined their score, you would have thought it was low for the Packers.
Look at what we were talking about. You got to keep the game out of the 30s. If Aaron Rodgers puts this game in the 30s, you're in a lot of trouble. So, yeah, we thought that they were going to do their fair share of scoring. What no one could have ever thought is that the Niners, without much of a running game or passing game or a nary an offensive touchdown, would be able to win this game. They did, without an offensive touchdown. It was the safety, not the safety, but the blocked punt, which, by the way, you have heard so much about this blocked punt. You've seen it. You've heard the call. You've heard the radio call. But have you heard it and enjoyed it in Spanish?
Y después están bloqueando la patada de despeje del ministro. Ahí está, agarrarla. Y van a ir para adentro. ¡Touchdown! 49ers. ¡Talanoa Ufanga! Poniendo 6 puntos, capitalizando. Y sí, ha sido el sector fuerte de los 49ers.
I mean, muy bien. That's great stuff. Fox Deportes with the call. Obviously not mixing in the natural crowd sound, but I tell you what, that stadium went silent when that happened. Hufanga talked about that punt, the block punt, and just seeing the ball kind of out of nowhere.
Well, I heard the block, and then I think you guys probably saw all of us look for it. We were struggling. It was pretty, with the snow and in the dark, we couldn't see it. But then I heard it bounce to my left, and then I just turned around and I wasn't going to jump on it. I just want to score. So wanted to help the team any way I can, so that was fun.
Yeah, whoop, look what's there. What should I do with that? Oh, pick it up and score one of the biggest touchdowns in the postseason. Congratulations.
Well, you never see a punt go up, a blocked punt go up.
Right.
It's always blocked right down to the ground. You know, I mean, that was the most bizarre part of it, is that it all of a sudden became a pop fly. And to the ball than there were Packers. And so if it wasn't Hufanga, it probably would have been somebody else for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy. And by the way, we got Ray is like way behind us in real time. I'm seeing all sorts of internet issues kind of glitch around and about Ray, and now he's cutting in and out of at least my audio. So if we can reconnect that and make that special once again, I think we need to do that too. Somebody said, Dame, can you guys call the Green Bay radio call of the block punt? I'd like to hear that one too. Oh yeah, we got it. Here's Packers Radio Network and Wayne Larrivee on the call.
Low snap. Marquez has knocked up into the air, and it caroms and is scooped up by the Niners and returned to the end zone for a touchdown. San Francisco scooped up and taken into the end zone by the Niners, and the guy who gathered it in was Talanoga Hufanga.
Yeah, he sure did. And everyone's like, oh, man, have you heard the Packers call of the game-winning kick? I mean, I did, and here's the deal. Wayne Larrivee is a pro. Is he pro-Packer? Sure he is. But he is not the kind of guy who's going to give you some homerific call. But you could hear, yeah, this is not how we expected this game to end at all. Here is how Robbie Gould's game winner sounded on Packers Radio Network.
High snap, placement made, kick end over end to the uprights, and it is good. The San Francisco 49ers advance.
This is the end of the game.
With a 13-10 victory over the Green Bay Packers on a 45-yard field goal by Robbie Gould.
Absolutely incredible. 888-957-9570. We got open lines. I saw we had a few callers. They dropped. We're going to go right back to you because we are guest-free until Michael Irvin joins us a little bit later on. And if you're looking for all the best 49er content, well, text 49ers to 20357. 49ers to 20357. And everything we do all week on Niners goes right there. Boom. Right there. So you can find it all aggregated for you. Ray, I believe you are back. I think you're back, darling. How are you?
As far as I know, I'm back.
You are back. Congratulations.
Yeah. My internet is fine today. It's now the phone that's acting up.
Oh, well, good. As long as one thing's constantly failing at all times, we at least have.
Well, the hamster's working his ass off. It's all
right, but it's the consistency I'm looking for. We got it. Look, it was a day where everything that could go wrong for the 49ers seemed to be going wrong. What went right? It was their defense, and it was their special teams bailing them out. It's you couldn't have predicted it. I mean, you would have sounded saner predicting a 350-yard, 3-touchdown passing day out of Jimmy Garoppolo than you would have saying, it'll be the 49ers special teams that saves their bacon in this game and does most of the scoring for them. You would have had a better chance of having a monstrous day from Garoppolo than that being the way you found victory, and that's the way they found it.
Well, when was the last time there was a postseason game in which the winning team blocked 2 kicks? I mean, when you get down, I can't stress this enough. When the 49ers had the ball, the game was not interesting. It's when the Packers had the ball that it was really interesting in the 49ers' favor. And you would never have thought that was possible because it wasn't until Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah, we talked about, this is in honor of Charles Martin. Like, here's the Packers hit list. Some of the things that have to happen for the 49ers to win this game. Well, did they steal a possession? Yeah, I mean, they recovered a fumble for sure, but the blocked kicks, which, Ray, you want to count as turnovers, and sure, you can do that even though they don't statistically. I totally get what you're saying. Those were stolen possessions for sure. Would the 49ers defense take control of the game early is another question we asked. Well, it didn't happen early in terms of opening drive early in the game, but from that moment on, they really took control of that game. We talked about how there can't be any chunk plays for A.J., Dillon, or Aaron Jones. Well, you had Jones with that 19-yard catch and run on the Packers' opening drive. Then, of course, the 75-yard catch and run at the end of the half on the broken play, which nearly set up the field goal that was blocked. And, I mean, Green Bay averaged only 3.4 yards per carry on the afternoon. So, even though there was one massive chunk play, the Niners kind of did their job on that regard. And we said put a red alert on Randall Cobb. Well, Randall Cobb was targeted once. He didn't do anything. Aaron Rodgers, he basically targeted Adams 11 times. Aaron Jones had 10 targets in the game. Dominique Daphne was the second most targeted receiver on the team. Lazard was the only other receiver who had a reception. The 49ers took everything away from Aaron Rodgers but 2 targets all day.
Yeah, you'll take that. I mean, if you're a defensive coordinator, you'll take that.
Yeah.
You'll take that every time.
Yeah.
Especially against that quarterback, who mystifies so many teams, but apparently has never been able to do that against this one.
Look, Aaron Rodgers' first drive, I saw Dave Lombardi point this out, and I thought it was a pretty good, just kind of a picture painter of how frustrating of a day it really was for one of the great quarterbacks of our time. Aaron Rodgers' first drive, he's 6 for 6, 70 yards, touchdown, looked unstoppable. Aaron Rodgers not counting the Aaron Jones busted coverage 75-yarder, which really wasn't a magnificent throw from Aaron Rodgers or a play from Aaron Rodgers. It was a mistake in the 49ers secondary, which let a running back leak behind them, and thank God he didn't go for a touchdown. But you take out that 75-yard gainer. After Aaron Rodgers starts 6 for 6, he finishes 13 of 22 for only 80 yards the rest of the game. If you take out that one big busted play. I mean, that is as pedestrian as Aaron Rodgers could possibly play a football game.
Those are numbers that Jimmy Garoppolo would scoff at.
I mean, he'd win with them. That's the thing. Aaron couldn't, didn't. No, but Jimmy would.
It's remarkable that nothing anybody thought that was a weakness showed up. The Packers were supposed to be, not good against the run. They were good against the run yesterday or Saturday. I keep doing that. And under no circumstances does anybody see this game going this way. And the weather, as bad as it was not a factor either. This was simply one team's defense jumping up and down on the chest of the other team's offense.
I thought one thing that nobody bothered bringing up was, there is an awful lot of, you put a team from California in Lambeau Field in the winter and it never really goes well. Aaron Rodgers is from California. I know he's been in Green Bay for a long time, but he's from California. So they did. Fox went with the pregame graphic, Ray. I don't know if you saw them, but they did put up the fact that California teams before Saturday all time in the months of December and January at Lambeau Field were 2-12. That includes any appearance in the month of December or January at Lambeau from the Niners, the Raiders, the Rams, the Chargers. This is when the Raiders used to play in California, which for those of you who don't know, they used to do that. California
Twice.
teams, yeah, thank you. California teams averaged 13 points per game in all of those appearances. What's funny is 13 was the winning number in this game, and instead of being 2-12, it's now 3-12 for California teams, thanks to that unbelievable defensive effort last night. Just like the game in L.A., then just like the game in Dallas, it was the 49ers defensive line that wrecked this football game. Aaron Rodgers pressured 18 times, 5 sacks. Bosa with 3 tackles, 2 sacks, a forced fumble. You had Eric Armstead just have the best game he's ever had in a 49ers uniform. I mean, he was fantastic. It was not a nuanced, geez, you really got to appreciate the presence that he creates on the line. No, it was Eric Armstead making plays all day. You saw it.
Yeah, your stat about California teams shouldn't involve this team because this team does not play California football.
They don't.
This team plays Upper Michigan. I'm going to punch you in the face. It's 9 degrees and you're going to get sleet in your eyes kind of football. There's nothing subtle about it. Yes, they can gimmick up a running play here or there, but this team has 2 strengths. And the one that is most prevalent is the one that was most prevalent 2 years ago, which is that they defend you until you cry. And that's why, I mean, the California stat is true, but this is not a California team.
No, finesse is not what they do. Finesse is the dirty F word. You don't even want it associated with you when it's doing right by you. There's nothing finesse about this. Oh, I'm glad we got this question from the Comcast Business text line. Did you think Ayuk's fumble was a fumble? How about this? It was close enough to where I honestly thought they weren't going to overrule the ruling on the field, which they did. It was in real time ruled a fumble. And I thought, man, I don't know if that is or isn't, but I don't know if there's anything so conclusive one way or the other, they're going to reverse the on-field decision. Niners made out very, very well in that regard. But that was, at the point of the time where that happened, that was the offensive highlight of the afternoon, not fumbling the ball away. That's where they were. That's how deep in the hole this offense was at one point in this game. By the way, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. 888-957-9570, the number. This is Mike in San Jose. Mike, what do you got for us?
Hey, Damon. Hey, Ray. Thanks for taking my call. In the reason that the team won, I also think that the team won because of what we were talking about with Jimmy being just good enough to keep the team in the game. I think that is an undervalued aspect of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're breaking up there a little bit, Mike. Thanks for the call. But, yeah, when things are going wrong, not letting completely go of the rope, I guess that's an attribute. And I guess if we're counting that as an attribute, Jimmy's one of the best at it.
Let's put it another way. If Jimmy Garoppolo was quarterbacking the Titans this weekend, Tennessee's going to the next round.
You know, that's it's obviously an experiment we'll never be able to run, but your hypothesis makes an awful lot of sense.
He didn't hurt them. That's the point. You know, he didn't get in the way of what the offense did, and he didn't turn this into a game where the 49ers couldn't function. They functioned just well enough so that their dominant defense could own the day. You know, it's a backwards way of doing it, but it works. It's worked before. It's worked with your favorite Bears team. It worked with that Ravens team early in the 2000s. Every once in a while, a team's got a defense that is so good that it can carry an average offense.
From the 925, here's the thing with Jimmy. We aren't used to pretty boys being grimy. It certainly ain't used to him winning grimy. It ain't pretty, but he gets it done. He follows the bad man tone set by Debo and Bosa. Jimmy G must be some bad man. Mama, there goes that man. Thank you very much. Yeah, look, it's inexplicable. Jimmy Garoppolo is better at handling the job of being a quarterback Monday through Saturday than he is almost even on Sundays. I mean, had Jimmy Garoppolo, you're right, Ray, been the quarterback for the Tennessee Titans instead of Ryan Tannehill, they're probably in the AFC title game. Had Jimmy Garoppolo been in Arrowhead Stadium, you're losing by 30 points. I mean, that's the difference between what does average quarterback play look like, what is run-of-the-mill quarterback, just good enough to not lose you a game, and what does really stellar quarterback play look like. You had the greatest quarterback clash you can almost have on a football field in the game at Arrowhead. What Mahomes and Josh Allen did, combining for over 800 combined yards and 8 touchdowns, and just, I mean, there were 4 lead changes in the final 2 minutes of that game, for goodness sakes. That was something else. Jimmy could not survive in a game like that. But, the saying would be, well, the 49ers defense would prevent a game from ever becoming a game like that.
Yeah, but the truth is very few quarterbacks could survive in a game like that. One of them would eventually make the mistake that kills his team, because it is hard to have racehorse football for 60-plus minutes. It happens maybe once a year if you're lucky, and usually in a nondescript game. I mean, the 49ers have played one in the entire Kyle Shanahan era, the one in New Orleans that they won 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But the rest of it has been, we run the ball, we keep you from scoring. That is the essence of this team under Kyle Shanahan. And the whole debate about the quarterback, I mean, it's fun to have. Everybody seems to love doing it, but it misses the point of why this team succeeds when it succeeds. It's because they don't let you do what you want.
Look, there was an awful lot of self-inflicted wounds out on the field throughout the day, too. I mean, you had Daniel Brunskill's false start on that going-nowhere opening drive. You had Jimmy throwing really perfect catchable footballs to George Kittle, who had the worst drop of his career. Ayuk had the drop on the "it ain't a fumble, thank God" drop. You did have the Jimmy YOLO interception in the red zone. We did see that. But then you had a weird offensive face mask make it 2-12, followed by an illegal formation to make it 2-19 that killed an opening drive in the second half and kept that from being maybe a touchdown. It held to a field goal, which, oh, by the way, when you look at the game notes, you can't help but notice that Robbie Gould has never, ever missed a postseason field goal. Oh, what a game, really. Andrew in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, jokingly, if I was the Green Bay Packers, I would do everything in my power if I was getting into the playoffs to not get home field advantage and probably play in a warmer climate. But I think because of the conditions, and I don't know if you ever played football in that type of weather, that ball is like a rock, and it's slippery. And I think the reason they ran the ball a lot is because you can control that. And that game had to be won by special teams and defenses. And if Aaron Rodgers is as good as he is, and he lives up there, and he plays in those conditions constantly, what kind of game did he have? A lousy game.
He sure did. I mean, there is nothing about Aaron Rodgers' possible final game in a Packers uniform that we'll remember as, a part of the reason why he was one of their greatest quarterbacks of all time. The guy had a terrible NFC title game. And remember, he's the same guy who told you 2 years ago, losing at Levi Stadium, hey, all I need is this game in my own on my own field. Like, we'll see you back at Lambeau Field. Aaron Rodgers said that. Didn't work out. Here it is.
I've said this before, we got to get one of these at home. It's a different ball game. It's different, playing in 20-degree weather and snow, cold and wind is a different type of game than playing here.
Yeah, the old General Winter would have handled it for us. Did not handle it for the Green Bay Packers. Ray, I can feel you chomping at the bit. I love it. Stay right there. Hold that thought. We're back in just a moment here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The faithful are fired up.
Guess what? What you talking about, Willis? Willis comes in and blocks that punt, and we come in and tie the game, and then, of course, Gold being.
I'm working with them. They all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Debo gets it. Samuel breaks a couple of tackles, doing it all. First down inside the 30. An amazing night continues at the end of an amazing season for Debo Samuel. And he limps off.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Buck with a call of a pivotal play on Fox. Debo setting up what would be the game-winning field goal by Robbie Gould with that great run on third down. Kyle Shanahan originally was going to call a pass there. Debo said that was going to come in as a pass, but, here's Debo.
It was actually a pass called at first, and then we called timeout, and then Kyle put the run in. So I followed the blockers and just hit the hole full speed and just got the first down.
Here's Shanahan talking about his reversal of decision there.
We wanted to make sure, worst case, we were going to go to overtime. We did not want to give it back to Aaron and that offense. And getting down to the last 3rd and 7 was huge. We needed about 5 more yards to go for the field goal in those conditions. And so it was a big dilemma on whether to run or pass. But, we wanted to make sure the clock ran regardless. So we went with the run, and there must have been a clean hole, and Debo to bust through there and get us the first was huge.
It was huge. And again, he didn't need that first down as much as he needed 5 yards to get inside of Gould's range, but he got it, and they were able to sit on clock. And, Ray, it was as big a play in the game that was marked really not with a bunch of big plays, but just a whole bunch of tiny little plays that went into affecting the outcome of that one.
Yeah, the big play was the pass to Kittle on the first play of the possession, because that got them in a position where they could start thinking about the field goal. I mean, without the Kittle play, all of a sudden they're still in their own 30, and given the way the game had gone, there was no guarantee that they were going to get up the field. And then the Samuel pass after the 2-minute warning, made the field goal a real thing. So, it's 2 passes that Garoppolo won't get credit for are what set up that win, that field goal at the end.
It was huge. And then Debo gets them right in field goal range with that spectacular third down run. George Kittle said he knew that bad boy was going to pop.
They came out in nickel. I knew the backer that I had to block was a safety. I was like, this is money. As long as we take care of the interior, Debo's going to he just has to run in a straight line for a first down, and that's exactly what he did.
That's what he did. There was another moment earlier in the game where it was 4th and short, and Eli Mitchell did not follow the blockers, and that's when the 49ers got stuffed on their 1 4th down attempt. But, man, it worked when it needed to. Debo got the job done. 888-957-9570. We're going to have Hall of Famer Michael Irvin join us at about 4:30 this afternoon. Right now, though, open lines for you. 888-957-9570. What an afternoon for the 49ers, and it sets up another trip to the NFC title game. Who would have ever thought it? Jay, down in San Jose. What do you got, Jay? You're on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
Okay, yeah. I've been hearing about everything. Oh, hold on.
What, you got a train engine behind you? Jeez.
What timing? Yeah, so honestly, my opinion with Jimmy G is I think he's a good game manager in a sense. As long as everything is flowing when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, we're running that ball and things are consistent, I think he's staying consistent. But the minute we have to leave everything on his shoulders and he has to be 100% consistent when it comes to playing top 5, top 3 defenses, even top 10, then that's where we see the inconsistencies with him. That's kind of my opinion. with him on that. I think these next 2 games, he's going to play his heart out because he knows he's possibly going to get traded. So in reality, if he plays the games of his life, and yeah, I'm hoping we go to the Super Bowl and we win it, he's going to get another big contract somewhere else. But
I mean, look, who knows? And I'm all out of the Jimmy Garoppolo's future is about to be business. I mean, I don't know what success to the point of actually winning a Super Bowl means for him with the Niners going forward. I could see it break both ways. Of course, he's back. Of course, they still both move on. I mean, look, he is. It's just crazy how much a little success changes the feeling and the perception about everything. I mean, this morning, Ray, I'm reading a Tim Kawakami, New York Times, Tim Kawakami article about how, this front office has drafted 4 potential Hall of Famers. Wasn't a criticism of a lot of drafting that didn't go well. It was, look at it from this light now. Everything looks different. What, victory's got 1,000 fathers and, losing is an orphan. And, this is how's the last decade been for the 49ers? I mean,
it's worse than that. Your noise is giving them all the best of it. It's been an awful decade.
At the same time, Ray, they've been to 5 NFC title games in the last 11 years. So how bad of a decade was it? It feels like nothing is happening until all of a sudden enough has happened where they're in an NFC title game again. It's kind of remarkable.
Genius is a 3-game winning streak away. It's just win 3 in a row, you're a mastermind. Lose 3 in a row and you're an idiot. I mean, that's the rule of thumb everywhere, and it's especially the rule of thumb here. Because this team in the last decade has had 2 notable spikes and a lot of flatlining.
Oh, yeah.
And the problem of figuring out who they are in the last decade is somebody's doing a book on that one, because you had a certifiably crazy coach who found genius twice. Now you've got a guy who he's so buttoned down you would think he was an insurance salesman, and now he's gotten to 2 conference finals in 3 years. So if you can make out what the 49ers have been over the last decade, good on you. But the one constant, at least in the Shanahan era, is they win with the running game and defense. The quarterback is ancillary to the process. And that's, and that's the simple truth. If they run the ball and they keep you from scoring, game over. Game over.
Look, that's why last week we were saying that they're a collection of a whole bunch of old football cliches. That's what the Niners really are. More than any one guy standing out above all, follow me, I know the path to victory. It's a whole bunch of cliches stacked on top of each other. And when they're all stacked correctly, it works. It works. Kyle Shanahan is not some wild, poker playing, riverboat gambling, anything state of the art. He's as conservative as a vest. And it's just, that game should not have happened at Lambeau Field the way that it did. I mean, it's amazing that it went that way. It's amazing that that's the way it all broke, because all the little earmarks of that has to happen for the 49ers to win didn't even really happen in that game. So whatever bet Kyle Shanahan made with the Cosmos saying, please, whatever I got to do to reach the NFC title game again this year. I don't know if he owes his soul to any big entities
that's a deal
when
with
it's
the
all
devil.
said and done. Yeah, it really is. I mean,
it's the same deal that Brian Sabian made in 2010, because that team had no business winning the World Series either.
No.
Satan does land office business in this town.
It's something else. It's something else. The Niners hit one magic number. There's one magic number that is now an indicator of, did you win? The Niners are 8-0 when Debo carries the ball at least 6 times. Okay. So I gave him the ball 6 times at the very least. 9-yard run on 3rd and 7, which we were playing on the way back in from the commercial break. It was the difference maker in Robbie Gould's field goal. Debo's carried the ball for 20 times, 111 yards, and a touchdown so far in this postseason. Again, these are not overwhelming numbers, but the little moments at which he's had his success have so gone on to determine outcomes of these football games. It's the Niners prove you don't even have to be great over 4 quarters. You just got to make sure that you're good enough to answer the bell when you got to answer the bell right here, right now. You need this first down right here. You get this first down right here. You can stink it out in the second quarter, but third quarter you better get it done.
Yeah, but you can't stink it out if your defense takes a possession off, and that's the thing that sits over all of it. You know, Deebo Samuel's performance was statistically pedestrian, but incredibly important. But it's only important because the defense kept Aaron Rodgers from being Aaron Rodgers, kept Davante Adams from being Davante Adams. 9 for 90 is a good day, except for him. You know, by any standard, they held Davante Adams down.
By the way, how much money is that guy going to make in the open market if he really hits it and the Packers don't bring him back? I mean, that is.
Oh,
he's going to.
He will be more coveted than Julio Jones was 5 years ago.
Easily. I mean, the number one, he's better at what he does than any free agent is going to be hitting the market. And that might even include now Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback.
Well, he's got years ahead of him, which Rodgers doesn't have. And really, you know, who is a better wide receiver than he is? I think you got to work very hard to find that person. I mean, you know, who was the dominant figure for Buffalo? Was it Stephon Diggs? No, it was Gabriel Davis, who nobody had paid much attention to most of the year. You know, wide receivers come and wide receivers go, but Davante Adams is there all the time.
He's
so the
Tyreek
answer to your
Hill.
question
Tyreek Hill, maybe.
Well, Tyreek Hill, though, is not as prolific as Adams is, because a lot of balls that Mahomes throws end up in Travis Kelce's hand. Davante Adams is that guy. All right, it's not going to be Mercedes Lewis. They're not going to make a tight end be a weapon. You know, they showed us what they thought of Alan Lazard by targeting him one time yesterday or Saturday night. Davante Adams is, let me put it this way, he's the most important wide receiver in the NFL, because you know he's going to get the ball thrown at him a ton. And he makes things happen with that.
He's from Fresno State. Maybe it's time to bring. What do the Niners got? I would bring that guy. And can you imagine Davante Adams, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, all in the same pattern? Let's let this year finish itself out right before we get into the offseason and free agent moves.
I'll tell you what, you can have the 17th of February before you start dreaming about that.
Fair enough. Welcome everybody to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Look, when it was 7-0 Packers at the half, that was the first moment in the afternoon I thought Niners might win this game. I mean, I remember thinking all first half, this ain't good. This ain't good. And like the negative cloud that hung over that first half offensively, to me, defined it even more than the defense that I was watching. But then it was, there it is. It's halftime. The 49ers got 34 yards on 11 carries. Jimmy's been sacked 3 times. He's thrown his YOLO pick, so maybe that's over. He won't throw another. But you just got outgained 205 yards to 58 total yards. However, it's a 1-score game. I mean, LaFleur and Rodgers had to have been back in that Packers locker room saying to themselves, yeah, we're kind of in good shape here, but we're also in an awful lot of trouble all at the same time. Which do you think ends up winning out today? And it was the trouble that won out. There was an awful lot of trouble that the Packers found themselves in.
Yeah, see, I broke that game off not at halftime, but the 2 possessions in the third quarter, where the 49ers had the ball for like 7 minutes, got a field goal out of it, and then the Packers went 3 and out. And all of a sudden, it just occurred to me, the rest of the game is going to play out this way. The Packers are not going to, run up a big offensive number, which is the one thing the 49ers can get away with. If they don't all of a sudden find the magic that makes them the Packers, this game's in play. And as it turned out, all they got out of it, the whole second half, was a field goal. They were not a factor.
They
gained 58 yards in the second half. Let's put it that way. If that doesn't tell you that the defense won this game, nothing does. The Packers got 3 points and 58 yards in the second half with the second best quarterback of his generation.
It's a day that no one could have expected the way that it played out. And Jimmy Garoppolo, it's all said and done. In 5 career playoff starts, he's thrown for 730 yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 interceptions with a passer rating of 70.3. The guy is yet to throw a touchdown in this postseason, and the Niners are 4 quarters away from the Super Bowl. 49ers record now 4-1 in his playoff starts. I mean, if that doesn't show you that we need to retire the quarterback win as a stat, that's it right there. He's
this generation's Trent Dilfer.
He's sexy Trent Dilfer. Here's the thing. He's a little bit more. He's better than Dilfer.
No, he's a better quarterback than Trent Dilfer, but the lesson is still the same. You don't have to do much to win a game offensively when you have that defense. And that's what Dilfer showed, and that's what we're seeing now.
Nick Bosa had 2 sacks. He's got 6.5 postseason sacks, which is already tied for the second most in a postseason in franchise history. Charles Haley, in 12 postseason games, had 7.5 sacks. So Bosa's got 2 more games this year, and 1 more game at the very least. Who knows if there'll be 2? Wishful thinking, right? But Nick Bosa has at least 1 more game this year, possibly 2, and then going forward, every other playoff game that he will appear in to get 1 more sack to pass Charles Haley for most sacks in postseason 49ers history. The guy is unbelievable, and he does look like a future Hall of Famer. As we were saying earlier, the 49ers defense since Week 15 has just been on fire. That was a win over the Falcons. Since that game, they have given up a grand total of 88 points over 6 weeks of football. That is 14.6 points per game. That's enough to get it done.
You can win with that.
You can win with that. You can win with that. As a matter of fact, the 49ers, 14.6 points per game given up, they would have won with that. They would have beaten themselves with that since the Packers got beat with only 10 points scored. God, it's just what we saw at Lambeau Field should not have happened, but it did. And the situation it leaves this entire franchise in now is house money, Ray. Everyone's playing with house money once again. Shanahan's got it. Lynch has got it. Jed York has got it. The quarterback's got it. The backup quarterback's got it, too, if you want to be totally honest. Like, this resets and recalibrates what the future looks like all of a sudden. Because its future is not in its future as much as it's right here, right now. It's remarkable. There's never quite been a quarterbacking transition quite like this, right?
And the transition hasn't, actually happened yet. I mean,
the premise of a transition.
It's been talked about far more than it's presented itself. And I don't even want to bother with 2022. Let people pull their heads off about that when it's time. I'm not interested. The 49ers season is at best 3 weeks long from here on in. And that's all any rational human being should be looking at. And even at that, 3 weeks is generous because the Rams are not, they're not the pushover that they seem to have been, midway through the season either. You saw what Aaron Donald and Von Miller can do on Sunday. I mean, they made Tom Brady's life a hell. So it's not like they can't do that. The real issue that the Rams have right now is, can they get Cam Akers to be trustworthy? Because he damn near lost that game for him.
That was crazy. We're going to talk about how that played out down in Tampa Bay, how what we saw at Arrowhead was something we might never see again in our football lives in terms of how a game ends like that. We've got Michael Irvin joining us at 4:30 this afternoon, and it's a conversation we're really looking forward to having. Javi and Pinole, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up? We're good.
Hello. Good. Man, you guys just said a minute ago that the quarterback stats is not important, that he's the new Trent Dilfer. Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. Me watching that Kansas City game and the Bills game, we're not going to get it done without getting any touchdowns. Come on, fellas. It's not going to happen.
Oh, look, you're in many ways you're right. You are not showing up with a game manager against a total stud future Hall of Famer and winning. Unless, of course, if you look at the 49ers' last game as an example of that can still happen. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a great quarterback. Full stop. No debating it. He's great. He's absolutely great at what he does. And someone says on the text line even, thank you very much, Comcast Business text line. Hey, if you're saying wins are not a quarterback stat, but why is Aaron Rodgers getting dragged today when special teams lost him that game? Well, special teams did cost the Green Bay Packers that game for sure. However, Aaron Rodgers, measured against Aaron Rodgers, was awful. He was an awful version of himself.
Well, but the texter raises the right point. Aaron Rodgers doesn't play himself. He played against the 49er defense, and the 49er defense beat him. The special teams screwed him, because they were awful, but predictably so. I mean, Aaron Rodgers ran into a team whose secondary played better than you thought it could, and whose defensive line and linebackers owned the line of scrimmage. They didn't win the line of scrimmage. They declared it their own. And that's the difference. It's just, would you rather have a great quarterback in any given game? Sure. But if you have this defense, you can, on the right day, beat that great quarterback. And that's what the 49ers have been gambling on all year long, is that running the football and defending like hell is good enough to get it done. It's not good enough to get it done all the time. You can't do this for an entire season and get away with it very often. But this is what they've got. They're making do with what their roster contains. This is their path to victory. It might not be the one that you choose. Might not even be the one that Kyle Shanahan chooses. But it's the one he's got.
Hey,
it's not hard to figure out. It's just, these are his guys. That's how he has to win.
Well, and how do you go about beating a bad to average quarterback? Well, that is a very wide doorway to walk through. How do you beat a great quarterback? It's a keyhole. That's what you have to pass through. But the 49ers have the key that fits that keyhole, and it's simply this. Take that great quarterback and make him uncomfortable. It's why the Rams won, because Tom Brady was really, really uncomfortable. And he was still right there at the very end. You saw how great he is, but he was wildly uncomfortable. You got to take a great quarterback and get them off their spot, get them squinting at their offensive line coach, get them squinting at their offensive coordinator and head coach. Aaron Rodgers was doing some squinting, man. He was uncomfortable. The 49ers were in his lap all day. 18 pressures, 5 sacks. That's how you beat a future Hall of Fame quarterback. It's really the only way you go about beating future Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yeah, you don't worry about the keyhole if you can kick the door in. That's what they did.
You're right about that. 888-957-9570. We got open lines until we got the Hall of Famer, the playmaker himself, Michael Irvin, going through the details of the huge win at Lambeau Field and the rest of an NFL weekend, which I don't think I don't think it's recency bias. I don't think it is being a prisoner of the moment. It's one of the greatest weekends of football ever. It's one of the great weekends in the history of the NFL. We're going to talk to Michael Irvin about all of it at 4:30 this afternoon. You're going to want to stick around tonight from 6 to 7. It's the Football Hour with Sean and Lowe, brought to you by Street Strider. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, providing a luxury, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. bmwfairfield.com.
The faithful are fired up.
Guess what? What you talking about, Willis? Willis comes in and blocks that punt, and we come in and tie the game. And then, of course, gold being gold. Baby, we are here. We are going to the Super Bowl. I can feel it, fellas. Niner Nation, be with me here. And I'm telling you, Bonte, Shasky, I'm sprinkling you from the Eldorado.
Okay, it looks like that's it. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, are you looking for the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game? All you got to do is text the word Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357, and anything we do that is Warriors related is right there for you. After you hit that subscribe button, it's all curated just for you. Ray, we're not going to talk much about the Warriors or the NBA at all today. Really, we got so much football to go over, and we've got Michael Irvin joining us in about 15 minutes from right now. We're really looking forward to that. But we'll get into the Warriors plenty tomorrow when we got Warriors Live starting at 5:30. How about this, though? You know, the news today is that Anthony Slater says Klay Thompson didn't practice this morning. Steve Kerr called him questionable tomorrow night against the Dallas Mavericks. The worst shooting performances of Steph's career, we're talking like minimum 20 attempts. Well, one of them happened in 2010. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them have now happened in this season, including 5 of 20 and a 1 of 13 performance from three-point land. They were lucky to beat the Jazz, and they had to hold on for dear life. Something's wrong. Don't know what it is. He doesn't want to admit what it is. Doesn't want to talk about his hands. Doesn't want to talk about the process. Doesn't want to let anyone know that there's a kink in the armor. But there absolutely is, Ray. Something with the collective shooting of the Warriors is off, and with the individual shooting of Steph Curry is just, it's way off. And as you said, this is not a week. This is going on 2 months.
Yeah, this reminds me of one time I was talking to Joel Youngblood, the old Giant player, and he was going through a stretch where he was hitting everything. And I came up to him after game. I said, let's talk about your hitting. He said, absolutely not. I said, if I talk about it, I'll think about it. If I think about it, I'll ruin what I'm doing. And he just walked away. And I think that's where Curry is now. If he talks about how he's not shooting well, he's going to think about why he's not shooting well, and he's going to keep not shooting well. So I would expect him to be the last person to expound any theories on why he's not shooting well until he starts shooting well again.
Tom Petty was once asked, how do you write these songs? There's something incredibly simple to them, yet awfully deeply profound, and it seems to be so effortless for you. How do you do it? And Tom Petty was like, man, I don't know, and I don't even want to think about it, because if I start thinking about it, I might figure it out, and then I might screw it up. I just want to, let this stuff appear like fairy dust out of thin air to me, and I don't know how I do it. I don't want to examine it. That's what great people feel about their process sometimes. It's like you, Ray, preparing for this show. I'm sure you don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk during it.
Let me say this: you're wearing one of my favorite things that you wear today. I don't want to get people to just jump on the Twitch to see what you're wearing today, but the Hartford Whalers, like, I'm going to call it a Brendan Shanahan pullover, even though it's not a Shanahan pullover. But you got the whale tail on today, and I love that. Love that logo.
It's a Pat Verbeek hoodie. And the reason why it's Pat Verbeek is because he has the best nickname in the history of sports.
Which is?
The Little Ball of Hate.
That is a good one. Little Ball of Hate.
He was a mean-spirited little cuss.
If you were a Niner fan watching the way that game opened, you were probably not in very good spirits. I mean, it was terrible. You got a short field after Hasty has a 30-yard return. The ball's at the 40, but then you get a Brunskill false start. Debo's asked to carry it. You get 2 yards out of him. That brings up a 3rd and 12. Then Garoppolo gets sacked by Zadarius Smith, and that would continue to happen to Garoppolo on like all the early first downs he faced. All of them, basically. And at one point, it was warmer in Green Bay than the 49ers had yards at -8. At one point, Jimmy was getting sacked on every single third down. The 49ers offense was dialing up. At one point, Brandon Ayuk's didn't fumble was the offensive highlight of the entire first half. And even with the defense playing as well as the 49ers defense did. I mean, it was the kind of like, well, you're not going to be able to overcome that level of ineptitude offensively all day because you weren't counting on special teams to pull up the pants. It did.
And you were I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go, please go.
I was going to say the other thing they weren't planning on was that Rashawn Gary would do anything he wanted the entire day. Because of all the 49ers, including Nick Bosa, who played very well, I would suggest that Rashawn Gary had the best defensive day of any player on either side. Because he did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. And it stayed that way throughout the game. The only difference was that the secondary, the Packers secondary was ordinary, which it always is, and their special teams was god-awful. But, again, the 49ers offense is not where you look if you want to figure out if they're going to win or not. If the defense gets shoved around, then you can go to a bar in the second quarter because that baby's done. But what the 49ers did was do the one thing that, you don't expect them to do in bad weather, which is they wore the Packers out. And that was a team-wide thing. Rashawn Gary stood out for Green Bay largely because he was by far their best player. They didn't really have a second player who was that impactful. 49ers had several of them.
It was a long day for Tom Compton. It was.
Oh, yeah. Well, he can't. See, there are guys that he can't block, and fair enough, he's a backup. There are guys that Brunskill can't block, and nobody can figure out why one of the people he can block is Aaron Donald. But there you go. I mean, it's weird. When you line up the 49ers offensive line, it's sort of like that. It's like a growth chart. Trent Williams on one side is a giant, and Tom Compton on the other side is like a 12-year-old. Just in terms of their impact, they go left to right. But that said, defense, they're all about the same size and they're all huge.
I look at one of the moments that just showed you how, Kyle Shanahan was desperate to get something going offensively. He would try anything. He had Trent Williams lining up at fullback. I mean, that's how desperate he was to get that running game churning. It really didn't. There are magic numbers. 30 carries. Got to have it in order to win. They came close. There were 29 of them. But they still did not get to their 30-carry mark. The Packers didn't dominate time of possession, but that's another indicator. Did Kyle win time of possession? He didn't in this game. The Packers only won by 36 more seconds, but that's a win. Didn't go the Niners' way. They'd think, they must have been great in the margins of the red zone. Not at all.
Well, there was one thing, though, in terms of the 29/30 carries thing. They only had 52 offensive plays. So 29 seems like a lot more than their normal output because they don't usually have that few number of plays.
Right, the ratio
29
is where
29 out of 52 is, that's a pretty heavy run-pass ratio.
You had Eli Mitchell getting called for face mask. I mean, that's a stiff arm that usually doesn't get a flag, but it did. Just nothing went right offensively that afternoon for the 49ers, and it didn't need to because their defense was that good and special teams decided to have an actual day. I mean, have an actual day.
Well, they had about 3 or 4 days. Any special teams thing that includes 2 blocked kicks, that's a huge day. And they didn't, as far as I know, they didn't fumble any balls trying to field punts or kickoffs. Well, there were no kickoffs. There were 5 punts, including one that got blocked that essentially put the 49ers in position to win the game. So, yeah, the special teams was way better than good. They were instrumental. And you would never have thought about that in a 49er win.
Ever. ever. It was the last thing you'd consider. Like I said earlier, you would have assumed that Jimmy Garoppolo would have had a 350-yard, 3-touchdown passing day before you would assume it was the special teams that would bail the 49ers out of the loss column at Lambeau Field. But that's the way it went down. And just to put a fine point, Ray, the chef's kiss on the terrible special teams afternoon for the Packers, did you see that on Robbie Gould's game winner, the Packers had only 10 men on the field? I mean, that's nothing could be more of a perfect coda on the end of a bad day for a unit than that, right? I mean, that's perfect. That's really, really perfect.
Yeah, that's one of those where, people will get fired over that. Never mind the 2 blocks. It's crunch time in a playoff game, and you can't get the right number of people on the field.
Right. The only path to victory is block this kick, and we screwed that up. Yeah. Not in the actual blocking of the kick, because that's a long shot. But
no, but you've reduced your chances of blocking that kick by another 9%.
Indeed. Look, to have 2 massive special teams plays in an NFL game. I mean, this isn't college. This isn't a Frank Beamer Virginia Tech team having oh my God, did you see what they did to NC State in the kicking game or in the punt returns alone that killed them? I mean, it's not like that. This is everyone's a pro. Everyone is good at what they do, but it was buffoonish on special teams for the Packers, and a normally buffoonish 49ers special teams played like Pro Bowlers on that side of the ball. It was something else. The post-game notes all around are impressive. Kyle Shanahan is now 4-1 as a head coach in the postseason. Robbie Gould talking about special teams. He remains a perfect 20 for 20 kicking in the postseason. 49ers are now 5-4 all times against the Packers in the postseason. They've reached the conference championship game for the 15th time since 1980, tied for the most in the NFL. It was nothing short of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick coming together with the New England Patriots to have, any franchise even close to tying the Niners in that regard. Hufanga's return block punt, the first in the postseason for a franchise who allowed just 67 rushing yards on the ground. That is the fewest rushing yards they have allowed in the postseason since the last time they played the Green Bay Packers in the 2019 NFC title game. It was an unbelievable day for the Niners. It was an unbelievable game at Lambeau. It was an unbelievable weekend for the NFL. And to talk about all of it, the most unbelievable guest we could offer up on a Monday, the Hall of Famer himself, Michael Irvin, here on 95.7 The Game. Michael, when did you think the 49ers were going to win that game, or did you not think they were going to win it until the field goal was going through the uprights? Because that was crazy.
That was a crazy game. It was an incredible, crazy game. And the defense that I saw from both of those teams, I was when I thought they were in trouble on that first drive when they went right down that field and scored. I said, this thing may get ugly. Maybe last week took too much out of San Francisco, but then that was it. I literally mean that was it, and they shut that thing down. And it was similar to Dallas. I said, man, they're taking 7 points this deep into the third quarter, just like Dallas did. But the issue was, I never thought that San Fran could score. They just, they moved the ball a little bit and got, but they couldn't get that ball in the end zone and to win it like that on a block punt when Green Bay's had all these kind of issues with the special teams all year long. It was an incredible game. It was an incredible game.
When was the last time that you have seen a team with as ordinary an offense as San Francisco has? Because it's not a bad offense, but it's pretty ordinary, and it's not very exciting. Go this deep in the postseason with a real chance to get to the Super Bowl. When's the last time you think you've seen that?
Yeah, but there's something in that question there I'm trying to discern here. It is because the offense. Let me tell you something. We are just so caught up on the explosive offense and in the passing game. And this is a passing league now. But the reality is, if you can play base, you give yourself a chance. That's run the football and play good defense. You give yourself a great chance at winning ball games. And you call it a normal offense, but that was efficient. You got 3rd and 7. You got 3rd and 7. You get to hand this ball off to Deebo Samuel with an opportunity to go to the NFC Championship game, and you go and pick that 3rd and 7 up. I mean, it's like saying Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, man, he's boring. He only has that one punch that'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? That run game is so devastating. You win and got 3rd and 7. I don't call it just a normal offense. That's exceptional.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So your ex-teammate Troy Aikman called that game, and I'll tell you, you could hear it in his voice how palpably disgusted he was by some of the decisions that Jimmy was making or not making. Like, you could hear the frustration, and not just Jimmy's day too. He extended it to Aaron Rodgers as well. If results are really all that matters, and in a crazy way, Michael, we know that that's the truth. Results are what matters. I just want to ask you, is Jimmy Garoppolo a good quarterback?
Yeah, I think Jimmy Garoppolo's a good quarterback. Now, here's the thing. Everybody wants a great quarterback, and especially when you have them littered throughout the AFC now with Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. You start seeing everybody wants their own. And if you did get that quarterback, that exceptional quarterback, or that great talent at quarterback to add with what you have, I can certainly understand why you would want it.
What specifically did the 49ers do to keep Davante Adams from killing them? Because, I mean, he had 9 for 90, which is a great number by any standard. But he's a guy who, by any definition, is extraordinary, and he didn't really hurt the 49ers the way you would have expected. Did they do anything specifically to him to make him have a more difficult day than you would expect?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And it's what I always said about Green Bay. I said, you can't, it's hard to win in this league with that one weapon. Even in the passing game, with that one weapon. It's hard. Because what San Fran was doing, what they were doing, they're letting him go, and he thinks he has a one-on-one coverage. Then you get a safety that was up on the line of scrimmage, drop all the way out, and all he does is run right up under Davante Adams. On that post route, that 3rd and 11, about 3 minutes left in the game. Aaron Rodgers threw that post route, right? He threw the post route, and Davante Adams, it was an incomplete pass. You know what? When you go back and look at it, and you go back and look at the other game, where Aaron Rodgers threw that in, he threw the in to Davante Adams to win that game against the 49ers. He threw that in. It was the same exact play. That time he threw the in to Davante Adams, and he caught it right over outstretched hands over the linebacker. And, this time he took the post. They switched it up. They put Lazard on the in route and put Adams on the post. And Adams would double team because they fooled them and pulled the safety out, and the safety chased all the way down to Davante Adams. If you go back and look at that film, Lazard is wide open on the deep end. He would have gotten the first down, and he would have been able to run the ball and got way in field goal range. They could have milked the clock and won that game. And I keep telling people, we always marvel at the greatest talent, the physical skill set that Aaron Rodgers has. But when it comes to those kinds of games, it's not just about physical skill set. It's about making the right decision at the right moment. Last year, he should have ran. He should have ran down in and got that ball closer, would have made it an easier decision to decide if we're going for the touchdown or take the ball out of his hand. They took the ball out of his hand. This time, he should have hit that. He should have hit that square in, and they could have won that game.
we look at the 49ers and how they've gotten to the NFC title game, and the word that I think jumps out more than anything else is pressure. Defensive pressure put on an opposing quarterback. It doesn't matter if you're a Hall of Famer in the Hall of Very Good or in the Hall of Haven't Been There Yet, like Matthew Stafford was. I mean, these are good quarterbacks, if not great quarterbacks, now that you look at Aaron Rodgers, who got sacked 5 times with 18 pressures. That's the only way to beat a great quarterback. I mean, that's how the Tampa Bay Buccaneers got sent home in their own stadium. They almost did it, but Aaron Donald had one of the best days I think you could ever see anyone have in a playoff game. We're seeing the same thing out of Eric Armstead back with the 49ers, Nick Bosa, Ibukam. They were in Rodgers' lap all day. That's the only way you beat a great quarterback, is to beat them up.
You got to get to – I always say the same thing, D. Great quarterbacks, you're not going to beat them on the back end. You got to beat them on the front end. You got to get to them. Now, and you ask about, like, what they were doing to Devontae Adams. You know who used to be great quarterbacks on the back ends? Guys like Ed Reed. You guys remember how Ed Reed used to play? You would think he was on one place, and the last second he would be baiting quarterbacks and be running all the way across the field because he baits them like he's not looking. The quarterback throws that way, then he turns and runs and goes all the way back across the field, intercept the pass. Ed Reed was great at it. We haven't seen anything like Ed Reed. San Francisco stole some of Ed Reed kind of stuff Sunday and put it in the game plan and use that against Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. It was incredible stuff. But nowadays, ain't nobody like that. So you got to get them on the front end like you're talking about. If you don't get them on the front end, you got no shot. And that last play in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game, that was a zero blitz. Cooper Kupp wide open. But Levante David and some of those guys did not get the call. So they were 2 yards off, and then they got it too late and started blitzing. It's too late. That little yard or two you have off, he gets off a perfect pass, and you go home. Those mistakes, like we say in the postseason, cost you everything. In the regular season, you say, well, we got to fix this. We got to fix it. But the postseason, you fix it next year.
It's still 6 days away from the conference final, but I still want to get your sense of the Rams and whether they look different, as in better, the last 2 weeks than they have during the regular season. Have you seen anything that's different about them, or are they just doing the stuff they normally do, only better?
Well, no. They're coming together. You know, I interviewed Matthew Stafford last week, and he was talking about that. Like, you know how it is at this point. You got a bunch of guys that are trying to validate their career. Validate. So you got some guys that have been there that haven't gotten the championship. Yeah, they went to a Super Bowl, but they haven't gotten the championship. And Aaron Donald and all of those guys. And then you got the Odell Beckhams who are reviving their career and trying to validate their being by getting that Super Bowl. And Matthew Stafford, who's had a great career, but hadn't had postseason success. So when you get a bunch of guys like that you have certain pains that are harmonious, that everybody kind of feel, those teams can come together and do some things. And I do believe that's what we're seeing right now with the Rams. And let me tell you, that first game the Rams won against the Cardinals, they used Matthew Stafford as a luxury. And I said, this is the way the Rams got to win games. This is the way the Rams got to win. They got to use Matthew Stafford as a luxury and run the ball and make him throw the ball 13, 15, 17 times. But last week, he was the necessity. He won that game, and he did not make any mistakes. Now, that was big time for them to get that kind of win going into this game with San Francisco.
So you said you talked to Matthew Stafford, but think about it. and what the 49ers have in front of them now. Instead of having to fly across the country to play Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time, with 35 playoff wins and 85 postseason touchdowns, they have to take a 60-minute Southwest flight down to L.A., hardly a big trip, and they get to take on Matthew Stafford with 2 playoff wins and only 8 postseason touchdowns in his career. That sounds like it's the easier of 2 choices, but nothing is ever easy in the NFL. We know that. It's got to be very difficult to beat anybody 7 times in a row. And that's what Kyle's going to be asked to do. That the 49ers have swept the Rams 3 years straight, so they got to go and beat the only beatable division opponent that they've seen over and over again. But it can't be that easy. Why is it hard to continue to beat the same team over and over again?
Because the man inside the man has to step up and say enough's enough at some point. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be insane right here from this standpoint. From this standpoint, man, I remember we played the Cardinals. Dude, we must have beaten down on the Cardinals 50 straight times. I don't remember the last time Cardinals. I don't even remember ever losing to the Cardinals. And then we beat them this one year. They were getting super kind of playoff ready. And we beat them, and we beat them, and we beat them twice that year, and then we had to play them again in the playoffs. Man, it still rubs me the wrong way that we lost to the Cardinals in the playoffs. Cardinals had won a playoff game in 50 years, I think. That's on my record. It's on my record. We lost to the Cardinals. So it is, for some reason in my head, it's hard to beat a team 3 times in one season. And I believe it has something to do with the man that just raises up in them and say, I will not lose this game. Now, that's why I think it's going to be a great game. And San Francisco have that confidence. What we've done always worked. While the other team says what we've done haven't worked, and they look for other things and try to work other things. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. But I believe it's hard to beat a team 3 times. At least that's what it was for me.
On your Hall of Fame plaque, it doesn't say that you lost that game to the Cardinals. You can let this go at some point.
Hey, listen, I don't. Those 2 things, that Cardinal loss, that 94 pass interference call that was not called, those 2 things, no matter what, they will lay in my coffin with me. They will lay. I've already made peace with them. They will lay in my coffin with me. Ain't nothing we can do about that.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So the system that binds the most of the remaining playoff teams are, the fact that we either have a system built around or directly on top of either Shanahan or McVay. Like Jimmy G is number 2 in the NFL in yards per attempt, behind number 1 Joe Burrow. Matthew Stafford is number 3. All 3 teams are zone running, play action, keeper-based offensive systems led by a head coach that is either Shanahan or McVay or from the Shanahan and McVay coaching tree.
Right.
The other team is just there to rip your heart out. Like the Kansas City Chiefs are straight up Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, Moram Sugaram, ripping hearts out, human sacrifice. The game that they just put on at Arrowhead last night, Michael, it's one of the greatest football games I think we've ever seen. I think we will ever see. 4 lead changes at the end. You got Mahomes throwing for 177 yards after the 2-minute warning. I mean, it was just ridiculous how entertaining and fun that was. And it's too bad we don't have like quintuple overtime and we're not still playing that bad boy.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people complaining about.
No, shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Rule. You get 6. Game over.
Yeah, but and I understand the complaint. You see 2 offenses like that going off. You're like, man, everybody should be able to touch the ball. So you know what I mean, and that's why they did. But they said the defense got to play defense too. Stop somebody. You stop somebody, and we can go from there. And they didn't do it. So So, yeah, I would have liked to see everybody get it, but it's still something to win, to move it to like what we moved it to. Now, they can say, all right, we'll keep playing, and if a team scores, or you can end the game if you score a touchdown in a 2-point conversion. If you just score a touchdown, the other team get an opportunity to play. And they go score a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion and end the game. You see what I'm saying? You could do, but it's still going to be some way we're going to complain that somebody didn't touch the football. That's just the nature of the beast.
Since we brought up Kansas City, the last time their offense didn't, dominate a game the way they have, controlled games throughout, was that game against the Cowboys when they won 19-9. What's the adjustment or adjustments that Kansas City has made to suddenly turn what had been sort of a pedestrian offense into the Kansas City offense we've known and loved for 5 years?
But you know what? They made the adjustment they needed to make. Let me tell you what was wrong. Everybody took away the big play. And they've had, and honestly, they've gotten caught up on that big play. They wanted to talk, they wanted the people to talk about it on the news and all of that. Everybody said, no, we're not doing that. You got to play small ball. And they learned how to do that. The Kansas City Chiefs, they average more plays per drive than any other team in the league. More plays per drive than any other team. That doesn't sound like one of the most explosive teams in the National Football League, but they're number one in the National Football League in that. And they're number one on third down. They're keeping those drives alive. That's how they're winning right now. And then they got the kind of player, okay, it's a short pass, okay. Did you see Tyreek Hill take that under route and the way he ran away from everybody on that under route? That was insane. Who has that kind of speed? Nobody has that kind of speed.
Dude, he's throwing up peace signs. Yeah, he's throwing up peace signs to guys who are ahead of him on the field.
He threw up the deuces. He threw up the deuces on that. He threw up the deuces on that while he was running full speed. You know how hard it is to run full speed with just one arm?
I don't know how. I could not do that. That is for sure. Michael Irvin here, and I know we've kept you for a while there. I can hear some people getting impatient behind you, but I got to ask you about a losing.
All right, guys. They're asking for pictures. They're okay.
That's all right. Well, hey, you're a famous guy. I mean, they're doing sketches about you on Saturday Night Live. Did you see that, by the way?
That was funny. Keenan, that was so funny. That was so funny, man. Oh. Yeah, somebody sent that to me. It was so funny. And I thought they had Molly and Steven, they spot on. The Michael Irvin was that.
Well, I tell you, what's a greater honor in life, getting into the Hall of Fame or having Kenan Thompson do an impression of you?
Yeah, I know. And I you know what? I'm going to reach out to him because I thought he was so funny. He's so talented. And you're right. That is an honor.
It is.
To have him.
It is.
It really is. It really
totally
is. He's so talented, so gifted.
Gabriel Davis, in a losing effort, had one of the great playoff games of all time. 8 catches, 201 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Here's a guy who in the regular season had only 35 catches for about 50 yards and 6 touchdowns. So he had his entire regular season in one playoff game, almost, at least half of it. Have you ever seen a guy go from having just sort of a year to one of the great playoff games of all time?
No, I haven't. And for some reason, we think now that that's who Buffalo is. And I was saying, oh, this is great. It's great. And Josh Allen played an incredible game. But and they kept Stephon Diggs out, and Gabriel Davis showed up for 201 yards. Can you get him to show up anywhere 50% of this, 8 or 9 games next year? Just 50%. He don't have to put up 200, just 100. 8 or 9 games next year. That's when you know that Buffalo will be ready to overtake Kansas City. If you can find that other weapon like that could put up those kinds of numbers.
Joe Burrow managed to win a game while getting, quite frankly, the living hell beat out of them. Is that sustainable either next week or 3 weeks from now? Can you get hit that much as a quarterback and survive against an army of good teams week after week?
When you're that young. But trust me, it won't last for long. It will not last for long. This is the reality. This is what we talk about when all those other big dudes came. Hey, people say, boy, he's a big dude. He's 6'0", 250. We said all of that about Andrew Luck and Cam Newton. And they're out of the league because their bodies broke down. So right now he can handle it. And Coach and I was talking about it. And Coach was like, man, I'm worried about that kid behind that offensive line. I said, that's funny. I saw it another way. I'm worried about that team when they get an offensive line. Oh, my God. When they finally get an offensive line, the Bengals, they got all those kids on their rookie contract. They can go out. They should be able to go out and find some offensive linemen and try to get something to match together, and they will be a problem next year.
We always know we got no problems when we see you on the guest list. Michael, thank you so much for joining us, as always. It was a pleasure.
Hey, man, listen, it was simply the greatest divisional round. No, it really may have been the greatest playoffs, across the boards, period, weekend on any sport you've ever seen, anywhere, anytime. It was just that good. It was that incredible, man. Wow.
The fact that you're saying it as a Hall of Famer means a lot, because I think that's what I saw. But it's recency bias. We always are enamored with the last thing we saw. But no, that was what we got served to us by the NFL this past weekend was special. 4 very special, 4 very unique football games that have set up one hell of a Final Four next weekend, and we look forward to talking to you about that on Monday of next week. Michael Irvin, thank you so very much.
I want you to know now, my heart is with San Fran on this now. I just wish we had us a Kyle Shanahan.
I don't think they're going to give you this one anytime soon. See if you can get a meeting with D'Amico Ryans. That's the best we can do for you. Thank you.
I want me a Kyle Shanahan. D'Amico Ryan putting that defense together, but I need somebody that can design them runs like he designed those runs. See, that's where the Cowboys are hurting. We got to either go revamp this offensive line, or they got to go get a Kyle Shanahan type to come in and redesign and design some real great runs, like he does for the 49ers. That's what we need. I don't want to be tampering. I don't want to get in trouble. Let me leave it alone. Leave it alone.
He might get a tampering charge put on him. That's our guy, Michael Irvin, here on 95.7 The Game. Great stuff. Michael, thank you so much.
Hey, guys. I just love Kyle. All right, guys. All right, now.
Thank you. Michael Irvin here with Damon and Ratto. We got to take a quick break. We're coming back for a third and final hour. You don't want to miss it. We got wide open lines the rest of the way. Let's talk about what we saw this weekend. 888-957-9570. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Sunday for the AFC title, Kansas City a 7-point home favorite against Cincinnati. Total here is 54. If you like Cincinnati, I would wait.
It is our final hour. Make sure you keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game, because coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, it's the football hour. Sean Salisbury, Lorenzo Neal, a couple guys who know a little bit about something about winning NFL games. Brought to you by Street Strider, the first 2-in-1 indoor-outdoor elliptical. Visit streetstrider.com. From the Comcast Business text line, it says, should the Hall of Fame memorialize this entire weekend? That comes from Justin. You know what, Justin? I don't think it's a permanent display. It's not something that has to go up forever. But a temporary display, yeah, absolutely there should be something in the Hall of Fame about how fun this weekend was. I imagine it. You know, John Madden, Ray, once said he likes to think that the busts all talk to each other at night. I guarantee you if that does happen, they were talking about what a hell of a weekend of football this was. I don't care how old you are, how long you've been watching football. You can be as new to the game as a spanking baby, or you can be as crusty and jaded as Ray Ratto. You had to walk away saying that was 4 uniquely entertaining games, and you put them all together. That's one of the great weekends we've ever seen.
It might be the best weekend we have ever seen. I wouldn't put it in the Hall of Fame only because the NFL will find ways to brag about it in the meantime. But I'll tell you one thing that hasn't been mentioned by anybody else, but is noteworthy. In the first 10 games of the playoffs, the field goal kickers are 33 for 37. And when you think of the number of games that got decided by a last-second field goal in crap weather, that's the explanation for why you have kicking in football. Because in a lot of those games, if you can't kick to tie the game or win it, you got to go for a touchdown, and that makes life a whole lot harder and games a lot less interesting. So it was a huge weekend for kicking. It's been a huge postseason for kicking. And kicking is essentially good.
Do you realize that every single, and I haven't heard anyone really bring this up either, every single game ended on a walk-off play? Yeah. Every single one of them. Every 4 games, you either got beat by a time-expiring field goal or last play of the game field goal, or you had the walk-off to Kelsey at Arrowhead. It was a remarkable weekend of football, one which, again, we'll remember that one for a while. There's a very good chance, Ray, that the general public will remember that Bills-Chiefs game more than they remember the specific way the Super Bowl ended. I don't care who's in the Super Bowl 2 weeks from now.
Oh, no question. Yeah, the NFL cannot outdo this. And the other thing is, those 4 games are so good, they will wipe out the fact that the 6 wild card games were won by a total of 100 points.
Yeah. Yeah, no fun at all.
100.
No fun at all.
That's like 2 touchdowns and a field goal per game. None of those games were interesting. These 4 they're jaw-dropping. The worst game of the 4 was literally the first one, and that got decided on a last-second field goal from 52 yards.
Right.
That was a good game to start. And the other 3 beat it. I mean, each game got measurably better. 49ers Packers was a hell of a game. You know, whether you like offense or not, that's a hell of a game. Rams Buccaneers was an even better game. And Bills Chiefs it can't be matched, not anytime soon. I mean, that last weekend, the NFL would have to fix games to make them that good.
Don't give many ideas, Ray. I'll tell you what we achieved this weekend. I know what we achieved this weekend. Studio, Ray hates it, but it happened.
Don't do this.
It happened.
It's not necessary.
It
Randy,
happened.
Keep your finger off the buzzer.
Randy,
you don't need it.
You know what you need to do. It was maximum
the 3
football.
Of you, I'm just going to point out that the 3 of you can rot in hell. And I'm blaming all 3 of you.
You should. There's a lot of
You didn't even have to say that. That's just overkill. The games stand on their own. Hell, Bills Chiefs stands on its own.
You want overkill? You want to know how good of a weekend it was? It was such a good weekend that we get an official call from the official brother of the Damon Brew Show back in the day when it was only the Damon Brew Show. It's grown to bigger and better things now. Look at Ray Ratto. What journalistic integrity we have with us 5 days a week. But, back in the day, the official brother spoke, and he's ready to do it again. Hit it.
Standing on a corner in a white Godfather hat. He drives a long black gangster Cadillac. He can steal a broad's mind, man, in 3 or 4 minutes. It's not how long you talk, bro. It's what you put in it. Look out!
All the way from Denver, Colorado. He is the bureau chief, if there ever was one. The myth, the legend, Mr. McBride joining us here. What's going on, buddy? How about that weekend of football? You kidding me?
I mean, that is probably the best weekend of football I've ever seen, honestly. And I don't know if you watched football for as long as I have. I mean, I'm 50, so I've seen some great weekends in football, from the drive to the catch to whatever you can think of, the fumble. Kind of we've seen it all, and there's nothing. I mean, Bills and Chiefs was worth the whole weekend, just that game.
Right. No, it's funny. You're talking about the catch, the drive, the fumble. Those are all one specific games. This should just be simply be known as the weekend, like the weekend that happened.
I don't know how you disagree with that. I mean, this was some amazing games. My voice is still hoarse from screaming. I mean, as a football fan, especially after what happened last year during the pandemic and not being able to, attend games and everything that we've kind of, I mean, this was kind of like old to us, really, like as fans. So, I mean, I couldn't be happier, and I kind of disagree with what your partner just said. I think these games are going to get progressively better. Honestly, I think they were measurably, like you said, measurably better each week. I mean, each game, and I think these games coming up are going to be just the same.
I mean, I hope you're right, but I think Ray he's right in saying that these are it's hard to match this. For the next 2 games to be more extraordinary than the last 4 games, I mean, that is going to be the single greatest conference championship Sunday. And then the Super Bowl, more often than not, it disappoints than it is the wild, crazy ending to the season that you want it to be. But in the meantime, I don't know. Look, I mean, certainly Mahomes and Allen were spectacular, but I know you grew up a 49ers fan. That defensive line wrecked the game, McBride. Destroyed it.
You know what? The physicality of what the 49ers were able to do. And if you looked at that game, it looked like the home team was the one that was struggling with the cold and didn't want to play. And as the game just got, it went on and on. It looked like the 49ers was just digging into them. And, I mean, you could say what you want about the blocked punt. They blocked the punt with 4:48 to go. I think they go down and score a touchdown regardless of what happens. I think the Packers had it. They were gassed. They were cold. They were thinking about other things. Maybe people's contracts or whatever, maybe Aaron Rodgers. But as the Packers were more frustrated in not being able to move the ball, you could see it starting to set in on the entire team. And I think physically the 40, but it took a lot out of everybody because you saw Deebo Samuel limping off, you saw Kittle kind of limping off, you saw other people struggling out there. So I mean, the fact that it was so cold, the fact that it was so physical, you were going to have injuries like that, but. At the end of the day, the tougher team won.
All right. So next time you call back in, McBride, we'll get to your Nikola Jokic Dark Horse MVP campaign. But in the meantime, we got to get back to football. But great to hear from you, Ray. Say hello to McBride.
Hey, he doesn't like me. I'm not talking to him.
There. Fair enough.
I do like him. I mean, I just think the games are going to get better, Ray. I mean, if you put up with D. Bruce, you're already. Me and you are already on the same level.
Oh, I drink. That's my way out.
McBride, great to talk to you, baby. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you.
No problem, brother. All right, man. I'll holler at you.
I don't know how you get better than Chiefs Bills. I don't think any of these games can. That said, these the two games, frankly, I think sort of the 49er Rams game is infinitely more interesting, I think, than Chiefs Bengals, because I don't know that Cincinnati can block well enough to save Joe Burrow from a pretty frightful beating. The Chiefs can get 42. They'll get 42. I don't know how the Bengals do it.
What, Tennessee
I think
did to
this
him
is going to
9
be
times?
9 times sacked and then hit a bunch of other times. I mean, the fact that they got 19 points out of that might be a bigger upset than anything else in the weekend. I mean, just Joe Burrow got the living snot beat out of him. And it is a measure of his toughness that he survived it all and still walked off like the coolest guy in America. But once he got in the room and after he celebrated with his teammates, he was in the hot tub for a while because his body was screaming at him. And I think that's the reason why I don't think this upcoming weekend can be as good, because I don't think Chiefs Bengals plays out as a close game. I think 49ers Rams certainly could, but I think the Chiefs have hit their stride and now they're just going to stomp people.
You might be right. Here's what the Bengals are going to have. They're going to have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. And if Gabriel Davis can have that type of an afternoon, what can Jamar Chase do? So, I mean, maybe you're guarding Jamar Chase, you're defending Jamar Chase harder than you're guarding Gabriel Davis, but you figure after 3 touchdowns from Gabriel Davis, he had the Chiefs' full attention at that point. But they still couldn't do anything about slowing him down for a 4th touchdown. It was an epic game. It will be hard to follow for sure. You're right about how Joe Burrow is 9 times. I feel like we need to play the Ferris Bueller's 9 times. Ed Rooney talking about 9 times. It is amazing that you can survive that. I don't know if there's any young quarterback who is perfectly tiptoeing that line between I'm super cool and a badass and likable all at the same time like Joe Burrow does in his post-game press conferences. There's something about him that people are drawn to. And Ray, to bring it back to the Niners, there's something about Jimmy that this team is officially drawn to. I mean, the guy has that locker room, and they believe in him. There's no real reason to believe in him at times other than the fact that he continues to get this team into the win column and overcome his own bad starts and bad performances and bad throws and reasons to doubt. Receivers did him no favors in this one. I mean, that Kittle drop is the worst drop of George Kittle's entire life.
But here's the thing, and I've given this a fair amount of thought, which means it's probably complete dumbassery, but he never takes credit when he does well. He always takes blame when he doesn't. And when there's a tie, he'll take the blame rather than dump it on somebody else. And I think between that and the fact that he's playing with a half-functioning arm, I think they look at him and go, this guy will literally do anything for us, so we need to do anything for him. I think he's won the locker room in a way that makes him all the more admirable to his teammates than it does in the outside. Because he is everything you want in a quarterback, except for the numbers. The numbers are what they are, but they all look at him and they see a guy takes blame, deflects credit, and will put up with anything to get a win. And the fact that they've won now 9 of their last 11, they're going to credit him for that because they see a guy who isn't going to credit himself. And I think that goes a lot further than we think in why he has the locker room the way he does.
Here's George Kittle on why it's Jimmy's room.
Jimmy G, I mean, you can't say enough about that guy. The shit that he takes, excuse my language, consistently just people try to pull him down, and all he does is try to deliver, and he leads this team. Yeah, he's the sense of calm in the huddle. He's the sense of calm in the storm, and he allows us to play football at a high level.
A sense of calm in the storm is about as good a way to describe his best attribute to that team maybe more than anything else. By the way, Kittle also, was pointing the finger at himself saying, yeah, he blew it on that drop.
Sometimes you get kicked in the face and you just got to respond. Yeah, it was a bad play by me. I think should have been a touchdown. Very disappointed that. And fortunately, the defense and the special teams gave me an opportunity to continue to play. And Kyle kept coming to me and allowed me to make plays towards the end.
And he made enough plays to where that was still the best receiving yardage total Kittle's ever had in a postseason game. Nobody, obviously, offensively got into the end zone except for Hufanga, who blocked that punt and returned it. And just, it again, if you would have told me what's the better chance of happening today, special teams saves the day more than once, or Jimmy throws for 3 touchdowns and 350 yards in an afternoon where he makes you think he's the NFL's premier passer, I would have picked Jimmy. And no one has doubted Jimmy as much and publicly and on the record as I have. And
no,
someone
that's
keeps,
not true.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. It isn't true.
There are tons of people who have doubted him even more than you, and you've doubted him plenty.
Reasonably so, right?
I'm not pointing fingers at you. I'm saying there are people who are more hysterically anti-Garoppolo than you.
Right, but I'm someone with credibility that you would listen to and really think, well, when that guy talks, it matters. I'm not some goofball.
Well, yeah, from 3 to 6, you're my Jesus, but the rest of the time... no, but here's the thing. Your pal from Denver who said, I really thought that, the 49ers were going to go down and score a touchdown. In what universe? They only scored 1 touchdown, and that's because Hufanga fair caught a punt at the other team's 5. I mean, that's their offense. That and 2 Robbie Gould field goals. I never got the sense the 49ers were going to punch it in offensively.
No, I really didn't either. I disagree. Yeah. I didn't do it in real time, but I thought that, that was a benefit of the doubt I was not extending. I didn't think the 49ers were going to score offensively that day unless Debo housed one. I thought he had an opportunity to maybe do it, but it probably wasn't going to be a pass. He would have run it in. And again, just, for the sake of accuracy, Hufanga did not block that punt. You are correct, Comcast Business text line. But he caught it, and it was a big play. And thank God he caught it and run it in, because Kyle Shanahan was saying, look, a block punt is great, but not having to run any plays for that touchdown afterwards, even better, especially on a day like yesterday.
I think I saw it just like probably all you guys did, but you could tell the players, no one on the field could see it. And I was just hoping one of our guys was going to pick it up, and Huff did. And those elements, I was really hoping he was going to pick it up and return it, because I wasn't wanting to have to call plays to get in from there.
Again, from the 5-yard line, I didn't want to have to call plays to get in from there. From the 5-yard line, that's the kind of offensive afternoon the Niners were having. Here is Hufanga on saying, he didn't really hear the ball or see the ball as much as he heard it.
Well, I heard the block, and then I think you guys probably saw all of us look for it. We were struggling. It was pretty, with the snow and the dark, we couldn't see it. But then I heard it bounce to my left, and then I just turned around and I wasn't going to jump on it. I just want to score. So wanted to help the team any way I can, so that was fun.
Yeah, text line says, Ratto doubted Jimmy. You doubted Jimmy. Yeah, we did. We did. We both picked the Packers to win that game, and we did so. And like, look at it this way. Hindsight being 20/20, we changed that now, but I still feel like we played, sometimes you can play a poker hand correctly, Ray, and get beat on the river. That's what happened. I mean, erring on the side of the Packers to win that game was not disrespectful to the 49ers season or what they've accomplished. It was just, handicapping a game.
Yeah, the 49ers don't need my respect. I'm not arrogant enough to think that matters to them.
Right.
But in terms of, quote, disrespecting Jimmy, I have disrespected him far less than I have disrespected the notion of Trey Lance doing any of these things with essentially no experience. So that much I will pat myself on the back for.
By the way,
I picked the better option of the two presented to me. That said, this is and I'm going to say it again until I'm blue in the face. The 49ers don't win because of a quarterback. They win because of a defense and a running game. The quarterback is the 6th place you look to figure out what the 49ers are. And I realize that violates every tenet that 49er fans believe, but your quarterback's not that important to your success. He just isn't.
That's why I thought that might have been a Trey Lance game. Because think about it. Trey Lance, his finger's not hurt. You're going to need to run the ball. You're going to need a guy who's used to playing in that weather. Lance checks all those boxes, but I won't even start. I think
here's the box he doesn't check, and this is not his fault in any way, shape, or form. The other 10 guys in that huddle believe in the guy who played. And while I'm loath to try to put a metric on belief, on a day like Saturday night, belief helped. And Garoppolo didn't hurt them in any way. Even the interception didn't hurt. The truth is, the 49ers aren't built around him. You could say with complete justification that the Bengals are built around Joe Burrow, and the Chiefs are built around Patrick Mahomes, and the Bills are built around Josh Allen, and the Rams are built around Matthew Stafford. The 49ers are not built around their quarterback. And I realize that's a huge adjustment for fans, but that's been true all year long.
It's kind of been true since Kyle Shanahan took the job. Now, with one quarterback, he's had a much more success than with all the other guys, but it's still not built around the quarterback thriving as the catalyst to winning on any given afternoon. They are an amalgamation of old football cliches. Win the line of scrimmage, play defense, defense wins championships, or in this regard, defense gets you back to the NFC title game for the second time in 3 years. 888-957-9570. Mustafa in Fremont here on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
Well. Guess who it is again? Guys, if you recall, I called in last Thursday, and I was just completely dumbfounded of how negative you guys were being about my Niners. You guys were bashing us, saying we have no chance against Green Bay. So I have one favor, Damon and Ray, especially Ray, Mr. Negative Ned. I want you guys to eat crow live on the air. Admit you were wrong. Go Niners.
Well, we've already done that. That started with the opening monologue at 3 o'clock. Ray and I are not hiding behind anything that is us saying, yeah, we called this from week 1 preseason. Niners were going to win it all. No. And this is an extraordinary development that we did not see coming. I did not see the Aaron Rodgers-led Green Bay Packers being held to only 10 points, even by the 49ers. I didn't see them getting bailed out of a horrific offensive afternoon by a special teams unit, which has failed them more often than it's picked them up throughout the entire football season. And look, Jimmy Garoppolo is in the NFC title game without having thrown a touchdown. He has 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions so far this postseason. That's supposed to get you eliminated, not advancing.
Yeah. And more to the point, I don't work for that guy, and I don't work for the 49ers. I barely work for the station that pays me. So I don't give a 54th of a damn about this team, except that they were entertaining on Saturday night because their defense was great and because their special teams did stuff that their special teams haven't done in years. Take the win. Be happy. Leave me alone. Go away.
Okay, without a doubt, the best thing on the Comcast business text line all day. 415. The 49ers didn't even draft Aaron Rodgers, and he still gave us 4 playoff wins. I'm going to golf clap that. That's pretty good.
If they had, they probably would have gotten 12. I mean,
You're
that's
right.
true. It's almost as prevalent as all the jokes about, not taking the shot and blah, blah, blah. But it still remains one of the most profound mistakes in team history.
Of course. And having said all that, they draft Aaron Rodgers number 1 instead of Alex Smith. Alex Smith has a chance to go on to be the better quarterback because anyone who is brought into the Niners you're going to have
at that time
3 head coaches, 12 different offensive coordinators. Jimmy Ray is going to set the clock back on you as your offensive coordinator. Aaron Rodgers is probably out of the league.
Yeah, no one to throw to, no one to hand off to.
Yeah.
I said this before and people laughed at me. If he had gotten picked by the 49ers, his career would have lasted 5 years and he'd be walking sideways with 2 limps.
And hey, maybe he does have the skill level to even rise above their level of franchise-wide incompetence at that time. Maybe he does. We'll never know. But we do know this. Aaron Rodgers says that he would make the 49ers regret not drafting him Well, since that draft, they've both won exactly 11 playoff games. The 49ers have been to more Super Bowls. Aaron Rodgers might have won one Super Bowl, which you can never take away from him. But boy, with all the guff, for the sake of a better, more modern word, but for all the guff that Aaron Rodgers got crushed with on social media, lots of names, lots of COVID crushing. Even a Lombardi biographer basically said he would drive this guy, this egomaniac, to the airport. The most interesting thing, not snarky but interesting, came from Micah Adams, who was a Sporting News stats guy, saying that, during the Green Bay Packers 2010 Super Bowl run, the Eagles had the ball 1st and 10 on the Green Bay 27 in the wild card game with a minute left and down just 5 points. Rodgers is a Philadelphia touchdown away from being the NFL's Karl Malone. Instead, Vic threw a pick, and Rodgers ended up getting his ring. Now, he got his ring by beating 2 more teams that year, 3 more teams if you count the Super Bowl. He beat the Falcons. He beat the Bears in the NFC title game at Soldier Field. Then he would go on to beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl while being named MVP. Look, the guy's a great quarterback, no doubt. But he's also one Michael Vick interception away from having maybe 0 Super Bowls. And at which point, no matter what you think of how accurate he is or what his QBR rating is or what his touchdown interception ratio is, if Aaron Rodgers was still titleless, he would not be regarded as this all-time prolifically great quarterback. And that came so close still that he may have never won one. One Michael Vick interception away from being bounced in the 2010 wild card, and they aren't World Series champions. Ray, you can tell the Hall of Fame votes tomorrow. I'm very excited.
Yeah, greatness does not operate in a vacuum. You have to be lucky. Every great player has been lucky, and more often than not. That's the nature of sports. I mean, the Cleveland Cavaliers have a championship because of one jump shot.
Yeah.
The thickness of a rim. I mean, and this is taking nothing away from Rodgers or anybody else, but you have to get kissed on the head by God. That's how this deal works. Joe Montana got kissed on the head by God any number of times. If Dwight Clark can't jump as high as he can, they don't win in 81. Maybe they don't win in 80. You don't know. All you know is what's in front of you. And all the things and the twists and the turns that lead to a moment, that's what greatness is. It's the moment.
Yeah.
But a bunch of different things set up the moment. And some of them are just dumbass luck.
If Joe Montana doesn't see John Candy in the end zone, they might not win that Super Bowl.
Maybe not. Then again, it's if he admitted to that today, people would say he doesn't have the proper focus.
Well, no, the story was, as I know it, is the team was impressed that Joe Montana, in the most pressure-filled moment of his life, would be like, hey, look who's here at the Super Bowl. And that, calmed the entire huddle down.
But that's 40 years ago when there weren't a million people explaining what quarterbacking is to people who are quarterbacks. I'm not talking about what the guys in the huddle thought. They would have said, oh, he's not paying attention at the right time. I'm bitching about America. And it's endless. I mean, what was the big takeaway on the Bills side from Bills Chiefs after a game that extraordinary? They should have squibbed the kick. Or why were they in a prevent defense? And all I could say in response to that is shut up. It was a great game. Calm down. You don't play for the team. You don't own stock. Enjoy what you got. It was a moment you won't ever you won't forget again.
You know what's amazing to me about how that Bills-Chiefs game ended? You got Tyreek throwing up the deuces, And people were like, oh, that should be taunting. So you're going to spend the whole year bitching about the rule and then want it to take away one of the single more spectacular plays to send a game to overtime of all time? Like, you really wanted that called? Now, if the argument is you're just looking for a little consistency, all right, I'll give you that much. But no, you do not want a taunting call in that moment.
No, it points at the capriciousness of the rule. It's the one thing that, frankly, they give the officials the power to adjudicate that they shouldn't have.
Right.
Taunting is about getting into a guy's face and trying to precipitate a fight or a shoving match. That's taunting. This is a guy having a hell of a good time as he's running at top speed toward a touchdown. And frankly, some officials probably would have called that because the rule is so badly considered. If somebody wants to make that case, I'm fine with listening to it. But if you're saying they should have thrown a flag there, then you're a dunce.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying
I know.
Okay. I mean, you are a dunce. Don't get me wrong. But
I
not for this.
know. Look, as we were saying earlier, it's been an utterly frustrating, sometimes with Chip Kelly and Jim Tom Sula in the room, borderline incompetent decade of 49ers football. Having said that, they're now in the NFC title game for the 5th time in the last 11 years. That's a incompetent decade that most fans would sell their mothers to have. So, do we get over our skis with some doom and gloom at times? Yes, we are subject to that happening. But I also think that this show probably straddles the line of reality better than other shows that are putting on a show at times. I hope that is the goal of this program. Let me put it like this, Ray. I think the two of us being accused of you now need to eat crow on Jimmy Garoppolo do not need to eat any crow on Jimmy Garoppolo. I think we both handicapped this horse properly. I think he is wildly easy to improve upon, at the same time a glorious winner who seems to fit the bill. But, I mean, statistically, you can do a lot better than this guy in almost all situations. Replacing Jimmy Garoppolo is still such a priority, it's already been done. Okay? It's just a fact. People who know football and are your football coach and general manager, if you are a Niners fans, have made that determination. Forget about talk show hosts making it too. They've made that determination. They got to get better than what this guy can give them. But in the meantime, this guy still gives them the best chance to win it. What Ray and I may have improperly handicapped was the Niners as a collective whole. We said earlier, they're not good. They're in the group of suck or might suck. Then they graduated to the group of decent. Then they went from decent to good. Then they went from good to pretty darn good. We should have had them at pretty darn good and been able, Ray, to seen that through some of the ebbs and flows of the year. It's been a year of peaks and valleys. We should have seen the quality of the team in the valleys a little bit more than we did.
No, we shouldn't have. They gave us this. They gave us all the expectations in the world. And when I say us, I mean others. They gave us all the expectations in the world. They went out in the first half of the year, and they were inept. Their secondary was a shambles. They weren't creating nearly enough offense either on the ground or in the air. And then all of a sudden, they got it. They got it. They made Deebo Samuel a running back. They stopped fooling around with, we got to throw the ball 30 times a game. They decided to do the things they need to do with what they had, not try to reinvent the game on the fly. Where we failed is that we didn't think after 8 games this was a team that was capable of winning 9 of 11. And that's the surprise in sports, because nobody would have said after week 8, yeah, they're only going to lose 2 more games all year. Nobody would have thought that. And anybody who says they would have is a nitwit and a liar.
Well, there's one person on the text line saying, I put $100 on the Niners winning the Super Bowl at 80-1 odds. That was right after they lost to the Arizona JV team. So I was looking at this on November 9th, after that second loss to Arizona, which wasn't the JV loss, the first loss to Arizona. No, the second loss to Arizona was the JV loss. You're right about that. On November 9th, the week after the second loss to Arizona to fall to 3-5, you could have gotten the Niners to win the Super Bowl at 80-1. Right now, they're going off at 8-1. So congratulations to you. The Bengals, by the way, if you want long Super Bowl odds, do you realize that the Bengals, their week one price was 125-1? After they lose to Chicago, that's how bad a loss to Chicago was this year. They fall to 1-1 after 2 weeks, and the Bengals were going off at 200-1. Right now, you can price them at 4-1 to win it all.
And one, I want to see this guy's betting slip. Two, that's the nature of betting. I mean, all the books know is what they see, like everybody else does. Only they're better at setting a price than we are at understanding football.
Yes,
so
they are.
And they get to reassess every week. I mean, life's great when you can be right every time. Because the line is Jesus. Pure and simple.
Jose in Oakland. You're on 95.7 The Game. I thought I was your Jesus, Ray, between the hours of 3 to 6.
I didn't think I said you were
Ray,
Jesus.
good afternoon.
I think we have it.
Thinking carefully and looking at how Jimmy Garoppolo plays, I myself have been guilty a lot of times of hating on the guy. But, when in using a baseball analogy, I think Jimmy Garoppolo would be like the perfect closer. Okay, he would be a lousy starter, the guy that you definitely don't want him to start, because right after the third inning, he'd probably be giving up home runs left and right. But when you need a closer, that would be him. Because there's one thing that you cannot deny. The guy is a clutch player. You give him the ball with 2 minutes either to win or to tie the game, and he's the guy that you want to have in there. I know he's the new shine.
Yeah, no, Jose, man, we're at the end of a break here. I didn't mean to cut you off, but we got to go. But you're right. Jimmy Garoppolo is better in crisis and in total scramble, we're about to lose the game mode, 2-minute drill, hair on fire mode, than he is in the middle of the second quarter. It's just who he is. And that's why he gets credit. Again, there's everything about him is a guy you'd want to replace right up until you need a play to be made, and somehow he goes ahead and he makes it.
He's an innings eater.
He's gobbling.
That's what he's an inning, and every staff's got to have one. Like I said, he's the sixth most important thing this team has. And I realize that violates every rule of quarterbacking, but they have 5 components that are more important in explaining how they win or lose than him. And I know that's hard for people to do, but that's the fact.
It certainly flies in the face of how NFL teams get built, not only on a lot of other teams and franchises, but how you go about building your fantasy football team and how you'd go about drafting a team. If you were a GM, the quarterback is everything until he's not everything. And the 49ers have a rare system in place to where the not everything quarterback is the right guy for the job. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. When we come on back, we got time for one more segment. What about all the Warriors stuff? Well, we're going to have that tomorrow when we get to Warriors Live at 5:30. But right now, we got one more segment left. Open lines indeed. Talking about the 49ers winning at Lambeau against all odds. What an afternoon of football it was all around the NFL. We're brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com. mimecast.com.
At the RV Super Sale, you'll get super pricing on travel trailers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers, as well as Class A and Class C motorhomes. The RV Super Sale at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 22nd through the 30th.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but with
It's not like this season is going anywhere. Special shout out to everyone who said it.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Let's put the rat on the table. Aaron Rodgers had a shot at it. He didn't get him anywhere. Garoppolo gets the ball. He drives him to field goal range.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Their defense was superb. Aaron Rodgers doesn't get held to 10 points. Ever.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So stick around because at the top of the hour, the football hour officially begins. It is Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal talking you through what was an unbelievable weekend in 4 different NFL cities. You got A-plus football games. It was great. The football hour is brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, and Texas Hold'em. It's the Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. As always, play responsibly. Time for our last call of the day. Leo in Denver. We already talked to McBride from Denver, but let's go to Leo here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Leo?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm a San Francisco resident, but currently in Denver. And, I just wanted to say after listening to the show, and I was listening to you guys last week, actually I enjoy your show a lot. When I listen to talk radio, it's usually your show. But at the end of the day, I think we're really prisoners of the moment. And granted, we had some good football this weekend, but to hear people talk about, well, that Buffalo-Kansas City game was the best game in NFL history, playoff history, maybe I'm a guy who says, get off my lawn, and I am, because I've been watching football since, the late 1950s. Growing up as a kid, at the end of the day, I can count off, in my opinion, Several games that were better than that game. And in my mind, that game on Sunday was emblematic of what we see in football today, where it's a fantasy football sort of mentality, where it's all offense. The rules have been changed, for the offensive sake to put up those kinds of points on the board. The protection that the quarterbacks get, the protection that receivers get. In my mind, if you go back in the day where you saw, that Montana to Clark pass, to me, because I watched it, I was more excited about that game than the game I saw yesterday, Kansas City.
Well, here's...
I saw Bart start.
Yeah, no, you don't need to cut Leo off there. But Leo, the thing is, the memories of the hallways we walked down with children, or when we were children, are always bigger than the hallways we walk down as adults. So, long memories ago are powerful things. The Bills-Chiefs game in a vacuum was not the greatest game in the history of football. But that collective weekend, when you add up how all 4 games played out, maybe it was. Let me just tell you this, Leo. I know that are you still there, Leo? Let me give you this.
Yeah, I'd like to finish my point.
Sure. Well, go ahead. We're almost at the end of the show. Real quick.
Yeah, real quick. The most exciting game, and again, a lot of this is based on history and our own personal opinions of things. And granted, those games over the weekend, the 4 combined, were great games. My point is we're prisoners of the moment. Because I can remember Bart Starr driving the team, the Packers, down against a very good Dallas on a frozen field, minus 20 degrees, on a frozen field, calling his own plays and scoring from the 1-yard line on 4th down on a quarterback sneak. My point is, the prisoner of the moment perspective is that we fail as, and I want to get bigger than this, get on my soapbox, but we do this with history. Another issue is we want to be prisoners of the moment because in our society, those kinds of things that are relevant to us at this very moment seem to be the most important things that are.
Well, and you know what, Leo? Everyone wants
we need to have more perspective than that.
Yeah, everyone wants to say that they were at the greatest heavyweight fight of all